Chapter 001. Stranded on a deserted island. Damn it! Who was the brute that doused me with cold water? Li Feng awoke abruptly, his entire body numb and stiff. It was night, the sky adorned with a sparse scattering of stars and a solitary moon. He lay upon the frigid sands of the beach. Where am I? Li Feng rubbed his eyes, gazing bewilderedly at the vast ocean. On this cold night, a brilliant moon rose over the seemingly endless waters, casting a breathtaking scene. A shipwreck. Suddenly, the harrowing memory flooded back. His cruise liner had met with disaster. This island appeared enigmatic, shrouded in an eerie stillness. Before him lay the ocean, while behind loomed a dense and foreboding primordial forest. What the hell is this place? After muttering a curse, Li Feng rose from the sand. He patted his pockets, realizing all his belongings had vanished. So cold, the sea breeze enveloped him, causing him to shiver uncontrollably. He needed to find a way to ignite a fire for warmth. Without a source of fire, enduring until dawn would be a challenge. A sight caught his attention. A woman. Just as he pondered how to start a fire, he noticed a woman lying beneath the rocks. She lay still on the beach, her condition uncertain. As he approached, he beheld a vision of beauty. Long hair cascading down her back, clad in form-fitting jeans and a snug t-shirt. Goodness, she was stunningly voluptuous, with a wasp-like waist and curvaceous hips, a true paragon of allure. Li Feng felt compelled to check her condition. Such a sensuous figure should not perish. He hoped she was still alive. Even if she had succumbed, warmth would be a consolation. Lin Ping, Aunt Lin. As he crouched down to assess her, a wave of shock washed over him. This woman was none other than Aunt Lin, the mother of his former president. After years of hard work, Li Feng had ascended to the position of head of security for the Lin Corporation, safeguarding the company's interests. However, upon her daughter's ascendance to the presidency, he had been unceremoniously dismissed. Disheartened, he had contemplated relocating abroad to assist his senior sister at her martial arts studio, only for tragedy to strike the cruise ship, claiming the lives of thousands. Such irony, to cross paths with misfortune like this. The memory of his dismissal by the president haunted him, yet Aunt Lin had always been considerate towards her employees. Having risen from humble beginnings, she had entrusted the company to her daughter while continuing to extend warmth and kindness to her staff. Suddenly, two entrancing sounds broke his reverie. The sounds were mellifluous and captivating. He observed Aunt Lin's body convulsing, her chest heaving as she expelled a torrent of seawater. Aunt Lin, I can't believe you're alive. Don't be afraid, ill-administer mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. Li Feng swiftly commença cardiac resuscitation. Such ample proportions. He had mistakenly pressed in the wrong area. It was unintentional. His body had been rigid, leading to an unfortunate miscalculation. He alternated between compressions and breaths, diligently working to revive her. After a vigorous effort, Lin Ping gasped, expelling a significant amount of seawater. Pervert! Scoundrel! Stop! Upon regaining consciousness, Lin Ping was startled to find someone's hands on her chest. She shrieked and struggled. Since her husband's tragic passing a decade ago, she had not been in the presence of a man. Though in her 40s, her years of restraint had kept her remarkably youthful, more so than many women in their 30s. Over the years, numerous successful men and charming youths had vied for her attention, yet she had steadfastly refused their advances. Her standards for choosing a partner are exceedingly high. She would rather remain single than settle for less. If she has not encountered a man who captivates her heart, she would prefer to tackle life's challenges on her own. Please, don't. I implore you not to touch me. I am willing to pay you to seek companionship elsewhere, but please spare my body. Upon awakening weakly, Lin Ping hastily pleaded for mercy. She had preserved her chastity for over a decade and did not wish to lose her purity. It's me, Aunt Lin, Li Feng said. Li Feng, why are you here? Lin Ping exclaimed, astonished to see him. Having been dismissed by his daughter, how could he be on the same boat as them and appear here? Could it be that Li Feng is a lecher, trailing her with the intent to possess her? Just then, as Lin Ping's thoughts spiraled, the buttons of her clothing loosened, revealing a glimpse of her fair skin. Li Feng happened to look down and witness this scene. Li Feng, I am your Aunt Lin. The mother of your president. Please do not act recklessly. Lin Ping quickly clasped her hands in front of her, desperate to flee. Li Feng, I have not been with a man for over a decade. I have remained chaste. With her hands covering her chest, she sought to safeguard her modesty. What does your decade of chastity have to do with me? Li Feng replied, nonchalantly, this woman had not preserved herself for him, and it was of no concern to him. Impudent boy, I am 40 years old, 15 years your senior. Do not entertain any thoughts about me. Lin Ping feared the possibility of an unlawful violation. If word of this were spread, she would lose all face. You have endured solitude for over a decade. If you do not utilize it now, it'll be of no use when you grow old. Li Feng assessed her voluptuous figure. She still possessed a charm, a captivating allure. You shameless rogue, you lecher. Lin Ping stumbled to her feet and fled. Throughout her years of widowhood, she had encountered various men, some of whom even wished to call her godmother, but she had rebuffed them all. After running a considerable distance, she realized Li Feng had not pursued her. Suddenly, a bizarre bird call echoed from the dense jungle behind her, causing countless seabirds to take flight. The strange noise startled Lin Ping. As the sea breeze swept over her, she became acutely aware of her surroundings. They were stranded on a deserted island in the dead of night, certainly fraught with peril. Without a man's protection, she could be prey to wild beasts at any moment. Wild animals would not exhibit pity, they would not spare her life because of her allure, but would attack with greater ferocity, sinking their teeth into her delicate skin. Li Feng, Annie wishes to establish some ground rules with you. Is that acceptable? Lin Ping shivered, hands clasped over her chest. What do you wish to say? Li Feng inquired. Lin Ping, maintaining a safe distance, replied, first, you must not bully me. Second, you must ensure my safety. Third, you must treat me kindly. You're not my mother. What gives you the right to impose such demands on me? Li Feng flatly rejected her. Stranded on this island, fraught with dangers, he found it challenging to guarantee Lin Ping's safety. If you ensure my safety, upon our return to the company, I will reinstate you as the head of security with a monthly salary of 30,000. With sufficient funds, you can indulge in any woman you desire. There is no need to cast your eyes upon Auntie. Lin Ping proposed alluringly. A monthly salary of 30,000 is the limit for an ordinary individual. Li Feng, during his tenure at the company, earned a mere 10,000. Do not paint grand illusions for me. A good horse does not turn back. Since your daughter has dismissed me, I have no intention of returning, Li Feng declared before turning away and heading towards the forest. He sought wood to create fire. Without fire, he would surely freeze to death tonight. Li Feng, where are you going? I am afraid. Lin Ping suddenly expressed her trepidation as he departed. The island was eerily ominous. I cannot meet the conditions you propose. Let us each find our peace. Li Feng harbored some grievances towards the mother and daughter duo. He had previously worked diligently at the company, yet was inexplicably dismissed for failing to salute the new president during working hours. Li Feng, Tinger should not have dismissed you. I have privately scolded her a few times. I apologize on her behalf. Lin Ping quickly softened her stance, attempting to appease him. If an apology could resolve all conflicts, what need would there be for law? It was not that Li Feng was petty or unwilling to accept an apology. A mere apology could not rectify such matters. As a gust of sea wind swept by, Lin Ping felt an even greater chill envelop her. This island was truly bizarre. Seeing Li Feng gradually distance himself, she contemplated pursuing him but feared the vulnerability it might invite. Yet, if she refrained from following, she worried about the potential danger. Caught in a dilemma, she hesitated. Li Feng, wait for me. What conditions must I meet for you to agree to protect me? After a moment of contemplation, Lin Ping summoned her courage to chase after him. Unless you agree to be my woman, I have no obligation to protect you. Li Feng glanced back at her. Lin Andy was indeed quite proud. With such a figure, had she lived in ancient times, she could have easily supported an entire family as a wet nurse. You little rascal, do you dare to covet Auntie's intentions? I have crossed more bridges than you have traveled roads. Lin Ping rebuffed, unwilling to acquiesce. If you refuse, I shall not force you. When the beasts come to claim you, perhaps you can implore them to spare you after years of virtue, Li Feng remarked. You insolent boy, do you intend to drive me to madness? Beasts do not comprehend aunties. Lin Ping fumed, her chest heaving with indignation. Beasts may not comprehend aunties, but I understand you. As Li Feng approached, Lin Ping felt a tightening in her breath. Please wait a moment. She hastily interjected, It is bitterly cold, and if we are undraped in this frigid wind, we shall soon succumb to hypothermia. We must first find a means to kindle a fire for warmth. If you take care of me, I shall become your woman." Li Feng found her reasoning sound. In this biting cold, if they were both exposed, they would undoubtedly become stiff and rigid. It was wiser to first seek wood and create fire. "Very well, let us address our immediate needs before you become my woman," Li Feng agreed. "All right, no problem," Lin Ping replied, biting her lip and nodding. "I hope you do not deceive me. I detest being misled." He had been deceived by this mother-daughter duo at the company, and the memory still haunted him. Silly boy. Any is experienced, how could I possibly deceive you? Rest assured, I will not mislead you, for I have nothing to lose. Lin Ping bit her lip, casting a flirtatious glance at Li Feng. Her gaze was undeniably captivating. Exhausted and parched, the two individuals trudged to the edge of the forest, where Li Feng meticulously surveyed the surroundings. Although the moonlight illuminated the area, the primordial forest remained shrouded in darkness. Venturing in recklessly could very well result in an encounter with wild beasts. "Li Feng, this forest is so dark, will we truly be able to find timber?" Lin Ping quivered with cold, her complexion ashen. "Shoo, do not speak. Quickly crouch down," he urged, having spotted a shadow moving within the woods, and hastily pressed Lin Ping to the ground. Lin Ping, believing she was to face dire consequences, was about to cry out when Li Feng swiftly covered her mouth. "Do not make a sound, there's movement," he whispered urgently in her ear. Chapter 003. This man is quite dangerous, alas. Woe is me. How unfortunate I am to find myself stranded on a desolate island. Being marooned is of little consequence, but I yearn for a companion, a woman to share this plight. As Li Feng and his companion concealed themselves on the beach, a shadow from the woods issued forth a series of furious roars. The sound startled Lin Ping. The man's voice was resounding and commanding, suggesting a temperament that was likely volatile. On a deserted island, such individuals are to be feared. "Li Feng, there's someone. What should we do?" Lin Ping trembled with fear. She would rather face Li Feng than any other unfamiliar man, for at least she knew him and he would not impose any unwanted advances upon her. Even if such a situation were to arise, he would not harm her. However, the presence of other men struck terror in her heart. "Fear not, for I am here to protect you," Li Feng assured her. "Do you truly mean that?" Lin Ping felt a surge of emotion. "You have already agreed to be my woman. Naturally, I shall safeguard you," Li Feng replied. The echoing voice caused Lin Ping to feel increasingly anxious. Her desire was to distance herself from that man. "Let us leave this place and search for timber elsewhere," she suggested, eager to slip away unnoticed. "That is not advisable." Li Feng shook his head, lowering his voice. "It is nighttime now, and the jungle is dense in other areas, obscuring our vision even further. If it were daylight, we could circumvent this man, but in the dark, the surrounding forest is even more impenetrable. What then shall we do?" Lin Ping was at a loss, her mind in turmoil. Despite her past successes in the business world, where she had built a company from the ground up, those experiences felt trivial in the face of such savagery on this island. The social intricacies she had navigated in the civilized world were utterly powerless here. "Let us stride forth boldly," Li Feng proposed, unwilling to cower in fear. "What if he intends to harm me?" Lin Ping was apprehensive, acutely aware of her allure. Any normal man will be tempted by her beauty. "Relax," Li Feng replied. "Hey, I am your woman. How can you bear the thought of another man threatening me?" At that moment, she was reminded of her connection to Li Feng. By heavens, there are living souls. Upon seeing Li Feng and Lin Ping, the man was taken aback, then filled with exhilaration. "My word, there is indeed a woman." He rushed towards them, his eyes ablaze with desire upon encountering Lin Ping. She was breathtaking, her form both voluptuous and enticing, radiating an allure that captivated all. As he beheld Lin Ping's exquisite figure, his gaze glimmered with greed, and he swallowed hard. "Li Feng," Lin Ping murmured, as she instinctively hid behind him, perceiving the man as a predator eager to devour her. The stranger towered at 185 meters, with a muscular build and tattoos adorning his face. Though Li Feng also stood tall, he did not possess the same imposing presence. "Greetings, my friends. I am Tong Meng, Tong as in fairy tale, and Meng meaning fierce. May I inquire as to your names? Tong Meng smiled, exuding an air of friendliness. I am Li Feng, came the reply. And I am Lin Ping, she added. Two individuals simultaneously introduced themselves. It turned out to be brother Li and Ms. Lin. Are you both survivors as well? Though Tong Meng wore a smile and exuded goodwill, there was an underlying ferocity about him. This man is undoubtedly treacherous, a force to be reckoned with. We are survivors from the cruise ship. May I inquire if you have encountered any other living souls? Lin Ping expressed her deep concern for her daughter, Lin Ting. She fervently hoped for her daughter's safety amidst the calamity. Apart from the two of you, I haven't seen a single living person, Tong Meng cursed vehemently. His foul language caused Lin Ping to feel a sense of aversion. I apologize, Ms. Lin. I shouldn't have spoken so in your presence. Please forgive me. Tong Meng quickly offered an apology. It's all right, Lin Ping replied, shaking her head. She prayed for her daughter's survival. Aunt Lin, let us move on, Li Feng suggested, eager to find wood for fire. They were freezing, their bodies on the brink of numbness. If they did not devise a method to ignite a fire soon, they risked hypothermia. Should their bodies succumb to the cold, it could lead to death or severe frostbite. Brotherly, we are all compatriots, castaways on this desolate island. Let us join forces to survive, Tong Meng proposed, seeking to join their group. As he spoke, his scrutinizing gaze roamed over Lin Ping, and he appeared increasingly pleased, nearly overwhelmed with excitement. No, we shall each fend for ourselves without interference, Li Feng firmly declined. Brotherly, we are stiff with cold. If we do not find a way to quickly start a fire and seek nourishment, we shall surely perish from the cold or starvation. I possess a windproof, waterproof lighter. Let us combine our efforts in gathering wood, Tong Meng stated, producing a steel lighter that sparked to life with a click. It was unexpected that he had a waterproof lighter. Very well, I agree. Let us gather wood together and ignite a fire. Li Feng acquiesced, seeing the lighter as a boon that would save them considerable time. Otherwise, with their limbs frozen and bodies trembling, igniting a fire by friction would be nearly impossible. Ha ha, brother, you truly are a clever man, Tong Meng exclaimed as he approached like a gorilla, causing Lin Ping to hurriedly step aside in alarm. Disappointed by her retreat, a flicker of displeasure crossed his eyes. Yet he feigned indifference, joking, brother, you are quite fortunate. Upon being stranded on this island, you encounter a woman of exceptional caliber. You must be having quite a thrilling time together. Please refrain from speaking so. Lin Ping began to clarify, but Li Feng suddenly shot her a glance, urging her to remain silent. Tension gripped her as she guarded herself against this man. Ha ha, brotherly. Ms. Lin appears shy, with her ample charms. You must be quite exhausted. Tong Meng continued his jest. Li Feng remained silent, a cold smile on his lips, having seen through Tong Meng's intentions. Tong Meng sought to pry into their past. If he had indeed engaged in such activities with Lin Ping previously, he would be utterly drained, severely taxing his strength. Furthermore, with the frigid surroundings, his physical condition would only worsen. Upon acquiring this information, Tong Meng found it convenient to take action. This individual, seemingly carefree and boisterous, harbored a mind that was meticulous and filled with malice. Ha ha, brother Tong, you truly possess a knack for humor. Li Feng, while smiling at him on the surface, concealed his own ulterior motives, as both sought an opportunity to eliminate one another. Tong Meng must perish. His survival would leave Li Feng without a path to safety. Chapter 004. He is a lecher. As the trio ventured towards the outskirts of the forest, Li Feng hesitated to allow Tong Meng to walk behind. One must never turn their back to an adversary. He contemplated the means to eliminate Tong Meng, yet he recognized that the moment for action had not yet arrived. Deprived of sustenance and warmth, he lacked the strength to engage in a skirmish. Should he sustain an injury, medical supplies were non-existent on the island. Moreover, he had no desire to commit murder in Lin Ping's presence, fearing the potential leverage she might wield against him should rescue arrive and they depart the island. He could only wait for the opportune moment to strike. Ah, Ms. Lin, your figure is quite alluring, Tong Meng leered, his gaze fixated on her as if he yearned to unravel her attire thread by thread. Thank you for the compliment, Lin Ping replied, her discomfort palpable. With a physique like yours, it must be a delight to be your man. Tong Meng provocatively remarked, his eyes glinting with lewd intent. I have no man, Lin Ping retorted coldly, her disdain for his lascivious gaze evident. Heh, on this island, we are all your men. How could you possibly be without one? Tong Meng chuckled, his words dripping with vulgarity. At that moment, Lin Ping's expression shifted dramatically. His comment was far too crude, far too provoking. Had they been in the city, she would not have hesitated to slap him for such insolence. Ha ha, I was merely jesting. Do not take offense. After all, you belong to Brother Li, and I can only indulge my eyes. Tong Meng laughed. Lin Ping felt a surge of both anger and embarrassment. Though the moonlight was bright, the forest remained shrouded in darkness. The three of them scoured the periphery of the jungle for dry branches. This desolate area, devoid of human presence, was littered with timber from trees that had long since withered away. Li Feng remained vigilant, ever wary of Tong Meng. They would not make a move until they had warmth and sustenance, for their physical condition was dire. Ms. Lin, the way you bend over is truly enchanting, Tong Meng exclaimed as Lin Ping stooped to gather wood, standing directly behind her. Enough with your nonsense. Find wood quickly, or you'll freeze. Lin Ping snapped back at the lecture. Rising, she adjusted her pants, the tight denim clinging to her form, accentuating her long legs in a rather provocative manner. To die beneath the peony is to be a spirited ghost, Tong Meng chuckled, continuing with his task of collecting wood. Li Feng was unconcerned for Lin Ping's safety. His sole focus was on guarding against Tong Meng. The man seemed overly confident, perhaps believing he could easily overpower Li Feng without posing any threat to Lin Ping. Once they had gathered an ample supply of wood, they stacked it beneath a cluster of rocks to shield it from the wind. It's so cold, huh? Lin Ping squatted beside the wood, exhaling visibly as she rubbed her hands together, which had turned a rosy hue from the chill. Ms. Lin, if you're feeling cold, we could huddle together for warmth, fending off the biting wind, Tong Meng suggested with a grin. You talk too much. Light the fire now, Lin Ping retorted, her irritation evident. Quickly, ignite the fire. Stop wasting time, Li Feng urged him. My apologies. I spoke in jest, but it was a sincere sentiment. Please, do not be upset. As long as the enchanting Lin is willing, or if Brother Li Feng desires, I remain indifferent. Tong Meng smirked lewdly, producing a waterproof and windproof lighter. With a flick, a flame sprang forth, igniting the dry leaves, which in turn set the branches ablaze. At last, a fire was born. The wood was parched and readily caught flame. It is so cold, and I am drenched, feeling utterly uncomfortable. Lin Ping stood by the fire, attempting to dry her clothes. Lin, you are quite soaked. Naturally, it must be unpleasant, Tong Meng jested, his eyes glinting with mischief as he stood near the flames. Lin Ping felt a wave of disdain for this wretched man, who seemed incapable of refraining from such topics. Li Feng too stood by the fire, tried to warm his clothing, eager to regain his strength. Tong Meng was not a gentle soul. He posed a genuine threat. Lin, it is difficult to dry clothes while wearing them. Perhaps we should all remove our garments to dry them more effectively, Tong Meng suggested. Upon hearing this, Lin Ping's face flushed crimson, her mind conjuring images that were far from pleasant. I was merely jesting. Do not take it to heart, Tong Meng continued, his gaze lingering on her with a teasing glimmer. You ought to cease your frivolous remarks. If you remain silent, no one will mistake you for a mute. Li Feng admonished him sharply. My apologies, Brother Li. I am simply accustomed to jesting. Please do not take offense, Tong Meng replied with a contrite tone. Li Feng. It appears there are coconut trees over there, Lin Ping remarked, her eyes drawn to the nearby beach. A row of coconut trees stood tall upon the sand, illuminated by the moonlight, as if guardians watching over the shore. They were parched and famished, and it was inconvenient to seek sustenance at night. If there were coconuts, they could quench their thirst and satiate their hunger, for the flesh of the coconut was also edible. Surely, those were coconut trees, and coconuts must abound. Li Feng licked his parched lips, his thirst becoming increasingly unbearable. Let's investigate whether there are coconuts, he suggested, as Lin Ping hastily made her way toward the sandy expanse, yearning for coconut water to relieve her thirst. Tong Meng followed closely behind, his gaze fixated on Lin Ping's graceful form and shapely figure, swallowing hard as desire ignited within him. This woman would be his conquest tonight. Sensing his lecherous stare, Lin Ping felt a shiver run down her spine, discomfort enveloping her. This man was insatiably lustful. Upon reaching the base of the coconut trees, Lin Ping looked skyward. The trees towered 5 to 6 meters high, their branches lush with an abundance of ripe coconuts, glowing like golden orbs in the night. Bo, Li Feng, look at those coconuts. They are enormous, she exclaimed, pointing excitedly. As she raised her hand, her posture became even more striking. Indeed, Lin, they are quite substantial, Tong Meng remarked, unable to tear his gaze away from her. Feeling the weight of his gaze, Lin Ping instinctively shielded herself with her hands. Tong Meng, cease your idle chatter. We must devise a plan to retrieve the coconuts and quench our thirst, Li Feng stated, contemplating climbing the tree, yet reluctant to reveal his abilities prematurely. He once served as the head of security at the Lin Group, exhibiting remarkable agility and mastering various martial arts. Should he reveal his prowess prematurely, Tong Meng would become wary. Ha, as long as I take matters into my own hands, acquiring these coconuts will be effortless. Tong Meng yearns to display his capabilities before the woman, aspiring to conquer her with his strength. Women are inherently drawn to power. His aim is to first capture Lin Ping's heart, and then her body. The tree is too tall. He cannot climb it. Lin Ping stands beneath the tree, troubled by the height. It's too high. She cannot ascend. Just watch me. Tong Meng, eager to showcase his abilities, wishes to procure the coconuts and win the heart of the beauty. Chapter 5. The Murder of Li Feng. I shall bring down these enormous coconuts, Tong Meng exclaimed as he fiercely shook the coconut tree, his muscular limbs displaying strength but little intellect. Unless he were an elephant, it was impossible for him to dislodge the coconuts through sheer force alone. The tree swayed under his might, yet the fruits remained steadfast. Lin Ping marveled at his brute strength, acknowledging that he indeed possessed considerable power. Damn it, I refuse to believe I cannot bring him down. With this strength of mine, I have surely shaken the waists of countless women in the past. Tong Meng persisted in his efforts, but the coconuts remained firmly attached, with only a few leaves falling as evidence of his exertions. Alas, I must be starving. In my heyday, I had broken the waists of both wealthy ladies and young maidens alike. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Tong Meng admitted defeat. Stop boasting. Let me have a go, Li Feng declared, preparing to climb the tree for the coconuts. His throat parched. He had little patience for Tong Meng's bluster. Brother Li, you underestimate me. This task is not for you. After shedding his outer garments, Tong Meng grasped the trunk and began his ascent. His robust frame and nimble limbs served him well. As he climbed, Lin Ping stood on the beach, whispering to Li Feng, I sense he harbors ill intentions. Be cautious. To her surprise, Li Feng responded, I did not expect you to concern yourself with me. Of course, I have encountered countless individuals. He is undoubtedly not of good character. You must be careful, she warned, her concern not solely for Li Feng, but also for herself. She feared that should Tong Meng resort to violence against Li Feng, she might become his next victim. Tong Meng's malevolence was evident. Should he assault her, he would undoubtedly eliminate her to silence any witnesses once the rescue team arrived. Lin Ping was astute, having already pondered the dire consequences. Rest assured, I shall remain vigilant, Li Feng replied. Just then, a coconut weighing several pounds hurtled down from above, aimed directly at his head. Quick as a flash, he dodged, narrowly avoiding disaster. The coconut struck the ground with a resounding thud, creating a deep crater in the sand. That was a close call. Had he not evaded in time, he could have sustained grave injuries or even met his demise. Tong Meng, are you blind? Why are you recklessly throwing coconuts? Lin Ping fumed, while Li Feng cast a cold glare upward. My apologies, Brother Li. I did not mean to endanger you. My vision from up here is poor, and I almost injured you. Tong Meng feigned regret from his perch. No harm done. Just be more careful next time, Li Feng replied, seeing through the pretense, yet choosing to bide his time. Brother Li, are you unscathed? Tong Meng inquired with feigned concern. I am fine, Li Feng replied tersely, fully aware that Tong Meng's actions were deliberate, an attempt on his life disguised as a mishap. It is fortunate you were not harmed. Had that coconut struck you, the consequences could have been severe, Tong Meng lamented, secretly disappointed that his ploy had failed. Haha, you have worked hard. Quickly bring down a few more coconuts to quench your thirst. Li Feng smiled, though his expression bore no warmth. Tong Meng, do be more careful next time. Do not carelessly throw things around as if you were blind. Lin Ping spoke to him without any courtesy. Lin, you not only possess an exquisite figure, but your fiery temper also suits my taste perfectly. After Tong Meng tossed down a few more coconuts, he descended from the tree with great care. These golden coconuts were perfectly ripe. Prior to ripening, they bore a green hue. There were a total of 5 coconuts, sufficient to satisfy the thirst of the 3 of us. These coconuts are far too hard. Without tools, how shall we break them open? Lin Ping tapped on the coconut shell, which was as solid as iron. It will be quite challenging to open them without any tools, Li Feng remarked. Once we return to the fire, let us find a sharp stone to crack them open. Although forcibly breaking them would waste much of the coconut water, there is little alternative. Very well, Lin Ping replied, lifting a coconut as she made her way toward the fire. No wonder Tong Meng remarked on her size. She truly was large, comparable to the coconut itself. Upon returning to the fire, Li Feng found a sharp stone and began to strike the coconut vigorously. After a relentless series of blows, he finally succeeded in cracking one open, albeit at the cost of much precious coconut juice. Lin Ping cradled the half shell of the coconut, drinking greedily. Ah, how refreshing! This is truly delightful. After savoring the coconut water, she felt a wave of relaxation wash over her, a sensation akin to bliss. Lin, if one is not enough, it would be even more delightful to share amongst the 3 of us. After cracking open the coconut, Tong Meng indulged in the flesh while drinking the juice, and Li Feng prepared one for himself as well. The 3 sat by the fire, heartily consuming the coconut meat. After partaking in the food, their strength was partially restored. Ah, at last, I am no longer thirsty, nor do I feel as famished. Lin Ping reclined by the fire, propping herself up with her hands, her long legs extended and her chest proudly lifted. Her posture was undeniably graceful and enchanting, exuding feminine allure. Tong Meng, captivated by the sight, found himself staring intently. Noticing the lecherous gaze directed at her, Lin Ping hastily sat upright. The firewood was nearly depleted. The trio, lacking the means to tell time, was unaware of the hour. The moon, resembling a jade plate, hung majestically above the vast expanse of the sea, while the sound of waves crashing nearby created a soothing rhythm. The scene before them was breathtakingly beautiful. After glancing at Lin Ping, Tong Meng felt a sense of unease. The firewood was dwindling. Li Feng, let us search for more firewood together. All right, Li Feng acknowledged, realizing that action was imminent. I shall accompany you. Lin Ping, eager to lend a hand, expressed her desire to join the search for wood. Lin, you are a beauty. Allow us men to take care of you while you rest by the fire. Tong Meng leered, attempting to deter her from moving. You can rest here while I accompany him. As Lin Ping hesitated, Li Feng smiled and said, Very well, I shall wait for you here, just be cautious. Lin Ping, not wishing to move as her clothes had yet to dry, watched the 2 depart, feeling a sense of unease wash over her. She couldn't shake the feeling that something ominous awaited them this night. After departing from the warmth of the fire, Li Feng and his companion arrive at the edge of the jungle once more. Here, an abundance of fallen dry timber lay scattered about. In the tranquil depths of the night, the sound of crashing waves mingled with the rustling of the grass, seemingly woven into the silvery embrace of the moonlight. This confluence evoked a sensation that was both serene and perilous. Li Feng, with a tone of discontent, declared, I no longer wish to partake in this charade. Let me speak plainly. I intended to hurl a coconut at you, but you managed to evade it. Truly, your life is remarkably resilient. At last, Tong Meng revealed his hand, shedding the pretense he had maintained for so long. Chapter 006. The moment of action, you have finally laid your cards on the table, shedding all pretense. As Tong Meng revealed his intentions, Li Feng remained on high alert, prepared to act at a moment's notice. They had just endured the pangs of hunger and the biting cold, their strength depleted. Now that their survival was assured, the underlying tensions were poised to erupt. Li Feng, when 2 tigers contend, one must surely be wounded. If I could have dispatched you in secret, I would surely wish for your demise. However, I do not desire to kill you at this moment. Tong Meng spoke with unvarnished honesty. His ambition was to eliminate Li Feng, but not by his own hand. A violent clash between them would inevitably result in injuries. What do you intend to do then? Li Feng Yingqidat. I have my sights set on Lin Ping. I wish to bed her, and after I have had my way, I hope you will not interfere, lest I take your life, Tong Meng stated bluntly. Are you threatening me? Li Feng questioned, incredulous. Brother, do not be naive. That woman holds herself in high regard, with lofty expectations of her partners. Once we leave this island, you and I will be nothing in her eyes. It would be far more prudent for us, as brothers, to take our chance with her here on the island. When the rescue team arrives, we can dispose of her after we have had our fill. This matter will remain between us, a secret known only to the heavens, the earth, you and I. As long as we keep it to ourselves, it shall never see the light of day. Tong Meng's intentions were clear. He aimed to forcibly claim Lin Ping for himself, intending to eliminate her once the rescue team arrived. This desolate island, devoid of witnesses, would provide perfect cover for their heinous act. You truly are ruthless. You must have committed many such acts in the past. Li Feng marveled at the cruelty of his methods. I have indeed engaged in numerous vile deeds, murder, arson, extortion, and every conceivable evil. If you choose to follow me, once we depart this island, I will make you my subordinate. Tong Meng grinned with malevolence, revealing the darkness of his past. If I refuse, you will strike me down immediately. Even if I acquiesce, you will surely eliminate me afterward. Li Feng expressed his skepticism regarding Tong Meng's assurances. Should they conspire together to assault and kill Lin Ping, Tong Meng would undoubtedly seek to rid himself of Li Feng before leaving the island, for no one wishes to have their secrets held in another's grasp. Brother, if we conspire together to commit this act against Lin Ping, we shall be comrades in the same boat. I would never turn against you, Tong Meng vowed fervently. Lin Ping sat by the fire, her heart uneasy as she observed the two men conversing in the distance. An ominous feeling settled over her, as if something dreadful were about to transpire. A gust of sea breeze swept over her, causing her to shiver uncontrollably. Li Feng, I have sworn an oath to the heavens. As long as you join me in this conspiracy, I will never harm you in secret. Should you refuse to partake, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Tong Meng glared fiercely at him, awaiting his response. Have you made up your mind to pursue this course of action? Li Feng asked. Damn it, I have long desired that woman. It was merely the chill and hunger that held me back. I implore you for a clear answer. Do not test my patience. Tong Meng clenched his fists, his eyes glinting with murderous intent. Should Li Feng dare to refuse, he would act immediately. I do not oppose your decision, but remember your earlier words, and do not plot against me afterward. Li Feng feigned compliance. However, he could never stoop to such depravity, nor could he allow Lin Ping to be violated. After all, she was his woman. Rest assured, my friend, I am a man of my word. I would never conspire against you, declared Tong Meng with a sinister smile, contemplating the opportunity to eliminate Li Feng once he had dealt with Lin Ping. I sincerely hope you remain true to your word. Li Feng feigned trust. At last, you have come to your senses, brother. Why waste time on what can be forcibly taken? Though a forcibly plucked fruit may not be sweet, it will quench one's thirst. Nonetheless, he laughed heartily, patting Li Feng on the shoulder before striding toward the fire. Li Feng, Tong Meng, what were you two discussing? Lin Ping inquired, puzzled by their return empty-handed after seeking firewood. Oh, nothing of consequence. He had a matter to discuss with me, Li Feng replied. What business could you possibly have? Lin Ping sensed an uncanny atmosphere, instinctively drawing her body closer. Ha ha ha, we spoke of nothing. We simply wish to engage with you, Tong Meng retorted with a laugh. Mind your language and refrain from spreading vile rumors. Lin Ping fired back, incensed by his insolence. This lecture was utterly revolting. Do not pretend to be virtuous, Lin Ping. A woman of your age has undoubtedly entertained numerous suitors. Tong Meng leered at her. How dare you? I have no desire to play the virtuous woman. I have only been with one man, and since my husband passed away a decade ago, I have remained chaste, Lin Ping retorted angrily. Who would believe such a tale? With your alluring figure, countless men must have desired you, Tong Meng scoffed. Whether you believe me or not is of no consequence. Our relationship warrants no explanation. Lin Ping replied defiantly. In a different city, she would have taught this rogue a lesson long ago. How dare you insult me, you wretched woman? I've long harbored disdain for you, Tong Meng seethed. What do you intend to do? Lin Ping, sensing danger, shielded her chest with her arms, nervously scanning her surroundings. You claim to have been untouched for 10 years. I intend to verify the truth of your words. Tong Meng laughed. You beast, should you utter another word. You shall not be spared my wrath, Lin Ping warned, a mix of fury, fear, and helplessness coursing through her. You dare insult me? I shall have my way with you, and when the rescue team arrives, I will bury you in a secluded spot. Tong Meng drooled, eagerly advancing toward her. Ah, no. I warn you not to proceed. Lin Ping shouted in panic as she fled. Haha, I relish the chaos. Tong Meng pursued her relentlessly. Li Feng, help me. Please save me. Lin Ping cried out in terror. Haha, that coward is too frightened to intervene. He will not come to your aid, Tong Meng taunted, grasping Lin Ping in an attempt to pin her to the ground. Li Feng, please save me. This beast intends to harm me. I am your woman. Do not abandon me. Lin Ping screamed desperately, utterly terrified. She wished to remain untainted and to avoid the threat of violence. Tong Meng, you beast, dare to lay a hand on my woman, and I shall take your life. With the swiftness of a tiger and the speed of lightning, Li Feng charged forward. At last, he could take action. Had he chosen to strike down Tong Meng suddenly before, Lin Ping would not have been grateful. She might even have seized the opportunity to hold something against him. However, the circumstances had now changed. He was acting to safeguard Lin Ping, compelled to take a life. You dare to thwart my endeavors. Since you refuse to corrupt yourself, I shall end your life first. As Li Feng approached, Tong Meng met him head-on, intent on killing him. Chapter 007. The Tragic Demise of Tong Meng Li Feng. You have thwarted my plans, and I vow to take your life. After I have dealt with you, I shall slowly enjoy Lin Ping. With a surge of fury, Tong Meng lunged forward, delivering a powerful punch aimed at Li Feng's forehead. His strength was considerable, and his speed was remarkable. However, Li Feng deftly evaded the strike, leaving Tong Meng's fist to slice through the air. Seizing the opportunity, Li Feng swiftly closed the distance, reaching for Tong Meng's throat, intent on executing a chokehold. Tong Meng possessed a modicum of martial skill, having once been a fitness instructor, which rendered him quite agile. Perceiving Li Feng's advance, he hastily retreated a step. After missing his grasp, Li Feng quickly followed up with a sharp elbow strike, which landed heavily against Tong Meng's chest. With a resounding thud, Tong Meng staggered backward, feeling the weight of the impact. His chest tightened, and pain coursed through him. You brat, I shall end you. Tong Meng roared in a frenzy. Li Feng, gathering his strength, propelled himself into the air, driving his knee fiercely into Tong Meng's chest. The force of his own weight, combined with the downward momentum, created a devastating blow. Ah! Tong Meng cried out in agony as he was struck, rolling backward in shock. He had underestimated Li Feng's formidable prowess, believing that his height and brute strength would easily overpower him. Yet, through their confrontation, he realized that Li Feng was a hidden force, skillfully playing the role of the underdog. Li Feng, eliminate him. This lecher is a great danger. He attempted to take your life and now seeks to harm me. Quickly, end him. Lin Ping seethed with contempt for the vile creature, wishing nothing more than to see him suffer. Lin Auntie, murder is a crime, Li Feng replied, feigning reluctance, though his heart had already turned dark. This is a deserted island. No one will know of your actions. Even if it were discovered later, I will stand by you, for you would be acting in defense of my life, Lin Ping asserted. That very statement was what Li Feng had hoped to hear. If he were to commit such an act, he desired Lin Ping to share in the consequence, ensuring that she could not hold it against him once they departed from the island. With her words, they were now allies in this grim endeavor. With your assurance, I feel emboldened, Li Feng declared as he charged forward once more. You little brat, I will fight to the death. After rising, Tong Meng attempted to grapple with Li Feng, relying on his sheer strength to throw him to the ground. Be careful. This madman is desperate. Show him no mercy, Lin Ping shouted from behind. If Li Feng were to perish, she would undoubtedly become Tong Meng's plaything. Tonight, it shall be either your death or mine. As Tong Meng lunged, attempting to ensnare him, Li Feng leapt and executed a swift side kick. With a resounding impact, Tong Meng was sent sprawling. In his fury, he grabbed a piece of wood, swinging it menacingly towards Li Feng. "Ah, be cautious." Lin Ping gasped, horrified. The brute possessed immense strength, and the wooden club in his grasp could inflict severe damage. A swing from him could injure even a bull, let alone a mere mortal. As Tong Meng swung his stick through the air, Li Feng executed a mid-air roll, narrowly avoiding the strike as the stick grazed his back. Seizing the moment, he retaliated with a swift kick to Tong Meng's temple. "Ah!" Tong Meng gasped, clutching his temple with one hand, the pain unbearable. He nearly succumbed to Li Feng's blow. Li Feng quickly used the stick against him. Lin Ping shouted urgently. Li Feng grasped the stick, intent on vanquishing this brute. "You won't survive this, even if I perish. I shall make sure to crush you first." Realizing he was outmatched, Tong Meng frantically lunged toward Lin Ping, desperate to unleash his fury. "I'll help," Lin Ping cried, hastily fleeing. With a rush, Li Feng charged forward, kicking Tong Meng to the ground. "As long as I am here, you shall not harm a single hair on her head." Tong Meng scrambled to his feet, hastily retreating into the forest. Understanding that continuing the fight would lead to his demise, he opted for survival. One must conserve their strength for future battles. "Stay by the fire, Aunt Lin. Do not run. I will pursue this beast," Li Feng declared before relentlessly chasing after Tong Meng. "If you leave a snake alive, it will bite you." He could not allow Tong Meng to escape. Should this fiend elude him, their future would be perilous, with hidden threats lurking in the shadows. "Li Feng, do not venture into the forest. It is too dangerous," Lin Ping warned loudly as he prepared to chase after Tong Meng. Swiftly, Tong Meng dashed into the woods, erupting in maniacal laughter. "Li Feng, Lin Ping, I will eventually bring about your demise. As long as I live, you shall find no peace." Upon reaching the forest's edge, Li Feng hesitated, contemplating whether to enter. The darkness within the forest loomed ominously, fraught with danger. There was little reason to take such a risk. "Ha! Li Feng, Lin Ping, you duplicitous pair, I will seize every opportunity to eliminate you." Tong Meng cackled from his concealed position. "Come out and face me in a fair fight," Li Feng challenged, brandishing his stick while standing at the forest perimeter. The moonlight illuminated the beach, yet the forest remained shrouded in inky darkness. Tong Meng, hidden within, continued to taunt. "Li Feng, I underestimated you. I never imagined you were a skilled fighter. Had it not been for you, Lin Ping would have long been mine." The thought of Li Feng thwarting his desires ignited a fierce rage within Tong Meng. "Come out if you dare." Li Feng scrutinized the forest carefully. This was a primeval woodland, dense with foliage and underbrush. A reckless dash inside could obscure his vision and lead to peril. "I shall not emerge. You claim to be so brave. Why not venture in?" Tong Meng shouted defiantly from the shadows. "Li Feng, the darkness of the woods is treacherous. Do not be deceived into rushing in," Lin Ping urged, her voice carried faintly by the sea breeze as it reached Li Feng's ears. "As long as I breathe, I will remain your shadow, seeking the perfect moment to eliminate you, after which I shall indulge in Lin Ping at my leisure." Tong Meng continued to holler from his hiding place. "Concealing yourself in the woods is no testament to your prowess. If you are a man, step forth and face me in combat." Li Feng sought to provoke him into a solitary confrontation. "Ha! I shall not be deceived. My sole intention is to drive you to despair." Suddenly, a harrowing scream pierced the stillness of the forest as Tong Meng cried out in anguish. His cry was both mournful and agonizing. Upon hearing this wretched sound, Li Feng's complexion turned ashen, abruptly sensing an ominous threat. A shadow of death loomed ominously in the night sky. After Tong Meng's agonized scream, silence enveloped the surroundings. The air in the pitch-black forest was thick with the scent of blood. He must have fallen victim to some malevolent force. "Ah, Li Feng, come back quickly," Lin Ping exclaimed in alarm, her voice trembling with fear. She could envision some ferocious entity lurking within the woods, ruthlessly taking Tong Meng's life. "Aunt Lin, do not be afraid. Please, Do not stray from the fire's warmth. Armed with a wooden stick, Li Feng retreated, hastily turning away from the forest and racing back towards the fire. The despairing scream of Tong Ming echoed hauntingly in his mind. Li Feng, what manner of creature dwells in the woods? Tong Ming's cry was truly horrifying. Lin Ping stood by the fire, quaking in terror. Chapter 008. You are my woman, Li Feng. What is lurking in the forest? Lin Ping gazed anxiously toward the woods. The forest before her was eerily silent, an unsettling stillness enveloping the atmosphere. The harrowing scream of Tong Ming seemed to linger hauntingly in the air. I am uncertain of what prowls within the woods. Li Feng replied with a shake of his head. Could it be a wolf? Lin Ping inquired. That is highly improbable. Li Feng dismissed the notion. The potency of a wolf's attack is insufficient to instantly slay Tong Ming. Might it be a ferocious tiger? Lin Ping questioned again. If it were indeed a tiger, its roar would have echoed, and the forest would have stirred with commotion. Li Feng negated the possibility of a tiger as well. What on earth could it be? Lin Ping's heart raced with fear. It remains a mystery. This island is far too bizarre. Li Feng prayed for the swift arrival of a rescue team. This place is extraordinarily strange. That creature must be vicious and adept at hunting prey. After Tong Ming's scream, he had no time to call for help, nor any chance to struggle. As a sudden gust of wind swept through, the trees in the forest swayed ominously. Li Feng, this place is terrifying. Lin Ping hastily sought refuge in his embrace. Fear not, I shall protect you. Li Feng reassured her, holding her tightly. It is wonderful to have you here. Lin Ping felt a surge of happiness. Since the passing of her husband, she had not leaned on a man's shoulder for over a decade. Now, after so many years, being nestled in a man's arms once more, she felt warmth and security. She realized she, too, craved a man's care and protection. She was not as strong as she had imagined. Li Feng's hands encircled her waist. His lips brushed against her cheek. Lin Ping involuntarily let out a soft sigh. The sound was tender and gentle. Aunt Lin, Li Feng said, thank you for saving me. You must cherish and protect me from now on. Lin Ping's voice was urgent, filled with tension and shyness. Certainly, Li Feng nodded, slowly loosening his grip on her. No, Lin Ping exclaimed in fear. What if that creature lunged at us from the forest? We would be in grave danger. She worried that if they were to become intimate, they might be caught off guard and perish at the hands of the monster. She did not wish to be a fleeting couple. Aunt Lin, we are by the fire. Its flames are fierce, and the creature would not dare approach. Li Feng reassured her. All right, I will trust your judgment. You may proceed as you wish, Lin Ping acquiesced. Aunt Lin, your figure is truly splendid. Under the radiant moonlight, the distant sound of crashing waves resonated. The tide was tumultuous. After a considerable time, the two sat by the fire, disheveled. Li Feng, you are truly remarkable. I yield to no one but you. Aunt Lin felt an overwhelming sense of joy. She had once thought she was doomed after being stranded on this desolate island, but little did she expect to encounter a second man in her life. Aunt Lin, let us indulge in one more escapade. That would be unwise. Lin Ping rubbed her waist, feeling as if it might give way. After a gentle thump on her thigh, memories of her daughter, Lin Ting, and the other crew members flooded her mind. The tempest had arrived with shocking ferocity. Thousands were aboard the ship, all meeting their demise in the depths of the sea. Li Feng, will the rescue team come? Lin Ping inquired as she lay in his embrace. Given the gravity of the incident, it must have made international headlines. I estimate that the rescue team will arrive within 2 or 3 days. Li Feng also yearned for their swift arrival. Despite living a blissful life on the island, he worried about his parents' concern. He hoped that Tinger was safe. Wishing for the well-being of all, Lin Ping silently prayed. Aunt Lin, Tinger will be fine. She is blessed and will surely turn misfortune into fortune, Li Feng reassured her. There's a classic saying, women never truly grow up. Even at her age, having endured many hardships, encountering a man who captivated her made her feel like a delicate girl. Li Feng, thank you. It is truly wonderful to have you, Lin Ping beamed, her smile radiant and gentle. As the firelight illuminated her face, her stunning beauty and voluptuous figure radiated feminine charm. Li Feng, I wish to search for Tinger tomorrow, she expressed, longing to traverse the island in search of her daughter. She needed to see her alive or find her remains. Very well. I will accompany you in your search, Li Feng nodded. Thank you. You are my man. There is no need for such formality. Li Feng playfully admired her figure. Tong Meng has perished, and the lighter remains on him. Without it, starting a fire will be quite troublesome. Lin Ping recalled the waterproof and windproof lighter. Though not valuable, it was essential on the island. If they could find his body, they would retrieve that lighter. Li Feng was equally determined to acquire it, as it was a survival necessity on the island. Li Feng, hold me tightly. I feel a bit scared. All right, he replied, embracing her firmly. They sat by the fire, entwined in sleep, the sound of the waves by the shore instilling a tranquil serenity. Time passed, and in a hazy half-sleep, Li Feng heard Lin Ping emitting faint sounds of discomfort. The sound seemed filled with anguish. Aunt Lin, what is wrong? He hurriedly sat up, touching her forehead. It was burning hot. Li Feng was startled. Lin Ping had developed a high fever. Aunt Lin, wake up, please. He gently shook her. She remained unresponsive, her fever severe. Aunt Lin, what is happening? He continued to shake her. Regret washed over him. He wished he had not engaged in those intimate moments with Lin Ping earlier. After being washed ashore, she had been physically exhausted and weakened, later succumbing to shock. Li Feng, I feel so unwell. I think I'm dying. She murmured, tears streaming down her face as she opened her eyes. Her head throbbed. Her entire body ached. She felt as if death was imminent. Aunt Lin, you will be all right. Please do not speak like that. Li Feng tenderly stroked her forehead, cradling her in his arms. I feel as though I cannot hold on much longer. I am dying. Please, promise me one thing. Lin Ping wept softly, tears streaming silently down her cheeks. As she faced the end of her life, she yearned to beseech Li Feng to fulfill a certain request. Chapter 009. Aunt Lin's Despair. Li Feng. I am at my wit's end. I feel as though I am on the brink of death. I implore you to promise me one thing. Lin Ping's head throbbed painfully. Her entire body ached, and she sensed her life ebbing away. Stranded on a desolate island and beset by illness, she felt utterly exhausted. Aunt Lin, what is it that you wish of me? Li Feng cradled her in his arms. If I should perish, I beseech you to help me find Ting, regardless of whether she lives or dies. I must know her fate. Tears streamed down Lin Ping's face as she lay in Li Feng's embrace. She yearned to find her daughter, alive or dead. Aunt Lin, you shall not succumb. I promise to help you search for Lin Ting. Li Feng ressusciter. Thank you. Thank you, Li Feng. In moments of impending death, one clings fiercely to life. Lin Ping did not wish to die. She longed to survive. You will be safe. I shall not allow you to leave me. Witnessing her suffering, Li Feng felt a deep sorrow within himself. Li Feng, the only worry I have is for you. If I were to die, what would become of you, left alone and desolate? Lin Ping's compassionate heart ached at the thought of her passing, leaving Li Feng as the sole survivor on the island. In such a wretched place, solitude could lead to despair. The notion of facing the vast ocean alone, enduring the endless night, was unfathomable. Aunt Lin, I will ensure your safety. I will not let you perish. Li Feng was deeply touched by her concern for him. I truly cannot hold on any longer, Li Feng. You must take care of yourself and strive to live. Lin Ping's voice was faint, intermittent, and devoid of strength. Aunt Lin, seeing her fall silent. Li Feng called out anxiously. Lin Ping lay motionless in his arms, as if lifeless. Aunt Lin, in a panic, Li Feng gently stroked her forehead and limbs. Her hands and feet burned with fever, and her forehead felt scorching hot. It was likely her temperature had soared to 40 degrees Celsius. Born in a remote village, Li Feng hailed from a lineage of martial artists. In his youth, he learned medicine and martial arts from his grandfather. Thus, based on his experience, he could ascertain that Lin Ping's high fever was perilously high. Aunt Lin lay in a state of unconsciousness, her body frail. Without prompt treatment to reduce her fever, there was a grave risk of severe brain damage. Aunt Lin, the rhythmic sound of crashing waves echoed on the shore. Li Feng, holding Lin Ping, called out urgently, yet she remained unresponsive, as if dead. Aunt Lin, I will not let you die. I am determined to save you. Li Feng glanced at the sky, observing the moon gradually descending. It was approximately 2 in the morning, with several hours until dawn. Lin Ping's condition was dire. She could not last much longer. Aunt Lin, I shall seek out medicinal herbs for you. Li Feng resolved to venture into the forest in search of remedies to revive Lin Ping. He gathered several large stones, stacking them to create a barrier against the fire, ensuring that Lin Ping would not be harmed by the flames during her unconsciousness. The roaring fire would also serve to ward off any wild beasts. Even if he were to leave the warmth of the fire, Lin Ping would remain safe for the time being. Aunt Lin, I shall venture forth to procure some herbs for you. Await my return. After planting a gentle kiss upon her forehead, Li Feng swiftly grasped the torch and departed with purpose. He was bound for the forest in search of medicinal plants. Upon reaching the edge of the thicket, he cast a backward glance at the bonfire, which shone brightly, yet seemed forlorn in the enveloping darkness. Just moments prior, Tong Meng had fled from this very spot into the woods, only to meet a horrific fate at the hands of a monstrous creature. With a torch in one hand and a sturdy stick in the other, Li Feng inhaled deeply, summoning his courage to step into the depths of the forest, hoping to evade any peril. As he ventured further, the vibrant flames of the bonfire appeared to bid him farewell from a distance. A chill suddenly coursed through him, causing him to shiver. The cold was palpable, revealing the true dangers lurking within the woods. The torch illuminated the surrounding vegetation, casting deep shadows around him. Li Feng diligently searched for medicinal herbs, knowing that many could alleviate high fevers. The trees in this forest were peculiar, with gnarled roots and twisted trunks. Were it not for his desire to save Lin Ping, he would never dare tread into such a perilous realm. Suddenly, a metallic scent invaded his senses, the unmistakable odor of blood. The sight of Tong Meng's demise lay nearby. The blood had yet to dry, leaving a lingering stench. Driven by instinct, Li Feng followed the trail of blood, hoping to find the lighter that had belonged to Tong Meng. Without it, kindling a fire on the island would prove to be quite troublesome. After passing several colossal trees, he stumbled upon a lifeless body propped against a rock, its eyes wide open in eternal shock. It was Tong Meng, whose eyes remained unnaturally fixed, staring into the abyss. Even Li Feng, known for his bravery, felt a chill run down his spine at the sight. To encounter a corpse in the dead of night, with its lifeless gaze directed at him, was a disconcerting and frightful experience. Damn it, you wretch! Even in death, you dare to stare at me? Li Feng exclaimed, his voice rising with anger. During his time in the countryside with his grandfather, he had been advised that if startled while traversing dark roads at night, one should not succumb to fear, but instead muster the courage to curse. For malevolent spirits, he was told, feared the wrath of the living. Though Li Feng harbored skepticism towards superstition, he preferred to err on the side of caution. Damn it, you beast! I feared you in life. Yet now that you are dead, you dare to glare at me? I shall be the end of your entire kin. With a surge of bravado, he approached the corpse, and to his relief, the oppressive atmosphere dissipated as his anger grew. Reaching Tong Meng's side, he observed a gaping wound in the area of his heart, inflicted by an unknown assailant. The creature that had attacked Tong Meng was formidable indeed, capable of piercing his heart in a single blow. Strangely, aside from the heart's wound, there were no other injuries on his body, suggesting the presence of a vicious beast on this island. What manner of creature could possess such ferocity? Li Feng raised his torch to survey his surroundings, ensuring that the area was devoid of immediate danger before hastily searching the body, retrieving the lighter from Tong Meng's pocket. Regardless of your demise, this object holds no value for you. It would be far more commendable to do something beneficial for me, with the hope that in your next life, you may be reborn as a virtuous individual. Li Feng tucked the lighter into his back pocket and picked up some dry twigs nearby to fashion a new torch. The newly crafted torch blazed with a brighter flame. He had no time to bury Tong Meng's corpse and felt no inclination to do so for such a wretched creature. As Li Feng turned to leave, he suddenly heard a rustling sound behind him. What could it be? Upon hastily glancing back, he was astonished to see Tong Meng's corpse beginning to move. Good heavens! Could it be rising from the dead? The sight of the creature's body stirring sent chills down Li Feng's spine. Was this beast transforming into a zombie, defying the natural order? Such a notion was absurd. Zombies did not exist, nor could the dead rise again. Just as he pondered this, Tong Ming's corpse lunged forward. Startled, Li Feng gasped at the sudden motion. Could it be that he was witnessing a ghostly apparition? Chapter 10. From now on, I am your husband by God. Even if you were to rise from the dead and transform into a zombie, I would still defeat you. After being startled, Li Feng recalled the words of his grandfather. He mustered his courage, maintaining a calm demeanor. He could hardly believe in the existence of zombies. Suddenly, an eerie sound emerged as Tong Ming's lifeless body collapsed to the ground. A large, dark head slowly rose, resembling a giant mushroom. The ominous figure loomed against the night sky, sending a chill down Li Feng's spine. As the creature lifted its head, revealing a portion of its body, Li Feng's heart sank. My goodness, what a massive snake! It turned out to be a king cobra, stretching an estimated 4 to 5 meters in length. The creature coiled its lower half while raising its upper body, fixating its menacing gaze upon Li Feng. As the man and the serpent locked eyes, an icy dread enveloped Li Feng. This beast was perilous and capable of ejecting venom. Even an elephant would succumb to its bite. By God, a king cobra exists within this forest. Li Feng raised his torch and cautiously retreated. As he stepped back, the king cobra advanced slowly towards him, a wave of terror washing over him. He would rather face a wolf than encounter such a creature. The serpent was likely defending its territory after recently laying eggs. Realizing the creature was closing in, Li Feng dared not engage in close combat for fear of being sprayed with venom. He bent down to pick up a small stone and swiftly flicked it. The stone flew through the air, striking the cobra's eye. Having trained under his grandfather, Li Feng was well-versed in various martial arts, which included the technique of flicking objects. In truth, this technique is not as mystical as it seems. With prolonged practice, an ordinary person can learn to slice a cucumber with a playing card. Upon being struck in the eye, the enormous snake writhed in agony, thrashing wildly in the grass. Snakes rely on their sense of smell to hunt rather than their vision. Their eyes are their most vulnerable point. After injuring the massive snake, Li Feng hurriedly vacated the area. Once he distanced himself from danger, he cautiously searched the jungle for medicinal herbs. Beneath a tree, he discovered a patch of buplurum and several other traditional medicinal plants. Excellent. I have finally found the herbs. Just as Li Feng prepared to approach, he suddenly heard a rustling above him. The chilling sound seemed to emanate from directly overhead. Having honed his skills through years of practice, his hearing was exceptionally acute. Even the slightest rustle would not escape his notice. Looking up, he spotted a vividly colored venomous snake coiled around the treetop. By God, where do all these snakes come from? With determination, Li Feng flicked another stone, striking the small snake on the head. Measuring less than half a meter, it was no match for him. Upon being hit, the snake plummeted from the tree, its head severely deformed. This is the fate that befalls those who dare to threaten me. After dispatching the snake, Li Feng cautiously approached the base of the tree. Ensuring no venomous serpents lurked nearby, he quickly harvested the medicinal herbs. With these remedies, Aunt Lin's high fever would surely subside. He carefully picked up the herbs and cautiously departed the forest. Upon emerging from the primal jungle and arriving at the beach, he spotted a fire pit in the distance, and a sigh of relief escaped his lips. During his time in the forest, tension had gripped him tightly, leaving him on edge. Now, having escaped the peril, he exhaled deeply. The fire pit flickered brightly not far away. Casting aside his torch, he hastened towards the flames, anxious for Lin Ping's safety. Upon reaching the fire, he found Lin Ping still unconscious. Aunt Lin, I have found the herbs, he murmured, kneeling beside her and gently stroking her forehead. She was still burning with fever, her condition unrelenting. Aunt Lin, please hold on a little longer. I will prepare the medicine for you. After kissing her softly, he set about concocting the remedy using coconut water. In the dead of night, fresh water was scarce, so he resorted to the coconut juice for brewing. The shell of a coconut served as a makeshift pot. He crafted a circular vessel from paper to hold water, ensuring it would not catch fire. Utilizing 3 stones, he fashioned a simple stove and placed half of the coconut shell atop it to brew the herbs. Once he had completed this task, he settled beside the fire to rest. Gazing at the bright moon and the vast, endless sea before him, he felt a wave of confusion wash over him. He hoped the rescue team would arrive soon. The island was lacking in clothing and food, and without medicine, survival would be a daunting challenge. Sighing heavily, he sat by the fire, feeling the weight of loneliness as Lin Ping remained in her stupor, leaving him without anyone to converse with. The thought of her demise filled him with dread. He could not fathom being the sole survivor on the island, for such profound solitude would gradually consume him. After the herbal concoction cooled slightly, he cradled Lin Ping in his arms. "Aunt Lin, the medicine is ready. Please drink it." He yearned for her to open her eyes and take the remedy. Yet, her eyes remained shut, her jaw clenched tightly. Realizing she could not swallow the medicine, he first took the herbal mixture into his mouth and then, mouth to mouth, administered it to her. After a prolonged period of effort, he lay beside Lin Ping, seeking rest. Though he dared not close his eyes, the night was perilous, and he needed to keep watch. The sound of crashing waves enveloped him as he lay next to Lin Ping, listening to the eternal rhythm of the sea, the dark expanse of the primordial forest, the boundless ocean, and the luminous moonlight melded together to create a beautiful and tranquil tableau. This scene was truly exquisite. Suddenly, as he was enveloped in solitude, he heard Lin Ping, in a dazed state, calling out for her husband. "Aunt Lin, what is it?" He tenderly touched her forehead, which no longer burned with fever. Her high temperature had subsided. "Husband, I am so tired and weary on my own. How could you abandon us?" Lin Ping babbled, her words tinged with confusion. After her husband's untimely death a decade ago, she had endured her struggles alone, raising her daughter with great hardship. She put on a brave facade in front of others, yet each night she battled profound loneliness. As a normal woman, she had her own emotional needs. "Husband, I miss you so much. I long for you." Lin Ping clung tightly to Li Feng. "Aunt Lin, I am not your—" he began but hesitated, coming to an understanding. In her delirium, she had mistaken him for her husband. However, once the two engaged in the consummation of their marriage, he could indeed be regarded as Lin Ping's husband. "Darling, I miss you so much. Please hold me." Quickly, Lin Ping took the initiative to embrace Li Feng, fervently kissing him. "From now on, I shall be your man, your husband, devoted to caring for and protecting you." Li Feng reciprocated her affection, enveloping her in his arms. Beneath the luminous moon, the two were inseparable, their passion and solitude melding seamlessly into the enchanting nightscape, while the resounding waves drowned out Lin Ping's joyous laughter. Chapter 011. Weep, let your heart pour forth, my dear husband. It is truly a blessing to have you back. Life shall be less burdensome henceforth. After the tempest of emotions, Lin Ping succumbed to slumber once more. For the past decade, she had yearned for her spouse. Observing her peaceful yet weary countenance, Li Feng ganti karesit herchik. Rest assured, I shall care for you diligently from now on, ensuring you never feel weary again. He did not seek eternity, only to cherish what once was. Engaging with those who yield no resolution brings solace, for the encounter itself is a stroke of fortune. Why seek further? The tumultuous waves crashed against the sandy shore with a resounding roar. As Lin Ping drifted into a contented sleep, Li Feng vigilantly kept watch throughout the interminable night, afraid to succumb to slumber himself, lest they fall prey to lurking beasts. Suddenly, the pangs of hunger struck him after exhausting his strength. He resolved to endure until dawn to seek sustenance. Unbeknownst to him, the horizon began to brighten. Morning arrived, heralded by a fiery sun slowly ascending from the distant sea. The morning glow, the radiant sun, and the boundless ocean intertwined in breathtaking beauty. What a splendid sight, he mused. Just as he admired the sunrise, Lin Ping awoke and embraced him. "Aunt Lin, you are awake?" Li Feng inquired. "Ah, you're not my husband," Lin Ping exclaimed suddenly, shaken from her stupor. The fever she had endured the previous night left her disoriented, leading her to believe her spouse had survived. "Aunt Lin, have you recovered from your fever?" Li Feng tactfully redirected the conversation, brushing his fingers against her forehead. I thought." Lin Ping knelt, her hands covering her face as she wept. She had convinced herself that her husband's demise was merely a dream, only to awaken to the harsh truth. "Aunt Lin, please do not cry. I am sorry for what transpired in your delirium last night. Li Feng felt at a loss for words, grappling with a sense of guilt. It is all right. I do not blame you. When I was lucid, I gave you what I could. I do not mind the repetition. I merely feel an overwhelming sadness. Lin Ping sobbed, her heart breaking under the weight of years of unvoiced sorrow and grievances. Aunt Lin, I cannot promise you eternity, but as long as we are together, I will be your unwavering support. Li Feng enveloped her in his embrace, allowing her to weep freely. Cry, let it all out, release the burdens of these years. He comforted her. After weeping for what felt like an eternity, Lin Ping wiped her tears and tidied her hair. You little rascal, what are you staring at? She feigned annoyance upon noticing Li Feng's gaze. Aunt Lin, just moments ago you wept inconsolably, and now you seem like a different person, he remarked with curiosity, astonished by her swift transformation. Foolish boy. Your Aunt Lin, have weathered many storms. I am not so fragile. Lin Ping smiled serenely, her beauty illuminated in that moment. Indeed, I have endured much. I am not so easily broken, Li Feng affirmed, his admiration evident. Aside from never having experienced a man, I have endured every hardship. Lin Ping speaks the truth. She has been married only once, having known only Li Feng. Compared to many women, Lin Ping is akin to a saint. Li Feng, congratulations to you, and to me as well. Lin Ping extended her hand, gently and graciously inviting him to shake hands. Congratulations for what? Li Feng inquired. Congratulations that we are both still alive and that we survived the night, Lin Ping replied. Haha, indeed, congratulations that we are still alive. Li Feng smiled as he shook her hand. How is it that there are medicinal herbs here? Lin Ping wondered, noticing the herbs on the ground. It is barely dawn. How could there be herbs? You had a severe fever last night, and I feared for your safety, so I ventured into the woods to find some herbs. Li Feng explained. You actually went into the woods to find herbs last night? Lin Ping exclaimed, astonished. Yes, Li Feng nodded. You fool. Tong Ming died in the woods last night. How could you take such a risk? Lin Ping scolded him for his recklessness. I took the risk because your condition was critical. Did you encounter any danger? Lin Ping anxiously inspected him, worried for his safety. The forest is indeed perilous. I faced some crises, but fortune smiled upon me. Not only did I avert danger, but I also found the herbs to treat you. Remembering the dangers he faced in the woods, Li Feng felt a shiver of fear. You fool, was it worth it to risk yourself for me? Lin Ping was deeply touched, never expecting that this man would venture into danger for her sake. You are my woman. It is my duty to protect you. It is only natural that I would brave risks for you, Li Feng asserted. Thank you. From now on, you are my man. Lin Ping moved, embraced him, and said, Whatever you wish to do with me from now on, I willingly accept. You are truly my man now. Although she had been intimate with Li Feng the previous night, the first time was merely for survival and emotional connection, while the second time was a mistaken belief that Li Feng was her husband. However, from this moment on, she was entirely willing. Aunt Lin, you're squeezing me too tightly. Li Feng gasped as her embrace felt like a mountain pressing down on him. Fool, you're reaping the benefits while still complaining. Countless men would wish to be embraced by me, yet I do not covet such attention. With a playful peck, Lin Ping gazed at him lovingly. Aunt Lin, dawn has arrived. Today we must search for fresh water and food. Without these essentials, our survival will be arduous. Li Feng prepared to seek out sustenance. All right, husband, I will follow your lead. Lin Ping tenderly called him husband. Chapter 012. The Adventure into the Forest. Li Feng. I am famished. As dawn broke, Lin Ping felt an overwhelming hunger, her stomach pressed painfully against her back. After a night without sustenance and their vigorous escapades the previous evening, their energy had been severely depleted. Aunt Lin, let's first scour the beach for any items, and then venture into the forest in search of water and food. Li Feng cast his gaze upon the sandy shore, where tumultuous waves crashed fervently against the coastline. What could we possibly find on the beach? Lin Ping inquired. Following the mishap with the cruise ship, it is conceivable that some belongings might have been washed ashore. We should tempt fate. Very well, I shall follow your lead. Lin Ping acquiesced to Li Feng's suggestion. As they traversed the shoreline, they searched diligently for half a day, but yielded nothing. Li Feng, it appears that no items from the cruise have been washed ashore. We should not squander any more time. Let us devise an alternative plan. Lin Ping rubbed her stomach, which ached with hunger. There's nothing on the beach. We must seek food in the forest. Li Feng resolved to enter the woods. Without a fishing net, catching fish by the seaside proved arduous, and seafood is hardly satiating. When one is parched, seafood can induce a nauseating sensation. However, the forest harbors its own dangers. Last night, Tong Ming had met a grim fate at the hands of a monstrous creature, leaving Lin Ping apprehensive about encountering peril within the woods. Now that it is daylight, the forest should be less treacherous, Li Feng remarked, surveying the primeval woodland. The island was expansive and shrouded in mystery, its dense, dark trees stretching endlessly into the horizon. The vast expanse of the forest loomed like an ominous sea, imparting a profound sense of oppression. My dear, I shall heed your guidance. Wherever you choose to go, I will follow, Lin Ping declared. You are quite obedient, I must say, Li Feng noted, surprised by her newfound docility. There is a saying, when one marries a chicken, one follows the chicken. When one marries a dog, one follows the dog. Lin Ping smiled coyly. Ah, so you dare to imply that I am akin to a chicken or a dog? Li Feng teased, playfully striking out at her. Careful now, you rascal. Lin Ping shot him a playful glare. What if you squash me? As they approached the edge of the ancient forest, a gust of wind swept through, causing the trees to sway and leaves to cascade down like confetti. BRR, it's quite chilly, Lin Ping said, wrapping her arms around herself and shivering. This eerie wind feels so cold. If you are cold, you ought to put on something warmer, Li Feng insisted, shedding his outer garment and draping it over her shoulders. I'm fine. Do not remove your clothing. If you catch a cold, I will be unable to care for you. I would rather endure the illness myself than see you suffer, Lin Ping insisted, resolutely refusing to wear the garment. If she fell ill, Li Feng could still tend to her, but if he were to succumb to sickness, she could not confront the dangers of the island alone. I have trained rigorously since childhood. I am robust and will not fall ill. Li Feng offered her another layer of clothing. My dear, thank you. You are so kind to me. Lin Ping, touched, rose on her toes to plant a gentle kiss on Li Feng's forehead. Since I am so good to you, how shall you repay me tonight? Li Feng Desa. Tonight, you may indulge yourself as you wish. Whatever schemes you desire, they shall be yours, Lin Ping replied playfully. After experiencing warmth and love, Lin Ping felt a profound sense of joy and happiness. She willingly yearned to devote herself to this man, never once considering that she might love another in this lifetime. Her love was so deep that she was prepared to offer her body and everything she had. I do not seek your tricks. I only desire your true skills, Li Feng smiled and said. Lin Ping rolled her eyes at him. Though I have weathered many storms, I am not as adept as you young ones when it comes to such matters. As they entered the forest, laughing and chatting, Li Feng handed her a stick. The forest is treacherous, with venomous snakes and insects lurking everywhere. Holding the stick will ensure your safety. It can startle snakes and serve as a cane to conserve your energy. Thank you, my dear boyfriend. You are truly considerate. Here, as a reward for you, Lin Ping said playfully, leaning in to plant a kiss on Li Feng's cheek. I'm so fortunate to have you. Li Feng felt warmth blossom in his heart. Fool, I am even more fortunate with you by my side. Lin Ping replied with a heartfelt smile. Stay close to me. The forest is fraught with danger. Li Feng cautioned as they ventured deeper, insisting she must not stray from his side. Silly, even without your reminder. I would not wander away unless you were to chase me off, Lin Ping replied, playfully tapping the surrounding grass as they walked, ensuring no snakes were hidden within the underbrush. The forest was lush, with towering trees and sprawling roots. Ferns and moss carpeted the ground in layers, creating a perilous environment where many venomous snakes sought refuge. Upon entering the forest, Li Feng stumbled upon a wild fruit. This is a wild goat milk fruit, rarely seen in the city, but more common in rural areas. After plucking one and tasting it, he found it rather tart. It's quite small and only serves to stave off hunger. Can we eat it? Lin Ping licked her lips, her hunger becoming unbearable. Yes, but it won't fill us up, Li Feng replied, gathering several for her. My stomach is quite uncomfortable, Lin Ping said, looking pitiful. After consuming some of the wild goat milk fruit, their stomachs felt less distressed. Aunt Lin, we must continue deeper into the forest to find a water source and food, Li Feng urged, pressing onward. Without fresh water and sustenance, they could not endure for long. The forest was filled with towering ancient trees, making it challenging to locate water. Lin Ping scanned her surroundings, feeling disoriented by the dense foliage. In such a lush jungle, finding a water source is exceedingly difficult. Water flows downhill. We should seek the base of the mountain or lower ground to discover it. Li Feng recalled the survival skills he learned from his grandfather during their mountain excursions. You are so clever. I am grateful to have you. Otherwise, I would have perished countless times. Lin Ping admired him. Suddenly, as they ventured deeper into the jungle, they heard a commotion ahead, accompanied by ominous growls. Be careful. There is danger, Li Feng exclaimed, hastily shielding Lin Ping behind him. Li Feng, you must also be vigilant and not solely focus on me. Lin Ping did not wish to hinder him or become a burden. She gripped the wooden stick, adopting a stance of readiness for battle. However, as the noise grew increasingly louder, a sense of panic enveloped her, and her body tensed. Aunt Lin, please do not be anxious. I will protect you, Li Feng reassured her upon noticing her pale complexion. Just then, another roar echoed, and a shadow darted forth with remarkable speed, akin to a gust of wind. Ah, Li Feng, be careful, there is danger, Lin Ping shouted anxiously as the shadow emerged. Chapter 013. The man is fierce. A shadow darted forth from the thicket, charging toward the two like a small tank. To their astonishment, it was a wild boar, weighing an estimated 200 to 300 pounds. The creature was adorned with numerous crimson stains, indicating it had sustained injuries from an attack and was now fleeing in terror. Move aside, Li Feng shouted, hastily pushing Lin Ping out of harm's way. The beast's tusks could inflict severe damage if they were to strike her. Lin Ping tumbled into the grass, her face pressed against the ground, landing in a most undignified manner. Having missed its target, the boar pivoted and charged at Li Feng, its ivory tusks glistening ominously. If they were to pierce flesh, they would surely leave gaping wounds. Li Feng sprang into action, executing a swift aerial roll before bringing his staff down with force. Thud! The blow landed on the boar's back, but the impact was insufficient to lethally wound it. Regrettably, he was unarmed with any blades. The boar let out a pained roar, its spine struck, and in a frenzy, it dashed toward the thicket, intent on attacking Lin Ping. It seemed to embody the adage that one preys on the weak, for it had evidently identified Lin Ping as the more vulnerable target. Aunt Lin, be careful, Li Feng called out, prompting Lin Ping to scramble to her feet. Oh no, it's coming for me, she cried in panic. Dear boar, please. Let us talk this over calmly. As she regained her footing, she turned to flee, fearful of being gored by those menacing tusks. The wild boar, in a fit of rage, charged after her with relentless speed, seemingly unwilling to relent until it could make contact. Li Feng, help me. This boar wants to kill me. Lin Ping's legs trembled with fear. The wild boar, raised in the wild, was filled with primal ferocity. Once enraged, its combat prowess surpassed that of a gray wolf. Do not fear, Aunt Lin, I shall save you, Li Feng declared, propelling himself forward as Lin Ping was about to be overtaken. He leaped from the side, executing a powerful double kick to the boar's abdomen. Struck from the side, the boar flipped onto the ground. The force of the blow caused Li Feng to be propelled backward. After rolling onto the ground, he gracefully regained his footing in a fluid motion. As the boar scrambled back to its feet, Lin Ping dashed to the safety of a nearby tree. Yet the creature was still intent on its attack. Aunt Lin, climb the tree, Li Feng urged frantically, urging her to ascend. Is this beast truly so brazen? It dares to pursue me, Lin Ping exclaimed, discarding her staff in her haste to climb. As the boar attempted to follow, Li Feng struck its leg with his staff, roaring in pain. The beast became even more frenzied, quickly pivoting to confront Li Feng. Without a sword, he hesitated to engage directly, aware of the peril should he be gored by those tusks on this island. Oh dear! Suddenly, amidst the struggle, a shrill scream pierced the air. He turned back and saw Lin Ping climbing the tree when, suddenly, a branch snapped and her neck became ensnared in a vine, swinging like a pendulum. The great tree was adorned with numerous parasitic vines. As her body plummeted, her neck was caught perfectly in the vine, leaving her to dangle in midair. Her face flushed crimson, her eyes bulging, and her tongue protruding. Was she attempting to hang herself? Aunt Lin, why would you do this? Li Feng rushed forward to save her. She was the only woman on the island. What would he do if she perished? The wild boar relentlessly pursued him. Although it had short legs, it ran with alarming speed. Upon reaching the tree, Li Feng swiftly leapt 2 meters high, grasping a thick branch and using abdominal strength to hook his legs onto the treetop. Hanging upside down, he quickly hoisted Lin Ping up into the tree. Cough, cough, cough. Lin Ping coughed violently. She had nearly choked to death. Aunt Lin, are you all right? Why would you contemplate such a drastic act? He patted her chest to allow her to breathe. You fool, you're supposed to pat my back, not my front. After catching her breath, tears streamed down her face. She had narrowly escaped death, almost hanging from the tree. I apologize, I forgot, Li Feng admitted, though he understood the basic principles of first aid. Were you hoping to take advantage of me while I still had breath? Lin Ping inquired. Are you okay? Li Feng worried for her well-being. I won't die, but I nearly did, she replied, making an effort to take deep breaths. Her neck had inadvertently become ensnared in the vine, nearly leading to her demise. I'm relieved you're fine. Just be more cautious next time. I never want to experience such a situation again. After catching her breath, the wild boar violently rammed into the tree. Enraged after being attacked by other beasts, it sought to take its anger out on the two of them. Aunt Lin, hold onto the tree trunk tightly. I'm going down to confront this boar. We shall feast on pork today. With that, Li Feng leaped down from the tall tree. Be careful. This boar is extremely ferocious. Don't get hurt. Lin Ping urged anxiously, concerned for his safety. Just as Wu Song battled the tiger in ancient times. Today it is I, Li Feng, who will take down the boar. Watch how I vanquish it. Once on the ground, he prepared to unleash his strength. Free from the distraction of protecting Lin Ping, he could now focus entirely on the wild boar. As the beast charged at him, Li Feng sprang into action, channeling all his might and the force of gravity into a wooden stick, striking the boar on the head. With a resounding thud, the stick shattered upon impact. Dazed from the blow, the wild boar spun in circles, disoriented. Li Feng discarded the broken stick and rushed forward, pinning the creature to the ground. Mounting the boar, he picked up a stone and began to rain down violent blows to its head. The ground trembled with each resounding smash. The boar struggled beneath him but could not rise. Its head was crushed. Wow, you are incredibly fierce. As Li Feng subdued the wild boar, Lin Ping felt a mixture of admiration and fear. This man was undeniably ferocious. If he were to pin her down like that wild boar, she would surely find herself helpless. After struggling for a while, the boar succumbed completely. How dare one entertain thoughts against my woman? Such is the consequence. Li Feng delivered a kick to the lifeless creature. Darling, you are incredible. I truly admire you, Lin Ping exclaimed, her respect for him deepening upon witnessing the defeated beast. Women are inherently drawn to strength. Every woman finds solace in a powerful figure. She was utterly captivated by Li Feng, willing to submit to his prowess. Aunt Lin, we shall feast on pork today, Li Feng declared as he lifted her down from the tree, leading them back to the carcass. Look at all these claw marks on the pig, Lin Ping observed, crouching down to examine the wounds meticulously. Li Feng, too, yearned to unravel the mystery of what beast had inflicted such injuries upon the wild boar. The marks were peculiar, suggesting an unknown creature had attacked it. Darling, we lack tools. How shall we process this wild boar? Lin Ping inquired. Where there is a will, there is a way. As long as we have the meat, we need not worry about finding a solution, Li Feng replied, unperturbed by the task at hand. His primary concern lay in the potential presence of the creature that had injured the boar. Should that beast appear unexpectedly, both of them would be in grave danger. Chapter 014. Rescuing another beauty, Li Feng aspired to emulate primitive man, using sharp stones to carve up pork. However, locating slender stones proved to be a daunting task. As he searched for suitable rocks, he was suddenly startled by what seemed to be a cry for help emanating from the jungle. The sound was faint, intermittent, and distinctly feminine. Without a kitchen knife, how am I to prepare the pork? Bundarat Li Fem. Lin Ping was famished. She yearned for the meat. Aunt Lin, do not speak, he urged, straining to discern the source of the sound. What is it? Lin Ping, fearing yet another threat, inquired. I believe I hear a woman calling for help, Li Feng affirmed, having indeed caught the sound. Yet it was distant, carried away by the breeze that rustled through the foliage. The cries for help were sporadic, appearing and vanishing like a fleeting whisper. Foolish child, in this desolate wilderness, how could a woman be in distress? Have you gone mad? Lin Ping scoffed, for she too was a woman, capable of fulfilling all of Li Feng's desires. It was no wonder that people remarked men are often enamored with novelty and fail to cherish what they possess. Her suspicions were confirmed. She feared that once Li Feng had her, he would seek other women. Aunt Lin, I truly heard someone calling for help, Li Feng insisted, rising abruptly. Despite the muted cries, blown about by the wind, his keen hearing discerned the urgency. Was there truly someone in peril? Witnessing Li Feng's earnestness, Lin Ping's anxiety heightened. She hoped, perhaps, that the voice belonged to her daughter. Aunt Lin, come quickly, Li Feng urged, grasping her hand as they dashed into the woods. After sprinting several dozen meters, the cries became clearer. Help! Help! The voice was melodious and captivating, evoking the image of a strikingly beautiful woman. Li Feng, there is indeed someone in distress. Lin Ping felt a mix of joy and disappointment upon hearing the cries. Joyful that there were other survivors, yet disheartened that it was not her daughter, Lin Ting. Aunt Lin, someone is in danger. We must hurry to their aid, Li Feng exclaimed, brandishing a wooden stick as he rushed forward, with Lin Ping hastily trailing behind. Their urgency mirrored that of firefighters racing to extinguish flames. Lin Ping's long legs propelled her swiftly through the underbrush, her movements a tempest of grace and power. Li Feng, driven by the imperative to rescue, paid no heed to potential dangers ahead. After charging for 100 meters, he beheld a massive serpent relentlessly pursuing a young woman. The girl, in her early 20s, stood at a modest height of around 5 feet, her long, lustrous black hair cascading down her back. She possessed a delicate beauty, her features captivating. Bo, Li Feng, there truly is someone, exclaimed Lin Ping, startled by the size of the snake. It was a python, evidently famished and intent on making a meal of its prey. Help! Help! Is anyone there? The girl cried desperately, fleeing with all her might. Yet, with her petite stature, she lacked the long legs necessary for swift escape. Instinctively, she called for help, aware that no one else was alive in the forest. The python relentlessly pursued from behind, its speed astonishing as it twisted and turned in a frenzied S shape. This formidable serpent measured approximately 5 to 6 meters in length and weighed at least 200 pounds, capable of swallowing a living being whole. Oh, mighty python, spare me. My flesh is not delectable. Turn your appetite towards rabbits or wild boars instead. The young girl pleaded as she desperately fled, urging the python to feast on lesser prey. The rabbits, caught in the fray, lay unsuspecting and innocent. O great serpent, I am still young, yet to be wed. Please grant me mercy, she cried, her voice tinged with desperation. This little girl, so adorably naive, dared to plead for her life from the python, which, devoid of compassion and understanding, continued its relentless chase. Suddenly, in her panic, she stumbled over a vine and fell to the ground. As the python closed in, fear paralyzed her, her legs weakened, rendering her unable to rise. In her moment of terror, she gasped, you Xiaoli am only 22 years old, still a university student, and have never known the touch of a man. Oh, heaven, I cannot accept such a fate. Her innocence was striking, lamenting her unfulfilled desires at the brink of death. Just as her heart's wishes hung in the balance, a voice pierced through her despair. Fear not, we have come to save you. It was Lin Ping, summoning her courage to rush forth despite her own fear of the python. Upon glancing up, Yu Xiaoli beheld a young and handsome man sprinting towards her. A man! Oh, how fortunate am I! Tears of gratitude streamed down her face, believing that fate had finally smiled upon her, poised to fulfill her deepest longing. As the python slithered closer, intent on ensnaring her. Li Feng's fierce roar echoed, "Beast, do not touch her." The python's most lethal maneuver was its constriction, a power so formidable that even an adult tiger would be crushed under its grip. For a delicate girl like Yu Xiaoli, entrapment would spell her demise within a mere minute. In his urgency to save her, Li Feng dashed forward, executing a swift and precise strike. With a calculated blow, he struck the python's eye. The serpent recoiled in agony, its massive body thrashing wildly as it writhed in pain. Lin Ping, gathering her courage, rushed to assist, but was struck by the python's flailing form. "Ah!" she cried out, tumbling to the ground, her weapon falling to the side. "Are you all right, Aunt Lin?" Li Feng asked anxiously as he saw her fall. "Iem mi fine." "Thankfully my size cushioned my fall," she replied, rising and brushing herself off, relieved that her stature had worked to her advantage. Enraged by its injury, the python lashed out, its enormous jaws snapping towards Yu Xiaoli. Its rows of fangs, sharp as the teeth of a wild beast, glinted ominously. "Oh, help me!" As the python opened its gaping maw to strike, Yu Xiaoli's face drained of color, terror gripping her heart. Although the python was non-venomous, those 2 rows of razor-sharp teeth could inflict grievous harm. A single bite could leave her maimed, if not dead. "Oh, dear python, please do not bite my face, nor my chest. Otherwise, I shall be reborn as a woman unwanted by anyone." Yu Xiaoli covered her face with her hands, weeping uncontrollably. In that critical moment, Li Feng charged forward, determined to confront the serpent. Only he could protect her from its grasp. He was resolute in his mission to vanquish the python. Chapter 15. The shy beauty as the serpent raised its head, preparing to strike at Yu Xiaoli's shoulder. Li Feng swung a wooden stick with considerable force. The impact was resounding, echoing through the air, with a strength akin to 1,000 pounds. The blow was sufficient to fell any creature, be it a python or a fierce tiger. After sustaining the strike, the serpent's skull shattered, and with a hiss, it turned and fled into the thicket. Li Feng did not pursue. After all, it was merely a python, and chasing it seemed futile. "Oh dear, do I have all my limbs intact?" Yu Xiaoli gasped as she sat on the ground, panting heavily from fear of the snake's bite. "Fear not, beautiful maiden. If you are concerned, I can assist in checking for any injuries," Li Feng offered. However, Yu Xiaoli hastily covered her chest, exclaiming, "No, I do not require your assistance. I was merely jesting. Are you unscathed?" Li Feng inquired. After a thorough self-examination, Yu Xiaoli reassured herself, "I am fine. And may I ask, what is your name?" "Thank you for rescuing me." She was astonished to discover that there were indeed other survivors on the island. With the sight of these 2, her anxiety began to dissipate. "I am Li Feng," he replied, while Lin Ping introduced herself as well. "Thank you, Li Gu and Lin Ai, for saving me." "I am Yu Xiaoli," she introduced herself, still somewhat shaken. "Xiaoli, are you also a survivor from the cruise ship?" Li Feng felt the question was somewhat redundant, as it was evident she had not descended from the heavens. "Yes, I too am a survivor from the cruise. I am a junior at Yenjing University. I had planned to travel abroad during the summer, but alas, the cruise encountered a storm." Yu Xiaoli recounted her ordeal, breathlessly revealing her backstory. It turned out she was a university student, a beauty at that, and Li Feng found himself quite taken with this charming lady. "Do not fear, you are safe now. Our meeting is fortuitous. We are kindred spirits, and we shall strive for survival together," Li Feng said gently, patting her back to help her catch her breath. "Thank you. It is truly a blessing to have met you," Yu Xiaoli responded, her breath still uneven. After being marooned on the island, she had thought herself utterly alone, and the encounter with these 2 compatriots brought her a great sense of relief. Had it not been for Lin Ping's presence, she might have felt apprehensive about Li Feng, fearing unwanted advances. "Xiaoli, have you encountered any other survivors?" Lin Ping asked, her concern for her daughter evident. "No." Yu Xiaoli shook her head. Had she met others, she would have surely banded with them for survival. Lin Ping felt a wave of disappointment wash over her as she gazed helplessly into the forest, her eyes searching for her daughter. "Li Gu Lin Ai, it is wonderful to have met you. I need not fear the night anymore," Yu Xiaoli said, patting her chest in an effort to calm her racing heart. The thought of hiding alone in the forest had been terrifying. "We are equally delighted to have found you," Li Feng replied, feeling buoyant. "There is strength in numbers." And with an additional companion, warmth and hope flourished. "However, there can only be more women. Xiaoli, do not be afraid. We shall survive together and look after one another." After a brief moment of despondency, Lin Ping regained her composure. "I am starving and parched. Do you have any water or food?" Yu Xiaoli gazed at the two with a look of pitiful longing. She was exhausted, thirsty, and famished. "We hunted a wild boar not far from here, but we have yet to find a freshwater source. Li Feng and his companions have food, but no water. The presence of a wild boar is splendid. I feel as though I might perish from hunger." Yu Xiaoli pressed her hands against her stomach, indicating her hunger. "Aunt Lin, let us first roast the wild boar meat, and once we have filled our stomachs, we shall seek out a water source." Li Feng too was hungry and desired to procure some boar meat. "After satisfying our hunger, we can search for fresh water. Without it, survival will be exceedingly difficult. Li Feng, let us first look for sharp stones, otherwise we will have no means to cut the boar meat." Lin Ping intended to search the vicinity for stones. "Very well." Just as Li Feng was preparing to act, Yu Xiaoli suddenly interjected. "I previously spotted an airplane in that forest over there. I intended to search for items within it, but a python emerged from the cabin unexpectedly." "What? You saw an airplane in the forest?" Li Feng expressed astonishment and disbelief. "How could there be an airplane in this forest?" "Xiaoli, you must be mistaken." Lin Ping also found it hard to believe that an airplane could be in the forest. "I am certain I did not miss-see. It was a World War II aircraft. I meant to search for items inside, but when that python appeared, I hurriedly turned to flee." As Yu Xiaoli recalled that moment, she felt a lingering tremor of fear. Had she not encountered Li Feng and the others, she would surely have met her demise at the hands of the python. "Are you certain you did not see wrong?" Li Feng inquired. "I'm a third-year college student. How could I possibly be mistaken? I can assert with confidence that it was a World War II aircraft from the Seaworm Nation." Yu Xiaoli replied with certainty. "Aunt Lin, since Xiaoli has seen it, there must indeed be one. Let us go and take a look." Li Feng was eager to see if he could find something useful within the airplane. If they could discover firearms or ammunition, it would greatly facilitate their survival on the island, allowing them to better confront various crises and dangers. "Very well. Let us proceed to investigate." Lin Ping, too, hoped to find something of use within the aircraft. "Xiaoli, how far is that place?" Li Feng asked. If it were a considerable distance, they would first procure the boar meat and, once satiated, seek out the airplane. "It is not far, merely a few hundred meters away," Yu Xiaoli replied. A distance of a few hundred meters was indeed quite close. "Aunt Lin, let's first search the airplane for supplies, and afterwards we can attend to our hunger." Li Feng was prepared to endure hunger for the time being, as it would not delay them significantly. Should they find useful items in the airplane, it would conserve much of their energy. "Very well, I shall follow your lead." Lin Ping was now wholly attentive to his suggestions. "Xiaoli, do you have any opinions?" Li Feng wished to hear her thoughts. "You are a man, and you saved my life. I shall defer to you." Yu Xiaoli expressed her agreement. "As you were pursued by the python, you cried out to the heavens about your lack of romantic experience and the absence of intimate encounters with men. Now that you have found a man, what are your thoughts?" Li Feng playfully assisted her. This young beauty appeared both innocent and charming, her figure alluringly voluptuous. Although she did not match Lin Ping in height or possess the fullness of Aunt Lin, she exuded a purer and more youthful aura. Did I ever utter such words? I seem to have forgotten," Yu Xiaoli said, her face flushed with shyness. During her school days, her close friends frequently teased her for never having been in a relationship, even questioning whether she was cold and merely pleasing to the eye. "Li Feng, the young beauty is shy. You should not incessantly tease her," Lin Ping remarked, a hint of jealousy in her tone. "Haha, I'm just joking with you," Li Feng replied with a smile, seeing her bashfulness. "A man may be flirtatious, yet he must not be lewd. Brotherly, I suspect that the large snake, after escaping, may have returned to the cabin. We must exercise caution." Yu Xiaoli warned them to be vigilant. If that python were to lie in wait within the cabin, ready to strike, the consequences could be severe and perilous. Even if it has returned to its lair, I shall venture forth to capture and slay it," Li Feng declared, thumping his chest with bravado. He was determined to confront the python in its den. Chapter 16. The airplane from decades ago after traversing a dense thicket. The trio arrived beneath a colossal tree. The trunk of this magnificent tree was so substantial that it would require the embrace of 2 or 3 adults holding hands to encircle it. Once a proud sentinel of nature, the tree now bore a hollow on its left side, while its right side flourished with lush foliage. Perched upon a branch on the left, a derelict aircraft lay strewn about, seemingly fused with the tree after colliding with its trunk. The plane was encrusted with moss. Its nose was severely deformed, yet the tail remained relatively intact. Several tree limbs had penetrated the fuselage and continued to grow skyward. The aircraft hung approximately 4 to 5 meters above the ground, its structure a chaotic assemblage, grotesquely contorted. Is that truly an airplane? Lin Ping mused, her curiosity piqued. But Yu Xiaoli hastily cautioned her to mind her safety. This resembles a plane from the wartime era of the Sea Worm Nation. How could such a beastly contraption find its way to this island? Li Feng pondered, his brow furrowed with confusion. They likely veered off course and inadvertently collided with the tree, Yu Xiaoli conjectured. Li Feng found her reasoning compelling. It was said that during the entirety of World War II, numerous aircraft had vanished without a trace. This plane must have strayed from its designated path, crashing into the great tree on the island. Li Feng, there may be useful items within that aircraft. Lin Ping fervently hoped to uncover something of value. I intended to climb inside to search for belongings, but a python unexpectedly slithered out from the cabin, nearly devouring me, Yu Xiaoli recounted, still trembling at the memory. Fortunately, fate had smiled upon her, leading her to Li Feng and Lin Ping. As the three engaged in idle chatter, a sudden hissing sound emanated from within the aircraft's cabin. It was the unmistakable noise of a python. Upon hearing it, Yu Xiaoli's complexion drained of color, and Lin Ping felt a chill run down her spine. The sound was eerie and deeply unsettling. The python has indeed returned, Lin Ping whispered. Li Feng, that enormous serpent has retreated into the cabin. We must devise a way to drive it out. She took a few steps back, anxious about the creature's presence, preventing them from searching for supplies. Fear not, I shall charge in and vanquish it, Li Feng declared, intent on scaling the tree to enter the cabin and confront the snake directly. Foolishness. The cabin space is limited. Do not take such risks, Lin Ping admonished, gripping his arm to deter him from his reckless plan. Brother Li, Aunt Lin is right. It is far too perilous inside the cabin. What if something were to happen to you? Yu Xiaoli echoed her concern, unwilling to see him endanger himself. Let us speak thoughtfully and avoid ill omens, Lin Ping urged, reminding them of the inauspicious nature of their words. Ah, perish the thought. Even if I were to meet my end, you would remain unharmed, Yu Xiaoli retorted, playfully tapping her lips in remorse. Why do you persist in speaking of such unfortunate matters? Choose a more auspicious phrase, Lin Ping suggested, prompting her to express something more fortuitous. We shall undoubtedly emerge victorious, Yu Xiaoli declared, clenching her fist in determination to conquer the serpent. Suddenly, the python's body protruded halfway out of the cabin, with its tail concealed within. The serpent, cold and menacing, fixed its gaze upon the three. A gust of wind swept through, leaving them shivering in its wake. The half-exposed body of the enormous snake was truly terrifying. Goodness, who do you think you're scaring by showing half your body? Li Feng, wielding a wooden stick, charged forward. You foolish child. That snake is towering above you. It's perilous to rush in. Lin Ping and Yu Xiaoli restrained him, preventing his reckless advance. The snake's elevated position was a significant disadvantage for Li Feng. It's merely a snake. I don't regard it as a threat, he stated confidently, for he genuinely believed he could handle the python. Fool, we can ignite a fire beneath the plane to drive it out with smoke. That would make it easier to deal with, Lin Ping suggested astutely, proposing a practical strategy. It's just a snake. There is no need for such complications, Li Feng retorted, finding the plan overly cumbersome. Li Ge, it's better to be cautious. I believe Aunt Lin's method is more prudent. For safety's sake, Yu Xiaoli urged Li Feng to reconsider. Both women were keen on preventing any unnecessary risk, even if the danger was minimal. All right, I will heed your advice. Noticing their concern for him, Li Feng acquiesced. After they gathered wood and tossed it below, Li Feng arranged damp branches atop, facilitating the smoke. The python remained coiled above, unwilling to depart. Once he ignited the fire, thick smoke billowed upwards, and the flames surged. The snake suddenly became agitated, writhing in distress. It was evidently frightened. Li Feng, the python is coming down. We must be cautious, Lin Ping warned, gripping their sticks tightly as they watched the massive serpent with trepidation. In the event that the creature descended and attacked, they wanted to be prepared. No worries. I'm here. That snake cannot harm you, Li Feng assured them, dismissing the python's threat, even if more were to appear. As the smoke and heat enveloped it, the python slithered down from its perch. With a thud, the creature fell several meters, resembling a mound of flesh upon impact. However, it did not assault the trio. Instead, it turned and fled. Li Feng, the python, is escaping. Lin Ping sighed in relief upon witnessing its retreat. It has some sense. Had it dared to attack us, I would have turned it into spicy strips for you to eat, Li Feng jested. Who could possibly eat such large spicy strips? Yu Xiaoli grimaced at the thought of consuming python-based snacks, preferring starvation over such a fate. Aunt Lin, Xiaoli, wait for me down here. I will go investigate, Li Feng declared as he prepared to search for supplies. All right, be careful, Lin Ping reminded him. Li Ge, I'm concerned there may be other small snakes inside. Please be cautious, Yu Xiaoli echoed her concern, urging him not to be careless. Yes, I will be vigilant. With a swift motion, Li Feng dashed forward, using the force of his run to propel himself against a nearby tree, leaping twice with agility until he adeptly landed at the cabin door. Wow, Li Ge, you are amazing, Yu Xiaoli exclaimed, her admiration evident as she clenched her tiny fists, gazing at him like a starry-eyed fan. Li Feng is a master of martial arts. He is truly formidable, Lin Ping praised. He is so handsome and youthful, with remarkable martial skills. Sooner or later, I shall have him at my feet. Yu Xiaoli seemed to be smitten. Her friends often commented on her aloofness, questioning her capabilities. She wished to prove herself to Li Feng. What did you just say? Lin Ping inquired. Ahem, I said nothing at all. If you heard something, it must surely be a misunderstanding. Yu Xiaoli quickly feigned seriousness. She prided herself on being a lady, keen on maintaining her image. Li Feng is exceptionally formidable. It would be wise not to provoke him, or you may find yourself regretting it, Lin Ping cautioned kindly. Recalling Li Feng's fierce prowess, she felt a wave of trepidation. Hee, I exclusively challenge the champions. If he is merely a bronze player, I wouldn't even bother, Yu Xiaoli chuckled. Goodness, you, a novice, aspire to challenge the elite? If you disregard my well-meaning advice, you will surely regret it, Lin Ping remarked, envisioning Yu Xiaoli's potential misfortune. However, even if she were to face dire consequences in the future, it would be of her own making. Aunt Lin, Xiaoli, I'm heading in now. Please wait for me outside and refrain from wandering. Li Feng instructed the two before entering the cabin. Chapter 17. A military blade. Upon entering the fuselage, Li Feng was struck by the disarray within. The aircraft bore the marks of time, its surface riddled with rust and decay. The partition between the cabin and the cockpit had collapsed, severely corroded. After decades of exposure to the elements, the plane had deteriorated into a state of utter ruin. As he stepped further inside, two skulls caught his eye, their empty sockets eerily fixed upon him. Startled, Li Feng gasped at the sight. The stark white skulls, with their hollow eye sockets, seemed to gaze intently at him. Nearby, a rusted helmet lay in disarray. These were the remains of soldiers from the Seaworm Nation. Damn you wretches, he muttered, you sought to invade my homeland in life, and now you wish to haunt me in death. After cursing them, he approached and unbuckled his belt, urinating upon the skulls. May this be your final demise, he scoffed. Though they had long since passed from this world, reduced to mere bones. While respect for the deceased is customary, these two were not human. They were akin to beasts. Consider yourselves fortunate. Now be gone. With a swift kick, he sent the skulls tumbling away. Suddenly, Lin Ping and her companion shrieked in terror. Aunt Lin, what troubles you? Li Feng inquired hastily. The skulls. They're terrifying, they exclaimed, shaken by the sight of the skulls rolling from the plane. Fear not, they are but the remnants of dogs. Posing no threat, he reassured them, initially concerned they were in danger, only to discover they were merely frightened by the skulls. Li Feng, is it safe inside the aircraft? Lin Ping's voice called from outside. It is secure. I shall search for items. Please wait for me below, he instructed, urging them to remain patient as he scoured the cabin for useful objects. Regrettably, everything within was in a state of decay, either rusted scrap metal or a heap of decomposed debris. Just as disappointment crept in as he prepared to exit, he spotted a leather satchel that resembled a briefcase. Though worn and tattered, upon opening it, he discovered a notebook inside. The cover was sturdy, yet the pages had yellowed significantly. As Li Feng flipped through the notebook, he found it filled with scripts he could not comprehend, all inscribed in an island dialect. However, Yu Xiaoli was likely familiar with such writing. He resolved to take the notebook with him. As he stood to leave, a chilling sight caught his eye. A headless skeleton on one side of the cabin, clutching a military blade in its bony embrace. The sight was unsettling. The skeletal figure devoid of a head, yet its skeletal hands gripped the weapon tightly. Delighted, Li Feng approached, hopeful that the blade was still functional. As he reached for it, the headless skeleton's bony claws held onto the weapon with unnatural tenacity. After struggling to dislodge it, he delivered a forceful kick to the skeleton's chest. You are deceased. What purpose does this broken blade serve you? It is better suited for my use. With a decisive snap, he broke the skeleton's grip and seized the military blade. Though its handle was rusted, he hoped fervently that the weapon would still prove useful. With a swift motion, Li Feng drew out the military dagger, his face radiating sheer ecstasy. The blade gleamed brilliantly, its sharpness undeniable, remarkably free of rust. It was likely crafted from specialized steel, treated for corrosion resistance. Measuring 3 feet in length, the dagger was exquisitely made. One side of the blade bore an inscription, yet he was unfamiliar with the island's script and could not decipher its meaning. Li Feng, have you discovered anything useful? Lin Ping inquired from beneath the tree. Ha! Aunt Lin, I bring good news. Li Feng exclaimed, brandishing the dagger with exuberance. You fool, what has caused you to smile so broadly? Lin Ping asked, curiosity piqued by his joyful laughter. I have found a military dagger, a 3-foot blade. Li Feng replied, demonstrating a few cool moves within the cabin. With his dagger at hand, he felt invincible, slicing through the air with wild gestures, though he humorously noted that he couldn't harm anyone. Wonderful. With this weapon for self-defense, our safety is greatly assured, Lin Ping remarked, her spirits lifted at the discovery of the dagger. Yay, this is my achievement, Yu Xiaoli exclaimed, dancing with delight. Li Feng, we are famished. If there's nothing else inside, please come out quickly. Lin Ping, weak from hunger, longed to return to cooking the wild boar meat. All right, I will be out shortly, Li Feng replied, clutching the dagger and a notebook as he approached the cabin door and leaped down from a few meters high. Wow, this dagger is truly remarkable, still shining and sharp. Lin Ping beamed upon seeing it. The blade bore the same inscription, yet she too could not recognize the island's characters. I know. Let me take a look, Yu Xiaoli said, taking the dagger to examine the writing. Granted by the Emperor, 1938, Aoki S. After deciphering the inscription, she realized the blade's historical significance. No wonder it had remained untarnished for decades. It was a commander's dagger bestowed by the Emperor, a symbol of status and power. The date marked the 2nd year of their full invasion of the mainland. Li Feng felt a surge of anger, wishing he could return to seek revenge upon the bones of the invaders, but hunger weighed heavily on him, and he preferred not to waste time. Once we leave this island, selling this commander's dagger could fetch a substantial sum, Lin Ping suggested. Bah, if we ever leave, I would rather use this dagger as a tool for carrying waste and sell it to them, Li Feng declared. Lin Ping chuckled softly, you little rascal. How infuriating it would be if you were to use that dagger for such a purpose after leaving the island. I intend to anger those despicable creatures, Li Feng retorted, though he truly valued the dagger for its utility. After all, it served both as a kitchen knife and a means of self-defense. With this knife in hand, our safety is significantly enhanced, Lin Ping remarked. Xiaoli, I have a notebook here filled with numerous writings. Could you take a look and see what it contains? Li Feng extended the notebook toward her. All right, I'll take a glance, but I am quite famished. Once I finish reading, let's feast on wild boar meat. Yu Shaoli replied, crouching down to ease her stomach. She then opened the yellowed notebook, which was in a state of severe decay, revealing only a few lines of text on the first page. Chapter 018. A life lost. The notebook, drenched by the rain, had severely deteriorated and turned yellow, with only a few lines of text visible on the first page. After reading it, Yu Shaoli cast the notebook aside. According to the records of Zhua Qingmu, after the plane crash, their party of 7 had 3 severely injured. How peculiar, Li Feng pondered. What's wrong? Lin Ping inquired. I only spotted 2 skulls in the cabin. If there were 7 of them, where did the other 5 go? The cabin contained only 2 skulls, which indicates that the other 5 must have survived. Who cares where they went? It's been 70 or 80 years. Even if those few beasts had survived back then, they must have perished long ago, Yu Shaoli replied. Indeed, that makes sense, Li Feng concurred, recognizing the passage of time. If they had not died initially, they would certainly be old or deceased by now. I'm so hungry. I feel like I'm starving, Lin Ping lamented, disinterested in the discussion. She crouched weakly on the ground, her hands clutching her abdomen. Let us hunt some wild boar for food. After we eat, we can search for a water source, Li Feng suggested. The 3 departed and soon found the wild boar they had seen earlier. Wow, what a massive boar! Yu Shaoli exclaimed, her face lighting up with joy. In truth, a wild boar weighing 200 to 300 pounds was not exceptionally large. Li Feng, this boar is enormous. It would be such a waste to let it rot. We must devise a way to preserve it, Lin Ping stated, mindful of the scarcity of food on the island. Let us fill our stomachs first, Li Feng replied, hoisting the boar over his shoulder as they made their way back to the beach. The temperature on the island fluctuated drastically between day and night, making it easy for the boar meat to spoil. While salt was abundant near the sea, it could not be consumed directly. Doing so would lead to poisoning. The process of filtering seawater was too cumbersome. Wow, Brother Li, you're incredibly strong. Yu Shaoli marveled as she watched him carry the 300-pound boar. You are truly a man among men. Nowadays, most men can only lift between 50 and 100 pounds. I have trained since childhood. My strength is beyond the ordinary. Li Feng replied modestly. That's impressive. If you can lift this wild boar, you could easily carry both of us as well, Yu Shaoli mused, imagining a scene where Li Feng hoisted her and Lin Ping onto his shoulders. The fire pit by the beach still glowed with embers. After dropping the boar to the ground, Li Feng took a sharp knife and began to carve the meat. Since we lack fresh water, let us use coconut water to cleanse the meat, Lin Ping suggested, wanting to ensure the pork was clean before grilling. No need, Li Feng said, skewering the meat onto wooden sticks. This is freshly killed boar. As long as the meat remains uncontaminated, it can be grilled directly without washing. This method enhances the flavor, preserving its natural essence. He sliced 3 pieces of lean meat from the back leg of the boar, providing 1 for each of them. The trio gathered around the fire, grilling the pork. By the sea, the sound of the waves was a continuous symphony. The gentle crashing of the surf brought a sense of tranquility. After about 10 minutes, the aroma of roasted meat wafted through the air. Once the boar meat turned a golden brown, its fragrance became irresistible. Lin Ping and Yu Shaoli were nearly in tears from hunger. All right, it's ready to eat. After Li Feng commanded them to eat, the 2 began to voraciously tear into their meal. They were utterly famished, devouring the food with unrestrained enthusiasm. This is exquisite. It's making me cry, exclaimed Yu Shaoli, her face a portrait of bliss. Indeed, it is delightful. I have never tasted such a delicacy before, Lin Ping chimed in, licking her fingers, determined not to waste a single drop of grease. The elegance of her gestures while savoring the food was truly captivating. In truth, the wild boar meat was not a rare delicacy, yet their hunger rendered it exceptionally savory. If it's delicious, then indulge a bit more. A full stomach is essential for accomplishing tasks, Li Feng remarked, nearly startling the morsel from Yu Shaoli's mouth. The young beauty was momentarily taken aback, her mind racing with certain vivid images. Was Li Feng being too greedy? Did he intend to? Are you daydreaming? Noticing her adorably dazed expression, Li Feng found her quite endearing. You mentioned that a full stomach is good for work. What exactly do you intend to do? Yu Shaoli readied herself to flee. Not wishing to jeopardize her safety for a mere meal of wild boar. That would be far too trivial. After we eat, we will search for fresh water and devise a means to construct a shelter, Li Feng stated. Without a wooden house or any refuge from the wind and rain, they will be drenched if it rained at night. Oh, so the work you speak of is related to this task. Yu Xiaoli felt relieved. As long as it wasn't something else, she was at ease. What did you think I meant? Li Feng inquired. I know nothing. Please do not question me. Yu Xiaoli feigned ignorance, pretending to be oblivious. In reality, she was quite astute. Li Feng, do you think the rescue team will arrive today? Lin Ping frequently gazed out at the sea and sky. It had been nearly 2 days since the cruise incident. The rescue team should be on their way. Regardless of whether the rescue team arrives or not, we must prepare in advance, Li Feng asserted, unwilling to place all their hopes on the rescuers. If the rescue personnel did not arrive for several days and they had not made preparations, they would undoubtedly perish on the island. May the heavens be merciful. I hope the rescue team arrives today, Lin Ping prayed earnestly. After the three had their fill and rested for a moment, Li Feng prepared to set out. He needed to find a water source. Relying on coconut water for hydration would not suffice. They had to locate a proper water source. Moreover, the supply of coconuts was limited, and without water, they would eventually face dehydration. Standing atop a rocky outcrop, he sought a vantage point to survey the forest. This primeval forest was vast and boundless, and without a sense of direction, locating a water source would prove challenging. He noticed that to the left, several hundred meters away, there appeared to be a ridge extending from the forest down to the beach. Aunt Lin, Xiaoli, there's a mountain range in that direction. If we follow it upward, we should be able to find a water source, Li Feng pointed. All right, we will follow your lead, they responded obediently. Wherever he directed, they would follow without hesitation. I feel utterly sticky and uncomfortable. Once we find water, I intend to take a thorough bath, Yu Xiaoli remarked, tugging at her collar, feeling quite distressed. After the trio had traversed several hundred meters along the beach, they beheld a majestic mountain, its ridge slowly stretching from the depths of the primordial forest towards the coastline. The thickets here were sparse, the forest not as dense, and the path more navigable. This enigmatic mountain range, with its sheer cliffs and towering peaks, presented a captivating spectacle, adorned with pines and cypresses flourishing upon the precipices. Li Feng led the two women upward along the mountainside, while they cautiously followed behind him, wielding wooden staffs for support. Above them, the air was occasionally filled with the calls of various birds. Upon hearing those peculiar sounds, the two women nervously glanced skyward. Fortunately, with Li Feng by their side, their fears were somewhat alleviated. Fear not, he reassured them, as long as I am here, no beast, whether it be wolf, tiger, or leopard, nor any malevolent spirit, can harm you. With a formidable sword in hand and unparalleled skills at his disposal, he felt undaunted by any wild creature. His words instilled a sense of security in the hearts of the two women. After laboriously advancing for several minutes, they unexpectedly stumbled upon a corpse. A dead body. The sight of a lifeless form startled the two women. Encountering a corpse so soon after entering the mountains felt ominous. The deceased was likely one of the passengers from the cruise ship, but the circumstances of his demise in this desolate place remained a mystery. Chapter 19. The agitation of two women. Li Feng, to his astonishment, discovered a corpse. It undoubtedly belonged to someone from the cruise ship. Upon seeing the body, Lin Ping felt a wave of fear wash over her. It was a male corpse, likely in his 40s. At the time of the shipwreck, this individual must have still been alive. Had he perished in the maritime disaster, his body would not have appeared here. It seemed he had survived the catastrophe, but met with some dire fate on the island, leading to his demise. Wait for me. I shall investigate. Li Feng instructed the two women before hastening towards the corpse. The lifeless figure bore a pallid complexion, devoid of any apparent wounds. His strange hue resembled that of a ghostly specter, sending chills down one's spine. Suddenly, Li Feng noticed two small puncture wounds on the man's right hand. It appeared he had succumbed to hunger, attempting to catch a snake for sustenance, only to be bitten by a venomous serpent, leading to his untimely death. Li Feng, does he still have breath? Lin Ping inquired, hesitant to approach. Their fear of the corpse stemmed not only from its ominous presence, but also from the misfortune it represented. He is beyond hope. He must have died from the snakebite, Li Feng replied. This island is perilous, teeming with venomous snakes. Do you know him? Lin Ping asked. I do not, Li Feng responded, squatting down to remove the man's clothing. What are you doing, Li Ge? Yu Xiaoli questioned. On this island, clothing and shoes are valuable commodities. Since he is deceased, these items are of no use to him. We might as well take them for our own needs. Li Feng aimed to gather as many resources as possible. In the event that rescue teams did not arrive promptly, the lack of supplies could prove to be troublesome. The belongings of the dead are somewhat unsettling, Lin Ping mused, her thoughts sending a shiver down her spine. Should the rescue team be delayed? These items could indeed serve a purpose for us, Li Feng said. After stripping the clothing from the corpse, he offered an apology to the deceased. Brother, I am sorry. You have passed on, but I shall make use of these belongings. I promise to ensure your rest is undisturbed, protecting your body from the ravages of wild beasts. Unlike with Tong Meng, he had not buried him nor taken his clothes, as that individual had been drenched in blood after the monster attack. Aunt Lin, Xiaoli, I shall lay him to rest. Please wait a moment, Li Feng said as he began to gather stones to form a small grave. All right, we shall wait for you. The two women agreed, recognizing the necessity of the act. After hastily constructing a modest grave, Li Feng marked it with a stone. Brother, I know not your name, nor where you hail from. I hope that in your next life, you shall refrain from boarding a cruise ship, lest you encounter another maritime disaster. May you find joy in the afterlife. After bowing respectfully to the grave, he continued onward with the two women. It was now midday, and the temperature was notably high, the sun blazing fiercely overhead. As the trio ascended the mountainside, Li Feng thought he heard the sound of flowing water. I'm parched and exhausted. It's unbearable, Yu Xiaoli lamented, her expression one of despair, for she had never experienced hardship. Lin Ping, too, had been sheltered from such trials. Silence, please, Li Feng gestured for them to be quiet, focusing intently ahead, straining to listen. The two women, sensing potential danger, hurriedly concealed themselves behind a rock. As the sound of rushing water reached his ears, Li Feng listened intently, perceiving a gentle murmur carried by the breeze. What is it? The two women, noticing his grave expression, felt a twinge of fear. I can hear the sound of flowing water. There's a water source ahead, Li Feng proclaimed. Your hearing is truly remarkable, the women replied, raising their thumbs in admiration. While they had detected no noise, Li Feng had discerned the sound of a stream. With this knowledge, he urged the two to advance further. Their spirits lifted at the prospect of water. They envisioned a refreshing bath. Li Feng, too, desired to cleanse himself, imagining a playful splash in the water. As they continued onward, they soon beheld a stream cascading down the rocky cliffs beside them. The water seemed to converge into a small creek, yet the terrain was riddled with rocky fissures and countless underground caverns. Thus, while the sound of flowing water resonated, the sight of a river was elusive. Oh, water! There is indeed water. The sight of the creek filled the two women with joy. Yu Xiaoli was eager to crouch down and wash her hands. The current is too feeble. There must be a small pool ahead. We shall wait until we reach it to wash, Li Feng advised as he led them onward. After a few more minutes of walking, they arrived at a steep cliff where a modest pool awaited them. It was not expansive, merely the size of a basketball court. A cascade of water trickled from the cliff, feeding into the pool below. Hooray! A pool! There truly is water. Thank heavens! Lin Ping exclaimed, her excitement palpable. Oh, how kind the heavens have been to us! Yu Xiaoli danced with joy. I am parched. I need water and a bath, Lin Ping declared, eager to approach the pool, her body aching for relief. Her urge was not merely whimsy. Those who had endured shipwrecks often found themselves coated in salt from seawater, leading to an unbearable itch upon sweating. I am so itchy. It itches terribly, Yu Xiaoli lamented upon seeing the flowing water. Wait, let us not rush forward, Li Feng cautioned, swiftly halting the two women as they attempted to dash towards the pool. What's wrong? They hesitated, noting his seriousness. They were obedient to Li Feng, trusting his judgment. The vicinity of this pool can be fraught with peril. We should first observe our surroundings, he advised, emphasizing the need for caution. Wild beasts often frequent water sources. The dense thicket may harbor hidden dangers, and creatures could be lurking in the water as well. The women, startled by his warning, responded, "Li Gu, your attentiveness is commendable. We shall heed your guidance." Yu Xiaoli bore the discomfort of her thirst and itchiness. Li Feng scrutinized the area carefully. Everything appeared normal. Danger seemed absent. Once assured of their safety, he approached the pool cautiously. The two women, wielding wooden sticks, followed closely behind him. The pool revealed itself to be shallow, its bottom visible, and the water was clear and flowing. This source was both safe and hygienic. "Aunt Lin, Xiaoli, please wash your hands and drink some water first. I shall remain vigilant." Li Feng dared not allow all three of them to crouch by the water's edge, wary of a potential ambush from behind. As the two young women knelt to wash their hands and quench their thirst, he gripped his long blade, keeping his gaze fixed on the dense foliage behind him while scanning the surroundings. He sought to avert any looming peril. Suddenly, amidst his watchfulness, Li Feng was startled by Lin Ping's exclamation. "Aunt Lin, what has happened?" he exclaimed, hastily turning to look. Chapter 20. Assaulted by two beauties. "Aunt Lin, what is the matter?" Upon hearing her exclamation, Li Feng hastily turned around. To his astonishment, he initially feared for their safety, only to discover that Yu Xiaoli was up to mischief. This little beauty had unbuttoned Lin Ping's blouse and splashed water on her fair skin. As Li Feng turned back, he caught sight of that scene. "I'm fine, but Xiaoli is quite the troublemaker," Lin Ping said hurriedly, fastening her buttons. Her figure was voluptuous, her skin alabaster, exuding allure in every aspect. "Brotherly, I merely intended for you to see her figure, hence the unbuttoning," Yu Xiaoli declared with a mischievous grin. This little vixen was indeed incorrigible. "Umph, I feign anger, but he has seen every inch of me already. If he desires to gaze upon you, I shall have my fun as well," Lin Ping retorted playfully. "Ah, please no. I'm still a girl and quite shy," Yu Xiaoli protested, clutching her buttons tightly. Lin Ping attempted to forcibly unfasten them. Li Feng observed their playful banter, choosing not to intervene in such delightful antics. "Aunt Lin, let us cease this frolic. After quenching our thirst and bathing, we must return to the cabin," Yu Xiaoli insisted, resolutely guarding her buttons with determination. "Very well, I shall spare you this time. But should there be a next, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy," Lin Ping replied with a radiant smile. Once they finished washing their hands and drinking, Li Feng squatted by the water's edge to indulge in the refreshing liquid. The coolness quenched his thirst, revitalizing his spirit. "Brotherly, we are quite itchy," Yu Xiaoli remarked, scratching her skin. "Would you like my assistance?" Li Feng inquired, appraising her figure, finding it quite enchanting. "Brotherly, please turn around. I wish to bathe with Aunt Lin," Yu Xiaoli expressed, eager for a refreshing wash. "Indeed, bathing sounds delightful. It is my favorite pastime," Li Feng responded, wishing to join them in the water. "Little rascal, if you wish to join, I have no objections, but Xiaoli may not agree," Lin Ping laughed, her eyes sparkling. "Xiaoli, you too wish to bathe with me, do you not?" Li Feng asked. "Absolutely not. I shall bathe solely with Aunt Lin," Yu Xiaoli pouted, making a playful face. Her adorable antics were truly charming. "Li Feng, do not meddle. We are genuinely quite itchy and desire a bath. Kindly keep watch for us," Lin Ping urged him to turn away, forbidding any peeking. All right. You may bathe. I shall stand guard," Li Feng replied, turning his back and holding a long knife, vigilant against any lurking beasts. What if a wild boar were to disrupt the two beauties during their bath? As he turned, Li Feng heard the sound of zippers being undone. The pool was shallow, thus relatively safe. "Do not peek," Lin Ping warned as she entered the water. "If you dare to look, I shall give you panda eyes. I can be quite fierce, even scaring myself when I unleash my wrath." The young beauty dared to threaten him. Li Feng genuinely wished to pull her closer and give her a good thrashing. As they splashed into the water, sounds of gurgling flowed from the pond. "Hee, Aunt Lin, you are quite something." Yu Xiaoli's laughter echoed with joy. "Xiaoli, you're no small fry either," Lin Ping praised her. Upon hearing their banter, Li Feng turned, contemplating whether to intervene and arbitrate their playful debate about who was older. "Brotherly, do not turn around, or we shall unite to deal with you," Yu Xiaoli warned him while bathing. This little beauty threatened him again, inciting Li Feng to play a trick. Remaining still was akin to being a turtle. Why not turn around? Just as they were happily bathing, he noticed a half vine on the ground, resembling a black snake. Bending down, Li Feng picked up the vine and tossed it behind him. Thud! The vine splashed into the pond, creating a commotion. Wow, Aunt Lin, did you hear that noise? Yu Xiaoli asked, her tone now tense. I think I heard something, Lin Ping replied, observing the water closely, suddenly startled. Xiaoli, that seems to be a snake. It fell into the water. Lin Ping's face turned pale with fear. Oh dear, a snake. I'm terrified of snakes. What if it crawls on me? After a frightened scream from Yu Xiaoli, the two of them hurriedly dashed towards the water's edge. Li Feng, there's a snake. Save us. They shrieked in panic. What happened to you two? Li Feng asked, turning around to see the two striking figures. Lin Ping was tall and leggy, her physique reminiscent of a supermodel. Yu Xiaoli, though petite, had smooth, delicate skin and a flat abdomen. Their beautiful backs, one dark and one golden, were captivating. This alluring sight obscured Li Feng's view, making him wish to cleave through the forest as Liu Bei once did, for it concealed the enchanting figures of the two beauties. Do not fear, I shall hold you both, he said, feeling a pang of compassion as he noticed their startled state. He longed to embrace them and soothe their fears. However, just as he approached, Lin Ping suddenly gazed at the water surface. What is wrong? Yu Xiaoli inquired. That does not seem to be a water snake. It is merely a vine, Lin Ping deduced. Yu Xiaoli scrutinized the water and confirmed, indeed, it was a black vine, a snake. Lin Ping gritted her teeth, casting a fierce glare at Li Feng. You mischievous rascal, you nearly scared us to death. Why are you looking at me? Li Feng asked, feeling slightly guilty. Explain the situation at once, Lin Ping demanded. I am as baffled as you are. I merely heard your screams and turned to check on you, he replied. Li Feng concealed his sense of guilt behind a smile. I realized it must be his doing. He deliberately tossed the vine into the water to frighten us. Yu Xiaoli suddenly comprehended the situation. Indeed, it makes sense. He is the culprit. Lin Ping felt that Li Feng was exceedingly wicked. I did not throw the vine. I'm being wronged, Li Feng hurriedly explained. If it wasn't you, could there be a fourth person on the island? Yu Xiaoli inquired. Xiaoli, do not listen to his evasions. He is the one who threw it, Lin Ping asserted. Yu Xiaoli, filled with anger, clenched her small fists, furious enough to strike someone. Xiaoli, if you can no longer endure, then you need not endure any longer, Lin Ping incited from the sidelines. How dare you? Yu Xiaoli exclaimed, surprisingly letting slip a curse, swinging her small fists towards Li Feng. Xiaoli, do not act impulsively. Be careful not to expose yourself. Li Feng cautioned her against recklessness, remarking that it was quite unbecoming for a young lady, dressed in a backless outfit, to engage in a brawl. Even at the risk of exposure, I shall strike you, Yu Xiaoli declared, attempting to bite Li Feng. Xiaoli, I will assist you. Lin Ping joined the fray, resulting in a chaotic mix of combat between the two women. You are both on the same side, while I stand alone as the outsider, Li Feng lamented, feeling utterly wronged as the two united against him. Chapter 021. The disappearance of the dead pigged the three of them, after frolicking by the waterhole and tiring themselves out, prepared to return to the beach to construct a makeshift hut. To guard against the rain, it was essential to have a shelter for protection from the elements. Li Feng, how can we carry fresh water back without a bucket? Lin Ping pondered, wishing to transport water to the beach. However, without a bucket or a water bag, the prospect of returning to the beach parched was daunting. Yu Xiaoli gazed longingly at the waterhole. Li Feng found himself in a quandary. It was indeed a challenge to make do without suitable containers. How about we emulate the ancients and create pots to carry the water? Yu Xiaoli suggested, eager to learn the craft of pottery. With such vessels, they could indeed transport water back to the beach. After a moment of contemplation, Li Feng replied, while it is admirable to aspire to ancient techniques, crafting pots is a labor-intensive endeavor that is far from simple. What may seem straightforward is, in reality, quite complicated, and with our limited manpower, it would consume a significant amount of time. What shall we do then? The two inquired. We could set up the hut at the base of the mountain, not far from the waterhole, thus serving a dual purpose, Li Feng proposed, presenting a compromise. The beach at the mountain's foot was conveniently close to the waterhole. Currently, they needed to reside on the beach to facilitate any potential rescue operations. If they were to remain by the waterhole, it would be challenging to quickly ascertain the status of the rescue team. Very well, it seems we have no other choice. The two concurred. Let us return then, Li Feng declared as he led the two women down the mountainside. After a brief trek of several minutes, they arrived at the beach. Their previous campsite lay a few hundred meters away. They intended to retrieve the wild boar and use it as a resource for building their hut. Upon reaching the old campsite, they discovered the pile of firewood still smoldering. Yet the wild boar was nowhere to be found. Where has the wild boar gone? Lin Ping exclaimed, scanning the area, her concern growing as the food had vanished. Where could it have gone? Yu Xiaoli echoed, equally bewildered. The wild boar had seemingly disappeared without a trace. Could it be that the dead pig has miraculously revived? Lin Ping murmured to herself. That is impossible. A dead pig can never come back to life, Yu Xiaoli asserted, skeptical of such a notion. It is likely that a wild beast dragged it away. Li Feng speculated that a large predator had indeed visited the area and taken the wild boar. As if confirming his suspicion, they noticed drag marks on the sand. Li Feng, it appears that the wild boar was indeed taken by a beast, Lin Ping observed, pointing out the clear evidence of the drag marks. What kind of beast could have carried the wild boar away? Yu Xiaoli pondered, suddenly feeling a sense of dread at the thought of wild animals lurking nearby. A smaller creature could not have moved such a large boar. Perhaps it was a wolf or a leopard. This place is not safe. We must be cautious. Li Feng gripped his long knife tightly, scanning the surroundings with vigilance. He feared that a predator might come for the two women. Only I should carry them away, not the beasts, he thought. At the mention of wolves and leopards, a chill ran down Yu Xiaoli's spine. Oh dear, I sincerely hope they do not take me. I would rather be devoured by Li Feng than by a wild animal. Lin Ping rolled her eyes at her. Aunt Lin, please do not roll your eyes at me. I speak with utmost sincerity. Should Li Feng consume me, at least he would leave my corpse intact. But if a beast were to devour me, I would be left with naught but my bones. Yu Xiaoli lamented, her face etched with despair. Could you not utter such ominous words and frighten yourself? Lin Ping admonished her. This island is fraught with peril, and whether by day or night, do not stray from my side. Li Feng cautioned the two to remain vigilant. The three of them must stay inseparable, entering and exiting together. Even if you were to force me away, I would not depart. I would cling to your leg, resolutely refusing to leave. Yu Xiaoli displayed a fearful expression. Li Feng, what shall we do now that our food has run out? Lin Ping expressed her anxiety about the prospect of going hungry at night. Though this island is vast and teeming with wildlife, finding prey proves to be a formidable challenge. No matter, Li Feng replied, if it is gone, it is gone. Let us first construct a wooden shelter, and once it is complete, we shall seek sustenance. He held no affection for the wild boar, knowing it would not last long in any case. Very well, we shall heed your guidance, the two ladies acquiesced. Even if Li Feng wished to witness a striptease or a belly dance, they would gladly indulge his whims. Upon reaching the base of the cliff, Li Feng decided to build a thatched hut in this advantageous location, with the ocean before him, a sandy beach in the middle, and the cliffs behind. After a brief ascent along the cliff, he discovered a waterhole. To conserve energy, he chose a spot surrounded on three sides by stone walls to construct the hut. With wooden beams and thatch atop the stone, a rudimentary yet sturdy shelter could be fashioned, resilient against the winds. Yu Xiaoli picked up a branch and inscribed 3 large letters in the sand. SOS. Her letters were grand enough to be discerned even from 100 meters above. What are you doing? Lin Ping inquired. This is the international distress signal. Should a helicopter arrive, the rescue team will be able to see it from the sky. Yu Xiaoli explained. It would be more effective to light a fire, creating smoke that would be more visible to rescuers. Li Feng deemed the letters of little practical use. Better to be prepared. It costs nothing and is a mere trivial act. After finishing her message, Yu Xiaoli tossed the branch aside. Li Feng, let us build the shelter together. Lin Ping expressed her willingness to assist. The trio set to work, eager to complete the hut. I can manage on my own. You two should rest, Li Feng insisted, not wishing to impose. We are all in this together. None of us shall be treated specially. We cannot bear to let you toil alone, Lin Ping said, concern etched on her face for her young companion. Indeed, we share our fortunes and misfortunes alike. Yu Xiaoli nodded in agreement. Ha! We shall sleep together and share our meals, Li Feng chuckled. Sleeping together is out of the question. Yu Xiaoli quickly shook her head. This charming young lady was truly delightful, adorably naive, possessing a delicate and pure beauty. Li Feng gathered a considerable amount of timber, constructing a shelter against 3 stone walls, layering it with grass to create a protective roof. Even in the event of rain, the downpour would not infiltrate their humble abode. Once the thatched hut was complete, he spread several layers of soft wild grass across the floor. If time permitted, he aspired to procure animal hides, for such coverings would provide additional comfort during the night. As the sun descended, the trio completed their modest dwelling, and the 2 women felt an uplifting sense of joy upon beholding the small hut, spanning a mere dozen square meters. At last, they had a place to rest their heads this evening. The 3 of them retired together for the night. With the hut established, they set off into the woods to forage for sustenance. Li Feng turned his gaze towards the dense forest behind them, aware that their quest for food lay ahead. Entering the lush woodland, Li Feng remained vigilant, acutely aware of their perilous surroundings. This island was fraught with danger. They had to tread with utmost caution. Suddenly, amidst their careful movements, an unexpected noise echoed from ahead. Be cautious, Li Feng swiftly cautioned, sensing the imminent threat. There was danger lurking ahead. Chapter 022. This man is too fierce. Be cautious. Danger lurks ahead. Upon hearing a disturbance from the front, Li Feng hurriedly cautioned. Lin Ping and the others gripped their wooden sticks tightly, their expressions solemn as they peered ahead. However, the woods were dense with foliage, obscuring their view of what lay beyond. What caused the noise, Li Feng? Lin Ping inquired in a hushed tone. I'm uncertain, he replied. It could be an animal stepping on dry branches or merely the sound of the wind rustling through the grass. Li Feng scanned the surroundings carefully, an unsettling feeling of danger enveloping him. Li Yi. As Yu Xiaoli attempted to speak, Li Feng gestured for silence, urging her to refrain from making any noise. The petite beauty complied, suppressing her voice. A gust of wind swept through the forest, causing the trees to sway and the undergrowth to ripple. Suddenly, a series of cracking sounds echoed from deeper within the woods, reminiscent of a beast moving through the underbrush. The 2 women felt their hearts race, their chests rising and falling with anxiety. Stay alert. We are in the presence of wild beasts, Li Feng warned, acutely aware of the peril surrounding them. As a martial arts expert, his senses were finely tuned to detect impending threats. Upon hearing his caution, the women broke into a cold sweat. With another ominous sound, a large gray wolf emerged from the thicket. This formidable creature weighed at least 100 pounds, strutting towards them confidently. Upon noticing the trio, it paused momentarily, then assumed a defensive posture, ready to attack. However, instinctively wary, the wolf had never encountered humans on this island and was cautious in its approach. Oh my goodness, a big bad wolf. Yu Xiaoli gasped, startled by the sudden appearance of the beast, her body trembling in shock. That is not merely a big bad wolf. It is a gray wolf, and it may bite us. Lin Ping instinctively covered her chest, fearing an attack. I thought it might be some ferocious creature, but it turns out to be just a wolf, Li Feng remarked with a dismissive expression upon recognizing the animal. Are you not afraid of it? Lin Ping asked. Why should I fear it? It is more likely that it fears me, Li Feng retorted, firmly gripping his blade while vigilantly surveying the area for any signs of a wolf pack. Wolves are social animals. Where one appears, others are sure to follow. This gray wolf was likely on a reconnaissance mission. Upon spotting them, it would undoubtedly return to inform its companions. With a tentative advance, the gray wolf took a few steps forward, preparing to charge at the trio. Li Feng, it intends to attack us, Lin Ping exclaimed, her voice tinged with panic. Having lived in a bustling city all her life, she had never encountered a wolf or any wild animal, and the sudden sight of this creature filled her with dread. Fear not, it dares not strike at us, Li Feng reassured them, confident in his understanding of the wolf's behavior. The gray wolf was merely testing the waters. This forest is far too perilous. We should leave immediately. The two women urged him to depart swiftly. I must first take down this gray wolf before we leave. I intend to skin it for a rug, Li Feng declared, finding the grass beneath him uncomfortable. If one were to use wolfskin as a mat, Lin Ping and her companion would find great comfort while sleeping at night without clothing. Li Go, do not take unnecessary risks. Be wary lest it bites you, urged Yu Xiaoli, concerned for Li Feng's safety. In the event of a bite from the gray wolf, the wound could become infected, and with no antibiotics available on the island, the creature must perish. It cannot be allowed to return and alert others, for that would render their night exceedingly perilous. With a swift motion, Li Feng dashed forward, but the gray wolf turned to flee. Wolves are timid creatures, wary of engaging larger prey. You beast, leave your hide. It shall serve as a mat for the fair maidens, he declared. As he lunged, he hurled his long knife, striking the wolf's right leg. The injury caused the creature's speed to diminish instantly. Seizing the opportunity, Li Feng advanced, grasping the wolf by its neck and pinning it to the ground. With a decisive twist, he snapped the creature's neck. The wolf let out a mournful howl before succumbing to asphyxiation. Wow! Exclaimed Yu Xiaoli, her eyes widening in admiration as she clenched her small fists. This man is incredible, truly a formidable warrior. Indeed, Li Feng is quite fierce. He battles wolves with vigor. And he is equally formidable with women, Lin Ping remarked. What? He also fights women? Yu Xiaoli gasped, hurriedly touching her neck. What if he mistook me for a wolf and pinned me down? I would certainly meet a grim fate. What are you thinking? When I say fight, I do not mean in that sense, Lin Ping rolled her eyes. That frightened me. I thought he truly would strike women, Yu Xiaoli said, patting her chest. Tonight, we shall have a midnight snack. This wolf skin can serve as a mat. Li Feng carried the gray wolf over to them and laid it on the ground. You are truly remarkable. Witnessing his bravery and strength, Lin Ping felt a profound sense of security. Li Shuaigo, you have worked hard. Thank you. Yu Wuzlavia Xioli Zhenli Patali Feng's chest. It's no trouble. It is only to be expected, he replied, mimicking her gesture, attempting to pat her chest in return. Yu Xiaoli, startled, quickly stepped back, having never been touched in such a manner before. Li Feng, this forest is the territory of wolves. We should avoid coming here in the future, Lin Ping said, nervously surveying her surroundings. This place is far too dangerous, and she wished to refrain from returning. In this primeval forest, peril lurks everywhere. It is an unsafe locale, and they must exercise caution henceforth. Li Feng spoke the truth. Danger abounds within this wilderness. Even if they were to leave this area, other forests would harbor their own threats. Li Feng, the sun is setting. Let us return to the camp, Lin Ping suggested, glancing at the sky, which was darkening rapidly. A vast expanse of fiery clouds illuminated the sky, painted in ominous shades of red, as if the heavens themselves had been stained with blood. Aunt Lin, the wolf meat has a strong odor. I must find some wild vegetables to accompany it, Li Feng resolved, preparing to search for edible plants. Without wild vegetables, the wolf meat would be difficult to consume. Tomorrow, they would seek other prey. He, accompanied by two women, returned to the fire after foraging for wild vegetables and dragging a wolf's carcass. Finally, they had made their way back to the beach, utterly exhausted. Upon her return, Yu Xiaoli sat on a rock, catching her breath, while Lin Ping was also drenched in sweat. As she removed her outer garment, her voluptuous figure was breathtaking, reminiscent of a landscape in upheaval. Such a physique was exceptional, utterly captivating. Aunt Lin, your figure is so alluring. I wish to share a bed with you tonight, Yu Xiaoli remarked with mischievous intent. A sense of unease washed over Lin Ping. What are you planning? She felt a sudden wave of apprehension. I'll grab you. I'll grab you. Yu Xiaoli mimicked the action with her hands. Oh dear, you're quite the pervert, Lin Ping said, feeling a bit frightened by the playful girl. This little beauty was both wicked and delightfully charming. Xiaoli, you possess what she has. Why not seize me instead? Li Feng pleaded with her not to harm Aunt Lin. Better to harm myself. She giggled. I daren't catch you. I'm afraid you might catch me. Yu Xiaoli laughed mischievously. As the sun gradually descended, Li Feng squatted by the shore, tending to the wolf's carcass. The meat was unpalatable. Only the hind legs were worth salvaging. After skinning the entire wolf, he laid the pelt on a rock to dry. This pelt could serve as a cushion or a blanket. While he busied himself, the two women sat on the beach, gazing out at the distant sea. Their silhouettes were beautiful and captivating. Facing the ocean, they appeared serene, their expressions enchanting. The sunset, the sea, and the beautiful women formed a picturesque tableau. Li Feng hoped to finish his tasks promptly so he could engage in deeper conversation with the two beauties. He wished for an uneventful night and hoped the rescue team would arrive soon. Chapter 23. Aunt Lin, you have suffered as darkness enveloped the island. It succumbed to a profound stillness, devoid of moonlight and shrouded in an inky blackness. The distant sound of crashing waves resonated along the shore, instilling a sense of tranquility amidst the night. Li Feng and his companions gathered around a fire, grilling wolf meat, the flames casting a warm glow upon their faces, revealing a slight pallor in the features of the two beautiful women. The night was notably dark and quiet, yet the presence of these two ladies offered solace. Without their company, Li Feng would have undoubtedly succumbed to the oppressive weight of solitude, which is one of the greatest fears of mankind. When loneliness reaches its zenith, it can lead to severe mental exhaustion. Hello, Brother Li and Aunt Lin. Let us reacquaint ourselves, Yuxiaoli said, sitting cross-legged by the fire, embracing the serenity of the night. With companions, food, and warmth, her spirits were buoyed. Do we need to reintroduce ourselves given that there are two of you? Li Feng Kidat. Is a daytime introduction not profound enough? The night offers a more intimate setting for deeper conversation, she replied. I am Yuxiaoli, a junior at Yanjing University, and my family is quite well off. Yuxiaoli had previously provided only a brief introduction, but now she elaborated, revealing her family's substantial assets and her status as an only child. I am Li Feng, hailing from a remote mountain village. My ancestors included a martial arts champion and the founder of a martial arts school. My grandfather is a renowned kung fu master in our locality. Li Feng also shared a more detailed account of his background. Wow, your family history is truly illustrious, producing a martial arts champion. It is no wonder you possess such remarkable skills, Yuxiaoli exclaimed, impressed and giving a thumbs up. In the bustling cities, martial arts might not hold significant value. But on this island, where dangers lurked at every corner, such skills were invaluable. After some light-hearted conversation, the wolf meat was finally ready. Li Feng suggested they wrap the meat in wild vegetables for a more palatable experience, grateful for the wild greens that tempered the strong flavor of the meat. After enjoying the meal, they savored some coconut juice together. I am so full, so comfortable, so refreshed, Yuxiaoli sighed, patting her stomach as she sat on the ground. After a long day, she relished the moment of rest. Aunt Lin, let's take a look inside the hut, Li Feng proposed, feeling a surge of heat coursing through him after their meal. He subtly suggested to Lin Ping that they retreat to the hut. Look at how eager you are. Lin Ping chuckled knowingly before turning to Yuxiaoli. Would you like to join us in the hut for some rest? I've eaten too much, so you two go ahead. I'll keep watch outside, the young beauty replied, aware of their intentions and wishing not to interrupt their moment. Xiaoli, it's dangerous outside. You should come rest in the hut. Li Feng cautioned her, concerned about her safety. There are no obstacles here on the beach, and the fire is bright. I believe I will be safe, she reassured him, understanding his restlessness and intent on allowing him to vent his frustrations on Lin Ping. Very well, but do take care, Li Feng advised, emphasizing the need for caution. However, there was no jungle on the beach. The flames flickered brightly, and visibility was excellent. Should any wild beast appear, Yuxiaoli would be able to detect it promptly. Brotherly, Aunt Lin, I wish you both a joyous marriage. After the couple entered the thatched hut, Yuxiaoli waved her small hand. This little beauty was peculiar and clever. Li Feng, the python we encountered today was immense. Truly immense. After the couple entered the hut, Lin Ping's voice echoed from within. The memory of the python still haunted her. It was enormous, thick, and long enough to swallow a living person whole. The sheer size of it frightened me to the core. Lin Ping continued to feel the lingering fear from the encounter. Moments later, a commotion arose from the hut, as if the earth itself was trembling. Oh dear, Upon hearing the noise, Yu Xiaoli expressed her trepidation, standing by the fire and sympathetically saying, "Aunt Lin, you have suffered." On this pitch-black night, the sky was devoid of moonlight. Aside from the voices of Li Feng and Lin Ping, the entire island seemed enveloped in silence. Time slipped away, and Lin Ping emerged from the thatched hut, disheveled and weary. As she approached Yu Xiaoli, her legs buckled, nearly causing her to collapse. "Aunt Lin, are you all right?" Yu Xiaoli hurriedly supported her. "I'm fine. It's just that sitting for too long has made my legs a bit weak," Lin Ping replied, lightly biting her lip, her face flushed with heat. "Aunt Lin, your face is so red. But don't be shy. I didn't hear anything. I only heard the sound of the waves," Yu Xiaoli feigned understanding, gazing towards the sea and listening to the rhythmic crashing of the waves. "Xiaoli, do you remember what I told you earlier today? As a novice just starting out, you must never engage in games with seasoned players, or you will meet a grim fate." Lin Ping imparted her wisdom from personal experience, hoping to spare her from future regret. "Thank you for your warning, Aunt Lin. My life is precious. I only wish to preserve my own." Yu Xiaoli thought back to the fear and resolved never to take unnecessary risks. "Xiaoli, Aunt Lin, what are you two discussing?" Li Feng approached with a mischievous grin. "Oh, nothing much." Aunt Lin was sharing her personal experiences, advising me to steer clear of the big bad wolf. Yu Xiaoli replied with a playful smile. "The big bad wolf? Where is it?" Li Feng pretended to search the vicinity. Yet, the island was engulfed in darkness, obscuring all visibility. The campfire illuminated only a small area around it. "The big bad wolf is you," Yu Xiaoli remarked, pointing her delicate finger at him. "Is it truly me?" Li Feng questioned, bewildered at when he had assumed the role of the big bad wolf. Suddenly, Lin Ping clutched her abdomen with both hands. "What is wrong?" Yu Xiaoli inquired with concern. "I suddenly feel a sharp pain in my abdomen," Lin Ping answered, her complexion paling as discomfort washed over her. "Darn it, Li Feng, you are utterly lacking in consideration." Yu Xiaoli shot him a glare filled with righteous indignation, as if she were ready to confront him fiercely. "Oh no, I need to relieve myself," Lin Ping exclaimed, her discomfort growing. "Aunt Lin, I will accompany you," Yu Xiaoli offered. Yu Xiaoli wished to accompany her, providing mutual support. "I will join you," I said. Li Feng, concerned about the potential dangers they might encounter, remarked that it was nighttime, fraught with peril. "Why do you want to go?" Yu Xiaoli inquired. "The island is exceedingly treacherous. What if a wild beast suddenly appears and drags you away?" Li Feng cautioned. "Xiaoli, if he wishes to go, let him. After all, I am already his, so there is no need for pretense." Lin Ping responded with calmness, as they were indeed a couple, and she felt no embarrassment. Li Feng, wielding a torque, led the two women to a pile of rocks, suggesting it would be a suitable spot for Lin Ping. It was neither too far nor too close to the campsite. Suddenly, as Li Feng turned around, he heard Yu Xiaoli scream. "What happened?" he asked, alarmed, fearing for their safety, and quickly turned back. Chapter 024. The Eerie Shadow Xiaoli. What is the matter? Upon hearing a scream, Li Feng hurriedly turned around. Noticing his action, Lin Ping quickly adjusted her pants. "Brother Li, there is a shadow over there. It has been staring at us." Yu Xiaoli pointed towards a natural stone wall nearby, behind which lay a series of undulating mountains. Following her gesture, Li Feng indeed spotted a shadow lurking in the night, ominously fixated on the three of them. The darkness enveloped the camp, and the flickering firelight barely illuminated the surroundings, rendering the nature of the shadow unclear. It exuded a chilling aura, akin to a demon in the night sky, intensely observing them, seemingly searching for an opportunity to strike. Upon sighting the shadow, a chill ran down Li Feng's spine. His instincts warned him of the imminent danger. "Brother Li, that ominous thing is still watching us. It doesn't intend to attack, does it?" Yu Xiaoli gazed anxiously at the shadow. "Li Feng, it's fixated on me. I can't relieve myself," Lin Ping added, equally terrified. "Get back." With a flick of his fingers, Li Feng propelled a small stone. This technique, though not truly magical, was the result of long practice, granting him considerable force, speed, and precision. The stone struck the creature, which stirred slightly but did not retreat. It appeared to walk upright, not resembling an ordinary beast. Brother Li, it moved. Yu Shaoli exclaimed, wanting to run towards him. Don't run. Stay where you are, and do not move. Li Feng cautioned them against fleeing. If the two women dashed towards him, the creature might unleash its primal instincts. Beasts can sense the fear of their prey, and once it detects such fear, it would undoubtedly launch a frenzied assault. We will listen to you, Brother Li. We won't run, Yu Shaoli replied, trembling in place. Her fear rendered her legs weak and her body feeble. It's all my fault. I should not have come out here, Lin Ping lamented. Don't blame yourself, Aunt Lin. It's all Li Feng's fault, Yu Shaoli interjected. Why blame him? Lin Ping asked. Because he has exhausted you so much that you felt compelled to come out. You uzlabia Xiaoli explained. No, I don't blame him. I willingly agreed, Lin Ping clarified, having never considered blaming Li Feng. Enough chatter, both of you be quiet. Li Feng gripped his long knife, preparing to confront the creature. Just as he aimed to throw another stone, the shadow shifted, turning and vanishing into the night. Brother Li, it has left. Seeing the shadow disappear, Yu Shaoli let out a sigh of relief. You scare me to death. Lin Ping rubbed her chest, still shaken by the encounter. Thank goodness Li Feng was here. That creature dared not approach. The consequences would have been dire otherwise. Aunt Lin, please take care of your needs. Once you are done, we shall return to the cottage to rest, Li Feng urged, eager to leave the perilous island. After being startled by that creature, I can no longer relieve myself, Lin Ping said, feeling embarrassed as she touched her abdomen. Her anxiety had extinguished any desire to urinate. Do not fear. As long as I am here, that creature cannot harm you. Li Feng exhibited an imposing aura. It was only through his formidable presence that the beauties found solace. Otherwise, they would be perpetually anxious, plagued by physiological disturbances, and devoid of the desire to seek handsome companions. With Li Feng by their side, Lin Ping felt a profound sense of security and reassurance. Fear not, do not panic. We shall return once we are done. He consoled the two women before gripping his long blade and surveying the surroundings, vigilant against any potential dangers. Once Lin Ping concluded her business, the trio hastily approached the fire, finally returning to the campsite. Upon reaching the warmth of the flames, the two women felt a significant weight lifted from their hearts. Goodness, we return alive. That was nearly terrifying, Yu Shaoli exclaimed, wiping the sweat from her brow, having been thoroughly frightened moments earlier. With Li Feng here, we are safe, Lin Ping reassured her. I'm still unmarried and have never experienced romance. If I were to perish, it would be such a loss. Yu Shaoli reflected on her petite yet alluring figure. Such a fine physique. I wonder who will claim it in the future. You desire a man? It's quite simple. I am a man, and I can fulfill your wishes, Li Feng proclaimed, stepping forward to offer his assistance. It was a duty he felt compelled to undertake. Who else but me? Shaoli, if you wish to realize your dream, I shall leave the hut to you and Li Feng. Lin Ping also wished to support her, concerned that Shaoli might never experience the feeling of love if fate were to take her away one day. You've asked me to refrain from playing games, so I shall listen to you. The thought of Li Feng's formidable nature sent a shiver down Yu Shaoli's spine. Fear not, if it comes to that. I shall personally step in to assist you, Lin Ping assured her. Wait, you can actually help? Yu Shaoli was taken aback. I worry for your well-being. Should you find yourself unable to contend with him, I will join you in confronting him. Suddenly, Elena Bing Playfuyi Bunsha Li Feng. What was that for? Li Feng, lost in his thoughts and fantasies, was jolted back to reality by the unexpected blow. If you dare to bully Shaoli, I will join forces with her against you, Lin Ping declared before turning to rest in the hut, with Yu Shaoli following closely behind. After adding more wood to the fire, Li Feng returned to the hut. The shelter was fortified with stone walls on 3 sides, and the front was effectively barricaded with stones, ensuring safety. As the firelight streamed through the ventilation, Lin Ping lay gracefully on the grass mat, her slender figure radiating elegance and allure. Yu Shaoli, curled up with her knees hugged to her chest against the stone wall, showcased her petite yet voluptuous form. Wow, Aunt Lin, your sleeping posture is exquisite. If only I were a man, I would devour you, Yu Shaoli teased, playfully pinching Lin Ping's long leg. Enough of that. If you were a man, with your petite stature, I wouldn't even glance your way, Lin Ping replied. Oh, it's fine. Even if I'm a bit shorter, a stool would suffice, Yu Xiaoli mischievously countered. At over 8 meters tall, Li Feng is quite a sight, while you barely reach 5 meters. I truly feel for you, Lin Ping jested. It's all right. He has great strength, and if need be, a simple embrace will suffice. What need is there for a woman to be so tall? Though petite, I possess a charm. Though not tall, I know how to be endearing. Yu Xiaoli made a playful face, mischievously showcasing her cuteness. A woman's small stature often evokes a man's instinct to protect. You two should rest now. When dawn breaks, we shall venture into the mountains in search of prey and to gather provisions. Li Feng urged the pair to rest, as they had much to accomplish the following day. You and Xiaoli should take a break. I will keep watch, Lin Ping declared, preparing for the night vigil. Aware of the dangers that lurked in the darkness, necessitating a rotation of guardianship. Although the thatched hut was sturdy, it was not a cave, and should a wild beast leap onto the roof, they would be in peril. Sleep now. I will guard the first half of the night. Li Feng reassured the two beauties, wishing for them to rest soundly. You did not sleep last night. It is imperative you recuperate. Lin Ping expressed her concern for his well-being. Li Ge, you didn't rest last night, and yet you are still so formidable today. You truly are impressive. Yu Xiaoli praised him with a thumbs up. This man was undeniably resilient. Xiaoli, I am having a serious conversation with Li Feng. Please refrain from jesting, Lin Ping said, her expression solemn as she continued. Li Feng, you are the sole man among us. Our safety relies entirely on you. Thus you must ensure you are well rested. Li Yi. Aunt Lin is correct. We can manage without adequate rest, but your sleep must be sufficient to maintain your strength at all times, Yu Xiaoli concurred, her demeanor serious. Even if Li Feng were an expert, a severe lack of sleep would dull his reflexes in times of danger. Very well, I shall rest first. You two can take turns keeping watch, Li Feng said as he lay down on the grass bed. As they faced each other, the mischievous Xiaoli whispered playfully to him. After a brief moment of playful banter with her, drowsiness soon overcame him. May this night pass without incident. Chapter 025 Strange Nightmare. After succumbing to slumber, Li Feng was beset by a harrowing dream. He envisioned the island as a perilous realm, where a band of savages seized Lin Ping and Yu Xiaoli. These brutish marauders intended to make the two women bear offspring, treating them as mere wives and companions. Li Feng pursued them fervently, yet upon entering the forest, he lost their trail, obscured by a thick fog. Li Feng, save me. Brotherly, please help. Echoed the plaintive cries of the two beauties amidst the mist-laden thicket. Brandishing his long sword, he called out as he chased after them. But still, he could not catch up. The thought of the two ladies being captured and reduced to mere vessels for procreation filled him with a profound sense of sorrow and rage. No one shall lay a finger on his women. With a sudden gasp, Li Feng awoke, realizing it had merely been a nightmare. Thank heavens it was just a dream. Sweating profusely, he regained his senses and pondered, where are Lin Ping and Yu Xiaoli? Upon awakening, he discovered the two beauties had vanished, leaving the hut eerily vacant. Aunt Lin, Xiaoli, he called out, seizing his sword and stepping outside. Hey, brotherly, you're awake. Aunt Lin and I are roasting wolf meat for you, came the cheerful response as he emerged from the hut, revealing the two women crouched by the campfire. A wave of relief washed over him. His previous fear had been unfounded. The mere thought of their misfortune was unbearable for him. We didn't want to disturb your slumber, so we prepared breakfast in advance. Lin Ping smiled warmly at him. The two women were considerate enough to let him rest a bit longer. How thoughtful and caring they were. Aunt Lin, Xiaoli, I'm relieved to see you safe. Li Feng approached and embraced Lin Ping, gently ruffling Yu Xiaoli's hair. Fool, what's wrong? Why are you drenched in sweat? Lin Ping, concerned, noticed his perspiration. You must be feeling weak, Yu Xiaoli commented playfully. Stop your nonsense. Li Feng is strong and robust, like an ox. How could he possibly be weak? Lin Ping dismissed the notion, firmly believing in his vigor. Even if he is as strong as an ox, encountering you might turn him into a lean one. Yu Xiaoli giggled, covering her mouth. I'm not in the mood for your jesting. Lin Ping gazed tenderly at Li Feng, her heart aching for him. She never anticipated loving a man so deeply, with a passion that resonated to her very core. I just had a nightmare, Li Feng admitted, recalling the vividness of the dream. Could it have been a portent from the heavens? What did you dream about? Lin Ping inquired. I dreamt that a horde of savages on the island captured both of you, intending to make you bear children, treating you as he recounted the nightmare. An unsettling sense of foreboding enveloped him, a heightened awareness of impending danger. He had always trusted his instincts. Could it be that this nightmare would one day manifest into reality? Fool, do not frighten yourself. It was merely a nightmare. Lin Ping gently reassured as she tenderly wiped the sweat from Li Feng's brow. Her affection for this young man was profound, an emotional entanglement from which she found it difficult to extricate herself. Witnessing her warmth and consideration stirred something deep within Li Feng's heart. Suddenly, Yu Xiaoli broke into a silly grin. The little beauty's smile was undeniably charming. What are you laughing at? Lin Ping inquired. If there truly are wild men on this island, we should capture one for some amusement. Yu Xiaoli cheerfully clapped her small hands. They are not wild men. They are savages, Lin Ping emphasized seriously. Humans are not like plants. They cannot emerge from the earth in the wild. Nevertheless, they are all wild. Wild mushrooms are the most flavorful, and wild rabbit meat is the tastiest. I wonder what a wild man is like. I want to catch one for fun. Yu Xiaoli mused while sitting by the fire, her imagination wandering. You have quite the peculiar taste. Savages are covered in hair, and you would dare to engage with them? I certainly cannot accept that, Lin Ping replied, shaking her head at the thought. This island is perilously dangerous. We must remain vigilant and never part ways, Li Feng declared, surveying the surroundings with his long knife, his only means of protection. If savages were indeed present, he would not hesitate to defend his beloved. Rest assured, if there are wild men, I shall become their queen and grant you dominion over this island, making you the king, Yu Xiaoli proclaimed with loyalty. Are you suggesting you would sacrifice yourself for me to become king? Li Feng chuckled softly, preferring the beauty over the title of king. In this desolate place, who would desire such a crown? You ungrateful wretch, Lin Ping suddenly tapped her on the head. Ouch, Aunt Lin, that hurt. Yu Xiaoli rubbed her head, feigning pain. You little ingrate, perhaps I should just knock you out. Lin Ping pretended to be angry. Why do you call me an ingrate? Yu Xiaoli tilted her head, perplexed. Li Feng treats you so well, and you wish to become a savage queen. Is that not the very definition of ingratitude? Lin Ping explained. Hee, I was merely jesting. I have no interest in savages. They surely smell terrible after days without bathing. Yu Xiaoli clarified, having only been playful. If it came to being a savage's wife, she would rather perish than comply. Once the wolf meat was roasted, the trio gathered by the fire to enjoy their breakfast. The meat was unpalatable, with a strong flavor. After their meal, they ventured into the forest to hunt and gather wild vegetables to store provisions. It had been 2 or 3 days since the shipwreck, and the rescue team had yet to arrive. Could it be that they have lost their way? Li Feng, this is the 3rd day, and there is still no sign of the rescue team. Will they come? Lin Ping expressed her lack of appetite at the thought of the rescue team potentially not arriving. Yu Xiaoli, too, was burdened with worry. If we count the day of the incident, today marks the 4th day. The rescue team will come eventually. As long as we survive, we will surely leave this place, Li Feng reassured the 2 young women, attempting to soothe their troubled spirits. To prevent them from succumbing to despondency and ill health, Li Feng expressed his gratitude for their concern, assuring that they would persevere. The 2 women devoured their breakfast heartily. Indeed, this is the way to behave. As long as we are alive, we shall surely escape this island. Witnessing the transformation of the 2 beauties from worry to joy, Li Feng felt a surge of happiness. How delightful it is that there exists a thatched cottage amidst the swirling mist. While the trio enjoyed their meal, a sudden exclamation of surprise emerged from the jungle. Someone is approaching. Chapter 026. Encountering the living, oh heavens, how kind you are to me. I have encountered a companion, a living soul. A woman's voice, filled with astonishment, echoed from the depths of the forest. This voice was familiar, as if I had heard it before. Wow, Li Gu, there's someone. Upon hearing this, Yu Xiaoli's heart soared with joy. The presence of others signifies strength in numbers, and with a woman among them, they could share the burdens imposed by Li Feng. This voice sounds so familiar. Lin Ping also felt a sense of recognition. Li Feng rose and gazed toward the forest. He beheld a woman with disheveled hair, staggering excitedly towards the campfire. Her figure was unmistakably familiar. "Ha, wonderful! I finally see a living person." The woman ran while waving her small hand, visibly thrilled at the sight of the three. White Jiaomei. Lin Ping recognized her at once. Indeed, it was White Jiaomei. Li Feng remembered her as well. During his tenure as the head of security at Lin's company, she had served as a sales representative there. However, she was arrogant and harbored ulterior motives. After running her business at Lin's group, she frequently engaged in fraudulent invoicing and false reimbursements. When her misdeeds were uncovered, rather than showing remorse, she threatened the company. Rumor had it that she found a wealthier benefactor after leaving and became his mistress. But those incidents were of a later time. "Aunt Lin, do you know her?" Yu Xiaoli inquired. Not only do I know her, but we have also had our share of conflicts." The memory of White Jiao Mei's embezzlement and her spiteful departure left Lin Ping with lingering resentment. The company raised a wolf in sheep's clothing. "Aunt Lin, what conflicts did you have?" Yu Xiaoli pressed further. "Not a long story, but she is certainly no saint." Lin Ping recalled numerous grievances, noting that White Jiao Mei had embezzled over 100,000 from the company, causing significant losses. "Since she is your adversary, I shall help you deal with her," Yu Xiaoli declared, clenching her small fists. "With those little arms and legs, whom do you think you can fight?" Lin Ping retorted. "Aunt Lin, I understand you have a history with White Jiao Mei, but we are all compatriots in this dire situation. If she has reformed, let us give her a chance," Li Feng said, harboring no particular fondness for the woman, but recognizing their shared plight. "We are all in this together. I will not hold past grievances against her in such trying times." Lin Ping displayed a rational demeanor, unwilling to dwell on past animosities while facing adversity. The island was fraught with danger, and survival was tenuous. The addition of another person could bolster their strength, providing extra safety during the night watch. "Ha! I have finally encountered living beings. My goodness, I have been terrified for the past 2 days." As White Jiao Mei approached, her excitement momentarily faltered. "Bo, Li Feng, how is it you, the little security captain, are still alive? Before the maritime disaster occurred, were you and I on the same vessel?" Upon seeing him, Bai Jiaomei was taken aback. "What? Do you look down on me, the little security captain?" Li Feng inquired. This woman has yet to shed her old habits. Back at the company, every time Bai Jiaomei laid eyes on him, she adopted a haughty demeanor. However, most regarded his profession with disdain. At times, Li Feng also held a low opinion of himself. His ancestors had once produced a martial scholar and established a martial arts school, while his father was a renowned master. Yet, his generation had fallen into such a state of decline. "I simply did not expect you, a mere security captain," as Bai Jiaomei realized the inappropriateness of her words. She hurriedly corrected herself with a beaming smile. "Li Feng, I apologize. I did not intend to belittle you. I am merely delighted to see that you are still alive." In this perilous island setting, she required Li Feng's assistance and protection. Thus, she reluctantly conceded. "Indeed, I'm glad you are alive as well." Li Feng nodded slightly. "Thank you." After expressing her gratitude, Bai Jiaomei suddenly noticed Lin Ping beside her. "General Manager Lin, it is truly you. You are still alive. What? Do you wish for my demise?" Lin Ping retorted. "General Manager, please do not misunderstand. I had no idea you were aboard the ship. Why would I wish for your death?" Bai Jiaomei smiled as she clarified, genuinely unaware of Lin Ping's presence on the vessel. "There is no need for explanations. Let us not dwell on the past. It is all water under the bridge." Lin Ping intended to let bygones be bygones. They were now stranded on a deserted island, and survival was paramount. "General Manager, I will heed your wishes. If you prefer not to discuss the past, we shall not. We are both in misfortune and should assist one another in our quest for survival. It is wonderful to encounter you both. I've been hiding in the woods these past few days, encountering numerous venomous snakes, which terrified me." Recalling her recent experiences filled Bai Jiaomei with trepidation. She had spent the last 2 days in constant fear and anxiety, particularly at night when loneliness and dread enveloped her. "Have you encountered any other companions?" Lin Ping, whenever she met fellow survivors, sought clues regarding her daughter. These past couple of days, I have seen neither the living nor the dead. Had I encountered any other companions, I would certainly not be alone. The memories of her recent trials brought Bai Jiaomei to the brink of tears. Lin Ping felt disheartened and fearful. Since the maritime disaster, she had met a few individuals but had not encountered her daughter, Lin Ting. "Oh, you have a lovely young lady with you. May I ask your name, dear?" Bai Jiaomei smiled at Yu Xiaoli and inquired. "I am Yu Xiaoli." "What a beautiful name." "I am Bai Jiaomei." "Thank you for the compliment. Your name is also lovely, and you are quite beautiful yourself," Yu Xiaoli replied politely. Bai Jiaomei's name is indeed charming, and she possesses a measure of beauty. However, it is rumored that her private life lacks decorum. At just 30 years old, she has had over a dozen former partners. In addition to those she has dated, she has had numerous fleeting encounters. Previously, the men in the company speculated that Bai Jiaomei had a romantic history with no fewer than 20 or 30 individuals. The men she had encountered could easily form a substantial group. However, this was a matter of personal privacy, and Li Feng was indifferent. As long as her health remained intact, the number of boyfriends she chose to have was solely her affair. Even if her health were to falter, it would still be her concern. "Oh dear, I'm utterly famished and parched. Do you have anything to eat?" Bai Jiaomei inquired weakly, clutching her stomach. She felt exhausted, hungry, and extremely thirsty. "We have wolf meat and coconut fruit here." Li Feng pointed to the food and juice laid upon the ground. "How wonderful! I'm on the verge of starvation," Bai Jiaomei exclaimed as she squatted down, devouring the wolf meat voraciously and gulping the juice with abandon. She drank so hastily that much of the coconut water was wasted. "Please, drink more slowly. You don't want to waste the coconut juice," Yu Xiaoli gently cautioned. Her heart aching at the thought. There were only a handful of coconut trees by the seaside, yielding just a few coconuts in total. Wasting them would be a great pity. What does it matter? Waste is waste. It's not worth much anyway. If it comes to that, I'll just give you all some money. Bai Jiaomei's words irked Li Feng considerably. What was wrong with this woman? Money held little value on this island. Chapter 027. Tempting Li Feng. Bai Jiaomei. Xiaoli is right. It would be a shame to waste this coconut juice. Please be mindful and avoid wastage, Lin Ping admonished sternly. While drinking is not a loss, wasting it certainly is. They had previously squandered some due to a lack of tools, but once they procured a long knife, wastage became a thing of the past. "Lin, what do you mean by that? Are you suggesting I wish to waste it? I drink it quickly. What's the harm in that?" Bai Jiaomei retorted, visibly displeased. "This is an island. Even with wealth, one cannot procure such luxuries. Your wastage is truly regrettable," Lin Ping observed with a pang of sympathy. "Is drinking coconut juice considered waste to you? The fruit grows on trees, not from your own cultivation. Why do you care?" Bai Jiaomei shot back, their previous conflicts bubbling to the surface. "You are utterly unreasonable," Lin Ping exclaimed, her frustration mounting. "You simply cannot bear to see me thrive. Since departing from your company, I have flourished, and this incites your envy and jealousy." Bai Jiaomei recalled her past. Having established a new company with the aid of an influential elder after leaving Lin's group, and indeed, her venture thrived. "If you refuse to heed advice and continue to waste, we shall prohibit you from drinking coconut juice," Lin Ping threatened, yearning to snatch it away from her. "How much does a coconut cost?" "At most, 10 yuan outside. Once we leave here, I shall give you 100, Bai Jiaomei boasted, exuding an air of extravagance. "Who cares about your trifling money?" Yu Xiaoli suddenly expressed her disdain for the woman. "Li Feng, she is utterly unreasonable. You must decide how to handle this," Lin Ping, infuriated, chose to remain silent. "Do not waste the coconut juice," Li Feng warned her, emphasizing the importance of not squandering such resources. While the waste of wolf meat was inconsequential, as it could not be preserved for long, the coconut juice was a different matter altogether. They had only a handful of coconuts left, merely 20 or 30, and once they were gone, they would have to wait until the next year. "Li Feng, why do you defend Lin Ping after being dismissed from her company? Just care for me, and once we leave the island, you can become the vice president of my new company." Bai Jiaomei painted an enticing picture for him. "My dismissal has nothing to do with Lin Ping," Li Feng replied coolly. "Neither of them are good people. As long as you take care of me, I assure you a vice presidency in my new company once we depart the island," Bai Jiaomei continued to entice him. I have no interest in being a vice president in your company. If you do not heed my warnings and create discord, I shall expel you, Li Feng stated firmly, unimpressed by her alluring promises. Once they left the island, he had no intention of returning to his former endeavors. He aspired to venture overseas to establish a martial arts school alongside his senior apprentice. His father had once taken on a female disciple, and she had been exceptionally kind to him, extending numerous invitations to join her abroad. Yet, he found it difficult to leave his homeland. Bai Jiaomei felt a surge of anger, but upon noticing the icy demeanor in Li Feng's eyes, she quickly adopted a smile. I apologize, I was wrong. I was simply too hungry to hold a coconut properly, which caused much spillage. Her explanation was somewhat reasonable. Be more cautious next time, Li Feng admonished in a stern tone. Understood, I will certainly take note next time, Bai Jiaomei quickly nodded. In the future, do not suggest that I become the vice president. You cannot buy me, nor am I interested. Li Feng warned her against such talk again. Such deceptive words are not even believable to a 3-year-old. I understand. I swear I will never mention it again. Bai Jiaomei felt a tinge of disappointment. She had hoped to sway Li Feng, but her plan had faltered. Mr. Lin, Xiaoli, I apologize for my earlier behavior. I was too famished and lacked the strength to hold the coconut properly, resulting in a waste of much coconut juice. Please forgive me. Bai Jiaomei lowered her stance, seeking their understanding. It's all right, just be mindful in the future, Yu Xiaoli replied nonchalantly. Lin Ping remained silent, not wishing to dwell on it. It is entirely natural to be clumsy with one's hands when hunger strikes. There is no need to fuss over it. Ah, I am finally satiated and quenched. This feeling is truly delightful. After finishing her meal, Bai Jiaomei sat by the fire, rubbing her belly. The sensation of fullness was blissfully comfortable. Li Feng, we still need to search for food and wild vegetables. Since the time is still early, let us act swiftly. Lin Ping expressed her desire to return early. The forest can be perilous at night, and it would be safer to return sooner. Bai Jiaomei had just finished her meal, so let her rest for a moment. Li Feng understood that those who have been overly hungry require some time to recuperate after eating. Let her rest here while we search for food, suggested Yu Xiaoli. It would be dangerous for her to remain alone in the camp, especially if confronted by wolves or wild beasts. Li Feng did not wish to leave her by herself. Although there was a hut, it was not entirely secure. Very well, let us take a moment to rest, Lin Ping said, sitting by the fire, her gaze heavy as she looked out over the sea. She hoped to encounter her daughter soon. Li Feng, once we leave the island, what are your plans? Bai Jiaomei inquired. Let us discuss that once we have departed, Li Feng replied, not wishing to engage in that conversation. When we leave the island, if you have nowhere to go, I can help you find work. I have many connections and can assure you a good arrangement. Bai Jiaomei continued to paint grand visions for him. Enough with the idle chatter. Let us set off, Li Feng stated, unwilling to entertain her frivolous words. Where are you going? Bai Jiaomei asked. We are heading into the forest to seek prey and forage for wild vegetables, Li Feng said, glancing back at the woods. Hoping for a safe venture this time, without encountering danger. We have wolf meat and coconuts. Why do we need to search for food in the forest? Bai Jiaomei protested, displaying a typical laziness. Wolf meat cannot be preserved for long, and it is not particularly palatable. We must seek out wild vegetables and perhaps find other game. Yu Xiaoli patiently explained to her. The rescue team is surely on their way. Why venture into the forest and face danger? Bai Jiaomei retorted, wanting only to await the arrival of the rescue team. If the rescue team does not arrive, we must be prepared and take initiative for our own survival. Yu Xiaoli asserted. I do not wish to move. You may go on your own. I simply want to bask in the sun on the beach, Bai Jiaomei declared. Bai Jiaomei assumed the demeanor of a pampered young lady, exuding an air of fragility. It is far too perilous for you to remain on the beach. We cannot proceed separately. Yu Xiaoli expressed her concerns, fearing for her safety against potential predators. Let us simply recline on the beach and comfortably await the arrival of the rescue team. Why must we stir ourselves? Bai Jiaomei wore a look of discontent, believing that help would arrive imminently. If she does not wish to join us, let her be. The three of us shall proceed, Li Feng retorted, unwilling to engage with the obstinate woman. Such a divisive presence would be better off gone, he thought. Li Feng, do not be upset. She was merely fatigued earlier. I shall heed your words. If you say we should go, then we shall, you shall, he intervened. As Bai Jiaomei playfully pouted, she deliberately lowered her collar, exposing her fair contours to entice Li Feng. Rein in your allure. Who among us lacks such attributes? Lin Ping remarked with a sense of disdain. The essence of one's character is difficult to alter. Bai Jiaomei remains unchanged, still using her charms to ensnare attention. Does she truly believe that revealing a mere glimpse will leave men utterly captivated? Yu Shaoli chuckled. Lin Ping cast her an eye of incredulity. Is such a lure easily bestowed upon others? Let us speak no more of trivialities. We must depart, Li Feng declared, grasping his long knife and leading the three women into the woods. Chapter 28. The constant temptation of men. As midday approached, the jungle grew increasingly warm. Li Feng made a concerted effort to steer clear of the area inhabited by the wolf pack. Should they encounter the wolves, they would have to confront the situation as best they could. The forest was lush, filled with towering ancient trees, their branches sprawling and leaves dense. Ferns and moss adorned the ground, with gnarled roots of venerable trees weaving through the soil. In this primeval forest, the sections dominated by lofty trees were relatively clear of underbrush, allowing for easier passage. However, in areas devoid of substantial trees, thorns thrived, rendering the terrain nearly impassable. The three women, armed with wooden sticks, cautiously trailed behind. Li Feng aimed to hunt for game and forage for wild vegetables, which were easily preserved. Once dried and dehydrated, they could last for several months. Goodness, this wretched place is exhausting. I can hardly bear it any longer, White Jiaomei lamented, pouting in frustration. The leave had left her cheeks slightly bruised. Try to complain a little less. I may be more delicate than you and Shaoli. Yet neither of us has uttered a word of grievance, Lin Ping remarked. Am I not entitled to voice my complaints? My few words of discontent do not affect you. White Jiaomei retorted angrily. You are utterly unreasonable, Lin Ping replied, exasperated by her incessant whining. This woman was inept at nearly everything, yet excelled at indulging in self-pity. Upon entering the forest, she had launched into a litany of complaints. Stranded on this deserted island, they needed to overcome every obstacle. What good was complaining? You simply resent me for having earned a little more than you at the company, but I rightfully deserve that income. White Jiaomei brought up the past again, recalling her time in the company where she often issued fraudulent invoices, sometimes even creating false ones. Over 2 years, she had siphoned off hundreds of thousands from the company. If you think I am targeting you, then I have nothing further to say. Lin Ping, weary of engaging with her, felt that even uttering another word would be exhausting. I am not short of money now. When we return, I will reimburse you that sum, White Jiaomei declared grandly, indeed no longer in need of that money. I'm not concerned about your meager amount. Just reduce your complaints, Lin Ping suggested. Yu Shaoli interjected with a fair statement. Aunt Lin is absolutely right. Having been cast away on this island, we must persevere and refrain from constant lamentation. Shaoli, she is deliberately targeting me. We have no history of animosity. You wouldn't join her in her efforts against me, would you? White Jiaomei attempted to rally support, seeking to win over Yu Shaoli. I am preoccupied with thoughts of survival. I have no interest in targeting anyone, Yu Shaoli replied, expressing her genuine desire to simply endure. I am fatigued. Let us rest for a moment before continuing, White Jiaomei suggested, leaning against a tree and massaging her thigh, feeling the weight of exhaustion. You truly are remarkable. We haven't traveled far, yet you've already demanded rest multiple times, Lin Ping remarked, feeling as though she had inherited an insufferable burden. You're in great shape. If you're so capable, why don't you just continue on your own? White Jiaomei shot back. Li Feng, do you see her disposition? If she were to accompany us, she would inevitably become a hindrance. Lin Ping harbored no grievances against Bai Jiaomei. She merely stated the facts. The presence of such individuals in the team could severely hinder progress and potentially lead to mishaps. Aunt Lin, please do not be upset, Li Feng implored her, before turning his serious gaze towards Bai Jiaomei. What is the matter with you? You have been gone for scarcely an hour, yet you are already complaining about needing rest. This is an island, a wilderness survival situation. We cannot afford to be delicate. I apologize, Li Feng, Bai Jiamei replied, her voice tinged with fatigue. I have gone 2 days without food, and my strength has not yet returned. I recognize my faults, but my body simply cannot endure. She rubbed her thigh, looking pitifully close to tears. Given that you have overexerted yourself and not rested well these past few days, I shall grant you 1 day to recuperate. After tomorrow, you must perform on par with the others. Li Feng acknowledged that her reasoning held some merit, thus allowing her this reprieve. After 2 or 3 days without adequate rest, it was indeed easy to feel lethargic. However, he was resolute in only granting her a single day. Thank you, Li Feng. You truly care for me, Bai Jiamei said sweetly. Do not be too hasty in your gratitude. Tomorrow, will you be able to endure the same hardships as they do? Li Feng reiterated, firmly limiting her grace period. Of course, Bai Jiamei nodded vigorously. Very well, I shall observe your performance tomorrow. Should you falter again, I will have no choice but to dismiss you to fend for yourself. Aunt Lin, Xiaoli, let's take a brief respite, Li Feng suggested, allowing the two to rest in place. The scenery here was indeed splendid. Yu Xiaoli sat beneath a pine tree, admiring the breathtaking mountain views. The endless sea of trees resembling undulating green waves. Lin Ping, having wiped away her sweat, sat on a rock, feeling dejected. Ever since Bai Jiamei joined the team, her mood had been adversely affected. This weather is unbearably hot, Bai Jiamei cooed, deliberately pulling at her v-neck to cool off. She had taken good care of herself, her skin fair and plump. However, this was superficial. After leaving her company, she had spent a considerable sum on breast augmentation and cosmetic procedures to enhance her allure. Yet, ultimately, artificial enhancements could not replace authenticity. Li Feng, why is it so hot? I truly wish to find a place to bathe, Bai Jiamei continued to whine, her v-neck gaping wider. Be careful not to tear your v-neck. If your clothing gets damaged, there are no fresh garments to change into on this island. Upon hearing Li Feng's reminder, Bai Jiamei fell silent, questioning whether he was oblivious to her subtle hints and insinuations. Oh dear, Li Gu, it is so hot, she lamented. Yu Xiaoli mimicked her actions, pretending to pull at her v-neck. However, this little beauty remained modest. She merely gestured without actually adjusting her neckline. Oh dear, Li Feng, I'm also feeling quite warm, Lin Ping chimed in, attempting to imitate the gesture. Wow, Aunt Lin, you look splendid, Yu Xiaoli complimented. Of course, this is all natural. I have not undergone any procedures or enhancements, Lin Ping retorted, casting a disapproving glance at Bai Jiamei. What kind of person constantly seeks to entice men? With mere superficial charm, what is their showcase? Observing 2 individuals imitating her, Bai Jiamei felt a pang of frustration. This was her most adept means of allure, and yet someone had the audacity to replicate it. Alas, my dear visage, scorched by the sun's relentless rays, I must diligently safeguard this face. Otherwise, in a few years, I shall age and lose my radiance. Bai Jiamei gently caressed her face, muttering to herself. She was subtly hinting that Lin Ping was no longer youthful. Upon hearing this insinuation, Lin Ping felt a surge of anger. Age was her Achilles heel, one she could not evade. In her earlier days, before encountering Li Feng, she had never been concerned about the issue of age. However, after meeting Li Feng, it became a pressing concern. Some women possess depth, becoming increasingly alluring as they age. Yu Xiaoli quickly praised Lin Ping, remarking on her eloquence. This little girl truly knows how to flatter. Just then, as Bai Jiamei was about to report the two for their collusion against her, a sudden breeze swept through. Li Feng noticed something drifting in the wind. Shoo! Silence, everyone, he commanded, urging the 3 to remain quiet upon observing the object approaching in the breeze. Seeing the gravity of Li Feng's expression, they dared not utter a word. Chapter 29. The white bones in the pine forest, a gentle breeze swept through, and Li Feng observed a leaf dancing in the wind. After swirling gracefully, the leaf descended from the tree. Li Feng reached out and caught the leaf. It was a bamboo leaf. A smile graced Li Feng's face upon seeing it. Li Gu, what makes you smile? Yu Xiaoli inquired, intrigued. It's a bamboo leaf, Li Feng replied. Just a single bamboo leaf. What is there to be happy about? Lin Ping gazed at him with curiosity. It's merely a bamboo leaf, not worth anything. Once we leave the island, I could buy you as many bamboo leaves as you desire, Bai Jiaomei remarked nonchalantly. The wind carried the bamboo leaf, indicating the presence of a nearby bamboo grove. If bamboo is available, we can create bamboo tubes. Bamboo tubes can hold water, and, once we hunt a wild boar, can also store the meat. The sight of the bamboo leaf uplifted Li Feng's spirits. The problem of food preservation was resolved. Li Go, how do bamboo tubes preserve pork? Yu Xiaoli asked. Lin Ping was equally perplexed about the method of preserving pork with bamboo tubes. After hunting a wild boar, we can fry the meat and mix it with lard, then place it in the bamboo tube. Once the oil solidifies, it will be sealed for long-term storage. Li Feng explained, sharing a practical solution. That's indeed a clever method, but we lack a pot. Lin Ping expressed her concern. Solutions come to those who seek them. We shall address each issue as it arises. Patience is key. These challenges must be tackled one by one. Li Go, you are remarkably intelligent. Such knowledge is not taught in books, yet you possess it. Yu Xiaoli admired him. As long as they could preserve the meat, they would no longer worry about food. Such knowledge stems from life experiences rather than textbooks. Come, let us not tarry any longer and continue our journey. Li Feng said as he moved toward the direction of the gentle breeze. Ahead, a vast bamboo grove awaited them. If they could locate that grove, they would be able to create bamboo tubes. Sigh, if only we were in a big city, I could easily purchase these items without such hassle, Bai Jiaomei lamented, stretching her waist and trailing behind lethargically. Stop mentioning money as if you possess billions. Are you wealthier than Ma Dayan? Lin Ping shot her a disapproving glance. This woman always spoke of money. Even if Ma Dayan were stranded on a deserted island, his wealth would be of no use here. After traversing a thicket, the trio arrived at a pine forest. The grove was modest, yet it was filled with countless unique and vigorous pine trees, brimming with life. These pines are truly beautiful, Lin Ping remarked, inhaling the refreshing scent of pine that filled the air. Wow, this pine forest is stunning, Yu Xiaoli exclaimed, bending down to gather a handful of pine needles, which she then scattered into the air, creating a whimsical shower of needles. Amidst the pine trees, she appeared delicate, pure, and enchanting. Lin Ping picked up a pine cone, squeezing it joyfully, only to find it devoid of pine nuts. Enough of the frolicking. Let us press on. Li Feng urged the two young women, emphasizing the importance of their mission. All right, we will follow your lead, they responded in unison. The two women were obedient and cooperative. Just as Li Feng was about to proceed, he noticed something pale beneath a pine tree. The sunlight illuminated the object, rendering it as white as a sheet of paper. Li Feng, what's wrong? Lin Ping inquired, observing his sudden halt. I seem to have spotted something pale. As Li Feng approached the pine tree, he was suddenly confronted by a skeleton, human remains, stark and eerie. The skeleton was remarkably well preserved, with a complete skull, limbs, and ribs intact. Wow, a skeleton! Lin Ping gasped, startled by the sight of the bony remains. Yu Xiaoli also felt a surge of fear. It is only natural to be frightened upon encountering such a sight. Oh my gosh, I'm terrified, Li Feng. I'm scared, Bai Jiaomei clutched Li Feng's hand, rubbing it nervously. Li Feng suddenly felt a strange firmness, reminiscent of large silicone. Let go of my hand. It's merely a skeleton, posing no danger, he urged, attempting to withdraw his hand, yet hesitant to harm her. It was said that filling silicone should not be subjected to excessive force. I want tea. I'm scared, and my heart is racing, Bai Jiaomei insisted, embracing his arm tightly, shaking it fervently. It's just a skeleton. There's no danger, Li Feng asserted, forcibly extracting his arm from her grasp. Bai Jiaomei felt a twinge of disappointment. She had hoped to entice Li Feng with her charms, yet he remained steadfastly indifferent. She began to question whether he was merely pretending to be principled or perhaps had some physiological issues. Li Feng crouched down, scrutinizing the bones closely. The skeletal structure was robust, indicating that the deceased had a formidable physique. Li Feng, let us leave. Why are you staring at it? It's quite frightening, Lin Ping urged, unwilling to linger even a moment longer. Yes, Brother Li, this place is eerie. We should hurry, Yu Xiaoli echoed, equally unnerved by the sight of the skeleton. How peculiar. Why would there be a skeleton here? Li Feng pondered, his face a mask of confusion. Could it be one of the islanders from the plane crash? Lin Ping speculated. Previously, while aboard the ill-fated aircraft, they had discovered a notebook, which revealed that 7 islanders had been on board. However, only 2 skeletal remains have been found in the cabin. This skeleton could potentially belong to one of the 5 missing individuals. This deceased cannot be an islander, Li Feng deduced, examining the bones meticulously. How can you be so certain? Lin Ping probed. Islanders are generally petite, with small bones, yet this skeleton is robust and large. Moreover, Li Feng azitata. Trailing off. Moreover what? Lin Ping inquired, intrigued by his analysis. Moreover, the plane crash occurred 70 to 80 years ago. While these bones are no more than 5 years old, Li Feng concluded based on the color of the bones. This person must have died only a few years ago. Where are the clothes? Yu Xiaoli mustered her courage to examine the skeleton and asked curiously. What clothes? Lin Ping inquired. Yu Xiaoli remarked, under normal circumstances, after several years have passed since a person's demise, their clothing would typically decay but not entirely vanish. Yet, this skeletal remains bear no trace of decayed garments. Indeed, there are no remnants of clothing on the bones. Lin Ping also noted this peculiar detail. Nowadays, most attire is crafted from carbon fiber, which could not possibly decompose into dust within just a few years. Li Ge, how strange it is that this deceased remains devoid of clothing, she observed. Yu Xiaoli was utterly perplexed. Where could the deceased's garments have gone? The absence of any clothing on the corpse suggested but one possibility. Suddenly, Li Feng furrowed his brow, contemplating a thought. What possibility? Lin Ping and Yu Xiaoli inquired in unison. Chapter 030. The skeleton of the savage, the skeletal remains lay bare, devoid of any clothing, leaving but one possibility. He was not a modern man, but rather a savage. Li Feng boldly speculated that these bones must belong to a primitive human. Had the individual been contemporary, their garments would not have decayed into mere dust within just a few years. He was indeed a savage. Lin Ping and Yu Xiaoli were taken aback, both recalling Li Feng's ominous nightmare. Could it be that this dreadful dream was destined to manifest? Li Feng, too, remembered the unsettling dream he had the previous night, wherein a band of savages abducted the 2 women. These savages sought to capture Lin Ping and her companion as playthings to bear their offspring. To their astonishment, there truly existed savages upon this island. Li Feng, do savages not wear clothing? Bai Jiaomei inquired, her mind conjuring images of a group of naked male savages wandering through the forest, sending shivers down her spine. The potential for a disastrous encounter loomed large. If captured as mates, survival might be possible, yet if taken as sustenance, the fate would be grim indeed. These savages, it seemed, would not remain entirely unclothed. Li Feng kneaded the soil beside the bones, noting a mass of putrid mud nearby. This muck was likely the result of animal hides decomposing into earth. From the evidence at hand, it was clear that savages inhabited the island, garbed in the skins of beasts. Li Feng, how did he meet his end? Lin Ping inquired. Aunt Lin, what does it matter how he died? He is dead regardless. We must leave swiftly, Yu Xiaoli expressed, her fear of the skeleton palpable. She wished not to linger even a moment longer, eager to escape. Li Feng continued his examination of the bones, intent on uncovering the cause of death. Upon closer inspection, he observed a series of deep claw marks along the ribs. He took a branch to clear the dust from the bones. Li Ge, what are you doing? Yu Xiaoli assumed he was preparing to bury the savage. The claw marks were profound and powerful. After scrutinizing the impressions, Li Feng surmised the probable cause of death. Was he slain by steel claws? Bai Jiaomei queried. This is an island. Steel claws cannot possibly exist here. Li Feng shook his head. Even if savages roamed these lands, they would lack the knowledge of modern craftsmanship to forge such materials. Could he have been killed by a monster, one with razor-sharp claws? Yu Xiaoli speculated. Indeed, you are perceptive. He was indeed slain by a creature, one with formidable claws, Li Feng replied, suddenly reminded of Tong Meng. That beast had fled into the forest only to be pierced through the heart by a mysterious creature. This primitive savage likely met a similar fate, perishing in a gruesome manner. What manner of monster possesses such strength? Lin Ping inquired. I cannot say, Li Feng replied, shaking his head. He was uncertain what creature could wield such power. It was certainly not a fierce tiger nor a black bear. Both of these beasts would have torn apart their prey for sustenance. Yet, the skeleton remained remarkably intact. It seemed that the creature had not feasted upon the savage's remains. Li Feng recalled that Tong Meng's body too had remained largely preserved after death. He dared to assert that Tong Meng and the wild man both perished at the hands of that monstrous creature. Li Yi, if there truly is a monster on this island, do you think you can confront it? Yu Xiaoli inquired, her gaze darting anxiously around. She feared that, should the creature appear, Li Feng would be no match for it. Uncertainty loomed in Li Feng's mind. He was oblivious to the nature of the creature or its combat prowess. He could not guarantee his ability to contend with such a being, yet he vowed to exert every ounce of his strength. This place is dreadfully eerie. We should hasten our departure, he urged. A gentle breeze swept through, causing pine needles to drift down like whispers of the forest. Lin Ping felt a shiver run through her, perhaps a mere figment of her imagination. Yet she could not shake the feeling that they were being watched. Let us proceed to gather bamboo, Li Feng declared, wiping his hands clean before rising. He intended to craft bamboo tubes for storing water and provisions. As they departed, the skeletal remains beneath the pine tree seemed to radiate an even more sinister aura. Li Gu, if there are indeed wild men on this island, how many do you estimate there to be? Yu Xiaoli questioned. The thought of being outnumbered troubled her. Even if Li Feng were a master of martial arts, he would struggle against many foes. I estimate their numbers to be neither too few nor too many, likely ranging between several hundred to 1,000. Li Feng calculated, contemplating the size of the tribe. Such a multitude? The prospect of encountering hundreds or even thousands of savages sent a chill down Yu Xiaoli's spine. If captured by them, it would spell her doom. Xiaoli, I've heard that wild men are formidable and not to be trifled with. You must avoid falling into their clutches, or your fate would be dire. Bai Jiaomei attempted to frighten her further. Please, spare me such talk. It terrifies me, Yu Xiaoli replied, her fear intensifying. Lin Ping, burdened with her own concerns, remained silent. What troubles you? Li Feng asked, noticing her despondency. It's nothing, she replied, shaking her head, unwilling to share her worries. In truth, she was anxious about her daughter. Lin Ting, if her daughter were to survive the ordeal, yet be captured by the wild men, her fate would surely be grim. Rest assured, I will do everything in my power to ensure your safety, Li Feng promised, gripping his sword tightly. Should they encounter wild men bent on harming the women, he would unleash a fierce onslaught, vanquishing them without hesitation. No matter the cunning or strength displayed by the wild men, he would not yield. As the trio traversed the pine forest, they beheld a verdant expanse of bamboo ahead. The bamboo grove, akin to a lush emerald sea, swayed gracefully in the gentle breeze. The beauty of this bamboo forest was breathtaking, illuminated by the radiant sun filtering through the foliage, creating a stunning spectacle. Wow, bamboo forest. I see so many bamboo stalks. It's so beautiful, exclaimed Yu Xiaoli, her face lighting up with joy at the sight before her. This scenery is truly magnificent, with mountains draped in emerald green. A picturesque landscape, Lin Ping remarked as she smoothed her hair, savoring the enchanting bamboo sea. In the presence of such beauty, the shadows of their earlier fears dissipated. A mere bamboo grove, what is there to behold? Upon returning, I intend to plant bamboo all around the villa. Bai Jiaomei has always been somewhat of an outsider. Even stranded on a deserted island, she still clings to her sense of status. In terms of lineage and wealth, she pales in comparison to Lin Ping. Yet, Lin Ping remains remarkably humble, never flaunting her advantages. Be cautious, as this bamboo grove may harbor venomous snakes. Li Feng cautioned them to prioritize safety. The grove is home to the bamboo viper, a small yet highly toxic serpent. Despite its diminutive size, its venom poses a significant threat to life if bitten. Thank you for the warning, Li Feng. We shall exercise utmost caution, Lin Ping replied, wielding a stick to clear the path. As the trio ventured deeper into the grove, the crunching of bamboo leaves echoed beneath their feet. The ground was carpeted with layers of fallen foliage, and the thick bamboo stalks appeared ideal for crafting bamboo tubes. After severing several stalks, Li Feng skillfully trimmed the branches, preparing to extract the central sections. The three women dared not stray from his side, acutely aware of the dangers lurking on this island. Regrettably, there were no bamboo shoots. Otherwise, the thought of stir-frying them with meat would have been utterly delightful. Yu Xiaoli sat amidst the bamboo, daydreaming of culinary delights. The grove offered a refreshing coolness and invigorating air. "You are such a foodie, always thinking about food," Lin Ping remarked with a smile. "Indeed, I am a foodie, and my hearty appetite has led to a rather ample figure," Yu Xiaoli responded, admiring her voluptuous silhouette. The more she gazed, the more she appreciated her form, which seemed to attract men's attention. "How undignified! Stir-fried bamboo shoots with meat hardly deserves recognition," Bai Jiaomei interjected sarcastically. Yu Xiaoli, unfazed by her jibes, found her incessant need for conflict tiresome. "Be careful, there is danger," Li Feng suddenly warned as he sensed an imminent threat while chopping bamboo. Startled, the three women swiftly rose to their feet. Chapter 31. The murder of Lin Ping. Upon receiving a warning from Li Feng about impending danger, the three beautiful women promptly stood up in alarm. They glanced around anxiously, but saw no sign of a beast. "Li Gu, there is no danger," Yu Xiaoli said, scanning the vicinity without spotting any threat, her voice tinged with unease. Lin Ping and Bai Jiaomei also failed to discern any peril, puzzled as to where the danger lay. "Shoo!" Li Feng gestured for silence. Although the beast had yet to make an appearance, his instincts suggested that a large animal was drawing near. Having trained in the depths of the mountains with his grandfather since childhood, his intuition was remarkably acute. He could sense impending threats with remarkable clarity. Seeing Li Feng's serious demeanor, Lin Ping was drenched in sweat, anxiety gripping her. "Li Feng, are you being overly sensitive? It's broad daylight. How could there be any danger?" Bai Jiaomei scoffed, dismissing his concerns. "Li Gu has asked for silence. Please refrain from speaking," Yu Xiaoli urged, attempting to quiet her. "There is no danger here. Why are you making such a fuss?" Bai Jiaomei retorted, clearly dissatisfied. Just as Li Feng remained vigilant, a sudden prickling sensation coursed through him. The hairs on his arms stood on end as if stirred by an unseen wind. A crisis was indeed imminent. "Over there is a tree. You should carefully make your way to it and climb to safety." Li Feng pointed to a towering ancient tree nestled within the bamboo grove, its numerous branches promising a secure refuge. "Okay," Lin Ping and Yu Xiaoli whispered, cautiously advancing toward the tree. They dare not scream or run, for Li Feng had warned them that fear could make one more vulnerable to a beast's attack. "Huh, you're all quite amusing. On such a beautiful day, where could the danger possibly be?" Bai Jiaomei remained obstinately rooted in place, disbelieving any threat existed. "Your desire to court danger is your own affair," Lin Ping sighed, too weary to persuade her. Suddenly, as the two women drew near the great tree, a gust of wind swept through the bamboo grove, sending leaves fluttering to the ground. A few frightened birds took flight in panic. The crisis had arrived. A thunderous roar echoed through the air, and a dark silhouette emerged within the thicket. The dense bamboo obscured the creature, revealing only its towering, shadowy form. As the shadow loomed, a palpable sense of dread enveloped the grove, the atmosphere thick with the scent of impending doom. The beast's growl resonated like rolling thunder, stirring a tempest among the bamboo leaves. "What is that?" Bai Jiaomei screamed in terror upon glimpsing the shadow. As Lin Ping and Yu Xiaoli reached the base of the tree, they turned back in horror, gasping at the sight before them. "What terrible luck! It's a black bear." Li Feng's eyes glinted with fierce resolve. He had no desire to confront such a formidable creature, for injury on this island could spell certain death. "Ah, black bear!" Bai Jiaomei, who moments ago had scoffed at Li Feng's fears, now screamed in sheer panic. "Do not shout. Quiet, everyone." Li Feng's irritation toward Bai Jiaomei peaked. Keeping her around had been a grave mistake. "Li Feng, the black bear. I fear the bear will devour me. Quickly, you must slay the beast." Bai Jiaomei cried out in terror. "Do not shout, do not scream. Walk slowly to the tree, and then climb to safety." Li Feng was aware that the bear could also ascend trees with remarkable speed. However, as long as the three of them reached the branches, He would have no worries and could confront the bear without hesitation. The black bear roared ferociously, thumping its chest and approaching upright on its hind legs. Yet, it was cautious, not charging recklessly. "Ah, I fear the bear will eat me. Help!" Bai Jiao Mei disregarded the advice, letting out a piercing scream and sprinting towards a tree. This was disastrous. Witnessing the woman's frantic dash, Li Feng sensed impending doom. Once the bear sensed its prey's fear, it would attack fiercely. Indeed, the beast, driven by its primal instincts, charged forward. Thud, thud, thud. The bear collided violently with several bamboo stalks, causing them to sway dangerously, almost snapping under the force. This creature possessed tremendous brute strength. Aunt Lin Shaoli quickly climbed the tree. Li Feng shouted, preparing to engage the bear in combat. He would not allow it to ascend and harm the two women. As for Bai Jiaomei, he cared not for her fate. Li Feng, be careful. Lin Ping's concern for her boyfriend surged as the bear approached. If her beloved were to face peril, she could not bear to live. Aunt Lin, you must climb. Yuxiao li urge di panik. Equally worried for Li Feng's safety. Yet she understood the importance of not hindering their escape. In times of danger, they must follow orders. Shaoli, you go first. Lin Ping insisted that she ascend the tree ahead. Hurry, climb. Yu Shaoli urged her onward. Ah, I am so frightened. The bear is terrifying. As they attempted to scale the tree, Bai Jiao Mei suddenly rushed forward, shoving them aside. Bai Jiao Mei, you selfish fool. Ignoring Li Ji's instructions. You recklessly assume you know best, and now you've pushed us away. Yu Shaoli seethed, ready to strike her. Lin Ping shared her anger. This woman was foolish and self-serving. Ah, I do not wish to be eaten by the bear. I must climb first. Bai Jiao Mei clung desperately to the trunk, panicking, yet unable to ascend. Overwhelmed by fear, she felt weak and powerless, lacking the strength to scale the tree. The black bear seized the opportunity and charged forward. When it stood on its hind legs, the creature towered nearly 2 meters tall, exuding an oppressive fear akin to a mountain pressing down. Li Feng noticed numerous scars on the bear's abdomen, suggesting it had suffered wounds in the past. Beast, you wish to feast upon my lovely companions. I shall take your life. With a swift motion, Li Feng thrust his blade towards the bear's belly. His strike was quick, but the bear was agile and responded with equal swiftness. The creature's massive paw deflected his knife with ease. Swish, swish, swish. Li Feng swung his long knife, the razor-sharp blade repeatedly striking the bear. Roar! The beast, now wounded and in excruciating pain, charged at him in a frenzy. Li Feng propelled himself into the air, his legs clasping a bamboo stalk, soaring over 2 meters off the ground. His reflexes were remarkably swift, and his strength formidable. Just as his legs secured around the bamboo, a bear paw struck with ferocity. The resounding crack echoed as the robust bamboo splintered beneath the force of the black bear's blow. Fortunately, Li Feng evaded in time. Otherwise, the sheer power of that strike could have inflicted grave injuries upon him. As the bamboo splintered and fell, Li Feng seized another stalk with his left hand, performing a swift aerial rotation before delivering a fierce slash toward the bear's skull. The blade found its mark, and blood gushed from the bear's head. Enraged, the beast roared and charged towards the 3 women, sensing that Li Feng posed a significant threat and opting instead to target the more vulnerable females. Oh no, the black bear is coming. I don't want to die. In the face of the approaching menace, Bai Jiaomei's eyes flashed with a chilling resolve as she pushed Lin Ping to the ground. Lin Ping screamed in terror as she fell, utterly astonished that Bai Jiaomei could be so ruthless as to endanger her life. Lin Aunt, Yu Shaoli cried out in panic. With a thunderous roar, the black bear lunged and swiped at Lin Ping's head, its immense strength compounded by its weight. Such a blow could shatter her skull into fragments. Li Feng, take care of yourself and look after Shaoli. Lin Ping screamed, a wave of dread washing over her as she confronted the specter of death. In her final moments, she wished for her boyfriend and Shaoli to survive, even if it meant sacrificing her own life. Chapter 032. The Reckless Schemer Li Feng. Take care of yourself, and little Li. Lin Ping, on the brink of death, could not help but worry about the two. Aunt Lin, sobbing. Yu Shaoli was frightened to tears. Just as the black bear was about to strike Lin Ping's head, Li Feng swiftly leaped down from the bamboo, grasping her foot and pulling her back. A thunderous crash resounded, shaking the forest. Countless bamboo leaves fluttered down, and the ground was left with a deep pit. Lin Ping narrowly evaded the attack. That was perilously close. Fortunately, Li Feng had pulled her away at the critical moment. Otherwise, she would have surely met her demise. Lin Ping felt utterly drained, her mind a blank slate, as if she were lost in chaos. With a furious roar, the black bear, having missed its target, charged forward in a frenzy. Damn it! Just because the tiger doesn't roar, you think I'm a sickly cat? If you dare harm my woman, I shall ensure your lineage ends here. With a swift kick, Li Feng propelled Lin Ping several meters away, careful not to cause her harm. After Lin Ping landed in the bamboo grove, Li Feng soared into the air, balancing on two bamboo stalks. With a crack, the bamboo tilted as he spread his legs in midair and seized the opportunity to stab the bear in its eye. The black bear, now with its left eye pierced, let out a blood-curdling, agonizing roar, wildly flailing its massive paws. Yet Li Feng remained airborne, supported by the bamboo, evading the bear's relentless swipes. The beast, in excruciating pain, rolled over and over in a desperate attempt to escape. After several frantic rolls, it fled in anguish. With a sigh of relief, Li Feng watched the creature retreat. His sole concern was the safety of the two women. He had no desire to pursue the bear, which was already fleeing at a remarkable speed. Brother Li, you are truly incredible. You actually drove the black bear away. Are you all right? Yu Xiaoli asked, still trembling from the earlier ordeal, her eyes brimming with tears. I'm fine, Li Feng replied, wiping away the sweat. The earlier scene had been too perilous. Lin Ping had nearly been killed by the bear. Aunt Lin, are you all right? Yu Xiaoli hurriedly rushed over to help her out from the pile of bamboo leaves. Aunt Lin, seeing Lin Ping limp and her eyes rolling back, Yu Xiaoli panicked. Lin Ping lay motionless, utterly weakened. Brother Li, Aunt Lin cannot speak or stand, Yu Xiaoli cried, collapsing to the ground in despair. Xiaoli, do not cry. She is fine, Li Feng reassured her. You are lying. You are deceiving me. Yu Xiaoli sobbed, feeling hopeless. Aunt Lin, with her limbs limp and unable to utter a word, could not possibly be all right, could she? Aunt Lin is truly fine. She is merely in shock. Her adrenaline has surged, and she needs a moment to recover. Do not shake her. Let her rest, Li Feng explained, bringing Xiaoli some comfort. Lin, you cannot be in trouble. Our team cannot afford to lose anyone, Bai Jiaomei pretended to weep, feigning sympathy. In a fit of rage, Yu Xiaoli rushed forward and slapped her. Ah, Bai Jiaomei, stunned by the blow, exclaimed, Xiaoli, I bear you no grudge. Why are you hitting me? You wicked creature. Your heart is as cruel as they come. You deliberately pushed Aunt Lin to the ground, hoping she would be devoured by the bear. You are utterly insane. Yu Xiaoli struck her again. Xiaoli, you are wronging me. I did not push down President Lin. If you dare to strike me again, I shall retaliate. Bai Jiaomei retorted defiantly. Do you think I am blind? I saw it with my own eyes, Yu Xiaoli replied, her fists clenched, seething with anger. She yearned to rid the world of this woman, believing her presence to be a curse. Xiaoli, I have no enmity with President Lin. How could I wish her harm? Do not falsely accuse me, Bai Jiaomei insisted, refusing to admit her guilt. Meanwhile, Li Feng was performing CPR on Lin Ping, his focus entirely on her. Aunt Lin had been severely startled, struggling to catch her breath. Failure to do so could prove perilous. Many succumbed to shock, their hearts giving way under the strain of fear. Lin Ping's eyes rolled back, her body convulsing. It's all right, do not be afraid. I told you, as long as I am here, I will protect you. You are mine, and I will not let you perish, Li Feng murmured gently, stroking her to provide comfort. It seemed Lin Ping heard his words as she nodded slightly, her eyes still rolling back. Xiaoli, I truly did not push President Lin. I am not a heartless person. Please do not unjustly label me, and refrain from violence, or I shall retaliate, Bai Jiaomei asserted, though her confidence wavered. You wicked creature. I wish nothing more than to feast upon your flesh and drink your blood. If anything were to happen to Aunt Lin, I would kill you, Yu Xiaoli seethed. Do not impose false accusations upon me. I did not push President Lin, and Li Feng may not heed your words. By what right do you seek to expel me? Bai Jiaomei countered, her voice lacking conviction, yet she would not confess to the act. As their heated exchange continued, Li Feng remained focused on stabilizing Lin Ping's breathing. After a period of soothing and massaging, Lin Ping managed to regain her breath. Wow, she gasped, taking deep breaths, having narrowly escaped death. Aunt Lin, are you all right? How do you feel? Li Feng inquired, crouching beside her and gently patting her back. Woo-woo, darling, thank you for saving me. You have given me another chance at life. Lin Ping cried, collapsing into Li Feng's embrace, resembling a delicate woman. Though she had once been a strong leader, her vulnerability surfaced in the presence of a dependable man. It's all right now. Do not cry. You are safe, Li Feng reassured her. Even though you are my man, I shall not monopolize you. You may be with whomever you wish, as long as it brings you joy. Lin Ping understood that a future with Li Feng was impossible. Her happiness lay in his contentment. Let us not discuss such matters now. Your emotions are still volatile. Take care of yourself. Li Feng continued to comfort her. With a heart full of sorrow, Lin Ping wept for a while before pointing at Bai Jiaomei, accusing her of deliberately pushing her to the ground, intending to provoke the black bear to end her life. I witnessed the incident and will advocate for you. Li Feng also bore witness to the event. You may handle it as you wish. I do not wish to complicate your situation. Lin Ping lowered her head, consumed by sadness. Rest assured, I am not a doormat. I shall ensure your satisfaction. After comforting her, Li Feng approached the two. Shally has wrongfully accused me. You must stand up for me. I truly did not push General Lin, Bai Jiaomei declared, preemptively casting blame as he approached. This audacious woman dared to assert her innocence. It is truly baffling from whence she derives her audacity. Chapter 033. Drive away this wretched woman, Li Feng. You must stand up for me and speak a fair word. I did not push General Lin. Shally has wronged me and even struck me. Should she dare to lay her hands on me again, I shall retaliate. Bai Jiaomei feigned grievance. Bah, you wretched woman, do you think we are blind? With a sharp slap, Yu Shaoli, infuriated by her audacity to complain, struck again. Ouch, you vile Shaoli, I have tolerated you for long enough. How dare you hit me? I shall ruin your face. After receiving yet another slap, Bai Jiaomei raised her hand to strike Yu Shaoli back. Slap. Just as she was about to hit Yu Shaoli, Li Feng unexpectedly sent her sprawling to the ground with a forceful blow. You dare strike me? Her face was a picture of indignation, tears welling in her eyes. You disregarded my arrangements, causing a disaster, and then maliciously accused Lin Ping. What right do you have to complain? You foolish, selfish, and wicked trash. Li Feng glared at the wretched woman with fury. Regret washed over him. He wished he had never taken in such filth. He had once thought of her as a compatriot, someone to rely on for survival, only to discover her heart was as black as coal. Li Feng, you have wronged me. You truly chill my heart. How could you side with them against me? Bai Jiaomei covered her face, sobbing in feigned sorrow. TCH, you still have the audacity to cry. Yu Shaoli shot her a disdainful glance. Woo-woo, Li Feng, you are deliberately partial to them. This is so unfair to me. Is it because they have given their bodies to you, and I have not, that you strike me? If you desire, I can offer myself to you at any time. You may have me however you wish. Bai Jiaomei loosened her v-neck, attempting to seduce Li Feng with her allure. If you wish, I shall heed your every command. Bai Jiaomei was utterly shameless. If Li Feng desired her, it mattered little to her. She had numerous ex-lovers and countless one-night encounters, many of whose names she had forgotten. Losing Li Feng was neither gain nor loss for her. Spare me your sordid thoughts. I have no interest in you, Li Feng retorted, unwilling to engage further. Shaoli has wronged me. You struck me. You are all deliberately targeting me. Bai Jiaomei pretended to be deeply sorrowful and wronged, exhibiting astonishing acting skills, so much so that she almost believed herself to be the victim. Shaoli did not wrong you. You indeed pushed me to the ground, nearly causing my demise. Lin Ping approached, leaning on her staff, her steps unsteady as she recalled the harrowing scene from earlier. She felt a wave of relief. Had Li Feng not been so formidable, she could have perished, and worse, without a complete body. Li Feng, do not trust General Lin. We had some conflicts at the company, and she bears ill will towards me, Maliciously slandering my name, Bai Jiaomei cried, her tears flowing as she tried to defend herself. They have not wronged you. I witnessed everything with my own eyes. You are beyond redemption. Begone. Li Feng dismissed her, wishing for her to fend for herself. What? You want to expel me? Bai Jiaomei panicked. If she were cast out, she would not survive on the island. I have no need for your kind. I wish to see you gone, Li Feng declared. Please do not cast me away. I acknowledge my fault. I inadvertently toppled President Lin, but it was not my intention. It was a mere accident, Bai Jiaomei implored, hastily kneeling upon the ground. You are foolish, selfish, and duplicitous. Your presence is a calamity. Li Feng resolved to expel this wretched woman. Brother Li, your decision is indeed wise. Your sagacity is unmatched. Yu Xiaoli expressed her agreement. Lin Ping remained silent, offering no opinion, wholly compliant with Li Feng's directives. Li Feng, I am aware of my misstep. I was startled and committed a grave error. I beseech you for another chance. Bai Jiaomei continued her desperate supplication from her kneeling position. Yet, she swore that once she departed the island, she would exact a furious revenge upon the three. The humiliation she endured today would be repaid tenfold in the future. In chaotic times, the first to be vanquished should be the self-righteous. We have no desire to play the martyr. You would do well to distance yourself from us, Yu Xiaoli retorted coldly, expressing no sympathy for such a woman. Li Feng, do you truly intend to cast me away? I recognize my fault. Grant me another chance, please. Bai Jiaomei crawled closer, clutching his leg in a pitiful manner. Xiaoli is correct. In tumultuous times, the self-righteous must be eliminated first. I have no desire to be a martyr. So cease your pestering and depart. Li Feng firmly pushed her away. Brother Li, I fear the black bear may return. We should leave swiftly. Yu Xiaoli anxiously glanced around, concerned that the bear might reappear. Very well, let us depart, Li Feng agreed, taking up the bamboo tube as he led the two women away. Brother Li, allow us to carry the bamboo tube. Your sole responsibility is to ensure our safety, the two women offered, taking the tube into their own hands. I wish to alleviate some of the burden. Let us share the load. Bai Jiaomei hastily approached, seeking to ingratiate herself with the trio. We have no need for your assistance, lest you inadvertently bring about our demise. Yu Xiaoli coldly rebuffed her. Let's go, Li Feng urged, leading the two women onward as he sought out prey and wild vegetables along the way. Should they fail to find any game, they would return to the camp to devise a new plan. As the three departed, Bai Jiaomei trailed behind them. Do not follow us, Yu Xiaoli warned, attempting to dissuade her as Lin Ping cast a disapproving glance in her direction. This woman was treacherous, and no one dared to ally with her for survival. If she were to seize an opportunity later, the consequences could be dire. Li Feng, I understand your disdain for me and your unwillingness to forgive. But I implore you for one favor. Bai Jiaomei clasped her hands in supplication, her voice rife with desperation. Li Feng regarded her with a cold stare, eager to hear her futile pleas. This place is perilous. I beseech you to lead me out of the jungle. Once we reach the beach, I promise not to disturb you. Bai Jiaomei continued to plead, desperate to escape. She feared the return of the black bear, which might consume her. Your fate is of no concern to me, Li Feng replied dismissively before turning away. As the three moved on, Bai Jiaomei continued to follow at a distance, maintaining a cautious gap of several meters, neither daring to draw too close nor to stray too far. Li Go, what should we do? She's following us, Yu Xiaoli inquired. Ignore her. Let her fend for herself, Li Feng replied, wishing to rid himself of Bai Jiaomei. However, he had no intention of resorting to violence against the woman. Oh dear, I've tripped and hurt so much. Seeing that Li Feng was unresponsive, Bai Jiaomei feigned to fall, whimpering dramatically. Li Feng did not look back. Her demise would not concern him. I'm in so much pain, Li Feng. Will you forgive me? If you do, once we leave the island, I'll give you my company. She attempted to entice Li Feng with empty promises, yet her efforts proved futile. The trio retraced their steps, and as they passed through a thicket, a sudden rustling emerged from the underbrush. Be careful. Upon noticing the disturbance, Li Feng positioned himself protectively in front of the two women. Oh my, could it be that the bear has returned? Yu Xiaoli exclaimed, startled. This cursed island is rife with peril. It's utterly terrifying. Lin Ping also felt a surge of anxiety, fearing that the formidable beast might reappear. That creature was indeed formidable and posed a significant threat. Chapter 034. Ambush. Li Feng sensed a disturbance in the surrounding jungle. The grass rustled ominously. A gust of wind swept through, carrying the scent of beasts. Li Feng, is there danger? Lin Ping inquired, her voice tinged with anxiety. Yu Xiaoli, equally apprehensive, was drenched in sweat. They would unconditionally trust Li Feng if he indicated a threat. Be cautious. Something is approaching us, Li Feng warned, gesturing toward the large tree nearby. The two women hurriedly ascended the tree. Lin Ping, tall and slender, climbed swiftly, pulling Yu Xiaoli up after her. Li Feng, you should come up too, they urged once secure in the branches. As long as you are safe up there, do not concern yourselves with me, Li Feng replied, choosing to remain grounded. He gripped his long knife tightly, observing with vigilance. Li Feng, Xiaoli and Lin are in the tree. Is there danger? Bai Jiamei called from several meters away. Li Feng dismissed her with indifference. This ruthless and cunning woman could meet whatever fate she desired. Suddenly, a chilling wolf howl echoed through the forest, and 5 gray wolves emerged from the thicket, advancing from different directions. These wolves were robust, their eyes glowing green, their claws sharp. Wow, Li Feng, a pack of wolves! Lin Ping exclaimed in alarm upon seeing them. This is merely a fraction of the pack, Li Feng noted, recalling that he had previously slain one. The appearance of 5 more indicated that the pack likely numbered between 10 to 20, given the plentiful food supply in this primal forest. Li Ge, there are wolves. Quickly come up and hide, Yu Xiaoli urged, fearing for his safety. It's all right. I have my eyes set on their pelts, Li Feng declared, preparing to slay the wolves. He intended to skin them to create a rug, as one wolf's hide would be insufficient. Li Ge, why you covet their pelts? They desire your life. Please take cover in the tree, Yu Xiaoli implored, worried for him. You two stand steady in the tree and be careful not to fall, Li Feng advised before preparing to engage. The 5 wolves, emboldened by their numbers, slowly approached, ready to attack. Oh no, a pack of wolves! I'm terrified of wolves. Li Feng, save me, Bai Jiamei cried out in panic. Oof. Yu Xiaoli scoffed from her perch. Li Ge would not dare to rescue you. What if you secretly push him down for the wolves to devour? Xiaoli, I acknowledge my past mistakes. I promise I will not err again. Bai Jiamei pleaded desperately as one wolf charged toward her. Ah, the wolf is coming for me. Li Feng, help, she screamed, her voice filled with terror. Run if you wish to live, Yu Xiaoli shouted from the tree. Oh no, I don't want to be bitten by a wolf. I don't want to die, Bai Jiamei shrieked before hastily fleeing. Awu, another gray wolf, swiftly pursued her, and soon 2 wolves were chasing after her. Oh my, please save me. The big bad wolf is going to bite me. Li Feng, hurry and rescue me. Help, Bai Jiamei cried out in a panic as she fled for her life. Li Feng, watching her disappear from sight, hesitated for a moment before shifting his gaze. Whether this woman lives or dies is up to fate. After the 2 wolves chased Bai Jiamei away, only 3 wolves remained. These 3 formidable gray wolves approached from the left, right, and front, attempting to encircle Li Feng. The beasts coordinated their movements, cautiously testing the waters for an attack. They're about to strike. Be careful, Lin Ping warned anxiously, fearing for Li Feng's safety. A bite from the wolves could lead to infection without proper antibiotics. These 3 wolves were rather timid and cautious. They slowly advanced, extending their claws, only to retreat in haste. Perhaps they had never encountered a bipedal creature before, which made them wary. Damn it, are you going to fight or retreat? You're so infuriating. With a fierce roar, Li Feng charged towards the foremost gray wolf. Sensing his formidable presence, the wolf attempted to retreat. The wolves on either side also sought to flee. Li Feng dashed forward, delivering a decisive blow to the wolf's neck. Awu, the wolf let out a mournful cry, collapsing to the ground, convulsing before being dispatched by Li Feng's blade. The other 2 wolves, witnessing the demise of their companion, scampered away in fright. Awu, they emitted whimpering sounds as they vanished into the thicket, terrified by the ferocity of this bipedal creature. Go back and tell your comrades to steer clear of me, or they will meet the same fate, Li Feng warned the fleeing wolves. Li Ge, you are truly remarkable. You have slain a gray wolf. Quick, Check if it's male or female, Yu Xiaoli inquired with a smile. Xiaoli, why do you want to know if it's male or female? Lin Ping asked, puzzled. If it's a female wolf, then Li Ge is even more impressive. Ha ha! As Yu Xiaoli clapped her hands joyfully, she lost her balance, swaying precariously on the tree. A thud. Her joy turned to dismay as she fell from several meters high. Wow, Xiaoli, are you all right? Lin Ping hurriedly asked upon seeing her tumble from the tree. What if she injured her head and became an imbecile? Woo, I'm fine, just my luck. Yu Xiaoli crawled out from the bushes. Fortunately, a thick layer of leaves cushioned her fall. After landing in the pile of leaves, she was merely disheveled but unharmed. You need to be more careful in the future, Lin Ping advised as she descended from the tree. Ladies, we now have another wolf pelt. Li Feng squatted on the ground, skinning the wolf. With the pelt, we need not sleep on a pile of dry grass anymore. Lin Ping and Yu Xiaoli were delighted. Sleeping on dry grass could lead to back problems. Tonight, we feast on wolf meat. As Li Feng skinned the wolf, he prepared to take the most succulent parts of the meat. Once again we must consume wolf meat. The mere thought of it makes the two beauties feel nauseated. The taste of wolf meat is quite unpalatable, its odor far too pungent. You shall endure this for a day or two. Li Feng, too, yearns to find a more suitable prey. Yet, time is of the essence. As long as we do not suffer from hunger, there is no need to burden yourself with unnecessary pressure. Lin Ping smiled gently and graciously. Brotherly, as long as we do not starve to death, that is sufficient. Yu Xiaoli quickly forced a smile. After those two wolves fled, they are bound to summon more of their kin. We must hasten our departure from this place. After Li Feng skinned the wolf, he took some of the meat with him. He could handle a few wolves, but confronting a large pack would be exceedingly difficult. Were it not for the two women, he would fear no number of wolves. However, his priority is to ensure their safety. Li Feng, has Bai Jiao may been killed by the wolves? Lin Ping gazed towards the silent forest ahead. Was it possible that Bai Jiao may had indeed fallen victim to the wolves? Chapter 35. The Joy of Two Beauties. Is Li Feng's beloved Bai Jiao dead? Lin Ping pondered, wishing to investigate. Lin Aunt, she nearly caused your demise just moments ago. Why concern yourself with her? Yu Xiaoli retorted angrily, recalling the treacherous woman who had almost murdered Lin Ping. I wish to see what has transpired, Lin Ping insisted. If she has been torn apart by those two wolves, the scene would undoubtedly be horrific. The sight of her mangled body might haunt our dreams tonight. The thought of such a gruesome scene filled Yu Xiaoli with dread. An innocent life, ravaged and disfigured by savage bites. Surely it would be a bloodbath, a terrifying sight. Lin Ping hesitated, feeling the weight of her own fear. She is likely not dead. If she had been attacked by wolves, there would have been screams, Li Feng speculated. Confident that the woman had survived. Li Ge, do you wish to go and check? Yu Xiaoli inquired. Let her fend for herself, Li Feng decided, turning away with the wolf pelt and flesh in hand. He had no inclination to concern himself with her fate. Even if Bai Jiao had perished, it was of no consequence to him. As the trio returned to the seaside, twilight was descending. The waves surged and foamed along the shore, while the vast expanse of the ocean was cloaked in ominous crimson clouds, as if stained by blood. Those clouds are rather eerie, Lin Ping remarked, gazing skyward. The fiery clouds appeared as though they might drip with blood, an unsettling omen of impending doom. Yu Xiaoli felt a twinge of unease at the bizarre spectacle, as though the world were on the brink of collapse. Li Feng too sensed a disquieting atmosphere, yet he found solace in the company of the two beauties. Were he alone, the weight of solitude would be unbearable. As Li Feng busied himself by the fire, preparing the wolf pelt and roasting the meat, the two women frolicked on the beach. They shed their shoes, reveling in the soft sand beneath their bare feet, laughter echoing in the air. Li Feng, come stroll with us along the shore. They beckoned, their smiles radiant. Ha ha! Li Feng chuckled genuinely. Aunt Lin Xiaoli, enjoy your play. I must tend to our meal. Oh, you poor thing, Lin Ping replied with a blissful smile, her heart warmed by the presence of her young companion. Since their relationship blossomed, she felt rejuvenated. I do not mind the toil. Your happiness is my reward, Li Feng declared, willing to labor for the sake of the women he cherished. Li Ge, you work hard during the day and labor again at night. You truly lead a challenging life, Yu Xiaoli teased with a mischievous grin. Oh, the sea, my greatest love. she exclaimed playfully, standing on the beach and facing the ocean, letting out a spirited shout. Lin Ping joined her, calling out, "Li Feng, my man, you are my heart's desire." Her voice mingled with the crashing waves, carrying her affection far and wide. "Lin Aunt, if Li Feng is yours, does that not make him mine as well? You shall feign jealousy. He belongs to me. You cannot claim him." Lin Ping teased, playfully grasping her friend, as if to engage in a mock scuffle. "Aunt Lin, you love Li Feng, and so do I. We are both on the same path. Why do you wish to strike me?" Yu Xiaoli felt wronged, finding this charming beauty quite amusing. Recently, a popular internet joke has emerged. "I love your husband, and you love your husband too. We are both on the same path. Why do you want to hit me?" "Oomph." Lin Ping feigned anger, stating, "In this world, everything can be shared, except for men and love. Today, it's you or me." The tension between them was palpable. "Li Ge, Aunt Lin wants to hit me. Who will you support, me or her?" Yu Xiaoli mischievously inquired. When Li Feng looked towards them, he saw two enchanting women standing on the beach, their hair dancing in the sea breeze, radiant smiles adorning their faces. Their flowing black hair, swaying gracefully in the wind, was a sight to behold, filling Li Feng with warmth. There were no schemes or betrayals here. "Li Ge, you still haven't answered my question. Who will you choose, me or Aunt Lin?" Yu Xiaoli pressed on. Li Feng replied, "Adults never make choices. I want both." "Oh, you little rascal. Your heart is indeed vast." Lin Ping pretended to be angry. "Yay, he actually wants both. He is too much," Yu Xiaoli exclaimed. "Indeed, he is excessive." Lin Ping bit her lip, her face flushed with indignation. "He is insatiable, wanting everything. He wishes to provide a home for all the women in the world. He is simply a scoundrel." The two beauties took turns to denounce Li Feng. Bewildered, Li Feng wondered why these two exquisite women had united against him. As they incessantly criticized him, he felt a surge of bravado. "You dare to conspire against me? Are you planning a rebellion?" "You are quite right. We are indeed rebelling," Yu Xiaoli declared, shaking her little fist defiantly. "Xiaoli, remember how we gave him a good beating yesterday? Let us continue today," Lin Ping incited, eager to stir the pot. "Sisterhood endures. If a man is unworthy, one can always replace him. Let us pummel him." Yu Xiaoli, perhaps influenced by too much toxic positivity, boldly proclaimed such words. "All right, let us do it." After Lin Ping agreed, the two beauties charged toward him. "What do you intend to do?" Li Feng inquired hastily as they approached. "We don't want to do anything. We just want to tackle you." Thud! Yu Xiaoli landed a punch on his shoulder. "Is this an attempt at murder?" Li Feng engaged in playful banter with the two. The sun set, the tides, and the beautiful beach echoed with their laughter. Unbeknownst to them, night fell. Tonight, the moonlight shone bright. A resplendent moon hung slowly above the sea, round as a jade plate, silent and serene. After darkness enveloped the land, the three gathered around a fire to enjoy a late-night snack. The wolf meat was indeed unpalatable. Li Feng resolved to seek better prey tomorrow. Without a proper meal, the two beauties lacked strength. As night descended, if Bai Jiaomei was still alive, she must feel quite lonely and frightened in the jungle alone. Lin Ping gazed at the primordial forest behind her. From the depths of that shadowy woodland, the chilling sounds of anguished cries echoed. As gusts of wind swept through the trees, they swayed and emitted a cacophony of eerie noises. "Aunt Lin, she murdered you by day. What more do you desire from her?" Yu Xiaoli remarked. "I harbor no thoughts of her. I am merely struck by a sudden curiosity." Lin Ping replied, "If you hadn't mentioned her, I would have nearly forgotten her." When the name Bai Jiaomei arose, Yu Xiaoli's disapproval was palpable. The fate of that woman was of no consequence to her. Let's not speak of her again. We shall pretend she does not exist. Li Feng wished to avoid any mention of that woman. Such a cold-hearted individual deserved her fate. "All right, we shall heed your words. We will refrain from mentioning her. Brotherly, night has fallen. Let us retire to the cottage for some rest." Yu Xiaoli stretched, feeling fatigued after a long day. All she desired was to return to the cottage and indulge in a restful slumber. "Xiaoli, once we are back at the cottage, we shall continue to thrash him." Lin Ping chuckled. "Indeed, I relish the thought of tormenting him alongside you. Let us engage in a bit of bullying tonight." Yu Xiaoli brimmed with mischief, eager to join Lin Ping in harassing Li Feng. Oh heavens, how have I come to encounter these two vixens? It is utterly inhumane. Li Feng lamented to the sky as the two beauties dragged him toward the cottage. Do not lay hands on me. I shall manage myself, he protested, turning the tables and pulling both of them along. I refuse. Yu Xiaoli struggled against the pull. Refusal is not an option, Li Feng insisted, forcibly escorting her into the cottage. Unless I show her some consequences, she will not comprehend why the flowers bloom so vividly. Chapter 036. A hasty escape after being dragged into the thatched hut. Yu Xiaoli huddled in the corner, pitiful and aggrieved. Just moments ago, she had been brimming with confidence, full of mischief. Now, however, she resembled a little gray rabbit, utterly deflated. Well, Li Feng is so mean, she thought, curled up in her corner, on the verge of tears. All right, don't cry now, dear, Lin Ping said, gently patting her back. Woo-woo, I merely teased him with my words. Yet he retaliates with actions. Yu Xiaoli lamented, feeling deeply wronged. Seeing her disheartened expression, Lin Ping couldn't help but chuckle. Xiaoli, I merely employed a few martial arts techniques, a mere demonstration of the 18 dragon-subduing palms, along with the Shaolin Dragon Claw and the Wudong cloud-scaling techniques. I possess many more skills. Would you care to test them? Upon hearing Li Feng's inquiry, she hastily shook her head. No, I don't want to try. Li Feng, please refrain from bullying Xiaoli. She is still quite young. Be a bit gentler with her, Lin Ping interjected. Ah, Aunt Lin, you are so kind to me. He has the audacity to strike me. Yu Xiaoli feigned a pitiful demeanor, her charm shining through. Xiaoli, cease your tears. Just be nicer to him in the future. Lin Ping consoled. My harsh words were merely verbal jests, yet he resorts to physical confrontation, Yu Xiaoli pouted. Then perhaps next time, you should retaliate, Lin Ping suggested. But I cannot match his strength, Yu Xiaoli exclaimed, her eyes brimming with unshed tears. After their playful banter in the hut, Li Feng decided it was time to rest. For tomorrow, they would venture into the forest in search of prey. A good night's rest was essential. Aunt Lin, I shall keep watch for the first half of the night, and you could take over for the second half, Yu Xiaoli stated, carefully observing the outside from within the hut. The hut lacked security, necessitating a night watch. However, both ladies, concerned for Li Feng's well-being, insisted he should not keep watch. Why do you wish to keep watch for the first half of the night? Lin Ping inquired. That scoundrel bullied me earlier. Once he falls asleep, I shall take my revenge in my dreams, Yu Xiaoli declared, her small fist clenched in determination. Ha! As long as you possess such courage, I wholeheartedly support you, Lin Ping affirmed resolutely. Alas, Li Feng sighed dramatically. Are you frightened? Yu Xiaoli teased. Li Feng replied, I have a peculiar habit when I sleep. What kind of habit? Yu Xiaoli asked, intrigued. When I slumber, if a beauty strikes me, I tend to retaliate in kind, he recounted. Once, while sleeping in the village beauty stealthily punched me, and, as a result, Li Feng pretended to hesitate, leaving the conclusion hanging. What happened next? Yu Xiaoli pressed, eager for the answer. When I awoke, I found her beneath me, battered and disheveled, with numerous scratches and her clothing in tatters. Upon hearing this, Yu Xiaoli was struck with fear, imagining the fate of the village beauty. How much violence had she endured at Li Feng's hands? Do you still wish to exact revenge while I am asleep? Li Feng inquired. I dare not. I do not wish for revenge, she replied timidly. Yu Xiaoli shook her head in a flurry, overcome by fear. Bod Li Feng being shuklat simultaneously. In truth, it was merely a jest, intended to lighten the mood. After Yu Xiaoli's vigil, Li Feng and Lin Ping nestled together in slumber, embracing one another. Aunt Lin possessed a splendid figure, accompanied by a subtle fragrance. You little rascal, stop fidgeting and go to sleep, Lin Ping admonished gently, planting a kiss on Li Feng's forehead to coax him into rest. Exhausted from a day's exertions, Li Feng soon drifted into a deep slumber, only to be haunted once more by that terrible nightmare. In his dream, a tribe of primitive savages captured Lin Ping and Yu Xiaoli. The savages were fierce and wild. In a frenzy, Li Feng pursued them, slaying many of the assailants. Yet the two beauties vanished from his grasp. After what felt like an eternity, he was suddenly roused by a voice calling softly into his ear. Li Go, wake up quickly. Aunt Lin, please wake up. You both need to get up. Yu Xiaoli's anxious voice broke through, shaking them awake. What is it, Xiaoli? Li Feng inquired, his eyes fluttering open, weariness evident in his tone. Xiaoli, if it's time for the shift change, just wake me up. There is no need to disturb Li Feng. Lin Ping complained, rubbing her eyes, her concern for her boyfriend's rest palpable. Aunt Lin, Li Gu, there seems to be something amiss by the seaside, Yu Xiaoli said, a hint of panic in her voice. What is happening? Li Feng sprang upright, instinctively sensing danger at the mention of the sea. This island was perilous. A moment's carelessness could spell doom for the three of them. Lin Ping climbed to the vent, peering outside with a puzzled expression. There is no danger, she declared. Li Feng joined her at the vent, observing the bright fire outside and the radiant moonlight that adorned the night sky. The moon was particularly luminous tonight, casting a frosty glow over the beach. The surroundings were tranquil, devoid of beasts or threats. Xiaoli, are you perhaps being overly sensitive? Lin Ping questioned, suspecting her friend might be a bit paranoid now that they had confirmed the absence of danger. Aunt Lin, Li Gu, I feel as though the sea is slowly rising, but I cannot be certain, which is why I called you. Yu Xiaoli spoke softly, concerned it might be a mere illusion. It's all right, Xiaoli. Your attentiveness is commendable. Li Feng reassured her, not laying blame. The rising tide is normal. We are on the beach, and waves frequently surge. Lin Ping dismissed her concerns. Aunt Lin, this doesn't seem like an ordinary tide, Yu Xiaoli insisted, pointing to a wooden branch. I recall that branch was several meters from the shore, yet now it is completely submerged. Xiaoli, you're overreacting. That branch must have been blown away by the sea breeze and thus submerged, Lin Ping maintained, believing it was nothing out of the ordinary. That is not right. Li Feng suddenly sensed something amiss. What is it? Lin Ping inquired. I distinctly remember that branch being in that position, and there was no water there before. How could it be submerged now? Li Feng sensed something amiss as he faintly heard a rumbling sound. It resembled the thunderous charge of 1,000 galloping horses, akin to a torrent surging forth. The noise grew closer, reverberating from distance. Lin Ping and the others also detected this sound. What is that noise? Yu Xiaoli inquired, her voice tinged with anxiety. This is bad. We must flee. We need to get out of here. Li Feng urgently grasped his sword, preparing to escape. Is danger upon us? Lin Ping asked, her voice trembling with fear. There is no time for explanations. Do not delay. Run. With a forceful kick, Li Feng shattered the wooden door and shouted, Hurry. We must escape. Danger is upon us. If we do not flee now, it will be too late. Chapter 037. A frenzied escape after seizing the long knife. Li Feng hurriedly led the two women out of the thatched cottage. The thunderous roar of the sea approached, akin to 1,000 galloping horses. The sound grew increasingly near. Run, Li Feng shouted anxiously. What is happening? Why does the sea make such a noise? Lin Ping inquired, her voice laced with urgency. The tide is coming. The water is rising. We must leave this place at once. Li Feng understood the formidable power of the tides. The camp was perilously close to the shore, and without a swift escape, they would be swept away. What about our belongings? Lin Ping lamented over the wolf meat, wolf pelts, and bamboo tubes. Take the wolf pelts. Leave everything else. Li Feng hurriedly instructed, and Lin Ping and the others hastily grabbed 2 wolf pelts, abandoning the meat and bamboo. As the thunderous sound intensified, the sea level surged abruptly, the water ascended, and the tumultuous tide crashed forward like towering waves. The entire horizon appeared to transform into a colossal force, surging with primal energy. The beach vanished at an alarming rate, consumed by the encroaching water. The reverberating noise was earth-shattering, reminiscent of a cataclysmic collapse. As the water rose ferociously, the horrifying scene resembled the onset of an apocalypse. Oh my God, this is terrifying, Yu Xiaoli exclaimed, her face frozen in shock. Lin Ping's expression mirrored her fear. Humanity felt insignificant before the might of nature. A mere natural disaster was beyond human control. Stop looking and run for your lives. Li Feng bellowed, prompting the 2 women to flee in panic, clutching the wolf pelts. Oh no! As Yu Xiaoli turned to escape, she inadvertently stepped into a crevice. Her ankle caught. Xiaoli, hurry and run. Lin Ping shouted anxiously, seeing her frozen in place. Aunt Lin, Brother Li, I'm so sorry. I'm useless. Please don't scold me. Yu Xiaoli's lament was drowned by the roaring waves. What's wrong? Lin Ping asked, her concern mounting. My foot is stuck in the crevice. I can't pull it out. Yu Xiaoli's voice trembled with desperation. You are such a fool. Lin Ping retorted, exasperated. You're hopeless at everything except eating. Woo, if I die, I won't be able to eat again. Aunt Lin, Brother Li, don't worry about me. Just run. Yu Xiaoli cried, her tears mixing with her fear. She struggled to free her foot, but it remained ensnared. As the relentless waves drew closer, panic surged within her. She did not wish to burden the others. Better for her to perish alone than for all to be lost. You're truly a big fool. Li Feng turned back, unwilling to abandon Yu Xiaoli. Yet, the water was rapidly closing in behind them. The roaring waves, with their unyielding tide, threatened to obliterate everything in their path. As the waves approached, Yu Xiaoli felt a suffocating dread. Humanity was minuscule before the vastness of the ocean. Brother Li, don't come back. Just go. She waved her hands in panic. She did not want to endanger him further. If we are to leave, let us do so together. If we are to die, let it be side by side. Li Feng dashed forward, gripping her thigh with fervent determination. Pull, pull. She cried out, it hurts. I am in so much pain. Yu Xiaoli was drenched in sweat, her face paling to a sickly hue. Lin Ping, overwhelmed with anxiety, gazed at the two, torn between the desire to assist and the fear of endangering Li Feng. Brother Li, the tide is approaching. Do not concern yourself with me. You must flee, Yu Xiaoli urged, pushing him away with all her might. Do not speak. I shall not abandon you, Li Feng insisted, attempting to carry her away. Yet, her ankle was ensnared amidst the rocks, rendering her immobile. Brother Li, if you do not leave now, it will be too late. You and Aunt Lin must survive. When you depart the island, remember to burn paper money for me. She pleaded through tears. If you perish, I shall burn paper money for you upon my return, and a few men to accompany you, Li Feng retorted with irritation. One man will suffice. I have no need for more, Yu Xiaoli stated, surprisingly earnest. Suddenly, a tremendous roar echoed as colossal waves surged forth, threatening to engulf the three of them. If swept away by the tide, their demise was inevitable. Lin Ping trembled at the sight of the monstrous waves. Aunt Lin, Brother Li, you must flee, Yu Xiaoli cried, her distress evident. If we must go, let us go together. If we are to die, let us die together, Lin Ping declared, gritting her teeth, unwilling to abandon either of them. Brother Li, I implore you, please leave. I do not wish to die alongside you, Yu Xiaoli insisted, pushing him urgently. Do not speak. If you wish not to die with me, I have no desire to perish beside you either, Li Feng replied, continuing to hold her thigh steadfastly. If we were to die together, upon arriving in the underworld, you would surely blame and strike me. Yu Xiaoli sobbed loudly, consumed by regret and self-reproach. She berated herself for being so helpless, touched by Li Feng's refusal to abandon her in the face of danger. She felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude. After a prolonged struggle, an idea struck Li Feng. He tugged at Yu Xiaoli's pants. You lecher. Do you intend to take advantage of me before we meet our end? Yu Xiaoli exclaimed, hastily jumping up while clutching her pants tightly. Even in death, she wished to maintain her purity. I genuinely wish to take advantage of you. Now, run for your life. Li Feng urged, eager to escape. My foot is free, Yu Xiaoli exclaimed in surprise and confusion. Despite their earlier efforts yielding no results, it seemed that Li Feng's actions had inadvertently freed her foot from the crevice. Thank heavens! Li Feng, Xiaoli, the tide is coming. Run! Lin Ping exclaimed, filled with gratitude as she witnessed Yu Xiaoli's escape from danger. The waves were growing ever closer, mere meters away. My foot is injured. I cannot run. Do not worry about me. You must flee with Aunt Lin, Yu Xiaoli said, feeling deeply ashamed of her predicament. Enough of this. I will not abandon you, Li Feng declared resolutely. Li Feng bent down and hoisted her onto his shoulder, fleeing for their lives. With the girl on his shoulder and another beautiful companion by his side, they dashed away. The terrifying tide surged violently from behind, drawing ever closer. Run, run. Li Feng shouted as he sprinted, urgency permeating the air. They had to seize every fleeting moment. Even a minute's delay could lead to a watery grave. Lin Ping, standing at nearly 7 meters tall, with her athletic legs, ran swiftly in their desperate escape. Ugh, ugh, ugh. Yu Xiaoli emitted muffled sound while being carried. What on earth are you doing? Be quiet. Li Feng urged her to hush. You're pressing against my stomach, causing me to react involuntarily, Yu Xiaoli replied. Then why not scream out loud instead? Li Feng thought about setting her down and giving her a couple of smacks. Yu Xiaoli indeed let out a cry. Instantly, Li Feng felt a significant relief on his shoulder. It turned out she had tumbled off. Li Feng, Xiaoli has fallen. Lin Ping exclaimed anxiously after glancing back. This dead weight is infuriating. Li Feng was fuming with rage. Brotherly, I'm just a burden. Ignore me, or we'll all be doomed. The tumultuous waves crashed against the rocks, splattering water upon the three of them. Do not speak. I will not abandon you, Li Feng said as he bent to lift her once more, when suddenly he spotted a colossal figure surging through the water. My goodness, what is that? Lin Ping gasped in horror, her mouth agape at the sight of the monstrous entity. Chapter 038. Ambush in the jungle. My goodness, what on earth is that? It is immense and ominously dark. Lin Ping gazed at the surging waves, where a massive, shadowy figure was being thrust towards the shore by the relentless sea. It appeared to resemble a colossal shark. Upon catching a glimpse, Li Feng hastily hoisted Yu Xiaoli onto his shoulders and fled. The trio ascended towards higher ground, navigating the mountainside. Fortuitously, the moonlight illuminated their path, casting a brightness akin to daylight. As they sprinted upwards, the tumultuous waters pursued them relentlessly. The waves crashed against the rocks, transforming into countless droplets that drenched them thoroughly. In their frantic escape, they inadvertently found themselves beneath a sheer cliff. This stark precipice stood at least 5 or 6 meters tall, barren and imposing. Lin Ping attempted to scale it, yet the cliff was slick from the seawater. After several futile attempts, she cried out in panic, Li Feng, it's too slippery. I can't climb up. Li Feng surveyed their surroundings. The water was rising alarmingly fast, leaving them no time to escape in another direction. Xiaoli, I will throw you up first. Summoning all his strength, he propelled Yu Xiaoli upwards. The petite beauty grasped the rocks tightly, struggling to ascend. Li Go, Aunt Lin, I've made it. Hurry up. Yu Xiaoli lay atop the cliff, extending her hands to help them up. Aunt Lin, you go first, Li Feng urged, attempting to assist her climb. No, you go first, Lin Ping insisted, wanting to give him the opportunity. Don't waste time. Hurry up. As Li Feng pushed her upwards, Yu Xiaoli pulled from above. With every ounce of her strength, Lin Ping managed to scramble up to safety. The water below surged quickly, reaching Li Feng's knees and continuing its relentless ascent. Li Feng, hurry up. The two women pleaded from above, reaching down to assist him. Don't mind me, I can make it. Li Feng, like a nimble gecko, scaled the cliff with remarkable agility. His climbing prowess was unparalleled. Once he reached the top, he felt utterly drained, realizing how perilously close they had come to perishing in the tide. Thank the heavens, we have finally escaped. Lin Ping collapsed onto the damp ground, gasping for breath. I was terrified. We nearly met our end. Yu Xiaoli was left breathless from the exertion. When Li Feng glanced down, he saw their thatched cottage being swept away by the waves. Oh no, our cottage is gone. Our home is lost. Tears welled in Yu Xiaoli's eyes as she mourned the loss of the dwelling they had painstakingly built, now dismantled by the tide. Li Feng, our house is gone. Our home is gone, Lin Ping echoed, her gaze sorrowfully fixed on the sea. Do not cry, do not be disheartened. As long as we are safe, that is what truly matters. Li Feng consoled the two women. The loss of the cottage paled in comparison to their survival. But that cottage held so many cherished memories for both of us, Lin Ping lamented, unable to let go of their home. Fear not, when we have a new home, we shall continue to create more memories, Li Feng reassured her. As the tide receded, the three individuals felt an overwhelming chill enveloping them. Their garments were completely drenched, and a gust of wind sent shivers coursing through their bodies. Li Feng, I am so cold, Lin Ping lamented, wrapping herself in the wet wolf pelt. I am freezing to death, Yu Xiaoli added, her lips turning a shade of purple. Li Feng shared their discomfort. "Bear with it for now. I shall seek firewood to warm us," he declared, determined to find dry materials nearby. Without a fire, Lin Ping and Yu Xiaoli would surely succumb to the cold. "How fortunate it is to have you, Li Feng," Lin Ping thought, despite having endured yet another maritime calamity. A sense of security washed over her simply because he was by her side. "We must remain vigilant. This jungle is home to venomous snakes and wild beasts," Li Feng cautioned, reminding the two to be cautious. The forest was dimmer than the beach, shrouded in shadows as the trees obscured the sunlight. The denser areas were enveloped in darkness. "All right, we shall heed your words," the two women affirmed, gripping their sticks tightly and scanning their surroundings with trepidation. The ground was littered with underbrush, and the absence of moonlight rendered the place eerie. Li Feng gazed skyward, where a vivid red cloud drifted beneath the luminous moon, its vibrant hue both enchanting and foreboding. He silently prayed for their safety through the night, aware that without shelter, they were vulnerable to both wild animal attacks and serpentine threats. "We will search for wood in the forest, but you must not stray from my side," he insisted, emphasizing their need for proximity. Even without his reminder, the two would not abandon him. "Brotherly, it is quite dark here. Let's go to the beach," Yu Xiaoli suggested, yearning for the brighter, more open expanse of sand. However, Li Feng was reluctant, knowing the beach was damp from the recent tide and devoid of dry wood. "Xiaoli, let us follow Li Feng's guidance. Whatever he suggests, we shall do," Lin Ping interjected. "Very well," Yu Xiaoli acquiesced with a nod. As they ventured deeper into the forest, an oppressive aura seemed to envelop them. The stillness of the woods weighed heavily on Li Feng, who felt an unsettling sensation as if unseen eyes were watching them. "Xiaoli, Aunt Lin, please position yourselves back to back, with your sticks pointed outward, and remain vigilant," he instructed, his unease palpable. "Understood," they replied, positioning themselves cautiously, their fear palpable in the air. The ominous surroundings filled Li Feng with dread, and he hoped fervently that they would not encounter any peril. "Li Feng, is there danger here?" Lin Ping inquired, her voice tinged with anxiety. Hearing the word danger intensified Yu Xiaoli's anxiety, her heart racing uncontrollably. "From now on, do not speak," Li Feng commanded, as any sound could distract him and lead him to overlook potential threats. The darkness of the forest was stifling, and the two women trembled with tension. Li Feng, after surveying the area, gradually crouched down to search for dry twigs. His singular focus was to ignite a fire as swiftly as possible. Once the source of fire was established, not only would warmth ensue, but the illumination would also grow more vivid. The forest was abundant with timber, scattered profusely across the ground. As Li Feng crouched to search for firewood, he suddenly sensed an imminent danger approaching. "Quick, duck down," he shouted in alarm. Reacting instinctively, the two women swiftly crouched low. Just as they settled onto the ground, a shadow darted ominously above their heads. Whoosh! The shadow moved with remarkable speed, akin to a gust of wind sweeping past them. "Ah!" The two ladies gasped in shock. That had been perilously close. Had their reactions been even a moment slower, they would surely have met a grim fate at the hands of that entity. "Stay calm. Quickly lie flat on the ground," Li Feng urged, gripping his long knife tightly. Once the two women were on the ground, he stood beside them, maintaining a composed vigilance of their surroundings, knowing that the threat would undoubtedly strike again. Chapter 39. Shadows in the jungle. Li Feng instructed the two individuals to lie flat on the ground and remain motionless. By doing so, they could evade the attack of that ominous entity. Standing vigilantly beside them, he cast a fierce gaze around. "What is that thing, Li Feng?" Yu Xiaoli asked, her voice trembling with fear. The creature's speed was unnerving, its presence shrouded in a chilling aura. "Silence, stay quiet," Li Feng commanded, emphasizing the need for tranquility to remain vigilant against potential danger. The forest enveloped them in an eerie stillness. Following a sudden assault, the entity seemed to vanish in a thin air. Yet, an instinctual sensation warned Li Feng that it was still lurking nearby, watching him with malevolent intent. Crouching slowly, Li Feng picked up several stones and hurled them towards the direction from which the creature had disappeared. The stones whistled through the air, causing leaves to flutter down in their wake. The sinister being remained unresponsive, but Li Feng did not dare to let his guard down. As he remained alert, the shadow reemerged with startling swiftness. It lunged at him like a bolt of lightning, cloaked in darkness and armed with razor-sharp claws. Its form was obscured by the dim light of the forest. "Get back!" he shouted, swinging his blade in a wide arc. The creature's claws swiftly clashed with his blade. In retaliation, Li Feng delivered a powerful kick to its abdomen, sending the shadow hurtling through the underbrush. With a shrill cry, the creature fled, its retreat echoing through the woods as the trees swayed in the wind. Li Feng let out a sigh of relief. The threat had momentarily receded. "You can get up now. We are safe for the time being." As they rose, Yu Xiaoli exclaimed, "The ground is freezing." She shivered, her body stiff from the cold, while Lin Ping felt similarly uncomfortable and tense. "Are you both all right?" Li Feng inquired. "Yes, but what was that creature?" The memory of their recent encounter left both women shaken. They were grateful for Li Feng's formidable strength. Without it, their fate would have been dire. "The darkness obscured my view. I could not discern its true form, but it was certainly formidable," Li Feng admitted, a shiver of apprehension coursing through him. Fortunately, the creature had not engaged in a desperate fight. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. "Do you think it will return?" The two women voiced their concerns about the beast's potential reappearance. "Uncertain. We should quickly start a fire to warm ourselves," Li Feng replied, eager to ignite a blaze. With a fire, the surroundings would be illuminated, dispelling his fears of a lurking entity. After gathering a sufficient amount of dry wood, Li Feng produced a lighter and ignited the kindling. The wood caught fire rapidly, and within minutes, a robust flame flickered to life, brightening the dark forest significantly. "Ah, it's so cold." The two women rubbed their hands together, reveling in the warmth of the fire. Meanwhile, Li Feng stood beside the flames, drying his damp clothing, which had left him feeling uncomfortable. Now, with the fire ablaze, a comforting warmth enveloped him. "Li Feng, you possess remarkable prowess. That entity, swift as the wind, vanished without a trace, yet you managed to vanquish it." The two beautiful women, in awe of his skills, were utterly impressed. "This island harbors peril. At dawn, we shall relocate our campsite." Li Feng resolved to seek a new abode, as he had no desire to construct a hut upon the beach. Should another tide arise, their lives would be at stake. Fortunately, Yu Xiaoli exhibited great attentiveness tonight. Had she not made her timely observation, the trio would undoubtedly have been swept into the sea, becoming prey for the sharks. "Brotherly, the beach is far too dangerous. Let's build a shelter within the woods," suggested Yu Xiaoli. She envisioned constructing a hut among the trees, far from the beach, where the threat of tides would be mitigated. However, the forest was rife with nocturnal beasts, and a hut would offer little protection against potential attacks. Li Feng was reluctant to erect a hut in the woods unless it could withstand the force of wild creatures. Yet, given their limited manpower, crafting a sturdy dwelling would prove challenging. "Where then shall we search for a campsite?" inquired Lin Ping. After a moment's contemplation, Li Feng replied, "There are mountains nearby. Let us seek refuge in a cave. Caves provide warmth, dryness, and security. Once the entrance is sealed at night, we need not fear the beasts." But Yu Xiaoli hesitated. "What is it?" Li Feng inquired. "However, if we reside in a cave, it may hinder the rescue team from locating us." She expressed her concern regarding the difficulty of being found should help arrive. Staying on the beach would facilitate their search. If a helicopter comes, we can create smoke in the woods to attract their attention. Li Feng deemed it unnecessary to remain on the beach, asserting that the woods would suffice as well. "Very well, we shall heed your counsel." The two women acquiesced to his decision. As the trio huddled by the fire, the moisture from their garments wafted into the air. The two ladies, drenched, appeared as if clad in second skin, accentuating their voluptuous figures, their forms exquisite and full. It must be the early hours of the morning now. Once dawn breaks, we shall scour the beach for items and subsequently traverse the mountains in search of a cave to inhabit. Li Feng planned their actions for the morrow. "What shall we seek on the beach?" Lin Ping queried. "After the tide recedes, items from the ship may wash ashore. If fortune smiles upon us, we might discover something valuable." Li Feng hoped for good luck the following day. Their resources were scarce, and they lacked essential supplies. The thought of venturing to the beach the next morning filled Lin Ping with anxiety and fear as she yearned for any trace of her daughter. Should she encounter her daughter's lifeless body on the shore, her heart would be shattered, unable to withstand the blow. Conversely, if she found nothing, despair would envelop her. It was a true conundrum. "Aunt Lin, what troubles you?" Yu Xiaoli inquired, noticing her pallid complexion. "I am fine," Lin Ping replied, forcing a smile. "Aunt Lin, your face is so pale. Are you feeling unwell?" Yu Xiaoli suspected she might be suffering from an illness. "Xiaoli, I assure you I'm fine. I wish to remain silent for a while." Lin Ping sat despondently by the fire. Ever since the maritime tragedy, her thoughts have been consumed with longing for her daughter. "Fortune favors the diligent. I believe Lin Ting is safe, and you shall reunite sooner or later," Li Feng said, placing a comforting hand on her shoulder. "Thank you for your solace," she replied gratefully, tears cascading down her cheeks as she thought of Tinger. Li Feng silently prayed for Lin Ting's safety, despite having previously dismissed him from his position as president. For Lin Ping's sake, he chose to let bygones be bygones. "Aunt Lin, I too have faith that Lin Ting will be unharmed. The bond between mother and daughter will surely bring them back together in peace," Yu Xiaoli consoled her. "I appreciate your kindness. I share your belief that Tinger is safe." Lin Ping managed a faint smile. The three huddled around the fire, seeking warmth as they awaited the dawn. After an indeterminate passage of time, a ray of sunlight pierced the horizon over the vast ocean. The breathtaking sunrise upon the sea was both mysterious and magnificent. At the meeting point of sea and sky, the rising sun infused life into the world. Morning had arrived. "Aunt Lin, let us venture to the shore in search of belongings," Li Feng suggested, eager to accompany the two on their quest. The thought of approaching the beach suddenly filled Lin Ping with trepidation. She feared discovering her daughter's lifeless body upon the sands. In desperation, she prayed to the heavens, beseeching them to spare her daughter's life. Chapter 040. The corpse by the sea. Yu Xiaoli had injured her ankle and walked with a slight limp, her movements somewhat amusing. "Liga, if I don't recover, you won't call me a cripple, will you?" "Don't talk nonsense. You merely sprained your ankle. You'll be fine in a couple of days." Seeing her awkward gait, Li Feng couldn't help but chuckle. "Even if I limp, my bodily functions remain intact. Although I may be a bit shorter, even the smallest sparrow possesses all its vital organs." Yu Xiaoli was indeed humorous and quite delightful. This little beauty exuded vivacity and charm. Upon reaching the beach, they were met with a grim sight. The shore was littered with dead fish and rotting shrimp. The flesh of these sea creatures had begun to decay, creating a dense mass of lifeless bodies. A large shark had also been washed ashore, its size resembling a small hill. "Wow, a big shark!" Yu Xiaoli exclaimed, witnessing a shark up close for the first time, as did Li Feng. Unfortunately, this shark was lifeless. "These fish and shrimp are dead and spoiled. Let us search for something else." Li Feng prayed for the discovery of other items. As the sea breeze carried a pungent odor across the beach, the soft, damp sand bore the footprints of the three companions. "Wow, corpses!" Yu Xiaoli suddenly spotted several bodies lying among the rocky outcrops. There had been no bodies here before. They must have been washed ashore by the rising tide. The 7 or 8 corpses, both male and female, were scattered, some face up, others face down. Upon seeing the bodies, Lin Ping's expression turned pale. Her legs trembled with anxiety, and she leaned heavily on a wooden stick for support. She feared for her daughter among the corpses. The thought of finding her daughter's lifeless body was unbearable. "Don't be afraid. I believe Lin Ting is still alive," Li Feng reassured her. "Thank you for your comfort. Please, could you do me a favor?" Lin Ping's face was ashen, her legs quaking. "What do you need me to do?" Li Feng asked, willing to assist. "I can't bear to look at those bodies. I fear seeing Tinger. Please, could you check?" Lin Ping's voice trembled, her legs quaking with fear. "Li Yi, I'm also afraid of the corpses. I cannot bear to go over," Yu Xiaoli admitted, equally terrified. "You two wait here. I will take a look," Li Feng said, taking a deep breath as he grasped his long knife and stepped forward. These bodies had been submerged in seawater for several days and were severely swollen. 2 female corpses lay face up, their features grotesquely pale. The sight was horrifying, causing Li Feng to worry about nightmares that might haunt him later. Fortunately, his courage prevailed. After inspecting all the bodies, he did not find Lin Ting among them. Perhaps this was a good sign. Lin Ting might still be alive. Aunt Lin, do not fear. I'm certain Lin Ting is still alive. Fortune favors the brave. She will be unharmed. You shall consoled Lin Ping. Thank you for your comforting words. I, too, believe she is still alive. Lin Ping managed to force a smile, offering herself some solace. If her daughter were to be dead, she would lack the motivation to continue living. Aunt Lin, among those piles of corpses, Lin Ting is not there. She must still be alive. Li Feng reassured them as he returned to their side. You scared me. I was so anxious just now. Lin Ping closed her eyes and patted her chest, having been on edge to the utmost degree. Thankfully, she had not encountered her daughter's body. Aunt Lin, Lin Ting is undoubtedly alive. She is certainly alive. Yu Xiaoli asserted, clenching her small fists, firmly believing in Lin Ting's survival. Xiaoli, Li Feng, thank you for your comforting words. Let us hasten to search for supplies. Once we find them, we must also look for a camp, Lin Ping expressed, eager to avoid wasting time in pursuit of useful items. The corpses washed ashore indicated that the belongings from the cruise ship might also be swept up by the tide. Li Feng led the two of them as they meticulously scoured the beach. Wow, I found a trove of items. Yu Xiaoli exclaimed upon discovering a heap of belongings near a cluster of branches. Xiaoli, what did you find? The two rushed over to see an assortment of snacks and several packets of salt among the items. The chips had been ruined by seawater, yet the packets of salt remained intact. We are in luck. This salt will be invaluable, Li Feng declared as he placed the salt into a plastic bag. Brotherly, there must be other items on the beach. Let us continue searching. Yu Xiaoli lamented over the ruined snacks, wishing they could have enjoyed them. This is a promising start. Let us press on, Li Feng encouraged, moving forward until he spotted a small pot beside some stones. Although the frying pan was not large, it held great significance. I've discovered a frying pan. Li Feng joyfully rushed over to pick it up. This item was crucial. With it, they could prepare soup and fry meat. Thank you. Heavens, Yu Xiaoli expressed her gratitude, grinning. Let me carry this pot on my back. Why on your back? Lin Ping asked, puzzled. Because I most enjoy carrying the burdens, Yu Xiaoli replied with a silly smile, her charm evident in her innocence. Enough of the antics. Let's continue our search, Li Feng urged. Oh, that seems to be a bag of rice. The trio continued their quest, and Lin Ping soon discovered a 50-pound sack of rice. Wow, we actually have rice. The heavens are exceptionally kind to us. Upon seeing the bag, Yu Xiaoli's spirits soared, and her leg pain seemed to vanish. Although the rice had begun to mold from seawater exposure, it would be fine, with the sun shining brightly on the island. They could find a place to dry it. As Li Feng lifted the rice, drops of seawater dripped down. Brotherly, this rice is too heavy. It will be inconvenient to take it into the mountains. Yu Xiaoli expressed her concern. They needed to navigate the mountains in search of a cave, and carrying this heavy bag of rice would be quite taxing. You foolish one. Would I ever complain about weight as long as there is rice? Li Feng chuckled, his smile wide and uncontainable. Today, we shall feast on rice. The mere thought of the fragrant grains made Yu Xiaoli and the others salivate. Having feasted on wolf meat too often before, they were nearly nauseated. In the future, let us indulge more in wild vegetables and game. A modest portion of rice will suffice, Li Feng mused, ever the prudent planner, intent on conserving their supplies. The trio rummaged through the beach for quite some time, yet found no additional items. The sun ascended steadily, nearing noon. With these provisions, we have enough. Let us venture into the mountains, Li Feng declared, grasping the rice, while Yu Xiaoli carried the frying pan, and Lin Ping brought along the salt. They trudged along the mountainous path, their journey arduous. The air was punctuated by the occasional calls of birds. Quack, quack. A series of peculiar bird calls echoed from the mountaintop, prompting Li Feng to glance upward. The strange cries seemed to herald an ominous portent. Chapter 041. The White Bones in the Cave. As the three ascended the mountain range, they were surrounded by cliffs adorned with peculiar rock formations. The eerie calls of strange birds echoed through the dense forest. Lin Ping and Yu Shaoli exchanged anxious glances upon hearing the unsettling cries, their apprehension heightened by the wildness of their surroundings. The previous night's encounter with a formidable creature lingered in their minds. "Do not fear. With me here, you are safe," Li Feng reassured them. In the daylight, he felt untroubled by the prospect of encountering wild beasts. "Are you both exhausted?" Noticing their fatigue as sweat dripped from their brows, he suggested a rest. "Let us wait until we find a cave to rest," they replied, unwilling to squander precious time before locating shelter. "Very well, we shall rest once we discover the cave," Li Feng conceded, wiping the perspiration from his forehead. The two beauties were equally drenched in sweat, their bodies glistening under the sun. "It's sweltering," Lin Ping lamented, her clothes clinging to her form, accentuating her curvaceous figure. "Indeed, I am utterly spent," Yu Shaoli echoed, both women displaying remarkable resilience despite their fatigue, determined to persevere. After navigating through countless piles of rubble, they arrived at the base of a towering cliff. Opposite the precipice lay an expansive clearing, offering an unobstructed view. At the foot of the sheer wall, a dark cave entrance beckoned. "Aunt Lin, Shaoli, there lies a cave," Li Feng pointed out, his voice filled with excitement. "Wow, there truly is a cave." The sight of the cave elicited joy from the two women, who were eager to find respite. The cave's entrance loomed approximately 2 meters above the ground, its dark mouth exuding an eerie silence. "You two climb up onto the rocks and wait for me. I will investigate," Li Feng instructed, urging them to ascend a few meters for safety and a better vantage point. "Li Feng, we wish to accompany you," Lin Ping insisted, unwilling to leave his side. "Brotherly, I too want to go into the cave with you," Yu Shaoli chimed in, her resolve mirroring Lin Ping's. "Given the uncertainty within the cave, I fear the potential emergence of danger, so I must ask you to wait here while I assess the situation," Li Feng cautioned, wary of the possibility of snakes or other wild beasts lurking within. It was safer for the two women to remain behind. "Be careful and watch your safety," they urged, their eyes fixed anxiously on the cave's entrance. "I will be cautious," Li Feng assured them, placing his belongings down and gripping his long knife as he cautiously approached the cave. With light footsteps, he advanced, the blade steady in his hand. The two women watched him intently, their hearts racing as he neared the cliff's edge. Upon approaching, Li Feng noticed a small stream flowing nearby. The water, though modest in size, was crystal clear and untainted. "Aunt Lin, Shaoli, there's a water source here. Should this cave prove suitable for habitation, it will greatly enhance our convenience," he exclaimed, his spirits lifted by the discovery. "How wonderful! We won't have to travel far for bathing in the future." Upon discovering the source of water, Yu Shaoli clapped her hands in delight, hopeful that the cave would be a suitable dwelling. Lin Ping, with her hands clasped in prayer, beseeched that the cave would be a fitting home for them. When Li Feng arrived at the cave entrance, he picked up a stone and threw it inside, intending to probe the depths. Should any perilous creature reside within, the stone would startle it into revealing itself. With a resounding splash, something unexpectedly launched forth from the cave. To his astonishment, it was a plump wild chicken that fluttered out, sending Li Feng into momentary shock. "Wow, Li Feng, a wild chicken!" Lin Ping exclaimed joyfully. "Li Ge, there's a wild chicken," Yu Shaoli echoed, equally thrilled. After their ordeal on the deserted island, they had subsisted predominantly on wolf meat and longed for a change in their diet. "We mustn't let it escape," Lin Ping fretted as the chicken attempted to flee. "Fear not. It cannot evade us," Li Feng assured her, swiftly propelling 2 pebbles that struck the chicken's legs with the precision of bullets. With a painful cluck, the wild chicken collapsed, and he rushed forward to sever its head with a swift stroke. "Wow, Li Ge, you're truly ruthless, but I admire that," Yu Shaoli remarked, her admiration evident as she observed his efficient and rapid actions. "Stay put and do not wander," Li Feng instructed them before leaping into the cave's entrance. Peering inside, he noted that the cave was modest in size, approximately 20 to 30 square meters. Its shallow depth allowed sunlight to penetrate during the day. Though somewhat small, it would suffice for their habitation. "Li Feng, is this cave suitable for living?" Lin Ping inquired nervously. "Indeed, this cave is quite suitable," Li Feng affirmed with a nod. "Wonderful. Thank heavens we have finally found a place to stay," Lin Ping expressed her gratitude. Residing within the cave would offer greater security, shielding them from nocturnal beasts and the elements. By sealing the entrance with stones, they could thwart any potential intruders. Li Go, may we come in? Yu Xiaoli asked, just as Li Feng's gaze fell upon a skeleton nestled in the corner of the cave. The empty eye sockets of the skull seemed to bore into him. Startled by this sudden discovery, Li Feng gasped at the chilling sight. What has happened, Li Feng? Lin Ping questioned, assuming he was in danger. There is indeed a skeleton within this cave, Li Feng replied. Could it belong to a savage? Yu Xiaoli recalled their earlier encounter with remains in the pine forest. Uncertain, Li Feng contemplated entering the cave for a closer inspection, but hesitated, concerned for their safety outside. Thus, he decided it prudent to bring both women inside with him. While the bones were unsettling, he deemed there was no immediate threat. Should we leave the two women outside and risk an encounter with wild beasts? Regret would come too late. Aunt Lin, Xiaoli, come join me as we explore the cave. Li Feng beckoned the two. Very well, they replied. After descending from the rocks, the two approached the cave's entrance. Pull me up. Yu Xiaoli extended her hand, requesting Li Feng's assistance. Aren't you afraid of the bones inside? Li Feng inquired. As long as I'm with you. I fear no monsters, even those made of bones. Yu Xiaoli responded earnestly. Her courage stemmed from Li Feng's presence. Once Li Feng helped the two women climb up, they gazed apprehensively at the skeletal remains. The sight was indeed chilling and frightening. How could there be bones in this cave? Could it be the work of prehistoric cave dwellers? Yu Xiaoli's whimsical remark suggested she entertained the idea of ancient humans. After all, these were primitive beings from tens of thousands of years ago. This cave has witnessed death. The atmosphere feels ominous and unsettling, almost supernatural, Lin Ping confessed, feeling a chill run through her. Any place that has seen death carries an ill omen. This cave is akin to a haunted house in the city. Fear not, for with me, you can sleep beside the bones without concern, Li Feng assured them, unperturbed by the skeletal remains. Oh my, that's a bit morbid. You actually wish to rest near the bones, Yu Xiaoli said, shaking her head in disbelief. Regardless, she could not bring herself to do so. Let us venture inside, Li Feng proposed, leading the two women deeper into the cave, driven by his curiosity to inspect the bones. Chapter 042. He has been dead for decades. The cave was remarkably arid, with a relatively flat surface. Beneath the stone wall lay a skeleton, its two large eyes gazing outward, a haunting visage of death. However, the bones had weathered significantly. The delicate fingers and small bones had decayed after years of exposure. This skeleton must have been here for 70 or 80 years. Li Feng pointed to the decayed parts of the bones. Indeed, it appeared to have been here for several decades, and the skeletal structure was diminutive. Upon seeing the skeleton, Lin Ping recalled the airplane they had encountered earlier. Could this skeleton belong to one of the islanders? They had previously come across an island aircraft, a warplane from the era of resistance. For reasons unknown, it had crashed on the island. From the remnants of a notebook, they learned that there had been 7 individuals aboard at the time of the incident. 2 had perished instantly, while the other 5 were injured. This skeleton might belong to one of those 5 survivors. "Oh, there's a notebook," Yu Xiaoli exclaimed, spotting a notebook nestled beneath the bones. Earlier, they had discovered another notebook on the plane. Now, there was one in the cave as well. Li Feng kicked aside the skeleton. The notebook was remarkably well preserved and had not succumbed to decay. The cave's dryness had spared it from rainwater damage, ensuring its survival. Upon opening the notebook, he found it filled with characters from the island's language, which he could not comprehend. "Xiaoli, what does it say?" Lin Ping inquired with curiosity. "Let me see," Yu Xiaoli responded, taking the notebook and examining its contents intently. Li Feng and Lin Ping chose not to interrupt her, allowing her the time to absorb the information at her own pace. The entries were not extensive, and Yu Xiaoli finished reading in just a few minutes. "What does the notebook record?" Lin Ping asked. Yu Xiaoli replied, "The skeleton was likely named Matsushita Kuro." "What a dreadful name," Li Feng remarked disdainfully. "These islanders have such peculiar naming conventions, always opting for names like Matsushita, Inaka, or Kawabi. It lacks any cultural elegance. However, their surnames are rather unique, and there's a reason for that. It is said that the islanders originally had no names. Later, for taxation purposes, the rulers mandated that everyone adopt a name. Yet, as a largely illiterate population, they struggled to create meaningful names. Eventually, someone devised a practical solution. Since they were all illiterate, there was no need to overthink it. Those living at the foot of the mountain would be named Matsushita. Those by the well would be called Inaka. Those by the fields would be Tamba. And those residing beneath the pines would become Matsushita. This method was efficient and required little thought, hence the peculiar surnames found on the islands. What did Matsushita Kuro document? Li Feng inquired further. Yu Xiaoli explained, according to the notebook, the group of 7, including their commander, had intended to board the plane to our country to lead a military campaign. However, they suddenly encountered a mysterious force that drew them in. After the plane crashed on the island, the commander and 1 soldier died instantly. The remaining 5 sustained various injuries. In a bid for survival, they left the aircraft in search of water and food, but were subsequently attacked by a creature. In the dead of night, he was ambushed and gravely wounded, leading his companions to abandon him. Alone and helpless, he dragged his injured body to a cave, enduring the terror and isolation of the night, yearning for his mother back home. Upon translating this passage, Yu Xiaoli found herself ridiculed by Li Feng, who scoffed, "Humph, this beast has a mother too? I thought it was an orphan, a creature born of a dog-esque life." A soft chuckle escaped Lin Ping as she covered her mouth, remarking, "Oh, you little rascal. You have quite the way with words. I do not insult. I merely speak the truth about beasts," Li Feng retorted, harboring a deep-seated resentment for such creatures due to the national and familial grievances that plagued him. During the War of Resistance, several of his granduncles, along with many elders of his family, had heroically perished on the battlefield. Li Gu, Matsushita Hei noted in his journal that he was gravely injured by a monster. Could that monster be the same one that attacked us last night? Yu Xiaoli inquired. Indeed, it is quite possible, Li Feng nodded in agreement. That monster must have lived for an exceptionally long time, perhaps 70 or 80 years. Lin Ping marveled at the creature's longevity. I suspect there is more than one of these monsters. They likely have descendants, allowing their kind to thrive until now. Li Feng posited, his brow suddenly furrowing in concern. If that monster truly has relatives that have proliferated over generations, their numbers could be quite substantial. Wouldn't that place us in grave danger? Lin Ping and Yu Xiaoli shared the same apprehension. Strange, Yu Xiaoli muttered to herself. What is it? Li Feng asked. When Matsushita Hei encountered trouble, he should have had firearms at his disposal. How could he not fend off those monsters? Is it possible that these creatures are impervious to bullets? Yu Xiaoli expressed her doubts about the monster's vulnerability. All carbon-based life forms are typically no match for gunfire, and that creature must have attacked them at night, resulting in his severe injuries, Li Feng argued, skeptical of the notion that the monsters were immune to firearms. Lin Ping found this explanation quite plausible. However, no weapons were left in the cave. His firearms must have been taken by his other companions, she concluded. Li Feng, this skeletal remains in the cave are utterly chilling. I shudder at the sight of these bones, Lin Ping said, clasping her hands tightly to her chest, unwilling to gaze upon the remains. Allow me to first douse it with urine before disposing of it, Li Feng declared, preparing to relieve himself upon the bones. Yu Xiaoli hastily covered her eyes, exclaiming, "You rogue! Oh, my apologies. I forgot you were beside me." Li Feng sheepishly laughed. "We are to reside in this cave. Please do not foul it with your antics." Lin Ping shot him an exasperated glance. "I will reduce it to ashes before we search for sustenance," he replied. The trio toiled until noon without a single drop to drink or morsel to eat, and hunger gnawed at Li Feng. The 2 women, equally famished, emerged from the cave, their stomachs pressing against their spines. "I shall handle the cave entrance. You 2 are in charge of procuring food," he instructed. Li Feng prepared to collaborate on their tasks. "Excellent. Let us first use the iron pot to steam some rice and prepare a delightful dish of yellow braised chicken rice." The mere thought of such a delectable meal made Yu Xiaoli's mouth water. They stumbled upon a bag of rice by the seaside and had just caught a wild chicken. Today would indeed be a feast. "Very well. Let us work together harmoniously." After Li Feng shook hands with the 2 lovely ladies, they divided their responsibilities. With a stream nearby, washing the ingredients became a breeze. While the two ladies busied themselves with the food, he began to stack stones to construct a doorway. Once the entrance was properly built, a stone slab would serve as the door. Inside, they would lay down hay and wolf pelts to create a cozy bed, envisioning a future filled with romance and happiness. With food, drink, and beautiful companions, he felt like a true winner in life. Chapter 043. This thing is quite frightening, Lee. Your strength is truly remarkable. In less than 3 hours, you have completed the stone door. Yu Xiaoli praised him as she observed the cave entrance, now meticulously constructed with stones, leaving only a stone door. Could my speed be anything less when I am personally involved? Li Feng responded, equally impressed with his own efficiency. The massive stones, weighing anywhere from dozens to hundreds of pounds, were stacked securely, solid enough that even an elephant could not break through. What a pity you weren't conscripted as a laborer during the construction of the Great Wall under Qin Shi Huang, Yu Xiaoli remarked. With my prowess, had I existed in that era, I would surely have risen to the rank of a great general, never subjected to wall construction, Li Feng declared, striking a few robust poses. Once he completed the cave entrance, the two women had prepared a meal, and the camp was enveloped in a delightful aroma. Is that indeed braised chicken rice? Yu Xiaoli had previously mentioned making this dish, and Li Feng had thought it merely a jest. To his surprise, she had actually managed to create it. Li, my culinary skills are quite commendable, wouldn't you agree? Yu Xiaoli pointed to the pot, eagerly seeking validation. All the credit goes to Xiaoli. I merely assisted her, Lin Ping interjected, as she had no culinary expertise. Let me have a taste. Li Feng fashioned chopsticks from a twig and sampled the braised chicken rice. Indeed, it is exquisite. Since arriving on the island, he had not savored such delectable food. Li, my cooking is quite impressive, isn't it? Yu Xiaoli inquired. Indeed, it is remarkable, truly exceptional, Li Feng exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. Hee, Yu Xiaoli giggled with delight. I am a culinary genius who has been delayed by university. This girl had no sense of modesty whatsoever. A little praise, and she blossomed like a flower, genuinely believing in her capabilities. The three of them used wooden sticks as chopsticks, eagerly devouring their meal. It is so delicious, utterly delightful. I have never tasted such exquisite food before. The two beauties were nearly brought to tears with joy. Had they been dining in a city restaurant, they might not have found it as appealing. But here on the island, where resources were scarce, it was a feast. After satisfying their hunger, Lin Ping patted her belly. Ah, what a wonderful feeling it is to be full. It is so comfortable. Yu Xiaoli stood up to stretch her limbs. Li, the chicken has been consumed. And apart from a bag of rice, we have no other provisions left. Lin Ping's brow furrowed, worried about their food supply. We must set out now to find prey, Li Feng stated, feeling the urgency to locate sustenance. Li, we are quite exhausted after a long day. Shall we not hunt tomorrow instead? Yu Xiaoli expressed her reluctance to move, reasoning that since they were full, enduring hunger for one night wouldn't be too dire. That won't do, Li Feng shook his head. What if it rains tomorrow? It will be difficult to venture into the mountains for game. We must prepare in advance. Although the weather seemed stable, the island's climate was notoriously unpredictable. Xiaoli, do not be lazy. Let us heed Li Feng's guidance, Lin Ping suggested. All right, Yu Xiaoli replied obediently. Li, where shall we go hunting? Lin Ping gazed around. Her eyes met with an expanse of forest. At a glance, the dense thickets appeared endless, resembling a vast ocean. Overwhelming and oppressive, Li Feng surveyed the woodland ahead, contemplating a venture into the depths in search of prey. Yet he resolved to return before dusk. Regardless of whether they succeeded in their hunt, they must return before nightfall, for the forest becomes perilously dark after sunset. Let us set forth in pursuit of our quarry. Oh heavens, we beseech you for a few plump wild chickens, he declared. Yu Xiaoli cheerfully grasped a wooden stick, following closely behind with a beaming smile. Lin Ping, too, wore a radiant expression, being by Li Feng's side. No matter the hardships they faced, filled her with joy and contentment. The forest harbored dangers aplenty. Once they ventured into the thicket, they must remain in close proximity. As they approached the primordial woods, Li Feng glanced back at the two women. We shall remember. They responded solemnly, understanding the perilous nature of the forest and the necessity of vigilance. A moment's carelessness could lead to dire consequences. As Li Feng prepared to enter the woods, a gust of wind swept through, scattering leaves about. He inwardly hoped for a safe journey. "Let us proceed," he said, casting a glance at the sun before leading the two into the ancient forest. The woods were lush and vibrant, filled with towering trees and dense underbrush, where thorns and weeds flourished. Li Feng led the way, with Lin Ping and Yu Xiaoli flanking him. They kept a vigilant watch, striking at the undergrowth to ward off any lurking venomous snakes. "Li Feng, this forest all looks the same. Are we in danger of losing our way?" Lin Ping expressed her concern. The primordial forest was a labyrinth of trees, with sights nearly indistinguishable, making it easy to become disoriented. If they lost their bearings and could not find their campsite, the night would pose grave dangers. "Do not worry, I shall not lose my way," Li Feng reassured her as he pressed onward. Suddenly, a large black snake erupted from the underbrush. With a hiss, the serpent raised its upper body to a height exceeding 1 meter. "Ah, a snake!" The two women gasped in alarm, momentarily paralyzed by fear. "Do not be afraid. Remain calm," Li Feng urged, his eyes fixated on the formidable serpent. This creature was peculiar, its body a deep ebony adorned with dark patterns, and a fleshy growth atop its head. The sight of this bizarre snake instilled a sense of dread within him. Its venom was surely potent. "Li Feng, what kind of snake is this? It has a venomous lump on its head." Lin Ping trembled at the sight. "I cannot say what it is. I have never encountered such a creature before," he admitted, feeling a tinge of apprehension at the unexpected sight. He would rather face a python than this enigmatic serpent, for the unknown is far more perilous. "It won't rush at us and strike, will it?" Yu Xiaoli clutched her wooden stick tightly, her nerves frayed. "Why not approach it and give it a kiss, perhaps charm it into sparing us?" Li Feng jested. "Absolutely not. I would rather kiss you than that." Yu Xiaoli vehemently shook her head, her fear palpable. The hissing sound echoed as the monstrous serpent gradually approached the trio, seemingly demonstrating its dominance, intent on driving them away. The creature's lower body was concealed within the underbrush, exuding an eerie chill that was truly terrifying. Even the bold Li Feng felt his scalp tingle with fear upon suddenly encountering this bizarre entity. This was dire. It seemed poised to launch an attack. Lin Ping and the other two appeared pale, their faces drained of color. The serpent was exceedingly strange and frightfully intimidating. "Be cautious and retreat slowly," Li Feng advised the two women, and together they began to back away cautiously, hoping the serpent would not continue its pursuit. The creature, however, persisted in closing the distance, its speed increasing with every moment. "What on earth is this cursed place?" Li Feng exclaimed in frustration, bewildered by the presence of such a grotesque serpent. The beast drew nearer, undoubtedly preparing to strike. If one of them were to be bitten, the consequences could spell disaster for the entire village. Chapter 044. Encountering peril hiss as the trio retreated, the monstrous serpent continued to approach. "Li Feng, this dreadful snake seems unwilling to let us escape. It is pursuing us. What should we do?" Yu Xiaoli expressed her anxiety. The speed at which the serpent chased them was alarming. Li Feng discerned a pattern. Whenever they halted, the serpent would cease its advance, yet would draw closer the moment they moved back. This beast was relentless. "You two continue to retreat. I shall confront it." Li Feng remained stationary, allowing the two women to withdraw. He intended to wait until they were a safe distance away before dealing with the snake. "This creature is likely highly venomous. Do not engage with it and be wary of being bitten," Lin Ping cautioned, wishing to shield Li Feng from danger. "Brother Li, Aunt Lin is right. You need not take such risks," Yu Xiaoli echoed, concerned for his safety. "This snake is intent on pursuing us. I will exercise caution. You both stay safe." Once Li Feng stood still, the monstrous serpent halted as well, allowing the two women to continue their retreat. "Beast, since you refuse to let us go, I shall cleave you in twain." Li Feng gripped his long knife tightly, preparing himself for the encounter. The serpent was exceedingly strange. He dared not let his guard down. Hissed, the serpent raised its head, flicking its tongue like a red fruit. A nauseating stench of snake venom filled the air as the wind blew through the forest, making Li Feng feel a wave of nausea. As the two women continued to back away, Li Feng suddenly sensed danger looming from behind. He urgently shouted, "Stop! What is it?" The two women gripped their wooden staffs nervously. Li Feng had noticed rustling in the foliage behind them. "Be cautious of the forest behind. Prioritize your safety." Upon hearing his warning, the two women quickly glanced back. Gur roar, a fearsome roar echoed through the woods. Emerging from the thicket was a leopard, its formidable frame weighing between 200 to 300 pounds, adorned with exquisite patterns. Wow, a leopard! Upon sighting the beast, the two women felt a chill run down their spines, their hair standing on end. The creature's fangs were sharp, its claws equally menacing. It advanced slowly, its eyes fixed ominously upon Trio. Perhaps having never encountered bipedal creatures before, the leopard was cautious and did not rush to attack. Even formidable predators like bears and tigers exhibit wariness when faced with unfamiliar prey, refraining from immediate aggression. Li Feng, a leopard. The two women were paralyzed with fear, refraining from making sudden movements or loud exclamations. They summoned their courage to feign calmness, yet their bodies trembled with anxiety. Damn it! Li Feng cursed under his breath, feeling an overwhelming sense of helplessness. With a monstrous serpent ahead and a leopard behind, was this some cruel twist of fate? He feared the leopard might suddenly pounce on the two women. If he were alone, he would not fear even a bear. But protecting the safety of the two women left him in a precarious position. Aunt Lin, Xiaoli, remained calm, grasp your wooden staffs firmly, and adopt a fierce demeanor to manifest a strong defensive stance. Li Feng urged the two not to flee. The beast, sensing the fear of its prey, would not hesitate to launch an attack. The two individuals followed his lead, gripping their wooden sticks tightly and glaring fiercely at the leopard. As they struck the sticks, the leopard dared not advance recklessly. The strange snake continued to flick its tongue, slowly slithering towards the trio. The leopard remained poised in the rear, ready to pounce at any moment. Li Feng clutched his long knife, racking his brain for a solution, worried about the potential casualties of Lin Ping and her companion. Li Feng, the leopard is about to attack us. What should we do? Lin Ping, drenched in sweat from anxiety, watched as the leopard crept closer. Their misfortune was palpable, encountering both of these beasts simultaneously. Stay calm, do not panic, Li Feng urged, also sweating profusely. His greatest fear was the strange snake, not the leopard. Aunt Lin, we should quickly climb the tree. Yu Xiaoli pointed to a tree nearby, hoping to find refuge. Li Feng, can we really climb the tree? Lin Ping inquired. Stay composed. Do not run, and absolutely do not climb the tree. Li Feng insisted, forbidding them from seeking refuge in the branches. The leopard was an adept climber, unmatched in its speed. If the two women attempted to escape upward, their demise would be swifter and more gruesome. All right, we will heed your advice. But the leopard is drawing nearer. Lin Ping and her companions' faces turned pale with fear. The leopard cautiously approached them, seemingly testing the waters before launching an attack. The strange snake also hastened towards them, resembling a giant spicy strip. Spotting a wooden stick nearby, Li Feng devised a bold plan. He had no choice but to take a desperate gamble. Bending down, he picked up the stick and swiftly kicked the ground with his toes. A stone was propelled into the air, hurtling towards the snake's head. The snake reared back, evading the incoming projectile. Simultaneously, Li Feng pivoted and dashed towards the leopard like a gust of wind, determined to eliminate it before confronting the snake. The leopard lunged forward, resembling a fierce tiger leaping across a ravine. Li Feng executed a swift 180-degree turn, his back nearly grazing the ground. The leopard's form and claws soared past him. Seizing the moment, Li Feng swung his knife upward. With a roar, the leopard was struck in the abdomen, blood gushing forth. As the beast landed on all fours, it writhed in agony, turning to retaliate against Li Feng. The snake, too, advanced rapidly. Perceiving the snake's intent to join the fray, Li Feng swung his left hand, sending the wooden stick hurtling through the air. The stick spun as it flew, striking the snake mid-body. With a thud, the upper half of the snake was hit, causing its form to sag. Li Feng seized the opportunity to attack the leopard, intent on dispatching it with utmost speed. Eliminating one of the threats would alleviate much of his burden. However, the leopard, despite its injury, retained its swift and agile movements. After Li Feng executed a sweeping strike, the leopard surprisingly retreated swiftly, evading his lethal blow. The beast sensed that Li Feng was not an easy adversary and hastily turned to launch a frenzied attack on Lin Ping and her companion. "How dare you attempt to assault us?" the two women exclaimed, brandishing wooden sticks and summoning their courage to confront the leopard. They feared that Li Feng could not withstand a second assault and wished to share the burden. "Be cautious. That beast is formidable. You're no match for it," Li Feng shouted urgently as he observed the women raising their makeshift weapons against the leopard. Their strength was limited, and even if they struck the leopard with their sticks, it would be akin to mere tickling. As he prepared to pursue the leopard, a monstrous snake slithered towards him in a frenzied manner. The creature was also driven into a frenzy, intent on a deadly confrontation with Li Feng. Good heavens! Li Feng felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness upon witnessing the beast's mad advance. Were they truly destined to perish here? "Be careful. The monstrous snake is approaching you," Lin Ping cried out in alarm, her concern for Li Feng's safety paramount. Chapter 045. The two ladies seek rescue. Li Feng resolved to exert his utmost effort to eliminate the leopard swiftly before the monstrous snake could catch up. Like a streak of lightning, he charged towards the leopard. As the beast lunged at the two women, attempting to maul them, they shouted in defiance, "We will slay you." Together, they raised their wooden sticks and struck the leopard's head simultaneously. With a resounding thud, the leopard was hit twice. The creature, having received the blows, swiftly turned to bite Lin Ping's long leg. Overcome with fear, Lin Ping screamed, unable to react or evade in time. "Aunt Lin," you shally cried out in panic. Just as the leopard was about to sink its teeth into Lin Ping's thigh, Li Feng seized its tail and forcefully dragged it back by a meter. With a furious roar, the beast, thwarted in its attempt to bite Lin Ping, redirected its aggression towards Li Feng's arm. "You shall perish." Li Feng thrust his knife into the leopard's neck. Blood gushed forth like a fountain as the creature collapsed, twitching on the ground. "Aunt Lin, are you all right?" Yu Shally hurriedly checked Lin Ping's thigh. "Em fine, xiaori." "My thigh was nearly bitten," Lin Ping replied, recalling the harrowing moment, her heart racing with terror. "Thank goodness I wasn't bitten. The consequences would have been dire. Aunt Lin, it's fortunate your leg is unharmed. Otherwise it would be a loss for Li Ge," Yu Shally remarked. "Why would it be his loss?" Lin Ping asked, perplexed. "Because if your thigh were injured, he would no longer have the pleasure of touching it." The young beauty replied playfully. "Oh, if my thigh were bitten, I would be the one in pain. What loss would he suffer? He could still touch it." Lin Ping retorted humorously. Finally, having vanquished the leopard, Li Feng breathed a sigh of relief. Now, facing the monstrous snake alone, he felt no fear, despite its venomous nature. As long as he remained cautious, he would manage. "Li Feng, the snake is approaching you." The two women shouted in alarm as he prepared to confront the serpent. "Aunt Lin, use stones to crush it," Yu Shaoli exclaimed, swinging her stick at the creature before picking up a rock to hurl. Lin Ping joined in, angrily striking the snake with her stick and stones. With a hiss, the beast writhed in pain as it was struck. Li Feng too picked up a club and hurled it at the snake's vulnerable spot. With a crack, the snake, having been hit, recoiled and fled in agony. "Li Feng, it's trying to escape." The two women urged to pursue. "Do not chase it. The creature is laden with venom. Be wary of being bitten and poisoned," Li Feng cautioned, unwilling to risk his safety for a snake that bore no reward. "Humph, this time I shall spare your life. Should you dare confront us again, I will break your wretched limbs." Yu Shaoli warned the serpent in anger. "Shaoli, it's a snake. It has no limbs," Lin Ping reminded her. I was merely trying to frighten it," Yu Shaoli responded with a cheerful laugh. "Are you both unharmed?" Li Feng inquired once the snake had retreated. "We are well, thanks to you. Without your intervention, we would have surely perished," they replied in relief. The memory of the earlier scene left both women feeling apprehensive. "Well, as long as you are all right." Li Feng wiped the sweat from his brow, having felt a surge of tension and fear, primarily for the safety of the two women. "Are you okay, Li Feng?" You must have had a tough time just now. Lin Ping gently dabbed at his sweat. Iem me fine, Li Feng replied, squatting down to skin the leopard. This pelt was more valuable than wolf fur. Brotherly, this leopard is male. You should take that part back to replenish yourself. Yu Shaoli chuckled mischievously, covering her mouth. Replenish what? Li Feng Kidat. They say you should eat what you wish to replenish. Shouldn't you take good care of your health to better look after Aunt Lin? Li Feng grasped her implication. This little beauty was indeed quite mischievous. Lin Ping hastily shook her head, saying, Li Feng, you're already quite impressive. If you seek to enhance yourself further, I might not survive. I am robust enough. No need for replenishment, he said, hanging the leopard skin on a nearby tree after he had skinned it. Can we eat the leopard meat? Lin Ping asked. Certainly. However, the flesh of carnivorous animals is not as palatable as that of herbivores. Let us set the pelt and meat aside here, and if we can't find any other prey, we will return and take a portion of the leopard meat with us. Li Feng resolved to continue the hunt. All right, we will follow your lead. The two women nodded, glancing at the sky, which still held the light of day. There was ample time to seek other game. What if we can't find any other prey or lose our way back? Yu Shaoli expressed concern about straying too far and losing track of their location amid the forest's uniformity, which made it easy to become disoriented. Do not worry. I can find my way back, Li Feng reassured them with confidence. Once they located more game, he intended to bring the leopard pelt home as well. The trio ventured deeper into the jungle, the earlier encounter making the two women tread carefully behind Li Feng, reluctant to stray even a step from him, almost wishing to relieve themselves under his watchful eye to avoid any mishaps. The jungle was not overly dense. The ground was rocky with sparse trees and abundant green grass. Suddenly, Li Feng spotted some scattered droppings amidst the grass. This appears to be goat droppings. Wild goats are present here. His heart soared at the discovery. From these droppings, it was evident that wild goats had recently passed by and likely had gone far. Wow, I adore mutton. Where are the wild goats? Yu Shaoli exclaimed, scanning her surroundings with delight. Yet, apart from trees, only a sea of green grass surrounded them, with no sign of the elusive goats. Let us follow the footprints, Li Feng suggested, proceeding along the trail of the wild goats. On the damp ground, they noticed the tracks leading onward. After a while, they entered a small thicket to find several wild goats leisurely grazing. Wow, Li Feng, they're indeed wild goats. The sight of the dark-hued animals brought joy to the two women. Goat meat is nourishing and delicious, but they were uncertain about how to handle it, fearing the potential for a troublesome situation. Ah, splendid. You all wait for me here. I shall pursue the wild goats. Li Feng instructed the two to remain in place, assuring them he would not venture too far. Should he fail to catch up, he would return promptly to avoid any encounter with wild beasts. Li Feng, do be cautious and do not stray too far, the two women cautioned, sharing a mutual fear of potential attacks in his absence. With a swift dash, Li Feng sprinted forth, startling the herd of wild goats, who emitted cries of terror and fled in haste. Do not run, he exclaimed, pursuing them like a cheetah, deftly hurling several stones. His aim was swift and precise, striking one goat on its hind leg. The creature, now hindered, found its escape considerably slowed. Ha ha! Tonight, I shall feast upon a roasted whole goat. Li Feng réjouissa, knowing well the exquisite flavor and nourishment such a meal would provide. Suddenly, a cry pierced the air. Ah, Li Feng, help us. Please save us. Just as he dashed into a thicket, prepared to chase the goat, he was taken aback by the terrified pleas of the two women. Alarmed and surprised, he hurriedly exited the underbrush. Upon witnessing the perilous situation they faced, his heart raced with concern. To his astonishment, this island harbored. Chapter 046. The existence of savages. Upon emerging from the thicket, Li Feng beheld three savages joyously circling two enchanting women. Good heavens! There truly are savages on this island. It is utterly terrifying. The three savages were of average stature, their heads adorned with branches, clad in animal skins, their hair unkempt and filthy, and their feet bare. Ululu, the trio danced around the two beauties, exuberantly celebrating their presence. Clearly, they had never encountered modern humans or witnessed such captivating women. Upon the sudden sight of these two alluring figures, they seemed eager to seize them for their own amusement. Their excitement reached a fever pitch at the sight of the two lovely ladies. "Ah, Li Feng, they're savages. Come save us." Lin Ping and Yu Xiaoli screamed in terror. They were paralyzed with fear at the sight of the savages. Although they were of the same species, the savages exhibited a primal ferocity devoid of humanity. It was evident that these savages belonged to a tribe and possessed a degree of intelligence. Their potential for harm far surpassed that of wild beasts. After circling the two beauties several times, the three savages prepared to make their move. "Li Feng, hurry and rescue us." The two women's faces turned pale with fright. If they were to be captured by the savages, their fate would be far worse than death. It would be a life of torment and despair. Being attacked by a wild beast would be a swift end, but being taken by savages would mean enduring unimaginable suffering. "Get away!" Li Feng bellowed as he charged towards them. He had previously dreamt of the two women being abducted by savages, never imagining that this dream would manifest into reality. "Li Feng, they're savages. We are terrified." Upon seeing him approach, the two women cried out in panic. Once the savages noticed Li Feng, two of them swiftly hoisted Lin Ping and Yu Xiaoli onto their shoulders and dashed towards the jungle. The remaining savage, brandishing a spear. "Manasing li triatanat, Li Feng. Ah, Li Feng, help us! Save us!" The two women, now slung over the shoulders of their captors, struggled desperately, calling for help. However, the savages were immensely strong, and their efforts to break free proved futile. In terms of physical strength, modern city dwellers could not compete with these savages. Li Feng recalled his grandfather's tales of his generation, where many rural folk could carry burdens of 400 to 500 pounds. This was a veritable truth, not an exaggeration. During that era, labor was predominantly physical, and most individuals were robust. In contrast, contemporary individuals could manage only 100 pounds at most. In a barehanded confrontation, these savages could easily overpower 2 or 3 modern men. Lin Auntie Xiaoli, witnessing the two women being taken into the forest. Li Feng was consumed by a frenzy as he sprinted forward. He was determined to rescue them and prevent his nightmare from becoming a reality. Olialu, as he attempted to plunge into the forest, the savage with the spear performed an odd dance, brandishing the weapon threateningly towards him, warning him to retreat. "Step aside, or I shall kill you." Li Feng esha gaza ardanat, radiating murderos inten. He would not hesitate to confront any obstacle in his path. Olialu, Dolialu the savage uttered something in the dialect of his tribe, words that Li Feng could not comprehend. "Damn it, I will slay you." Li Feng swiftly brandished his blade, unable to communicate with the savage before him. Even if dialogue were possible, negotiation was out of the question. The women had been abducted, and there was no room for compromise. As he swung his sword, the wild man quickly raised his harpoon to shield his chest. The clash echoed as Li Feng's blade struck the shaft of the harpoon, forcing the wild man to stagger back only a step before thrusting the weapon towards Li Feng's chest. With a deft sidestep, Li Feng evaded the assault, the harpoon slicing past him. He hissed, delivering a lethal cut to the wild man's throat. He had not intended to slay these savages, hoping to avoid a confrontation with their tribe, but the urgency to rescue the captives overshadowed his reservations. The wild man clutched his throat, collapsing to the ground with a thud, lifeless. "Onin, Yui!" Li Feng cried out, dashing into the depths of the forest. The trees loomed thickly around him, and he scanned his surroundings in search of any sign of the two women. Panic engulfed him as he lost track of their whereabouts, his heart racing with dread at the thought of their potential fate. The bond he shared with Lin Ping had deepened over time, and the thought of losing her was unbearable. "Li Feng, please save us." The desperate calls of the two women pierced through his thoughts, emanating from deeper within the jungle. Without a moment's hesitation, he pressed onward, armed with his blade, determined to reach them. His speed was unparalleled, the fastest he had ever run in his life. Branches and leaves lashed against his face, causing him pain, yet he ignored it, driven solely by the desire to rescue the two women. As he plunged deeper into the thicket, he caught sight of the two wild men, hoisting the women and retreating further into the wilderness. The savages emitted excited whoops. as if they had stumbled upon a great treasure. "Release my women, or I shall slay you," Li Feng bellowed, relentlessly pursuing them. The women, terrified, felt tears welling in their eyes upon seeing his approach. Though the wild men were swift, their burden hindered their speed. Realizing they could not outrun Li Feng, they hastily discarded the women onto the ground. The thud of their bodies hitting the earth left the women dazed and weak. The wild men brandished their harpoons, their eyes glaring at Li Feng as if warning him to halt his advance, lest they take lethal action. "Dare you seize my women? I shall ensure your lineage ends here." Li Feng charged forward, ready to engage in combat with the two savages. They uttered guttural sounds, incomprehensible to him, yet undeniably menacing. Upon seeing the blood on Li Feng's blade, they recognized the fate of their comrade, their expressions shifting to one of fierce vengeance, radiating a palpable aura of hostility. "Li Feng, be careful. These savages are ruthless." The two women trembled on the ground, paralyzed by fear. They would rather face death than be captured by the wild men. For the consequences of being taken back to their tribe were too horrific to contemplate. The entire tribe of male savages would undoubtedly come to witness the spectacle with great fervor. "Fear not, for I have assured you that as long as I am here, no harm shall befall you." Li Feng, wielding a long blade, cautiously regarded the two savages before him. One of the savages, with a guttural sound, pointed at the blood on the sword, seemingly inquiring whether he had slain their companion. "Those who dare to touch my women shall meet their demise." Li Feng's eyes gleamed with a murderous intent. He would not allow these two savages to escape. They must be silenced. Should they flee, the consequences would be dire. After exchanging a glance, the two savages prepared to join forces to eliminate Li Feng. Their intent was clear: to kill this man and then abduct the two women for their own amusement back at the tribe. "Li Feng, be cautious. These two savages are about to attack you," Lin Ping and the others hastily warned. Chapter 47. Life and Death Struggle. The first savage lunged forward with a harpoon, but Li Feng deftly intercepted the attack with his long knife, deflecting the blow. The second savage swiftly followed suit with another thrust of his harpoon. The pace of their assault was rapid. As Li Feng spun halfway around, he brought his long knife crashing downwards towards the savage. In a moment of panic, the savage raised his harpoon to shield his head, successfully blocking the strike. Seizing the opportunity, Li Feng delivered a powerful kick to the savage's chest, sending him sprawling to the ground. Meanwhile, the second savage attempted to stab Li Feng from behind. Reacting quickly, Li Feng bent forward, allowing the harpoon to miss its target. He retaliated with a swift thrust of his long knife, piercing the savage's throat with brutal precision. His movements were fierce and merciless. Though he refrained from taking lives in the cities, the lawlessness of this island permitted no compassion. It was a matter of survival. The final savage, witnessing his companion's demise, fled into the forest in a desperate attempt to summon aid from their tribe. "Aunt Lin, shall Li stay safe? I will pursue the savage," Li Feng declared before dashing after him, determined not to leave any survivors. Should this savage return to his tribe, he would undoubtedly bring back reinforcements. The two women, paralyzed by fear, barely registered Li Feng's words, feeling as though they had narrowly escaped death itself, as if they had just returned from the gates of hell. As Li Feng raced into the jungle, the savage sprinted away with remarkable speed, babbling in a language Li Feng could not comprehend. He was likely issuing threats, intent on returning to gather his kin. "You shall not escape," Li Feng murmured, swiftly hurling his long knife in an attempt to pierce the savage's back. However, the savage darted aside, just in time, causing the knife to miss and embed itself in a nearby tree. Undeterred, the savage aimed to retrieve the knife and strike Li Feng down. However, Li Feng, akin to a leopard, surged forward and delivered a powerful kick to the savage's back. The savage was sent tumbling several meters, his harpoon falling to the side. Both combatants were now unarmed, forced to engage in a bare-handed struggle. Seeing that Li Feng was weaponless, the savage charged at him. Li Feng leapt into the air, executing a fierce scissor kick that struck the savage's chest. Remarkably resilient, the savage, despite the blow, continued his frenzied advance, attempting to overpower Li Feng with sheer brute force. Li Feng seized the savage's wrist, leaping backward and using the momentum to pull him off balance, causing the savage to crash to the ground. With a knee driven forcefully into the savage's chest, Li Feng felt the savage's breath escape him in a pained gasp, a foul odor emanating from his mouth. The savage's teeth were encrusted with tartar, a sight so repulsive that Li Feng nearly succumbed to nausea. As he became distracted, the savage began to thrash wildly. These wild men possessed considerable strength and remarkable resilience. If a modern city dweller were to endure a heavy blow from Li Feng's knee, their bones would surely shatter, rendering them incapable of rising. Yet this wild man seemed unscathed, his fortitude astonishing. After scrambling to his feet, he clutched Li Feng's waist with both hands, pushing him backward. The creature emitted a harsh, grating noise akin to that of a rampaging bull. Li Feng intended to stabilize himself, but the creature's strength was overwhelming. After retreating beneath a large tree, he braced his right foot against its trunk to steady himself and swiftly delivered a series of elbow strikes to the wild man's back. With a series of resounding thuds, he struck 7 or 8 times, yet the savage remained standing. It was not due to a lack of strength on Li Feng's part. Rather, the opponent's physique was as robust as an ox, demonstrating remarkable endurance. Under the force of those blows, an ordinary person would have succumbed long ago. Yet this wild man continued to resist, growing increasingly frenzied. Damn it! I refuse to believe I cannot fell you. Li Feng's gaze hardened. If he could not vanquish a mere savage, all his years of training would be for naught. Since the age of 3, he had been practicing martial arts under his grandfather's tutelage, dedicating over 22 years to honing his skills. As the wild man clung tightly to Li Feng's waist, attempting to bite him, Li Feng swiftly seized his throat. The savage grappled with Li Feng's hand in a desperate struggle. "Go to hell!" Li Feng exclaimed as his knee forcefully connected with the wild man's chest. With a thunderous crash, the savage was propelled several meters away. When he hit the ground, a flurry of leaves erupted around him. The wild man gazed at Li Feng in terror, realizing he was no match for this stranger, and fear gripped him. As Li Feng approached, the savage hastily rolled into the dense underbrush. Li Feng swiftly retrieved a long knife from a nearby tree and pursued him into the thicket. The forest was thick with foliage, severely obstructing visibility. Upon entering, Li Feng lost sight of the savage. The creature had vanished without a trace. After scanning his surroundings, Li Feng gripped the knife tightly, aware that the wild man was still near. He had not fled far. He was likely hiding within the underbrush, waiting for an opportunity to strike back. Li Feng remained vigilant, observing his surroundings with acute awareness. Even the slightest rustle of leaves would not escape his notice. He knew he had to eliminate this savage. Allowing him to return and alert his companions could spell disaster for them all. After observing for a considerable time, however, the area remained eerily silent. Could it be that the savage had escaped? No, he surely had not gone far. He must be lurking in the vicinity, watching him intently. Li Feng recalled his grandfather's advice. In times of danger, one must remain calm and composed. Panic and anger would solve nothing. They would only cloud his judgment. "I know you are nearby. You cannot escape. I will see to your end." With that declaration, Li Feng swiftly leaped into the air, aiming to ascend a tree for a better vantage point. From a lofty vantage point, it becomes convenient to seek out that savage. This creature cannot escape his grasp. Chapter 048. Slaying the savage, Li Feng ascended to a branch 2 meters high and swiftly climbed an additional 4 to 5 meters. From his elevated vantage point, he meticulously surveyed his surroundings. There, he spotted the savage concealed among a lush thicket, an ideal hiding place. "Beast, I see you now. I wonder where you shall flee," he thought. After descending from the tree, Li Feng hastened towards the underbrush where the savage lurked. Realizing he had been discovered, the savage erupted in a fit of rage and lunged forth. With a guttural growl, he attempted to employ the same tactic as before, aiming to seize Li Feng's waist. "Curse it! I shall not require a blade. I will engage you barehanded, and I refuse to believe I cannot vanquish you," Li Feng declared. With a swift motion, he drove his long knife into the ground, preparing to confront the savage with his bare fists. He He felt assured that Yu Xiaoli and Lin Ping were safe, for the presence of these savages indicated no nearby beasts. After embedding his knife in the earth, the savage tried once more to tackle him with brute force. As the savage lunged, Li Feng stepped back, causing the creature to miss entirely. With a resounding clap, he struck the savage on the back of the head. The savage, dazed and disoriented, was left seeing stars, his world spinning. Grasping the savage's head, Li Feng twisted it with the force of a watermelon being wrung. With a crack, the savage's neck was broken, and he fell lifelessly to the ground. "Oomph! Even without my blade, I can dispatch you in mere seconds," Li Feng proclaimed. After slaying the savage, he dragged the corpse away, intent on burying it or disposing of it in a cave. Otherwise, the tribe would undoubtedly embark on a frenzied search for vengeance upon discovering their comrade's lifeless body. "Li Feng, how splendid! You have finally returned. Xiaoli and I were terribly worried," Lin Ping exclaimed, her voice trembling with fear as she fought back tears upon seeing him return with the savage's corpse. "Do not weep, Aunt Lin. I am unharmed," Li Feng reassured her. "We were nearly taken by the savage, Li Ge. Thankfully, you were here to save us once again," Yu Xiaoli said, her voice breaking as she recalled the harrowing moment. The thought of being captured by the savage filled her with dread. "It is all over now. I have dealt with these savages," Li Feng said, casting the corpse aside. The revelation of savages on this island troubled him. He feared that, should the three of them perish, the tribe would seek retribution. The thought of hundreds of savages mobilizing sent Lin Ping into a state of panic. "Even if you are exceptionally skilled, you cannot contend with such a multitude," she lamented. "What shall we do, Li Ge?" Yu Xiaoli asked, her mind clouded with uncertainty. "We must minimize our activities to avoid encounters with the savages," Li Feng suggested, the only plan he could conceive. "Yet, what if we do not return for an extended period? What then?" Yu Xiaoli questioned. Lin Ping found her concern valid. If these three wild men do not return for an extended period, their companions from the tribe will undoubtedly venture out in search of them. As long as those wild men do not discover the corpses of the three, they will not suspect us, nor will they consider that others are present on the island. Li Feng stated. "Why?" Both women inquired simultaneously. "Because the island is home to many ferocious beasts, as well as that monster. The companions of these three wild men will simply assume they met their demise at the jaws of a beast, thus explaining their disappearance." Upon hearing Li Feng's analysis, the two women found it to be quite reasonable. "We must properly handle these three corpses," Li Feng asserted, as he and the two women collaborated to drag the bodies out of the thicket. Once the three corpses were laid side by side, Li Feng pondered how to dispose of them. Burying them on site would require digging a pit, which was too much trouble. Burning them would produce a significant odor. "Li Feng, you are truly remarkable. You managed to kill these three wild men." Lin Ping expressed her admiration for his prowess. Yu Xiaoli was equally in awe. "They are merely three wild men. I did not regard them as a threat. Had it not been for your assistance, I would have unleashed my full fury without hesitation. Even if faced with a dozen or 20, I would remain unafraid," Li Feng stated earnestly. In the absence of any encumbrances, as long as he wielded a long knife, he would dare to confront even a dozen or 20 wild men. "Impressive. You are indeed formidable." Both women admired his strength. "Please take a moment to rest. I will scout the vicinity for a cave," Li Feng declared, intending to find a suitable pit to dispose of the three corpses. After a brief search, he discovered a cave. The entrance was narrow, and it descended vertically into an abyss of darkness. Li Feng picked up a stone and tossed it into the cave. It took several seconds before any sound echoed from the depths. "This cave is quite profound. Xiaoli, Aunt Lin, there is a cave here. We can dispose of the three wild men's bodies within and seal the entrance afterward," Li Feng announced upon returning to the two women. And together they dragged the corpses over. "Wow, this cave is incredibly dark," Yu Xiaoli remarked, peering down into the void. "Be careful, do not get too close," Lin Ping cautioned her, emphasizing the danger should she fall. It's all right. Even if I were to fall, Brotherly would surely rescue me," Yu Xiaoli giggled innocently. Although Li Feng possessed remarkable skills, he was not omnipotent. Even if he could rescue her, she would have already become a corpse, Lin Ping pointed out. The cave's depth posed a significant risk, and should Yu Xiaoli truly fall, it would likely result in her demise. That is a valid point, Yu Xiaoli chuckled foolishly. After Li Feng cast the 3 corpses into the cave, a series of thuds resonated from the bottom. May you remain eternally at the cave's depths. Those who dare to covet my women shall meet this fate, Li Feng proclaimed, as he gathered large stones to seal the entrance. Even if the primitive tribespeople were to dig to the very depths, they would never uncover these bodies. Once the bodies were disposed of, the 3 sat beneath a stone to rest, somewhat fatigued from the earlier turmoil. The sun gradually descended, and there was no time left to hunt for prey today. Fortunately, they still had the meat of the leopard, ensuring they would not go hungry that night. Li Feng expressed his concerns regarding the proximity of a wild tribe, suggesting that if they were too close, it would pose a significant danger. Lin Ping, fearful of being near the tribe, longed for distance from it. Li Feng remarked that the tribe was likely not nearby, as the 3 individuals they encountered were probably out hunting and happened upon them by chance. How can you be so certain? The 2 women inquired, eager to understand his reasoning. If the wild tribe were close, there should be numerous signs of activity in the vicinity. Li Feng scrutinized the surroundings and observed a lack of frequent signs of human activity, indicating that the tribe was indeed quite distant. Brother Li, you are truly astute. I want to give you a hug, Yu Xiaoli said, resembling a gentle little kitten as she nestled into his embrace. Enough flattery, the sun is setting. We should return the way we came, Li Feng replied, holding her for a moment before preparing to head back, taking along the skin and meat of the leopard. There was no time to hunt today. They would have to venture out again tomorrow. Sighing as he gazed at the descending sun, Li Feng lamented, I hope the rescue team arrives soon. This island is perilous. If they do not come soon, and we're surrounded by the primitive tribe, our chances of survival will be exceedingly grim. Chapter 49. The eerie howls of midnight after nightfall. The 3 returned to their campsite. There remained a portion of yellow braised chicken rice from the afternoon. Li Feng sauteed the leopard meat until it was cooked through, adding some wild vegetables and mushrooms. The meat had a rather pungent flavor, but thankfully, the wild greens were a welcome addition. As darkness enveloped the surroundings, the trio sat together at the camp, consuming their meager meal. The inky blackness of the forest loomed around them, illuminated only by the vibrant flames of the campfire, casting a warm glow that extended for dozens of meters. Observing the oppressive darkness in the night sky, the 2 women felt a weight in their hearts. They had been stranded on this deserted island for several days now, with no sign of the rescue team. The thought of the delayed rescue dampened Lin Ping and Yu Xiaoli's appetite. Why aren't you 2 eating? Li Feng inquired, noticing the somber expressions on their faces, which made it difficult for them to swallow their food. Concerned for their well-being, he added, it's not good for your health to neglect your meals. Li Ge, do you think the rescue team will come? Yu Xiaoli's voice was barely above a whisper, heavy with worry. Lin Ping shared her anxiety, feeling equally disheartened. Let me tell you a story, Li Feng proposed, hoping to uplift their spirits. Please, just not a horror story. We might get frightened, Yu Xiaoli replied, recalling the unsettling skeletons they had encountered in the cave earlier that day. I assure you, it's not a horror story, Li Feng reassured them. Since you can tell stories, we are all ears. The 2 women expressed their curiosity about what he had to share. After gathering his thoughts, Li Feng gazed at the night sky, and his voice resonated from beside the fire. When I was a child, my grandfather once recounted an extraordinary experience of his. In 1962, after battling against the enemy across snow-capped mountains, he and a few comrades found themselves lost and disconnected from their main unit. The gravity of the tale's beginning commanded the women's respect as they realized that Li Feng's grandfather had been a participant in the war, a true hero. In the icy wilderness, my grandfather and his companions sought ways to re-establish contact with their division. The others were all fresh recruits, and after losing touch with their unit, they spiraled into despair. During their meager supper, none had the appetite, yet my grandfather understood the paramount importance of nourishing oneself in any circumstance. Li Feng continued. The following morning, the enemy launched a surprise attack. His comrades, having gone without food or rest, were utterly exhausted and unable to mount a defense. However, my grandfather, displaying remarkable ferocity, single-handedly vanquished several foes, ensuring not only his own survival, but also rescuing his comrades and earning military accolades. As Li Feng recounted this tale, it was as if he were transported back to that moment, envisioning his grandfather's composure and valor in the face of adversity. Li Feng, your grandfather is truly an extraordinary individual. If we manage to return home, I will certainly pay him a visit. Lin Ping expressed her heartfelt admiration. Yu Xiaoli expressed her admiration, stating, I hold great respect for the heroes of the War of Resistance. If given the chance to return, I would certainly pay a visit to your esteemed grandfather. You might not have the opportunity, Li Feng interjected. Why? Both inquired simultaneously. Because my grandfather passed away a year ago from liver cirrhosis, he lamented, the painful memory weighing heavily on his heart. He had been raised by his grandfather, as his parents were seldom present. Ah, your grandfather has passed, Lin Ping exclaimed in surprise. Li Ge, I'm truly sorry for bringing up such sorrowful memories. Yu Xiaoli apologized. It's all right, Li Feng replied with a shake of his head. Initially, he struggled to accept the loss, but gradually came to terms with the inevitability of life and death, recognizing it as part of the natural order. Though our old hero has departed, he will forever reside in our hearts. Lin Ping expressed her heartfelt reverence. I share this not to boast of my grandfather's achievements, Li Feng continued, but to emphasize the importance of sustenance in any situation. One must stay nourished to witness the dawn. Only the resilient can await the arrival of light. He took a hearty bite of the leopard meat and rice, determined to fill his stomach, knowing that failure to do so could spell doom in times of crisis on the island. Thank you for your guidance, Li Feng. We now understand what we must do, the two women remarked, hastily consuming their food to alleviate his concerns. Their earlier gloom had dissipated, and they found renewed resolve. Since we are here, we must strive to survive, they agreed. Exactly, we must remain strong. As long as we live, we shall surely await the rescue team, Li Feng smiled, witnessing their newfound determination as they savored their meal. Li Ge, we will heed your words from now on. With you by our side, we fear neither heaven nor earth. What does it matter if we are stranded on a deserted island? It's just an adventure, Yu Xiaoli declared, her spirits lifted, confident that help would indeed come. After finishing their meal by the fire, the trio prepared to rest in the cave, which was spacious enough to accommodate their needs. Li Feng had laid down a generous amount of dry grass and animal hides against the stone walls, ensuring a more comfortable night's sleep. Upon returning to the cave, they secured the stone door with a large slab and propped it with timber, confident that even a fierce tiger could not breach their sanctuary. How wonderful! Finally, we can rest and enjoy a peaceful night's sleep, Yu Xiaoli exclaimed, content as she rubbed her thighs on the grassy bed. Previously, while camping by the sea, their makeshift hut had been too flimsy, forcing her and Lin Ping to take turns keeping watch, resulting in restless nights filled with anxiety. Now, with the safety of the cave, they could indulge in sweet dreams. The cave felt secure, and the grassy bedding was like a real bed, allowing the three of them to relax and enjoy themselves without worry. Upon hearing Li Feng's words, Yu Xiaoli was taken aback, hastily exclaiming, Li Ge, you should seek out Aunt Lin. She adores you and is willing to bear your wrath. I am but a novice. I am not capable. No, you are more than capable. Li Feng scrutinized her petite figure. This little beauty, though diminutive, possessed an undeniable charm and ample curves. It is the combination of delicacy and fullness that is truly exquisite. Tall and voluptuous forms are mere temptations. As for which is superior, it is a matter of personal preference. I am a novice. I truly cannot. Yu Xiaoli feigned anxiety and fear, her performance remarkably convincing. I insist you can. Even if you doubt yourself, you must rise to the occasion. Just as Li Feng contemplated rushing towards her, a sudden low growl reverberated through the primordial forest. The sound sent chills down their spines, causing their hairs to stand on end. The noise was unnervingly bizarre. Li Feng, what is that sound? Upon hearing the strange cry, both women sprang to their feet. Li Feng, too, hurriedly positioned himself at the vent, anxiously peering outside. The sound was hauntingly peculiar. Chapter 050. Midnight affection in the pitch-black depths of the primordial forest. A bizarre and eerie cry suddenly pierced the silence. The sound was sharp and jarring, sending shivers down one's spine and instilling a profound terror deep within the soul. It was an unnerving sound. Li Feng, what is that noise? The two women inquired anxiously, their hair standing on end with fear. Though the source of the sound was distant, its chilling presence left them both trembling. I don't know. I've never heard such a sound before, Li Feng replied after a moment of contemplation, shaking his head. The noise was indeed peculiar and otherworldly. Peering through a crack in the ventilation, he noticed the campfire still flickering, casting light that illuminated several meters ahead into the hazy forest. Beyond that, darkness engulfed everything, rendering the surroundings invisible. The strange cry continued to emanate from the depths of the blackness. As the unsettling sound persisted, the two women's anxiety escalated. "Oh my gosh! I am terrified," Yu Xiaoli exclaimed, rushing towards Li Feng, followed closely by Lin Ping, who also sought refuge beside him. "Li Feng, we're scared." Upon reaching him, they both wrapped their arms around his, seeking comfort. What a splendid peak this was, an apex of existence. What defines the pinnacle of life? This moment epitomized the summit of a man's aspirations. "Fear not, for I am here. I assure you both shall come to no harm," Li Feng reassured them, enveloping them in his embrace to soothe their distress. The dreadful cries had frightened his beautiful companions. The piercing shrieks persisted, their tone frantic and furious. As the cacophony continued, a commotion erupted in the distant forest, as if countless beasts were scurrying in panic. Li Feng gazed outside, but the darkness was too profound for him to discern anything. Yet, the escalating noise from the primordial woods indicated a mass exodus of frightened animals. What could that sound be? It's astonishingly intense, Li Feng murmured to himself, furrowing his brow. That entity must be terrifying, a nemesis to all creatures great and small. Its shrill cries had sent the denizens of the forest into a frenzy of fear. Upon hearing the dreadful uproar, Yu Xiaoli's voice trembled with dread. She lamented their situation, recalling that during their time on the beach, such disturbances had never occurred. Now, on their first night in the primordial forest, they faced this alarming scenario. "We cannot return to the island. Since we are here, we must make peace with our circumstances. As long as we remain within this cave, we need not fear even the fiercest of beasts." Li Feng continued to hold the two women close, offering gentle caresses and pats in an effort to console them. Could that creature be the monster recorded in the notebook? Lin Ping suddenly recalled the skeleton they had encountered in the cave earlier that day. Before his death, Matsushita had documented the existence of a formidable creature on the island. Uncertain, perhaps it is, or perhaps it is not, yet I wield a long blade, ready to confront any creature that dares to approach. Li Feng endeavored to project an aura of formidable strength. Only by exhibiting sufficient power could he instill a sense of security in the two enchanting women by his side. After a prolonged cacophony of piercing shrieks, the forest gradually succumbed to tranquility, and the night reclaimed its serene ambience. How splendid it was that the disquieting sounds had finally ceased. The two women peered through the vent, observing the stillness outside. Upon realizing the absence of any disturbances, they exhaled with relief. The earlier fright had been daunting. "Fear not. The cave is secure," Li Feng reassured them, wrapping his arms around their slender waists. "Alas, this island is fraught with peril. Tribes of savages, monstrous beings, serpents, and black bears." Lin Ping felt a throbbing headache. Any one of these threats could easily claim their lives. "Our numbers are too few. If only we could encounter more survivors. United in purpose, we could collectively confront these challenges." Yu Xiaoli yearned for the presence of more survivors, believing that with additional male companions, they would be fortified in the face of danger. Lin Ping scoffed. "What good are numbers if they merely engage in treachery and deceit? It is far better for us three to remain together." She recalled the earlier encounter with Tong Meng, who had attempted to assassinate Li Feng but had met his own demise instead. However, this remained their secret, known to no one else, not even Yu Xiaoli. It was not that Li Feng doubted her. Rather, the fewer who were privy to such matters, the better. "Aunt Lin, you may have a point. If more people only lead to scheming among one another, we would indeed be in greater peril," Yu Xiaoli concurred. As the hour grew late, Li Feng suggested they retire for the night, for he intended to venture out in search of sustenance on the morrow. He aimed to stockpile ample provisions, thereafter minimizing his departures from the cave to avoid detection by the savage tribe. He feared neither beasts nor monsters, but the prospect of encountering primitive tribesmen instilled trepidation within him. While wild creatures and monsters may be brutal, they lacked intellect, driven solely by instinct and a primal urge to kill. Primitive tribes, however, were different. Their backwardness did not equate to foolishness. They possessed keen intelligence, and should they set their sights on him, his life would be in jeopardy. I shall sleep inside, Aunt Lin in the middle, and Brother Li on the outside. After planting a gentle kiss on Li Feng's cheek, Yu Xiaoli returned to the grass bedding, leaning against the stone wall as she drifted into a deep slumber. Lin Ping nestled in the middle, while Li Feng lay on the outermost edge. As the three settled on the grass bedding, their spirits lifted in joyful conversation. Having found a secure and reliable refuge, their hearts were light. Time slipped by as they chatted, and soon Yu Xiaoli succumbed to sleep, her rhythmic breathing a soothing melody in the stillness. She lay facing the stone wall, her back to Lin Ping, lost in a deep and peaceful slumber. Li Feng, however, remained awake on the grass bedding, reflecting on the day's events, his thoughts growing increasingly heavy with concern for the safety of the two beautiful women. As he was lost in thought, Lin Ping suddenly turned over, cradling his face in her hands and kissing his lips. Just as Li Feng was about to speak, Lin Ping gestured for him to remain silent. Could it be that this enchanting beauty longed for him, wishing to indulge in intimacy upon the grass mat? Yet, Yu Xiaoli lay beside them. However, the lovely girl was in a deep slumber, having been startled during the day and exhausted from it all. She was unlikely to awaken. After gently shifting her body, Lin Ping leaned in closer, her lips brushing against Li Feng's ear as she softly inquired, "Silly boy, you worked hard during the day. Thank you for saving us. Would you like me to repay you?" Her voice was sweet and melodious, sending shivers down his spine. Just as Li Feng intended to whisper, Lin Ping took his hand and guided it toward her. In the pitch-black night, the two lay within the cave, treading carefully. Chapter 051. Nightmarish depths of the mountains after a prolonged struggle. Lin Ping succumbed to fatigue and fell asleep. Li Feng lay on the grass mat, his mind heavy with thoughts as he listened attentively to the whispers of the wind outside. The cold breeze rustled the leaves, and the strange sounds that had earlier filled the air had faded into silence. Inside the cave, the gentle breaths of the two sleeping beauties echoed softly. Yu Xiaoli faced the stone wall, her back turned towards them. Lin Ping lay in a perfectly poised manner, her hands resting on her abdomen, her long legs extended gracefully. As Li Feng attempted to drift into slumber, a sudden crackling noise startled him. He sensed movement outside. Grasping his long knife, he made his way to the cave entrance. Peering through the ventilation opening, he observed the campfire still flickering, its glow standing in stark contrast to the pitch-black night sky. A fleeting shadow darted past with remarkable speed. Rubbing his eyes, Li Feng sought to discern the figure, but it vanished into the darkness. Noticing the fire dwindling, he contemplated stepping out to replenish the wood, aware that once extinguished, darkness would envelop both the outside and the cave. Sighing, he shook his head. The outside world was perilous. The dense, oppressive forest loomed in the distance, evoking a sense of dread. After observing the night sky for a while, he returned to the grass mat, where the two women slept soundly, oblivious to the dangers surrounding them. How carefree they were, seemingly untroubled by their predicament on this desolate island. Perhaps it was Li Feng's presence that afforded them such comfort, instilling a sense of security in their hearts. As Li Feng lay on the grass mat, gazing at the cave ceiling, an unsettling feeling washed over him, perhaps rooted in the cave's dark history. Suddenly, he heard Lin Ping murmur softly in her sleep, a gentle sound that tugged at his heartstrings. "Tina, where are you? I miss you so dearly. Mama truly longs for you," she whispered, revealing her deep yearning for her daughter, Lin Ting. "Don't be sad, Annie Lin. I will always be with you, always protect you," Li Feng whispered as he embraced her, finding solace in their shared warmth. Despite the solitude of the island, the darkness of the night, and the eeriness of the cave, Li Feng felt a profound sense of security with the two women by his side. "Xiao Feng, my love, I adore you. Lin Ping continued to express her affection for Li Feng in her dreams. I love you too. You are the gentlest woman in this world, and having you is a true blessing, he replied, kissing her tenderly and holding her close. In the sanctuary of her embrace, Li Feng drifted into a serene slumber, only to be plagued by a nightmarish vision. A horde of primitive savages descended upon him, outnumbering him significantly. Overwhelmed and battered, he found himself captured, bound to a tree, destined for a gruesome ritual. Lin Ping and Yu Xiaoli were also seized, stripped bare by the savage tribe, who sought to torment and violate them. "The Gu, save me. Li Feng, please save me. We cannot bear this living hell." After being bound to a tree, both of them cried out in terror, seeing them completely exposed. At the mercy of that group of savages, Li Feng felt a surge of anger, yet he was powerless to intervene. As his heart bled with anguish, the chief of the savages approached him, wielding a stone axe. This imposing figure, with unkempt hair and vines wrapped around his head, obscured his modesty with a few leaves. Upon nearing Li Feng, the chief uttered a torrent of incomprehensible words. Then, raising the stone axe high, he swung it menacingly towards Li Feng's head. "No, spare me, Brother Li," Yu Xiaoli cried out desperately, struggling against her bonds. Lin Ping, equally distraught, wept and pleaded, "Please, do not harm him. Do whatever you wish to me. Just release him." The savages, unable to understand their language, rendered communication futile. Just as the axe struck Li Feng's head, he roared in defiance. "Ah!" With that cry, he jolted awake. It was merely another nightmare. Covered in sweat, Li Feng realized the dream felt all too real. Daylight had arrived. After wiping the sweat from his brow, he noticed that the two beauties were missing from the cave. "Aunt Lin, Xiaoli," he shouted as he dashed out of the cave. The two were seated at the campsite, preparing breakfast. Upon seeing him emerge, drenched in sweat, Lin Ping inquired with concern, "You silly boy, why are you sweating so much? You two must have taken advantage of my slumber last night to sneak away together, leaving me drained and in a sweat upon waking." Yu Xiaoli teased with a mischievous grin. "Stop joking around." Lin Ping, not in the mood for banter, noticed Li Feng's perspiration and asked anxiously, "What happened?" "I had that nightmare again and woke up drenched in cold sweat." Seeing the two safe and sound, Li Feng felt a wave of relief wash over him. "Thank goodness it was just a dream." "Silly, Xiaoli and I didn't want to wake you. We thought you could use the extra rest." Lin Ping smiled as she wiped away his sweat. These two lovely ladies were gentle, considerate, and always mindful of Li Feng's well-being. "Aunt Lin, Xiaoli, from now on, you are not allowed to venture out alone to prepare breakfast." Li Feng spoke sternly, fearing for their safety. "Brother Li, we care about you just as you care for us. We want to make you breakfast and let you sleep a little longer in the mornings," Yu Xiaoli replied. "Did you not understand my meaning? You are not permitted to leave the cave without my company. If you are hungry and wish to prepare breakfast, you must wake me." Li Feng's tone was resolute. There was no room for negotiation. "What? We are concerned for you and wanted you to rest longer, yet you scold us." Startled by his sternness, Yu Xiaoli began to cry. Lin Ping was also taken aback. Li Feng had never been this serious before. "I apologize for my tone. It was inappropriate. In the future, you must not leave the cave without me, for your safety. What if beasts are lurking nearby? What if that group of savages returns?" Without his protection, the two individuals found themselves in peril. "Li Feng, please do not be upset. We shall heed your counsel from now on," Lin Ping spoke gently. "Brother Li, I, too, shall follow your lead," Yu Xiaoli added, pouting slightly, her expression one of grievance. "From this point forward, let us value each other's opinions and coexist as equals." Li Feng wished not to intimidate the two with force. He had no desire for them to harbor fear towards him. It was essential for the trio to interact on equal footing. "Li Feng, I understand that your intentions are for our well-being. Your reasoning is sound, and we shall listen to you," Lin Ping concurred, recognizing the dangers of leaving the cave without permission. "Brother Li, please calm down. Breakfast is ready. After we are well fed, we shall venture out to hunt," Yu Xiaoli encouraged, gently patting his chest to soothe him. "I was never angry to begin with. Where would the need to calm down arise?" Li Feng lightly tapped her on the head. "Ouch, that hurts terribly," Yu Xiaoli exclaimed, rubbing her head, her expression adorably endearing. Let us take advantage of the fresh morning air. Once we finish breakfast, we shall set out to hunt. The midday sun is fierce. Li Feng contemplated taking the two women hunting after their meal. Once they had ample food, they would strive to remain within the cave to avoid encounters with the wild men. Look ahead, there are people. They are actually having breakfast. A cheer resonated from the woods as the trio enjoyed their meal. Chapter 052. Uninvited guest, she's still alive by the heavens. Someone is actually cooking breakfast. We have encountered companions again. A man cursed vehemently, his words laced with vulgarity. His temperament seemed rather foul. Upon hearing this voice, Li Feng and the others rose to observe. The voice sounded eerily familiar. Lin Ping furrowed her brows, deep in thought, as she felt a sense of recognition. Boss Lei, Brother Lei, the ones cooking ahead might be Li Feng and his group, a woman remarked. It was none other than Bai Jiamei's voice. This wretched woman was still alive. Li Feng had presumed she had fallen prey to a beast. Yet, here she was unscathed. Could it truly be them? I haven't seen Lin Ping in ages. I miss her dearly. The man's raucous voice echoed with bravado. Boss Lei, Li Feng's group nearly cost me my life when they drove me away. Do not forget your promise. Should we encounter him, ensure his demise. Bai Jiamei seethed with bitterness, her animosity towards Li Feng palpable. Brother Li, Aunt Lin, Bai Jiamei is surprisingly still alive, Yu Shaoli lamented upon hearing that voice. This woman had a remarkable fate. After being chased by wolves into the forest, she had miraculously evaded death and escaped their pursuit. Her survival mattered little to Yu Shaoli, but she had not anticipated that the Lei brothers would also be on the island. Thinking of those two, Lin Ping felt a headache coming on, accompanied by a twinge of fear. Who are the Lei brothers? Do you know them? Yu Shaoli inquired. The Lei brothers are the local tyrants of Yunhai City. The elder, Lei Laohu, is a real estate mogul, specializing in new district developments. The younger, Lei Laer, is a notorious figure in the underworld, known for his ruthless and violent ways. Lin Ping elaborated on their identities. It was no wonder she harbored apprehension towards these brothers. They were indeed no ordinary thugs. Lei Laohu was a landlord in the area, while Lei Laer was a bloodthirsty criminal, committing heinous acts without remorse. Together, these brothers wielded significant influence in Yunhai City, often embroiled in nefarious dealings. When confronted with matters beyond his control, Lei Laohu would hand them over to Lei Laer, and when Lei Laer needed to smooth over legal troubles, Lei Laohu would step in personally. Encountering such nefarious individuals would undoubtedly spell trouble for them. Upon learning of their identities, Yu Shaoli felt a wave of trepidation. She was disinclined to engage with such ruthless people who were cold-blooded and cunning. I too, wish to avoid them, Lin Ping lamented, feeling a throbbing headache. Since we have crossed paths, let us observe the unfolding events. Should they harbor ill intentions, they shall not escape my wrath. Li Feng gripped his long knife tightly. This was his territory, and he was the master here. Even if the Lei brothers were fierce dragons, they would have to bow low upon entering his domain. It truly is you, Lin? The voice boomed. I thought you had perished. It has been ages since we last met. Are you well? As the three remained on guard, 4 figures emerged from the forest, 3 men and 1 woman. The woman was Bai Jiamei. The leader, presumably Lei Laohu, was a burly man, rugged and wild in appearance, likely in his 50s. The other man appeared to be in his 40s. The bald man, with a hawk-like nose and a countenance shrouded in darkness, was unmistakably a nefarious character. This bald figure must be Lei Laojio. Upon seeing the last individual, Li Feng was somewhat taken aback. The person was none other than Ouyang Qiu. Ouyang Qiu had previously been his colleague, both having served as security personnel at the Lin Group, where Li Feng had been the team leader and Ouyang Qiu a subordinate. How surprising it was to find Ouyang Qiu on the island. Lin Ping also expressed her astonishment upon seeing him, though he had long since departed from the company and was no longer an employee. Indeed, I too did not anticipate that he was still alive, let alone on this cruise ship, Li Feng mused, genuinely surprised. Li Feng, I am aware that Ouyang Qiu was once under your command, but now he associates with the Lei brothers. Exercise caution and do not place your trust in others too easily, Lin Ping warned, concerned for his safety. Rest assured, I shall exercise discretion, Li Feng replied. As he had learned to be wary of others, apart from Lin Ping and Yu Xiaoli, he would trust no one. Ha! Who would have thought we are both castaways in this vast world? Such is fate. Lei Laohu boisterously approached, arms wide open, eager to embrace Lin Ping. Li Feng stood nearby, brandishing a long knife, while Yu Xiaoli anxiously positioned herself behind him. Should Lin Ping choose to reciprocate the embrace, he would not intervene. But such an act would surely diminish their bond. Conversely, if Lin Ping declined and Lei Laohu attempted to coerce her, he would not hesitate to take action. Mr. Lei, it is customary for men and women to maintain a respectful distance. I hope you'll be mindful of this. Lin Ping retreated a couple of steps, visibly repulsed by the man. Previously, in Yanhai City, Lei Laohu had attempted to seduce her, but she had firmly rejected his advances. That unscrupulous man had even offered a sum of 1 million, merely for a single night, yet she had resolutely turned him down. Lin, we are old acquaintances. Having survived this calamity, I wish to celebrate. Are you truly unwilling to grant even an embrace? Lei Laohu's expression darkened at her refusal. Men and women should maintain proper boundaries. We ought to keep our distance, Lin Ping insisted, her face stern. The mere sight of this man repulsed her. She would never embrace him, even if every other man in the world perished. Damn it, Lin, my elder brother wishes to embrace you out of respect. Do not be ungrateful, Lei Laojiu, the bald man, grimaced with displeasure at the rejection. His imposing bald head bore an intimidating presence, exuding cold authority. Who are you to insult me? You truly lack manners. Dare to speak ill of my woman again, and I shall make you regret it, Li Feng threatened, brandishing his knife at Lei Laojiu, incensed that this brute would dare to insult his companion. And who might you be? Do you truly wish to face dire consequences by pointing a knife at me? Lei Laojiu's eyes glinted with malice, his expression menacing. In his previous life, he had wielded violence freely, striking at will, and no one had ever dared to speak to him in such a manner. Lei urged, this fellow is Li Feng. He once attempted to force himself upon me, but I refused, and thus he expelled me. Bai Jiamei interjected, fanning the flames and embellishing the tale. The audacity of that wretched woman is truly revolting, claiming that Li Feng desires her. She had previously thrown herself at him, yet he showed no interest. How outrageous! How dare he think he could have her? Upon hearing this, Lei Lauder was incensed. He had repeatedly hinted at his intentions towards me, expressing a desire to possess me, even resorting to threats of violence. However, in my quest to preserve my virtue, I resolutely refused to yield, which ultimately led to my expulsion. Bai Jiamei wore a look of grievance, as if she genuinely believed it to be true. Ouyang Qiu stood awkwardly to the side, familiar with both Li Feng and Lin Ping, yet he lacked the courage to greet them. He preferred to observe the unfolding situation before making any decisions. Chapter 053. Mutual scheming. Observing the discord among several individuals, Ouyang Qiu found himself in a predicament. Li Feng was once his captain, while Lin Ping had previously been his CEO. Yet, he now found himself aligned with the brothers Lei Laohu. Torn between allegiances, he was uncertain whom to assist. Bai Jiamei, how shameless you are! In your pursuit to curry favor with Li Feng, you deliberately exposed your cleavage to entice him, yet he scarcely deigned to glance your way. Yu Xiaoli exposed her deceit on the spot. You are all in cahoots with him. Naturally, you would speak in his favor. After a few disdainful snorts, Bai Jiamei continued her slander. Lei Zong, Lei Ergu, Li Feng indeed sought to seduce me, even attempted to assault me, but I would rather perish than submit. I am not a woman of loose morals. Silence. Li Feng shot her a cold glare. Oh, you are truly anxious, aren't you? Afraid of my revelations? Is your conscience pricking you? Bai Jiamei retorted with a mocking tone. Please refrain from humiliating or insulting me, for you are unworthy. Li Feng felt an overwhelming aversion towards her. Although he had an affinity for women, he despised those who were promiscuous. This woman embodied such promiscuity. Jiamei, we are both unfortunate souls adrift in this world. Let bygones be bygones. We shall not revisit the past. From now on, we are comrades, bound to assist each other in survival. Noticing the long knife in Li Feng's hand, Lei Laohu grew somewhat apprehensive. Lei Zong, yet this brat is exceedingly arrogant. He previously attempted to take advantage of me, to seduce me. Bai Jiaomei continued her fabrications. If he wishes to engage, let him have his way. We are all adults. And a single encounter is inconsequential. Lei Laohu chuckled lightly. But I am one of your people now. Bai Jiaomei attempted to feign innocence. Ha ha. Lei Laohu responded with a hearty laugh. That matters not. After your encounter, just remember to cleanse yourself. Lei Zong, I would never share a bed with him. Bai Jiaomei feigned modesty, presenting herself as a virtuous lady. One might mistakenly believe she was chaste and never engaged in indiscretions. In truth, she was far more tarnished than an escort. At least the latter engaged in their trade openly. She wished to play the harlot while maintaining an unblemished facade. Li Feng, if you desire, Bai Jiaomei, I shall take charge. Tonight, let her keep you company and attend to your needs. Lei Laohu displayed a generous and carefree demeanor. Unconcerned as Bai Jiaomei was not his spouse. To suggest she accompany me is an affront. Do not utter such words again, lest you provoke my ire. Li Feng replied with indifference. You dare to show disrespect to my brother? Do you believe I will not end you? Lei Er, brandishing a wooden stick, advanced menacingly. Try it, and I assure you, you shall meet your demise, Li Feng warned, directing his knife toward him. Upon seeing the blade, Lei Er hesitated. Ouyang Xiao, why are you still standing there? Hurry and assist Lei Er. Bai Jiaomei urged him to take action. Ouyang Xiao, grasping a wooden stick, scratched his head awkwardly and said, We are all descendants of Yin and Huang, brothers in blood. Let us temper our tempers and avoid conflict. He attempted to utter words of reconciliation to diffuse the tension. I'm deeply troubled by the words exchanged, as they reflect a tumultuous atmosphere. Bai Jiaomei, in a fit of rage, hurled insults, questioning Ouyang Xiao's loyalty and intellect. Ouyang Xiao, rendered speechless, bore the brunt of her ire, feeling like a mere lapdog under the command of Lei Urge and Lei Zong. Bai Jiaomei's threats were sharp and unyielding, urging him to comply or face dire consequences should he stray from their island. Step back, second brother, commanded Lei Laohu, asserting his authority. Despite Lei Erlang's resentment towards the disrespect shown to his elder brother, he reluctantly withdrew, unable to defy Lei Laohu's presence. Jiaomei, we have encountered Li Feng and General Lin. This is a serendipitous moment. Let us not dwell on past grievances, Lei Laohu urged, promoting a peaceful coexistence. Bai Jiaomei, albeit begrudgingly, acquiesced for the sake of Lei Laohu's reputation. With a hearty laugh, Lei Laohu displayed his magnanimity, downplaying the situation. My younger brother can be rather brash. Do not take offense, for Jiaomei is but a woman, and it would be unwise to engage in conflict with her. Li Feng, feigning agreement, nodded, though Yuxiaoli tugged at his sleeve, cautioning him in hushed tones about Lei Laohu's cunning nature, worried that Li Feng might be deceived by the man's outward demeanor. Lin Ping, well aware of Lei Laohu's true character, understood that he posed a greater threat than Lei Erlang. This man, a smiling tiger, concealed his deadly intentions behind a facade of amiability. Rest assured, I shall tread carefully, Li Feng assured Yuxiaoli, their muted conversation unnoticed by others. His thoughts drifted to the wild tribesmen who would undoubtedly seek their missing kin, foreseeing an inevitable encounter with them. The presence of Lei Laohu and his comrades could serve as a shield in such a confrontation, as they would surely fight for their survival against an overwhelming force. Let us embrace harmony, for we harbor no deep-seated animosities nor blood debts. A little love from everyone could transform this world into a beautiful place where peaceful coexistence reigns. Sparing us from violence, Lei Laohu proclaimed, as tensions began to dissipate. Very well, I shall heed your words, Lei Erlang conceded, aware of his elder brother's intricate schemes, knowing that the trio would not be spared easily. Upon noticing Lin Ping and Yuxiaoli, the brothers' eyes glimmered with desire, plotting to eliminate Li Feng to claim the two beauties as their own. Lo and behold, a cave, and provisions within. Let us retreat into the cave for a respite. Indulging in food and merriment, they envisioned, their intentions veiled in the guise of camaraderie. Upon sighting the cave, Bai Jiaomei and Lei Laohu approached with palpable excitement. yearning to find respite within its confines. Halt! This cave belongs to us. Without my permission, no one may enter, Li Feng declared, brandishing his sword with an imposing presence, threatening them to retreat. You, surnamed Li, my elder brother possesses a good temperament, and I chose not to confront you earlier. Do not overstep your bounds. Vacate immediately, or I shall take your life. Lei Lauer, wielding a wooden stick, was prepared to fight back, having endured Li Feng's provocations for far too long. P.S. The updates conclude for today. Henceforth, updates will occur daily at noon, consistently offering no fewer than 3 to 4 chapters. Chapter 054. This man is truly cowardly, Li Feng. This cave is a creation of nature, not your private property. On what grounds do you prohibit our entry? Bai Jiamei, with her haughty demeanor, felt emboldened. Previously, when she had not encountered Lei Laohu and his companions, she had displayed a humble eagerness to please. Now, with support at her back, her true colors emerged. You must be out of your mind. I discovered this cave first, and it belongs to me. Without my permission, who dares to enter? Do not blame me for being ungracious. Li Feng's gaze was cold and unyielding as it bore into her. Bai Jiamei intended to retort, but the chill in his eyes instilled a flicker of fear within her. You little brat, this cave is a residential Nilayas, accessible to all. It would be wise not to obstruct us, otherwise do not blame me for my rudeness. Lei Laodao gripped his wooden stick, prepared for a confrontation. This cave may have been ownerless before, but it now belongs to me. I am the master of this domain. Do you dare to test that? Li Feng brandished his long knife, ready to cleave any beast that dared to trespass in his territory. Ouyang Xiao, are you dead? Have you not noticed the conflict brewing between us and Li Feng? When he remained indifferent, Bai Jiamei unleashed a torrent of insults. Let us prioritize harmony and avoid discord. Slap! Just as Ouyang Xiao attempted to interject, Bai Jiamei struck him across the face. You, how dare you hit me? Ouyang Xiao covered his face, struggling to suppress his anger. What of it? Do you still wish to associate with Lei and his brother? If you satisfy them, once we leave the island, Lei will easily grant you a project that could earn you millions, lifting you from poverty. Bai Jiamei painted a picture of promise. Upon hearing this, Ouyang Xiao felt a surge of longing. He had grown weary of poverty and dreamed of wealth. The Lei brothers had promised that upon their departure from the island, they would ensure his fortune. Lei Laohu had numerous projects. Any assignment he offered could net Ouyang Xiao hundreds of thousands within a year. As the elder brother of the underworld, Lei Laodao could easily ensure that no one dared to trouble him. He fantasized about the glory that awaited him after leaving the island. Luxurious cars, companionship with models, and mountains of cash. Envisioning such splendor, Ouyang Xiao felt compelled to swallow his pride and avoid antagonizing Lei Laohu and his kin. Slap! Just as he indulged in these daydreams, Bai Jiamei struck him again. Why do you keep hitting me? Ouyang Xiao snapped back to reality. Are you deaf? Did you not hear what I said? Li Feng forbids us from resting in the cave. Are you truly so oblivious? Now is a critical moment for Lei Urge. If you do not assist him now, once we leave the island, he will cast you aside like a dog. Bai Jiamei's words dripped with venom. Ouyang Xiao found her argument compelling. If he did not choose a side and support Lei Laodao now, what reason would the brothers have to aid him after they departed? Ouyang Xiao, out of respect for our past association, I urge you, do not be swayed by the hollow promises of others. Li Feng, recalling their previous camaraderie, offered a gentle warning. They require your services on this island, seeking to exploit you, and thus they dangle alluring prospects before you. Once you leave, they will undoubtedly discard you without a second thought. Yu Xiaoli sought to caution him against being deceived. Ouyang Xiao, it would be wise for you to remain clear-headed and not become a pawn in their game. Lin Ping echoed the warning, urging him not to be misled. We are all adults here. Do not let a few words lead you astray. Li Feng Lin, I greatly appreciate your guidance. Just as Ouyang Xiao expressed his gratitude, Bai Jiamei unexpectedly slapped him again. What was that for? Ouyang Xiao restrained his ire. Goodness, you fool. Why are you thanking them? Do you wish to be a traitor? Bai Jiamei stood with her hands on her hips, exuding an air of dominance. I haven't finished speaking yet. You could have waited until I was done before acting. Ouyang Xiao tenderly touched his face, stinging from her slaps. All right, I shall grant you another opportunity to speak. Do not disappoint me. If you resolutely follow Lei and the others, once we leave the island, I assure you a life of luxury, surrounded by beauty, opulent cars, and abundant wealth. Bai Jiaomei continued to weave her enticing vision. Alas, I possess no particular skills, and I fear they may not offer me a chance, Ouyang Qiu mused, probing the intentions of the two. Nonsense, Bai Jiaomei spat. As long as you have connections, even if you are a mere dog, the emperor could elevate you to a high rank. With a robust background, even a fool can be granted salary. Ouyang Qiu found her words to hold considerable truth. Indeed, connections could pave the way to success. Ouyang, I have numerous projects at my disposal. It matters not to whom they are assigned. Once we depart the island, I can easily offer you a project that guarantees an annual income in the millions, Lei Laohu proclaimed. Lei laughed, adding, Little Qiu is an honest fellow. Once we leave the island, I promise to support him, ensuring his rise to prominence. Upon hearing their assurances, Ouyang Qiu's eyes sparkled with hope. He was exhilarated. Lei Laohu had just indicated that the projects were interchangeable. As long as he ingratiated himself with them, success was within grasp. Ouyang Qiu, I hope you do not act foolishly. Decide whether you wish to assist them, remain neutral, or align with us. The choice is yours. Li Feng offered him an opportunity based on their past collaboration. In truth, Li Feng was indifferent to Ouyang's choice, having once been his subordinate. He merely wished to provide a reminder. Li Feng Lin, I apologize, but as Lei Er stated, this cave is unclaimed, and we wish to rest inside. You have no authority to stop us. After careful consideration, Ouyang Qiu resolved to support Lei Laohu and his brother. Alas, Lin Ping sighed for him, perceiving him as a fool who had spent 2 or 3 decades living like a dog. Upon Ouyang Qiu's declaration of allegiance, the Lei brothers exchanged cunning smiles. With a 3-to-1 advantage in numbers, they asserted, since you wish to rest in our cave, so be it. However, I assure you, should you dare step inside, I shall break your legs. Once Ouyang Qiu chose to depart, Li Feng no longer extended courtesy to him, nor would he show any mercy. Their past camaraderie was effectively erased. Are you threatening me? Ouyang Qiu brandished a wooden stick, eager to confront Lei Laohu together. Ma Bai, you are finally exhibiting the semblance of a man. Had you made your choice sooner, I would have refrained from striking you. Bai Jiaomei wore a scornful expression. Regardless of whom Ouyang Qiu supported, she regarded him as a worthless fool. Lei Laohu feigned ignorance, standing aside as he sought to gauge Li Feng's courage and probe his limits. Humph, this cave belongs to us. Let us retreat within and rest. With a sweeping gesture, Bai Jiaomei prepared to force her way into the cave, intent on usurping Li Feng's domain. Li Gu, they are heading towards the cave. Yu Xiaoli exclaimed in a flurry, attempting to obstruct their advance. They could not afford to show weakness, for these individuals would only escalate their aggression. Chapter 055. A desire to eliminate Li Feng in this cave. We are many, and strength in numbers prevails. Who dares to seize this cave from us? I refuse to believe he would lay a hand upon us. Bai Jiaomei shouted with fervor, her hand waving assertively as she sought to enter the cave, intending to expel Li Feng and his companions. You foolish woman, seeking your own demise. With a swift motion, Li Feng struck her down to the ground. Bai Jiaomei, sprawled on the ground, clutched her face in indignation. Li Feng, how dare you strike me? Lei urged. He hit me. You must intervene, she cried out, her voice filled with pain. As the two approached, Li Feng brandished his blade, warning them to retreat if they wished to avoid a harsh confrontation. Whoever dares to usurp our cave, I shall fight to the death. Yu Xiaoli, wielding a wooden stick, glared fiercely at the group. Yet, her petite stature and endearing appearance rendered her warnings ineffective. This cave belongs to us. Whoever attempts to occupy it shall face my wrath. Lin Ping also raised her stick, cautioning the others. Her anger made her alluring, her chest heaving with emotion. Is it merely a cave? Must we resort to violence? Let us quell our tempers and strive for harmony. The world of martial arts is not solely about bloodshed. It is about human connections. We have endured a maritime disaster and should assist one another rather than turn against ourselves. After gauging Li Feng's limits, Lei Laohu hastily sought to de-escalate the situation. Upon catching his elder brother's gaze, Lei Urge stepped back, as did Ouyang Qiu. Lei Zong, he just struck me. Bai Jiamei protested, still unwilling to relent. It was but a single slap. It is not a matter of deep enmity. Let's coexist peacefully. After his recent assessment, Lei Laohu understood Li Feng's character. With a long knife in hand, he was not one to shy away from confrontation. Had Li Feng not exhibited such a firm demeanor, Lei Laohu would have sought to exploit the situation further, aiming to approach Lin Ping and use Xiaoli under the guise of concern, perhaps to engage in more intimate gestures. However, following Li Feng's display of strength, Lei Laohu abandoned such notions. Li Feng, out of respect for Lei Zong, I shall overlook this incident, Bai Jiamei begrudgingly conceded. You, who rely on the power of others, appear to me as mere ants. Do not display your bravado before me, lest you invite your own demise. Li Feng coldly warned her. Bai Jiamei, suppressing her anger, rose to her feet. Are you unhurt? Ouyang Qiu, concerned, attempted to assist her. Slap. Bai Jiamei struck out. Your hands are too filthy. Do not touch me. My apologies. I was merely concerned for your well-being, Ouyang Qiu explained. How dare you, you brutish fool? What gives you the right to concern yourself with me? Do you think you are worthy? I spend thousands on a single meal. What could you possibly offer? Her words were biting and cruel, but one could hardly blame her. Ouyang Qiu had been overly subservient. After receiving a slap, he stood dejectedly to the side. Brotherly Feng, it was merely a misunderstanding. Let's all calm our tempers, Lei Laohu smiled, attempting to mediate. The cave is mine, from now on. Should anyone dare to claim otherwise, they need not expect my courtesy. Li Feng asserts his dominion. That which belongs to him shall remain untouched by others. Indeed, this cave is yours. We shall no longer contest it. However, Lei Laohu hesitates, words unspoken. However, what? Li Feng inquires. Brother, we are quite famished. Could you spare us some sustenance? Lei Laohu gestures towards the leopard meat on the ground. They are ravenous, their hunger gnawing at them, yearning for nourishment. No, Li Feng firmly declinas. In truth, he is indifferent to the food. Yet, he cannot afford to appear overly accommodating. Kindness can invite exploitation. Just as a gentle horse may be ridden, one who is too agreeable is easily manipulated and bullied. Lei, he actually refused us. If we desire the food, we should simply take it. Why seek his permission? Bai Jiamei, lacking in memory, raises her voice. Should conflict arise, 3 men stand on their side, while Li Feng is alone, outnumbered. Jiamei, I previously mentioned that the world is not solely about fighting. It is about human relations and etiquette. We must seek brotherly Feng's consent. Lei Laohu feigns politeness, attempting to reason. In truth, such a person is the most terrifying and calculating. Bai Jiamei is loud and foolish in her demeanor. Brotherly Feng, we will not take your food without recompense. Once we are satisfied, we shall hunt together, and I will return the food to you. Lei Laohu smiles insincerely, attempting to placate. In his previous life in the city, he would ruthlessly eliminate anyone who displeased him. Yet now he must bow and scrape. Very well, I shall lend you this meat, but remember to return it. Once you are satiated, we shall venture into the forest to hunt, Li Feng states, leading the 2 women back into the cave. Brother, thank you. You are indeed a good man. I, Lei, am a person of deep loyalty. I shall forever remember your kindness. Lei Laohu expresses gratitude, laced with malice. While he speaks words of thanks, his mind plots Li Feng's demise. Without my permission, you are forbidden from entering my cave. Otherwise, do not blame me for turning hostile. Li Feng warns them before retreating with the 2 beauties to rest. Do you think wielding a knife makes you formidable? Bai Jiamei scoffs, unimpressed. As the trio enters the cave, Lei Laohu's expression darkens. Thoughts of Lin Ping's tender care for Li Feng plague him. That lovely girl is utterly compliant with Li Feng, igniting feelings of envy and resentment within him. Brother, why did you stop me earlier? We have never been bullied. Why did you not allow me to eliminate him? Lei Laohu's second brother struggles to comprehend, holding Li Feng in disdain. You were reckless. That lad wields a long knife, and we must not underestimate him, Lei Laohu cautions. What advantage does a long knife have against wooden sticks? We can easily overpower him, Lei Laohu's second brother retorts, stroking his bald head, a sinister look upon his face. In a direct confrontation, a long knife indeed holds no decisive superiority over wooden rods, as long as the force is sufficient. An assault with a wooden stick upon an adversary's head can result in a catastrophic rupture of their brain. Second brother, that fellow once served as the head of security at the Lin Corporation, so his skills should be commendable. We must exercise utmost caution. Old Thunder, being of a cautious disposition, would not act without absolute certainty. Damn it, what is so impressive about his former role as captain? Second Thunder's gaze was dark, brimming with murderous intent. Indeed, his position as head of security was merely that of a watchman, nothing extraordinary. Bai Jiamei also offered her biting sarcasm. Ouyang Qiu, you were once under the command of Li Feng. How formidable is he? Old Thunder sought to glean insights about Li Feng through him. To know both oneself and one's enemy is the key to achieving victory in every battle. Chapter 056. The Deception of Bai Jiamei. Mr. Lei, I apologize, but I am not familiar with Li Feng's abilities. Upon hearing Old Tiger Lei's inquiry, Ouyang Qiu wore an expression of deep shame. You served under him as a security personnel for a year, yet you claim to know nothing of his capabilities? Old Tiger Lei furrowed his brow, his concern for Ouyang Qiu's honesty evident. Indeed, I am unaware of his prowess, nor have I witnessed him in action. We live in an era of peace, long past the days of violence. During our time at the Lin Group, our training consisted solely of fire drills and preventing theft. Ouyang Qiu spoke candidly, affirming that he had never seen Li Feng fight. Alas, this is truly perplexing. Old Tiger Lei sighed deeply. He yearned to comprehend Li Feng's strength, yet the opportunity eluded him. Brother, 2 hands cannot withstand 4 fists. I refuse to believe that the 3 of us cannot overpower him, Lei Lao declared fiercely, his disbelief in Li Feng's martial skills palpable. Second brother, caution is the mother of safety. If we must act, it should be decisive and thorough to eliminate Li Feng once and for all. Otherwise, we should refrain from rash actions. Old Tiger Lei remained uneasy, harboring a nagging suspicion that Li Feng was no ordinary individual. Mr. Lei, you are overly concerned. That fool is merely an ordinary man, devoid of any martial arts expertise. In his hands, the long knife is nothing more than a kitchen utensil. Bai Jiamei interjected while Old Tiger Lei was lost in thought. Are you certain of his lack of martial arts knowledge? Old Tiger Lei inquired. I'm absolutely certain, for a previous incident confirmed it, Bai Jiamei asserted. What incident occurred? Old Tiger Lei probed further. Bai Jiamei recounted, a few of us, once encountered a black bear in a bamboo grove. That fool Li Feng, in his quest for survival, pushed me to the ground, intending for the bear to maul me. Such cowardice! If he possessed any martial skills, he would never have used me as a human shield. Bai Jiamei was skilled in deceit. In truth, it was Li Feng who had driven the beast away, while she had been the one to push Lin Ping down. Yet she twisted the narrative with her lies. Is this truly the case? Lai Lao Gaspiten astonishment. Absolutely true. I would not lie. Let heaven strike me down if I do. Bai Jiamei swore an oath. Then how did you survive unscathed? Lei Lao questioned. Perplexity etched on his face. Old Tiger Lei shared his confusion. If Li Feng had indeed pushed her down to serve as bait for the bear, how could she emerge unharmed? Bai Jiamei pondered for a moment, then continued, weaving her fabrication. I thought I was doomed, but somehow. The bear sniffed around me and then turned to leave. You must have feigned death at that moment. Old Tiger Lei realized suddenly. Yes, Mr. Lei. I indeed pretended to be dead. Bai Jiamei hastily nodded in agreement. She intentionally deceived the 3 men, fearing that if they learned Li Feng possessed martial skills, Old Tiger Lei would hesitate to act. She believed that as long as the 3 of them attacked simultaneously, even if Li Feng knew some martial arts, he would certainly not be a match for them. In order to bolster the confidence of the 3, she resorted to benevolent deceit. After satiating itself, the black bear refrained from consuming the carcass, allowing you to escape unscathed by feigning death. Lei Laohu believed she was exceptionally fortunate. Indeed, I was fortunate to have pretended to be dead at that moment, narrowly avoiding disaster. Subsequently, an incident occurred that demonstrated Li Feng's utter lack of martial prowess. To further inspire confidence and courage in the three, Bai Jiaomei sought to perpetuate her fabrication. What transpired next? Reflecting on the opportunity to glean insight into Li Feng through this event, Lei Laohu became intrigued, as did Lei Laoer. Bai Jiaomei recounted, later, the three of us encountered a trio of wolves. That fool panicked at the sight of them and hastily fled with Lin Ping and Yu Xiaoli, leaving me pursued by two wolves, nearly bitten to death. Fortunately, I later encountered you all, otherwise I would have been in constant terror these past few days. The memory of the prior incident left Bai Jiaomei feeling a sense of lingering dread. That day, after being chased by two gray wolves, she had fled chaotically into the forest, ultimately running into Lei Laohu and his companions. Damn it, that kid is truly disgraceful. If only I had a knife in hand, I would fearlessly confront those three wolves. Lei Laoer disparaged Li Feng with disdain. It seems that he truly lacks martial skill, given that he is oblivious to such abilities. We cannot be faulted for our impoliteness. With the assurance that Li Feng was indeed incompetent in martial arts, Lei Laohu felt a wave of relief. Boss Lei, I'm not boasting. If the three of you were to strike simultaneously, you would undoubtedly be able to eliminate Li Feng. Bai Jiaomei continued to stoke the flames, her sole intention being to see Li Feng perish. Let us not act impulsively. First, we must satiate our hunger, Lei Laohu declared, his stomach growling with desire for sustenance. Ouyang Qiu listened intently, captivated by the unfolding narrative. Suddenly, as he savored the tale, Bai Jiaomei delivered a sharp slap. What was that for? Ouyang Qiu exclaimed, startled, biting back his anger. This insufferable woman treats him as though he were less than human, frequently resorting to violence against him. You fool, Boss Lei is hungry. Why are you just standing there? Hurry and prepare the meat. Bai Jiaomei scolded, belittling him. I don't know how to roast meat, Ouyang Qiu stammered, feeling a bit overwhelmed, concerned he might char the food. You truly are useless if you can't even roast meat. How do you expect to associate with Boss Lei in the future? Do you not wish to prosper? Bai Jiaomei continued her verbal assault. I want to be with Boss Lei. Please don't be angry. I'll roast the meat for you all, Ouyang Qiu said, frantically getting to work. Jiaomei, Xiao Qiu is a good brother. He has potential and deserves nurturing. You shouldn't always berate him, Lei Laohu feigned praise. Hearing Boss Lei's approval, Ouyang Qiu felt elated, as if the sting of those slaps had dissipated. As long as he could earn Boss Lei's recognition, a few slaps were of little consequence. Boss, I'm merely helping you train him, Bai Jiaomei smiled. Lei Laohu remained silent, with each playing their respective roles in this theatrical exchange. Seeing Ouyang Qiu endure hardships without complaint, refraining from retaliation or rebuttal, Lei tapped him on the shoulder and said, Little brother, you truly are commendable. Work diligently, and when you leave this island, I will look after you. Thank you for your praise, Lei. I assure you, I will not let you down, Ouyang Qiu replied, warmth flooding his heart. The days of his silent toil had been worthwhile. If we clash with Li Feng, whom will you support? Lai inquirit. Is that even a question, Lei? I am your subordinate. Naturally, I will stand by you. Ouyang Qiu hastily affirmed his loyalty. But Li Feng was your superior. Can you genuinely bear to confront him? Lai appresit. Lei, you underestimate me. As the saying goes, a true man bears no malice. My future lies not with Li Feng, but with you, Ouyang Qiu ardently expressed, wishing he could lay bare his heart to Lei. Ha, good. You are indeed clever, Lei responded, patting his shoulder with satisfaction. Ouyang Qiu silently vowed to win the favor of the Lei brothers, for only by doing so could he hope to achieve greatness. Meanwhile, upon returning to the cave, Li Feng sat on the grass bed to rest. Brother Li, they must be plotting against you. You shouldn't share provisions with them. Yu Xiaoli anxiously glanced outside, fearing an intrusion. Xiaoli, once the wild men arrive, they can serve as shields for us, perhaps averting a disaster, Li Feng mused, troubled by the haunting memory of last night's bloody nightmare. Brother Li, I need to discuss something with you. I come into your cave? The voice of Lei Laohu echoed from outside, stirring Li Feng's recollection of his dreadful dream. Oh no, they are coming in to strike, Lin Ping exclaimed, her anxiety palpable at the thought of their imminent assault. P.S. See you at the same time tomorrow. Updates will be precisely at noon. Chapter 057. Perhaps we should eliminate them all, dear Aunt Lin. Do not fret. They will not act within the next few days, Li Feng reassured Lin Ping. He was certain that Lei Laohu and his companions would remain inactive for the time being. Such is human nature. Brotherly, may I come into your cave? Lei Laohu called out loudly from outside. This cave is my private domain. Aside from Lin Ping, Xiao Li, and myself, no one is permitted entry, Li Feng replied sternly, glancing towards the entrance. Brother, do not misunderstand. I harbor no ill intentions. I merely noticed some grains in your camp and was hoping to borrow some rice to stave off hunger, Lei Laohu audaciously suggested. The nerve of this brute to even contemplate such a request. Li Feng, who often refrained from indulging in rice himself, would never part with it for them. Forget the rice. Do not overstep your bounds, he firmly rejected. Brother, if you could spare me some rice, once we leave the island, I could offer you a project that would allow you to prosper. Lei Laohu attempted to entice him with promises. Only Ouyang Xiao would believe in the illusions you paint. I have no interest in your project. Do not push your luck, or I shall not hesitate to be ungracious. Li Feng responded, doubtful of the promises made. The uncertainty of their survival loomed large. Should they even return alive, Lei Laohu would hardly fulfill any agreements. Alas, I shall not press you further, Lei Laohu sighed, shaking his head. They did not force their way into the cave. I was terrified. I thought they might intrude, Yu Xiaoli said, nervously patting her chest. Li Feng, I fear they may turn on you. It would be wise to strike first, Lin Ping suggested resolutely, contemplating the elimination of their adversaries. Brotherly, I concur with Aunt Lin. It would be prudent to take the initiative and eliminate them all, Yu Xiaoli stated, her voice tinged with trepidation. She was so fearful of even killing a chicken. The thought of taking a human life would terrify her to the core. It is not yet necessary to resort to such extremes. Li Feng pondered for a moment before dismissing the idea. If they strike first, it will be too late for regret. Yu Xiaoli was apprehensive about the possibility of their adversaries acting first. Xiaoli, I will remain vigilant, Li Feng assured them, for he had not yet contemplated the act of killing, primarily for several reasons. First, should he eliminate Lei Laohu and his two companions, he would also need to silence Ouyang Xiao and Bai Jiaomei to keep the secret. However, Li Feng had reservations. It would not be justifiable to kill Lin Ping and Yu Xiaoli, who were also aware of the situation. Once he commenced the slaughter, he feared he might lose control. Once, aboard a fishing vessel, a group initially aimed to kill only a few overseers, but as the bloodshed escalated, they could no longer restrain their inner demons, spiraling deeper into violence. Li Feng was equally fearful that, should he kill a few, the urge to eliminate all witnesses would overwhelm him. Secondly, Lei Laohu and his companions held potential value. Li Feng, it is up to you to decide. We will follow your lead, but remember, do not allow them to take advantage of you. Lin Ping cautioned, her concern for his safety palpable. Playing cunning games and employing tricks, they are no match for me. I estimate that within 2 or 3 days, that group of primitive individuals will find us. Their presence could provide us with shelter from calamity. Li Feng gazed anxiously outside the cave, his concern primarily directed towards those savage natives. Brotherly, if those wild men arrive, Lei Laohu and his companions will not risk their lives for us, Yu Xiaoli remarked. They will fight desperately for their survival, and we might seize the opportunity to escape amidst the chaos, Li Feng replied, his worry for the brutal savages evident. Brothers, we have finished our meal. Let us venture out to hunt, Lei Laohu proposed as the three rested in the cave, eager to find sustenance. Alri, Li Fem Akiesa. Brotherly, what if they suddenly attack while we are hunting? Yu Xiaoli expressed her anxiety at the thought of potential bloodshed. Lin Ping shared her concerns. I will remain vigilant and can handle them, Li Feng stated confidently, his assurance stemming from his capabilities. Please ensure your safety. If Lei Laohu and the others turn aggressive, do not hesitate or show mercy, Lin Ping cautioned, fearing indecision at a critical moment. Yes, I understand, Li Feng nodded, leading the two women outside the cave. Ha, brother. Thank you for your generous hospitality. Once we catch prey, I shall certainly repay you with double the food, Lei Laohu said cheerfully after a satisfying meal. Let us set off for the hunt. Li Feng dismissed the insincere gratitude. How will we divide the spoils if we succeed? Laya Askatokli. Is that even a question? It will be a 60-40 split, with us getting 6 and you 4, by Jiaomei boldly declared, her audacity astonishing. I have no objections. Lei Er smiled, though his expression was ominous. You may be indifferent, but I certainly am not. There is no justification for 6 to your 4, Li Feng firmly rejected. With our greater numbers, it is only fair we receive a larger share, Lei Er retorted angrily. Your numbers are of no concern to me. I possess a knife, which is essential for hunting, Li Feng asserted. What do you propose then? Lei Er inquired. We will split it 50-50, Li Feng stated decisively. How dare you? Don't push your luck, or we shall teach you a lesson, Bai Jiaomei fumed. You would only dare to confront Ouyang Xiao. If you attempt to lay a hand on me, I assure you, your demise will be swift, Li Feng bluntly remarked. Second brother, this island is rich in game. If Li Feng desires a larger share, let it be, as a gesture of friendship, Lei Laohu generously suggested, signaling to his brother. Very well, I will concede. Laya reluctantly agreed. Brother Li, I am a man of generosity, never one to quibble over trivial matters, Lei Laohu boisterously declared, patting his chest to indicate his approval. Let us venture into the forest ahead in search of prey, suggested Li Feng, urging a few individuals to move forward. He was reluctant to expose his back to potential foes. Brother, the forest is fraught with peril, with a knife in your hand. It would be safer for you to lead the way, remarked Lei Laohu, attempting to persuade him to take the forefront. Lei, are you suggesting I should take the lead merely, so you can ambush me from behind? Li Feng inquired with a directness that caught Lei Laohu off guard. Embarrassed, Lei Laohu had not anticipated such a straightforward question. Young man, do not presume us to be so malevolent. I am honorable and have no interest in ambushing others, he retorted, though Lei Laohu's expression darkened, revealing that he had indeed considered the idea of attacking Li Feng from behind moments before. Chapter 58. Each desires to outwit the other, my dear brother Li Feng. I solemnly swear by the heavens, should I ever contemplate an ambush against you, may lightning strike me. As Lei Laohu raised his finger to the sky in a vow, a sudden thunderclap echoed. The resounding roar of thunder reverberated through the clear skies, creating an atmosphere of palpable embarrassment. Everyone present felt the weight of the moment, and when Li Feng turned to him, Lei Laohu managed a sheepish smile. Brother, it was purely an accident, he said, attempting to lighten the mood. Lei Zong, I trust you would never resort to treachery for. Li Feng deliberately trailed off. For what? Lei Laohu inquired, curiosity piqued. Because there are primitive savages on this island. What? Primitive savages on this island? Lei Laohu exclaimed, astonished. His companion, Lei Laoer, mirrored his surprise. Did Bai Jiaomei not inform you? We stumbled upon the bones of these savages in a grove of pine trees. Later, I encountered a savage who attempted to slay us, but we managed to turn the tables on him, Li Feng recounted, omitting the fact that they had encountered 3 savages instead of just one, deliberately concealing their strength from their adversaries. Goodness, you actually encountered a savage. What did he look like? Was he formidable? Lei Laohu questioned, still skeptical. Indeed, he was formidable. Lin Ping and I devised a trap and succeeded in eliminating him. Li Feng feigned a look of shock. Lin Ping and the others were puzzled. They had faced 3 savages, all of whom Li Feng had effortlessly dealt with. Yet he chose to disclose only a single encounter. Brother, I suspect you are fabricating a tale to deceive me, Lei Laohu remarked, his disbelief evident. If you doubt my words, inquire of Bai Jiaomei. Did we not encounter the bones of the savages? Upon hearing Li Feng's assertion, Lei Laohu turned to Bai Jiaomei. Lei Zong, he speaks the truth. We indeed discovered the bones of savages in that grove of pine trees. With her confirmation, Lei Laohu's skepticism began to wane. Lei Zong, since there are indeed savages on this island, we must refrain from plotting against one another and instead unite, lest we all face ruin. Li Feng feigned a desire for solidarity, fully aware that Lei Laohu would never ally with them due to the inherent selfishness of human nature. Historical precedents, such as the fall of the Ming dynasty, where rival factions resorted to inviting the Manchus to attack their own kind, served as a stark reminder of this truth. "Huh, brother, why did you not say so earlier? We should have united all along. Even in the absence of savages, unity is paramount," Lei Laohu replied with a disarming smile, revealing his cunning nature. He was a master of facade, adept at concealing his true emotions. After a brief exchange of hollow pleasantries, Lei Laohu and his companions took the lead, while Li Feng and his two allies followed closely behind, maintaining a distance of approximately 10 meters, each side wary of the other. "Jiaomei, did you truly see the bones of the savages?" Lei Laohu whispered once they were ahead. "Indeed, Lei Zong, we have encountered the bones of savages. There may very well be savages on this island," came the reply, affirming the gravity of their situation. Bai Jiao Mei did not deceive this time. She spoke the unvarnished truth. "To my surprise, there truly are wild people on the island." Lei Lao Air stroked his bald head, a sinister grin adorning his face. "What are you laughing at, second brother?" Lei Lao who inquired. "In my lifetime, I've indulged in every type of woman, but I've yet to experience a wild woman. If there are indeed wild people, I shall capture a woman for my amusement." Lai Lao replied. "Even if there are wild women on the island, you must exercise caution and refrain from reckless behavior. Beware of bacterial infections," cautioned Lei Lao Hu, fearing for his brother's health. "I will assess the situation when the time comes. If nothing else, observing will suffice," Lei Lao Air, ever the lecher, asserted. His curiosity about women was insatiable. Alas, should there truly be wild people on the island, we cannot eliminate Li Feng just yet. Lei Lao who expressed his concerns about encountering the wild folk, fearing they might come in droves and annihilate them. "Dem et, Lei Lao a coast vehemently. Even if there are wild people, I am determined to kill Li Feng. If I do not, those two women will not share my bed." His resolve to slay Li Feng was fueled by his desire for women. "Second brother, it would be a waste to kill Li Feng outright. We ought to utilize him against the wild people, thereby mitigating our risks," Lei Lao who proposed, showcasing his superior intellect. His younger brother was merely adept at violence. "How shall we employ him?" Lai Lao inquired. "We will seize an opportunity to acquire his long knife, then use Lin Ping and use Shaoli to threaten him. When the wild people appear, we will compel him to fight," Lei Lao who said with a mischievous grin. "Elder brother, you're truly clever," Lei Lao Air praised, giving a thumbs up. "It is your elder brother's wisdom that allows me to lead, while you are relegated to mere violence," Lei Lao who responded. "From now on, I shall heed your advice, elder brother. Whatever you wish to do with Li Feng, I will follow your lead." Lei Lao Air decided to comply with his elder brother's wishes, recognizing his own inferior intellect. "Until our plan succeeds, we must maintain a facade of amicability with Li Feng. Once it is executed, I shall relish the sight of seducing his women right in front of him." Lei Lao who envisioned a scenario where Li Feng would be powerless to intervene, watching helplessly as he toyed with Lin Ping and Yu Shaoli. Such a vision filled him with a sense of accomplishment. "Brotherly, they are whispering up ahead. They surely harbor ill intentions." Observing a few individuals conversing quietly, Yu Shaoli expressed her concerns about their possible scheming. "Everything is within my foresight and control. There is no need for worry," Li Feng reassured her, exuding confidence. "Did you intentionally reveal the existence of wild people to instill fear in them, preventing them from acting rashly?" Lin Ping inquired. "Indeed," Li Feng nodded in affirmation. "Brother Li, did you deceive them by claiming there was only one wild person due to concerns about revealing your strength?" Yu Shaoli, perceptive and astute, questioned further. "You are no fool, my dear. You possess considerable intelligence," Li Feng remarked, affectionately ruffling her hair. "I am indeed clever," Yu Shaoli replied with a sweet smile. "Brother, it is challenging to find prey if we act together. Perhaps we should divide our efforts and search separately, forming several groups to seek out our quarry." As the group ventured into the forest, Lei Laohu proposed to split up in search of prey. "Eldest brother, your reasoning is sound. I suggest we divide into 3 teams, drawing lots to determine the groups." Lei Laoer expressed his agreement. "Should we form 3 teams, 2 would consist of 2 members each, while the last would accommodate 3. I refuse to part ways with Brother Li," Yu Shaoli asserted, rejecting the idea of drawing lots. "I too will not leave Li Feng's side," Lin Ping concurred. Dear ladies, are you not adhering to the organizational arrangements? We must act in accordance with directives, Lei Laohu urged for their cooperation, hoping to separate the trio of Li Feng. You are not our leader. Why should we heed your words? Yu Xiaoli retorted indignantly. Lei, your reasoning is indeed valid. I support your proposal, one of the women countered. Yet when Li Feng unexpectedly agreed, both ladies were taken aback. Their confusion deepened. Had he not discerned the ulterior motives at play? Chapter 059. The Footprints of the Savage Haha. Brother Li Feng, you are indeed a man of reason, understanding the importance of the greater good. Upon hearing his agreement to draw lots for team division, Lei Laohu smiled insidiously. Lei Laoer stroked his bald head, contemplating the prospect of teaming up with Lin Ping or Yu Xiaoli, finding a secluded grove to attend to their affairs. If we divide into 3 teams, the first 2 shall consist of 2 members each, while the last team will comprise 3. We conveniently have 3 individuals. Thus our team shall remain intact. You 4 may manage as you see fit, and I shall not interfere. Li Feng responded succinctly. Lei Laohu's desire to separate them was but a fanciful dream. Haha, I concur with Brother Li's perspective. Yu Xiaoli expressed joyfully. I too agree, Lin Ping affirmed, raising her hand in agreement, her ample figure swaying enticingly as she did so, a sight that made Lei Laohu salivate. Back in the city, he had fervently pursued Lin Ping, harboring admiration for her, yet she had spurned him, unwilling to share a bed. He had later considered wooing her with riches, but Lin Ping was not in want of money and deemed his offerings insignificant. Brother Li Feng, we are all comrades here. We must adhere to the organizational arrangements and refrain from individualism, Lei Laohu proclaimed with ostentatious sincerity. Since there is an organization, who is the leader? Are you our leader? Li Feng directly confronted him. Then let us elect a leader. Let us select someone to be the captain and lead us all. Bai Jiaomei seized the opportunity to propose the election of a captain. I agree. My elder brother should be the candidate for captain. Lei Laoer was the first to express his support. I too support Lei Zong as captain. Henceforth, everyone must follow his directives, Ouyang Qiu stated without objection, insisting on Lei Laohu as the captain. He, Brother Li Feng, according to the old adage, the minority must yield to the majority. You wouldn't oppose this, would you? Lei Laohu inquired. If a vote were cast, they would hold the majority. I have no interest in playing such a tedious game. If you wish to be captain, I do not object, but do not interfere with the 3 of us. He aspired to be the emperor of the island. Li Feng was indifferent as long as he did not meddle with them. Lei Laohu felt disheartened, realizing Li Feng would not acquiesce. After this matter remained unresolved, the group continued deeper into the forest. Suddenly, Li Feng discovered a pair of bare footprints in the adjacent thicket. The ground was quite damp, making it conducive to leaving traces. These footprints were unshod, bare against the earth. Li Feng, what are you looking at? Lin Ping inquired. There are footprints over there. Li Feng pointed to the impressions in the soil. Indeed, they are footprints. Upon seeing them, Lin Ping furrowed her brow. How could there be footprints here? Could it be that a survivor passed this way, leaving behind these marks? Yu Xiaoli questioned. These footprints are without shoes. They must have been left by savages, Li Feng cautioned. Yu Xiaoli, upon noticing, also acknowledged the absence of footwear. To their astonishment, traces of the savages' activities were evident here. Should they encounter them, they would be in grave danger. The thought of the savages, cruel, brutish, and savage, instilled a sense of fear in Lin Ping. Go, let's relocate. I sense that the cave campsite is perilous. Yu Xiaoli expressed her desire to move to a safer place. The entire island bore traces of wild men's activities, rendering any location unsafe. Li Feng too contemplated changing their dwelling. Regardless of their destination, danger lurked everywhere. The 3 were consumed by worry when a sudden gust swept through the forest, causing withered leaves to flutter down with the gentle breeze. As the wind blew, Lin Ping and her companion felt a chill envelop them. They clasped their arms across their chests, shivering. Li Feng shared their concern. The threat from the wild men could strike at any moment. While Lei Laohu's group continued to plot against one another. Li Feng, brother, have you discovered something? Lei Laohu inquired, curious about the hushed conversation behind him. Nothing significant. We were merely discussing our hunt for prey. Let us not waste time. We must find something to eat today, or we shall go hungry tonight, he urged, anxious about the possibility of returning empty-handed. As they pressed onward, Li Feng noticed the soil around them showed signs of disturbance, with numerous small holes scattered about. These are the marks left by wild boars, he stated, deducing that they must be nearby. Do you think yourself a deity? Just because you say so, it must be true. Bai Jiumei scoffed. Do not interrupt Li Feng. Allow him to speak, Lei Laohu interjected. Oh, Bai Jiumei muttered, begrudgingly falling silent. Li Feng, why are you so certain there are wild boars in the vicinity? Lei Laohu, unfamiliar with survival in the wilderness, questioned. Li Feng pointed to the freshly turned earth. These pits are newly excavated. They are indeed the marks of wild boars. If all goes as anticipated, they should be nearby. Fantastic. If we manage to hunt a wild boar, I shall feast tonight. Save the boar's whip for me, Lair exclaimed, patting his shiny bald head. Laia, please share some with me. I too wish to nourish my body, Ouyang Xiao cautiously requested. Bah, you impoverished wretch, you solitary dog. Lair enjoys that delicacy with a woman. What use is it to you? Bai Jiaomei berated him, hurling a barrage of insults. Ouyang Xiao chastened, hung his head in shame. He indeed had no companion. Bai Jiaomei was in a relationship with the Lei brothers, while he remained a solitary figure. Li Feng, are you certain there are wild boars? Lei Laohu asked again. These are indeed fresh traces left by the boars, but it is possible they have wandered far. Li Feng confirmed, his concern growing. He feared that the wild boars might have fallen victim to the primitive men. If the boars were still present, the situation would worsen. It would imply that the wild men were not merely hunting, but seeking companions. Since we have signs of wild boar activity, let us continue our search, Lei Laohu said, licking his lips at the thought of the savory meat. As they pressed on, they soon detected the rustling of wild boars in a thicket ahead. A resounding roar echoed through the forest as a robust, ebony wild boar rubbed its body against the sturdy tree, causing the massive trunk to sway. This boar was significantly larger than the previous one, weighing an estimated 400 to 500 pounds. Its sharp tusks glimmered under the sunlight, a sight to behold. Indeed, the wild boar was present. Upon spotting the creature, Lei Lao Er and Ouyang Xiao, positioned several meters away, were eager to rush forward and take it down. Wait, let's not act impulsively, Li Feng interjected hastily. Who do you think you are? Why should we heed your words? Lei Lao Er retorted, visibly displeased. You're truly a simpleton, Li Feng shot back, unfazed. How dare you insult me? Do you believe I won't end you? Lei Lao Er threatened, his anger palpable. Should you wish for confrontation, feel free to make a move, Li Feng challenged, locking eyes with him. The essence of hunting lies in cooperation. I urge you both to refrain from bickering, Lei Laohu interjected, silencing his younger brother. He then turned to Li Feng, inquiring, why the hesitation? That wild boar is merely a few dozen meters away. If we charge, it will surely vanish without a trace. Li Feng was cautious, aware of the distance. If startled, the boar would undoubtedly flee in terror. You make a valid point. What do you propose? We shall follow your lead. Lei Laohu expressed his willingness to listen. Let us first survey the terrain, then we shall split our efforts, Li Feng suggested, intending to assess the surroundings before pursuing the wild boar. He wished to prepare adequately, ensuring no unforeseen circumstances arose. Ah, my brother, your foresight is commendable. We shall adhere to your strategy, Lei Laohu agreed, lacking experience in hunting and eager to follow Li Feng's guidance. Chapter 060. The hunt for wild boar. Li Feng surveyed the terrain surrounding him. Ahead lay a modest valley, shaped like a pair of pincers. It was narrow within, broadening at the sides, with sheer cliffs at its depths. Once the wild boar was driven into this gorge, it would be as good as captured. Under his careful orchestration, Lei Laohu and his companions took their positions in the forests on either side. The two brothers formed one team, while Bai Jiaomei and Ouyang Xiao constituted another. He, along with Lin Ping and Yu Xiaoli, was tasked with the pursuit. Damn it, how dare that brat issue orders to me? I, Lei Lao, have never been commanded by anyone in my life. Lei Lao grumbled in discontent as he lay in ambush within the left forest. He held Li Feng in disdain, perceiving the assignment as an affront to his pride. Second brother, that fellow possesses more experience than we do. For the sake of the wild boar, we must temporarily comply with his direction, Lei Laohu reassured him. Eldest brother, why not take the opportunity to eliminate him while we pursue the boar? Lei Latter suggested, mimicking a throat-slitting gesture. He harbored intentions to rid himself of Li Feng, believing that as long as Li Feng was alive, he would be deprived of the two beautiful women. Our immediate priority is to secure our prey, and we must not engage with Li Feng just yet, especially with the savages around. Lei Laohu shook his head in refusal. If I don't eliminate him, how can I have my way with those two women? I cannot eat without a woman by my side, Lei Lair lamented, his desire for companionship gnawing at him. Isn't Bai Jume a woman? She would readily accommodate you if you wish to indulge, Lei Laohu remarked. Bah, spare me from that wretched harlot. That filthy wench has been with dozens of men. If it weren't for the lack of women on this island, I wouldn't even glance at her, Lei Lair scoffed, his face contorted in disgust at the mere thought of Bai Jiame. Though Bai Jiame may not be the finest, she is better than nothing. You might as well make use of her, Lei Laohu conceded, equally disdainful of her, but recognizing the lack of options available. That harlot pales in comparison to Lin Ping and Yu Xiaoli. Alas, my heart longs for those two. Lei Lair constantly contemplated the demise of Li Feng. Patience. We shall find an opportunity to seize his blade after the hunt. Once we have him under our control, those two women will be ours, Lei Laohu mused, his thoughts drifting to Lin Ping's voluptuous figure, igniting a fervor within him. He envisioned the actions and tactics he would employ, eagerly awaiting the chance to realize his ambitions. Ha, eldest brother, I shall heed your strategy, but this matter must be resolved swiftly. I cannot bear to wait another day. Lei Lair confessed, his impatience growing since laying eyes on Lin Ping and Yu Xiaoli. Rest assured, I shall not delay for long, Lei Laohu echoed, eager to act sooner rather than later as they plotted against Li Feng. Meanwhile, in another part of the forest, Ouyang Xiao and Bai Jiame lay in wait. Miss Bai, are you tired? Are you feeling hot? Ouyang Xiao inquired with concern. Tired my foot. What right do you, a mere pauper, have to concern yourself with me? Are you trying to curry favor to sleep with me? Bai Jiame retorted, her expression filled with disdain, looking down upon the impoverished man before her. Miss Bai, please do not be angry. I mean no harm. I'm simply concerned for your well-being, Ouyang Xiao explained patiently. Your concern is nothing but repugnant to me. The sympathy of a pauper is utterly worthless. Please spare me your nauseating affections. Do not harbor any illusions of winning my favor. I am a woman forever beyond your reach. I would sooner offer my affection to a dog than to you. Bai Jiame's words were sharp and laced with humiliation, as she audaciously compared Ouyang Xiao to a mere animal. Witnessing his own humiliation, Ouyang Xiao quietly vowed that once he departed from the island, he would align himself with the Lei brothers in pursuit of a more respectable life. Perceiving his silence, Bai Jiame recognized his thoughts and deemed him a fool for so easily believing in the empty promises of others. To her, he was an utter simpleton, devoid of discernment. Meanwhile, as Lei Laohu and his companions lay in wait among the trees, Li Feng, accompanied by two women, cautiously approached a wild boar. Their objective was to drive the boar to a predetermined location. Li Gu, how could Ouyang Xiao be so foolish as to trust in the illusion spun by others? He even refrains from retaliating against Bai Jiame's insults. It is pitiful. He must be utterly defeated by his circumstances, Yu Xiaoli remarked disdainfully. A man may be poor, but he must not lose his ambition, Li Feng replied, disapproving of the other's character. Xiaoli, let us focus on ourselves and not concern ourselves with him, Lin Ping interjected, uninterested in discussing Ouyang Xiao. His fate was of no consequence to them. As the trio drew nearer, the wild boar continued to rub its back against a large tree, causing the leaves to flutter down. Li Gu, why does the boar keep rubbing against the tree? Yu Xiaoli inquired. It is to toughen its hide, Li Feng explained, detailing the process. The boar's prolonged contact with the tree's bark allowed the natural oils to fortify its skin, thereby enhancing its chances of survival in the wild. Suddenly aware of their presence, the boar halted its actions, perked up its ears, and cautiously surveyed its surroundings. I'm going to pursue the boar now. You two stay close, Li Feng announced, preparing to spring into action. Understood, they both replied, readying themselves. As the boar sensed danger, Li Feng and his companions lunged forward. Upon sighting the trio, the boar bolted in the opposite direction, its speed remarkable. Quickly, chase after it, Li Feng urged, sprinting after the creature, with Lin Ping and Yu Xiaoli close behind. Though petite in stature, Yu Xiaoli was surprisingly swift, her small frame darting forward with surprising agility. As they relentlessly pursued the boar, it aimed to escape into the forest on their left. You cannot escape, swine, the Lei brothers bellowed, as they emerged with wooden sticks in hand. Startled, the boar attempted to flee to the right. Ouyang Xiao and his companions also burst forth from the underbrush. Upon encountering humans, the boar became frantic and charged ahead, only to find itself cornered by cliffs on either side, with a valley ahead, effectively trapping it from escape. Ha ha ha, the wild boar has dashed inside. Witnessing the success of their plan, Bai Jiaomei erupted into jubilant laughter. Li Feng and his companions pursued relentlessly, their imposing presence sending the wild boar into a frenzy of squeals. As the creature raced into the valley, it soon realized it had reached a dead end. In a fit of desperation, it turned back, its sharp tusks aimed at the group, intent on a mutual destruction. Oh no! The wild boar is cornered and seeks to take us down with it. It intends to attack. Bai Jiaomei gasped in alarm as the beast charged forth. Its tusks are dangerously sharp. We must exercise caution to avoid injury. Ouyang Xiao hastily warned the others. You fool! Stand in front of me and shield me from the boar. Bai Jiaomei commanded him to take the lead. I fear being gored, Ouyang Xiao admitted, his trepidation evident as he contemplated the boar's formidable size and razor-sharp tusks. Goodness, you pitiable wretch, alive you are a pauper, and in death, merely a ghost of your former self. Why do you cling to life so desperately? Bai Jiaomei pushed him forward, designating him as a shield. With bloodshot eyes, the wild boar charged forward, its hooves pounding the ground. It barreled through with reckless abandon, aiming to attack the group. Be careful, quickly take your position behind me. Li Feng swiftly positioned himself to protect the two women, fearful for their safety. Chapter 061. The wolf pack surrounds the valley as the wild boar charged recklessly. A frenzied force, Lei Laodi contemplated striking Li Feng, intending to push him aside, only to be met with the sharp tusks of the boar. Just as he was about to act, he suddenly noticed the icy gaze of Li Feng. You would do well not to move, or the consequences will be dire. Li Feng barnat coldly. Young lad, you have wronged me. I was merely contemplating how to slay the boar, Lei Laodi lied. Act swiftly. As the wild boar came barreling towards them, Li Feng urged Lei Laohu and the others to take action. The trio seized the prepared vines, using them as a makeshift rope to obstruct the boar's path. The boar, akin to a galloping warhorse, stumbled as its front legs were ensnared, nearly tumbling to the ground. Yet this beast did not fall. With its stout stature, the wild boar maintained its balance despite the hindrance. Fueled by desperation, it charged forward with tremendous force, nearly toppling Lei Laohu and his companions. Ah, Brother Li Feng, do hurry. We can scarcely hold on, cried Lei Laohu, his knees buckling to the ground. Lei Laodi and Ouyang Xiao were also on the verge of collapsing. You beast, perish! With a swift motion, Li Feng brandished his long knife and lunged, stabbing the boar in the neck. With a howl, the wild boar bled profusely, collapsing and convulsing upon the ground. This formidable creature, weighing 400 to 500 pounds, proved to be a challenge. However, their numbers ultimately prevailed, and they vanquished the beast. Yes, splendid. The wild boar has been brought down, and we shall feast on pork. Yu Xiaoli exclaimed joyfully upon witnessing the boar's defeat. Lin Ping also displayed a radiant smile. Humph, we exerted the most effort. We should receive 70%, while Li Feng and his group can have the remaining 30%. After their successful hunt, Bai Jiaomei reneged on their agreement, seeking to redistribute the spoils. Have you not yet awakened? Li Feng deemed her words nonsensical. We had previously agreed on a 60-40 split. We take 6, you take 4. On what grounds do you reverse the deal? Yu Xiaoli inquired. The established rules cannot be altered by anyone, Lin Ping asserted firmly. Why should you receive more than us? Bai Jiumei protested vehemently. Ouyang Qiu chimed in. Let me speak fairly. We are more numerous and thus deserve a larger share. You, being fewer in number, should accept a lesser portion. Cut it out. Your numbers are of no concern to me. It was Li Ge who discovered the boar, and it was Li Ge who delivered the fatal blow. You should be grateful rather than dissatisfied, Yu Xiaoli retorted sharply. I hope you choose your words more carefully. Ouyang Qiu unexpectedly lost his temper. Ah, I never anticipated you possessed a temper. I had thought you were without one. Yu Xiaoli rolled her eyes at him. You would do well not to provoke me, lest you face my wrath. Ouyang Qiu, feeling aggrieved by Bai Jiumei, sought to vent his frustrations on Yu Xiaoli. I have spoken to you with remarkable civility. I have not insulted you nor laid a hand on you. If you wish to unleash your anger, direct it elsewhere rather than at me, Yu Xiaoli replied. Ouyang Qiu, do not attempt to gain attention here. I shall not indulge you. Li Feng admonished him to be more reasonable. The distribution was indeed unjust. I demand a re-evaluation, at least a 50-50 split. Laya Izal protested. A 50-50 division is out of the question. You might as well give up that hope. Li Feng rejected his claim. Please provide me with a reason. Layer needed a justification for his refusal. We had previously agreed upon the distribution. I discovered this wild boar and killed it myself. You lacked the necessary tools. This boar requires my long knife to be processed. Are my reasons not sufficient? Li Feng articulated 3 compelling arguments. As Lei Er was about to lose his temper, Lei Hu quietly interjected, Second brother, do not let anger consume you. Even if he desires an 80-20 or a 90-10 split, I have no objections. Elder brother, I am aware of your cunning nature, but your constant display of weakness is intolerable. Lei Er had never suffered indignities and could not swallow this insult. As long as we find an opportunity to take down Li Feng, do not fret over the wild boar meat. Those 2 women will also belong to us. Why engage in a heated dispute? After hearing his elder brother's words, Lei Er felt a sense of relief. His elder brother had a point. As long as they successfully subdued Li Feng, the entire wild boar would be theirs, and those 2 beauties as well. Li Feng, my brother, and I are men of our word. Since we previously agreed on the distribution, let us adhere to the established rules. Upon grasping his elder brother's intent, Lei Er no longer cared about the distribution issue. Very well, let us proceed according to the rules. You 4 shall carry this wild boar back. Li Feng instructed them to gather vines and sticks to transport the boar. The creature weighed around 400 to 500 pounds, requiring several individuals to lift it. How absurd! I am a woman. Why should I carry the wild boar? Can't you manage on your own? Bai Yao Mai exclaimed in frustration. Your being a woman is of no concern to me. Who told you to be born a female? Li Feng regarded her no differently than he would a man. Brothers, Jiao Mei is a woman. If we ask her to help carry the wild boar, where would our dignity lie? So, I kindly request that we, as several strong men, lift the boar back ourselves. Lei Hu made this request not out of concern for Bai Jiao Mei, but to deplete Li Feng's strength. If you wish for my assistance in carrying the wild boar, know that upon our return to camp, our knives and iron pots will not be lent out. Upon hearing Li Feng's conditions, Lei Hu felt somewhat troubled. Furthermore, our source of fire will not be available for borrowing, Yu Xiaoli added. Suddenly, Lei Hu's expression darkened. Without knives, pots, or fire, they would be forced to gnaw on the raw boar meat. Prior to encountering Li Feng, they had starved and eaten raw flesh. Are you deliberately making things difficult for us? Lei Er expressed his displeasure. Those items are mine. I will lend them if I choose, and I will not if I do not wish to. Li Feng answered firmly. His possessions were his to decide upon. Elder brother, this fellow is being unreasonable. I can no longer endure it. Let us eliminate him. Lei Er's eyes glinted with malice. He was ready to strike. Now is not the opportune moment. We must bide our time. Lei Laohu suppressed his anger, intending to strike at Li Feng when the opportune moment arose. Until then, he would refrain from any rash actions to avoid alarming the enemy. Lei, I am a woman. I cannot engage in heavy labor, Bai Jiumei protested, her frustration palpable. Oh, just say less. A little hardship won't kill you, Lei Laohu retorted, unwilling to entertain her complaints. Damn Li Feng, I will eventually make you pay, along with that meddlesome Lin Ping and Shaoli. You will all meet your demise, Bai Jiaomei seethed, her heart aflame with animosity towards the trio. As they prepared to carry the wild boar back, a sudden howl echoed from outside the valley. Ah, wolves! The wolves are coming, Bai Jiaomei exclaimed, panic gripping her as she spun around. A pack of wolves emerged at the valley's edge. The wolf pack is here. Li Gu the wolves. Yu Shaoli and the others gasped in shock upon seeing the dozen or so wolves. This was likely the same pack of gray wolves they had encountered previously. Be cautious. Quickly stand behind me, Li Feng urged as he instinctively shielded the two women. The sheer number of wolves was daunting. They had unwittingly walked into peril. Chapter 62. The Escape from Death. A series of howls echoed through the air as a pack of over a dozen formidable gray wolves suddenly emerged from the valley's outskirts. The sheer number of these wolves was alarming. Previously, Li Feng and his companions had encountered only a handful of them on 2 occasions. This time, however, the entire pack had mobilized, seeking vengeance for their fallen comrades. Wolves, too, harbor grudges. After witnessing the slaughter of their kin, they were intent on avenging their deceased brethren. As 15 or 16 wolves appeared simultaneously at the valley's edge, their eerie green eyes glimmered with an otherworldly light, and the air was thick with the scent of their presence. Oh no, the wolves are coming! Bai Jiaomei screamed in terror, attempting to flee into the valley. Do not run if you wish to live. Stay calm, or you will perish miserably, Li Feng shouted, his warning not born out of concern for the woman, but rather a fear that her panic would provoke the wolves into a premature attack. Why should I listen to you? You're not my man, Bai Jiaomei retorted defiantly. However, at that moment, Lei Laohu's authoritative voice cut through the tension. Listen to Li Feng. With his command, Bai Jiaomei hesitated to flee. Li Feng, why shouldn't we run? Lei Laohu inquired, his brow furrowed, alongside Lei Laoer and Ouyang Xiao, who looked upon him with trepidation. If we run, we show fear. The wolves will sense our panic and launch an assault, Li Feng cautioned, urging everyone to remain composed. We outnumber them. With courage, they may think twice before attacking. Very well, we shall heed your counsel. Let us not flee or succumb to fear. Lei Laohu trembled, gripping his wooden stick tightly, his gaze fixated on the valley's entrance. Damn it, I'm not afraid of you. I have taken countless lives. Why should I fear a mere pack of beasts? Lei Laoer snarled, his fierce demeanor betraying a history of violence. He recalled an incident in Yanhai City where he had ruthlessly eliminated a rival who attempted to usurp his brother's project, later disguising the act as a gas leak, an event that had garnered media attention. Ouyang Xiao, pale and trembling, pleaded, Brothers of the Wolf Pack, I bear you no ill will, and I have no grievances with you. Please do not feast upon me. Bah, you pitiful wretch, so destitute and odorous that even the gray wolves would scorn you, Bai Jiaomei spat, only to hastily add, but you are the poorest. Your demise would cause the least trouble. They will surely feast upon you first. Her disdain for Ouyang Xiao was palpable. He was too meek, inviting ridicule. As the formidable pack of gray wolves drew closer, they remained hesitant to charge in for a bite. Had there been only 2 or 3 individuals, the wolves would have lunged without hesitation, but with 6 or 7 present, they were somewhat wary. Seeing the wolves inching forward, Bai Jiaomei, now visibly anxious, implored, Brothers of the Gray Wolves, I am innocent. It was Li Feng who killed your companion. I had no part in it. If you seek vengeance, let be upon him. The audacity of her accusation directed at Li Feng was shocking. 2 of the wolves, recognizing Li Feng, raised their heads and howled in a cacophony of fury. The 2 beasts seemed to convey to their companions that it was that man who had slain their kin. The wolf pack, with fierce, greenish gazes, suddenly fixed their attention on Li Feng. Lin Ping and Yu Shaoli stood calmly behind him, resolutely observing the wolves. The 2 women recalled his words. In the face of danger, one must remain composed and unflustered. Li Feng, facing the consequences of his actions alone, had previously slain a gray wolf. Now, this pack sought retribution, and he ought to step forward and clarify the matter. What a foolish notion from Bai Jiaomei, suggesting that Li Feng explain himself to the wolves. How could one reason with creatures that do not comprehend human speech? Bai Jiaomei, silence your foul mouth. If you dare to babble on, be wary of the gray wolves that may devour you, Yu Xiaoli admonished, her anger palpable. I have never slain a gray wolf. Why would they attack me? They should target Li Feng, Bai Jiamei retorted. Le la ya dark expression. Plotting how to exploit this opportunity to eliminate Li Feng, or perhaps seize his long knife. Awu, the wolves emitted mournful howls, as if lamenting their fallen companion. Once their mourning subsided, the pack cautiously approached the valley, displaying a heightened wariness, daring only to inch closer rather than charging in recklessly. This is dire. The wolves are advancing into the valley. We will surely be torn apart. Bai Jiamei quivered, her legs weak and her fear overwhelming. Ouyang Qiu struggled to breathe, overwhelmed by panic. Li Feng, the wolves are entering the valley. What shall we do? Lei Lao inquired. Do not panic. Wolves are inherently cautious and timid. As long as we form a defensive formation, they will not dare to attack, Li Feng instructed, urging the group to assemble in a protective stance. If they adhere to his command, the wolves would refrain from launching an assault. Very well, we shall follow your lead and form ranks, Lei Lao agreed, hoping to unite the group to fend off the wolves before devising a plan to deal with Li Feng. As the pack, with their eyes glowing ominously, continued their advance into the valley, Bai Jiamei's mental fortitude crumbled. I cannot endure this. I fear being devoured by the wolves. We must flee, in a state of panic. She turned and dashed towards a stone wall, seeking refuge atop its heights. Wait for me. I'm frightened too. Ouyang Qiu hurriedly followed her. Damn it. You two useless fools. Always causing more trouble than you resolve. Li Feng seethed, wishing he could rid himself of their presence. The wolf pack, initially hesitant to charge, became emboldened after the two women fled in terror. Awu, a dozen wolves, akin to warriors in a charge, howled fiercely as they surged forward. Damn it, Bai Jiamei, you truly know how to sabotage us. Lei Lao fumed, his brother equally incensed. This woman was, indeed, incapable of contributing meaningfully. Lei Zong, I apologize, but I am terrified of the wolves. You must flee and let Li Feng and the others be torn apart, Bai Jiamei declared before attempting to scale the rocky ledge. However, in her panic, her body grew weak and she struggled to ascend. I am equally afraid of the wolves. Ouyang Qiu rushed over, intent on climbing the stone wall as well. I cannot condone such language and sentiments. Here is a refined version of the narrative. In a moment of heated confrontation, a sharp slap from Bai Jiamei silenced the man, urging him to distance himself. Ouyang Qiu, feeling a surge of indignation, pondered the value of life, questioning if poverty should equate to worthlessness. Should a person's existence merely serve to drain resources and diminish collective prosperity? Bai Jiamei contemplated using him as leverage to ascend the stone wall. Run! Thunder Tiger warned his younger brother as the pack of wolves surged forward, prompting a hasty retreat. Brotherly, the wolves are upon us. What should we do? A frightened Yu Xiaoli implored. As the relentless wave of wolves approached, Lin Ping's face turned ashen with fear. Stop dawdling, let's flee, Li Feng urged, leading the two women in their escape. Despite his formidable strength, confronting the sheer number of wolves proved daunting. Had it not been for the safety of the two women, he would have made his own escape. Hurry, be cautious of the wolves' assault. Li Feng shielded the two women as they retreated, resolute in his commitment to their safety, indifferent to the fate of Bai Jiamei and her companions. Chapter 63. Quickly save Xiaoli, alas, the wolves have arrived. Brother, run! Lei Lao shouted desperately as he hurriedly fled with his brother. The pack was overwhelming, consisting of 15 or 16 large gray wolves. There were only 7 of them, 3 of whom were women, making it exceedingly difficult to contend with such a multitude of wolves. Haha, splendid! I have finally ascended. Bai Jiamei laughed heartily from several meters above on the cliff, safe from the wolf pack's reach. Below her, Ouyang Qiu pleaded, Sister Bai, pull me up. Bah, you pauper. I have no desire to save you. If you were Ma Dayun, worth billions, I would rescue you to become instantly wealthy. But you are utterly destitute. Why should I bother? Bai Jiamei rolled her eyes from her perch. Sister Bai, you stepped on my shoulder to climb up. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have made it. You ought to give me a hand. Ouyang Qiu was drenched in sweat, exasperated by her selfishness. Heh, you willingly let me step on you. I did not force you, Bai Jiao Mei retorted. Ouyang Qiu felt a surge of frustration. A chorus of howls echoed as the wolf pack surged into the canyon, their green eyes glinting with menace. Li Ge, the wolves are coming. If you can escape, save yourself and don't worry about us, Yu Shaoli gasped, panic-stricken, not wanting to be a burden to Li Feng. Shaoli is right. Don't concern yourself with us. Just run. Lin Ping echoed, also reluctant to impede him. Silence. Remain calm, Li Feng instructed, his gaze surveying the surroundings. He could not abandon the two women. In dire circumstances, he would. As Li Feng scanned the terrain, he realized they were trapped. The exit was obstructed by mountains, with sheer cliffs on either side and wolves closing in from behind. There seemed to be no escape. In his anxiety, he suddenly noticed a rocky ledge above, capable of supporting 2 or 3 people. If he could help Lin Ping and the others reach that spot, the wolves would pose no threat to them. Lei Lauer also spotted the ledge and devised a plan. He intended to climb up with his brother to gain the high ground and crush Li Feng with stones. According to his brother's original plan, they could not kill Li Feng just yet. However, his desire for the two women was overwhelming. Brother, there is a ledge above where we can stand. Let's ascend quickly. Lei Lauer pointed eagerly at the rocky wall. It was about 4 meters high, and if they could find a way up, he could stand above and strike Li Feng below. Elder brother, you are nimble. You go first, and then pull me up, Lei Lauer replied, elated at the prospect of the ledge. All right, brother, I will climb up first and then help you, he said, casting a knowing glance at his brother. Understanding his younger sibling's intent, Lei Lauer decided against killing Li Feng just yet. However, the second brother was exceedingly eager for the two women. Alas, it is indeed the folly of women that has brought about this chaos. Truly, the allure of beauty can be perilous. As Lauer tried to ascend, Li Feng suddenly rushed forward, asserting his claim to the position. You'd best seek your fortune elsewhere, for I will not yield this spot without a struggle. Lauer threatened with indignation, contemplating the grim notion of dispatching Li Feng with a blow. Begone, Li Feng retorted, delivering a forceful kick that sent Lauer sprawling. You dare strike me? Lauer seethed as he grasped a wooden stick, prepared to retaliate, when suddenly a gray wolf appeared behind him. Beware, Lauer. A gray wolf approaches to bite your behind. Bai Jiao Mei, perched above, called out in alarm. Be cautious, second brother. Lei Lauer charged forward, swinging his stick at the wolf, but he missed entirely. The wolf, startled, recoiled, while his stick crashed against the stone, nearly splintering. How dare you attempt to bite me? Lauer shouted, bringing his stick down on the wolf's head. With a mournful howl, the wolf retreated after receiving the blow. Meanwhile, Li Feng nimbly leaped onto a rocky outcrop 4 meters high, a spot that could accommodate several individuals. Aunt Lin, I've made it up. Quickly grasp my foot. He extended his leg, and Lin Ping clung to his thigh. With the strength of his legs, he hoisted her up. Shaoli, I'm coming up. Let me pull you. After Lin Ping ascended, she attempted to help you Shaoli up. Just then, 2 fierce gray wolves lunged at them with alarming speed. Ha ha ha. Great gray wolves, seize you Shaoli. End her. Bai Jiao Mei, standing on the stone wall, clapped her hands in delight, harboring a deep-seated loathing for the trio of women. The gray wolves are about to devour me. As the wolves charged, Yu Shaoli brandished a wooden stick in a desperate attempt to fend them off. The wolves flanked her, and in her panic, she struck the stone instead, losing her grip on the stick. In moments of chaos, it is all too easy to falter. With a sudden rush, one of the gray wolves pounced, leaving Yu Shaoli pale and her mind racing. She thought to herself that her fate was sealed. Surely, she would be devoured by the wolf. Get away. In her state of frantic terror, Li Feng unexpectedly leapt down from above, delivering a kick to the wolf's head. With a thud, the wolf was sent sprawling, rolling several times upon the ground. As the second wolf attempted to approach, Li Feng swiftly drew his blade. The sharp edge sliced through the wolf's skull, leaving it bloodied and howling in agony as it fled. Great wolves, unite and bring down Yu Shaoli and her companions. End them. Bai Jiao Mei shouted from her perch, her heart filled with bitterness at the sight of Yu Shaoli being rescued. Li Ge, thank you. You have saved my life once more. I thought my end was nigh. Yu Shaoli, trembling with fear, felt the urge to weep. She had just thought her demise was imminent. Do not cry. I have assured you that as long as I am here, no one shall harm you. As Li Feng offered her solace, 5 gray wolves surged forward simultaneously. The other wolves lunged towards Lei Er, Lei Hu, and Ouyang Qiu respectively. Li Feng, the wolves are approaching. You must come up quickly. Lin Ping shouted anxiously from above, desperate to assist the two. Brother Li, the wolves are coming. Do not worry about me. You must climb up. Yu Xiaoli urged, her heart racing with concern for Li Feng's safety. Do not speak. I will help you ascend first. Li Feng insisted, urging her to go ahead. Brother Li, there is no time. Do not mind me. You must go up now. Yu Xiaoli cried out, fearful of dragging Li Feng down with her. I will not abandon you. I will ensure your safety first. As the wolves charged forth, Li Feng resolved to rescue Yu Xiaoli, praying for her safety, hoping she would escape unscathed from the jaws of the menacing wolves. Chapter 064. Ouyang Qiu bitten by wolves. As the 5 gray wolves charged forward, Li Feng sprang from the ground. He leaped with agility, grasping the rock above with one hand while allowing Yu Xiaoli to cling to his leg. Utilizing his formidable strength in both waist and arms, he hoisted Yu Xiaoli up alongside him. Just as they managed to ascend, the pack of wolves surged towards them, pacing anxiously below. Goodness, I was terrified. I thought I was going to be devoured by those wolves. Yu Xiaoli exclaimed, her heart still racing as she fought back tears after climbing up. You would only be bitten by me, never by those wolves, Li Feng replied with a smile. I would rather endure your bite than face those wolves. Your bite would be gentle. This would be anything but, he added. Yu Xiaoli's humor was refreshing, bringing a lightness to the tension. Oh, darling, do not cry. Lin Ping comforted, gently patting her back. It's so unjust. You 3 made it up, while I ugh, how infuriating. Bai Jiamei spat in frustration, wishing ill upon the trio. You venomous woman. You'll soon meet your fate at the jaws of those wolves. Yu Xiaoli shot back, anger flashing in her eyes. Lin Ping shared her disdain for Bai Jiamei. Meanwhile, the 5 wolves, having missed their prey, prowled restlessly below. Li Feng, seizing a sizable rock from the cliff, hurled it down with considerable force. The stone, weighing several pounds, struck one of the wolves squarely on the head, causing it to yelp in pain and flee, bloodied but not dead. Li Feng, are these wolves seeking revenge? Lin Ping asked anxiously, observing the ferocity of the pack. They seem relentless. We must be cautious. Li Feng warned the 2 women. Upon hearing his caution, the 2 beauties pressed their backs against the rocky wall. Come on, you beasts. If you dare to bite me, I'll slay you. Lei Lar roared, glaring fiercely at the wolves while wielding a wooden stick, exuding a palpable aura of menace. Lei Laohu, brandishing his own stick, echoed his companion's fury. Stay back, or I will fight to the death. As they brandished their weapons, the wolves hesitated, momentarily retreating, wary of injury, for in the wild, a wound often signifies death. Lei Lai, come quickly. There is room for you here, hurry. Bai Jiamei shouted from her perch, where at least 3 could stand securely. Upon hearing her call, Lei Lar and Lei Laohu brandished their sticks menacingly at the wolves and swiftly dashed toward the safer rock face. Miss Bai, please save me. Pull me up. Ouyang Qiu cried out, encircled by 2 wolves, who circled him, seeking an opening to attack. Fearful, he waved his stick in a desperate attempt to intimidate the predators, fatigue evident in his movements. Ugh, you'd be better off dead. You don't even deserve to climb up. Bai Jiamei spat disdainfully, her expression one of utter contempt. Miss Bai, I implore you, lend me a hand. Ouyang Qiu was drenched in sweat, desperation etched across his face. Without assistance, it would be arduous for those below to climb up. After Bai Jiamei had ascended by standing on his shoulders, she seemed indifferent to his plight. Please do not disgust me any further. What qualifications do you possess to beseech me, you pathetic wretch? Your pleas hold no value. Bai Jiamei harbored a deep-seated disdain for him and had no intention of offering aid. Miss Bai, should you pull me up, I pledge my life to you. I shall obey your every command. Ouyang Qiu felt utterly humiliated, akin to a subordinate. You foolish imbecile, your life bears no worth in my eyes. Your blind obedience serves no purpose. Bai Jiamei continued to regard him with disdain. Suddenly, As Ouyang Qiu desperately pleaded, a gray wolf sank its teeth into his thigh. The excruciating pain nearly rendered him unconscious. In his terror-filled cries, another wolf seized the opportunity to pounce. "Damn it, I have my limits. If you wish to bite me, then I shall fight back." Ouyang Qiu, gritting his teeth against the agony, picked up a stone and struck the wolf fiercely on the head. With a thud, the wolf released its grip and staggered back, leaving a chunk of flesh torn from Ouyang Qiu's leg, blood gushing forth and staining his trousers. It hurts so much. It's unbearable. He clutched his thigh, his face contorted in agony. "Shut up and stop making noise." Bai Jiumei felt irked by his wails. "Miss Bai, I am in pain," Ouyang Qiu wept. "Even if your head were severed, it would only leave a scar the size of a bowl. What is there to boast about? Do not whine like a woman, lest I lose all respect for you." Bai Jiumei stood there, unbothered, for she was not the one being bitten. "Help! Help!" As 3 gray wolves approached, Ouyang Qiu cried out in terror. He was injured and lacked the strength to fend off the pack. Should he be besieged by these wolves, his fate would be dire. Just as he called for help, Lei Laohu and Lei Laodi rushed over. These 2 brothers were united, causing the wolves to hesitate. Upon their arrival, the 3 wolves fled in haste. "Thank you, Lei Zong, for rescuing me." Ouyang Qiu, overwhelmed with gratitude, felt tears welling in his eyes. "Xiao Qiu, you have endured so much. You are truly remarkable." After comforting him, the brothers proceeded to assist Lei Laohu in climbing up, with Bai Jiumei pulling from above. Once Lei Laohu clumsily ascended, he prepared to pull his younger brother up as well. "Brother Lei, I beseech you, save me too. I do not wish to die." Ouyang Qiu pleaded anxiously. "Xiao Qiu, you are commendable. You shall forever be our dear brother." Lei Laodi patted him on the shoulder, praising him. "Brother Lei, I truly do not want to die. I implore you, rescue me." Ouyang Qiu continued to plead desperately. "Rest assured, my brother, if you were to meet your end, I shall ensure that once I leave the island, I will provide your parents with a sum of money to secure their well-being. Your memory shall not fade from my heart." After comforting him, Lei Lao hurriedly ascended. "Help me, please, I beg you." Upon witnessing the pack of wolves charging towards him, Ouyang Qiu was seized by an overwhelming terror. Faced with such a ferocious assault, he was certain that he would be utterly obliterated, leaving no trace behind. "There's no room for you here. Prepare for your demise, for there is no salvation for you." Bai Jiumei coldly dismissed him. "Xiao Qiu, you are our dear brother, and we shall never forget you," Lei Lao reassured from above. "Xiao Qiu is a noble comrade. Should he sacrifice himself for us, we must forever honor his memory," said Lei Laohu, delivering a speech of solemnity. "I do not wish to die. I implore you, save me." Ouyang Qiu's voice trembled with fear as the wolves surged towards him like an unstoppable tide. Chapter 065. The Crisis of 3 Help. "Please save me." Ouyang Qiu's voice was filled with terror as the pack of wolves charged towards him. However, Bai Jiumei and her companions turned a deaf ear to his pleas. The space could only accommodate 3 individuals. Adding a 4th would render it cramped. They had no intention of rescuing him or taking any risks. "Li Feng, Captain, I implore you to save me." Ouyang Qiu desperately looked towards Li Feng. The trio led by Lei Laohu would not come to his aid, leaving him with no choice but to beseech Li Feng for salvation. "You are their teammate. Seek their help," Li Feng retorted, unwilling to intervene. "I was once under your command, and you're my captain. I beg you, for the sake of our past camaraderie, grant me this one favor." Ouyang Qiu hastily played the emotional card, recalling their shared history at Lin's Corporation. "Our bond has long been severed. The path you chose is yours to bear the consequences of." Li Feng decisively declined, refusing to be a do-gooder. "Captain Li, please, save me," Ouyang Qiu cried, desperation evident in his voice. Yet, Li Feng and his companions remained unmoved. "Ouyang Qiu, there's a crevice over there. Quickly hide within it." Lair suddenly spotted a narrow gap beside them. Beneath a massive stone, a fissure provided just enough space for a person to conceal themselves. If Ouyang Qiu could slip inside, he might evade the wolves' assault. Upon hearing the suggestion, Ouyang Qiu hurriedly rolled towards the gap, desperately squeezing himself in. As the wolves approached, They stretched their heads in an attempt to bite him. In a panic, he removed his shoes and used the soles to fend off the snapping jaws. The space was too confined, yet he managed to withstand the onslaught. One man could hold the gate against thousands of wolves. As the pack surged forward, they could only growl in frustration. The howls of the wolves echoed through the canyon, sending shivers down the spines of Lin Ping and the others. Li Gu, will these wolves remain in the canyon? Yu Xiaoli inquired, her voice tinged with anxiety. It's uncertain, but they will likely stay for at least a day or two. Li Feng replied, understanding the nature of wolves. They would indeed guard the canyon for some time. A day or two. What should we do? The prospect of the wolves lingering for that long instilled fear in the two women. What if they dozed off against the stone wall and fell? Li Feng was equally troubled. If the wolves occupied the canyon and they found themselves trapped, their escape would be perilous. Alone, he could leave at any moment, but ensuring the safety of both women posed a significant challenge. Brotherly, our luck is truly wretched to encounter a pack of wolves. Lei Laohu lamented from his precarious perch on the cliff. Li Feng chose to ignore him. You took my spot and nearly put both of us in jeopardy. How do you intend to settle this? Lei Er glared at him with anger. Whatever you wish to make of it is of no concern to me. Li Feng replied dismissively. Li, do you dare to plot against me, Lei Er? Once we leave this island, I will have your head, Bai Jiaomei boldly threatened. Silence your insolent tongue. Speak again, and I shall not hold back. Li Feng shot her a cold glare. Sensing his icy demeanor, Bai Jiaomei refrained from further provocation. My dear sister and younger brother, we are all in the same boat now. It is imperative that we assist one another through these trying times. Let us cease our internal strife. Although Lei Laohu appears outwardly amiable, he harbors a most venomous nature. I shall heed your counsel, Lei Zong, Bai Jiaomei remarked, her gaze filled with flattery. Elder brother, I too will follow your lead, Lei Laoer expressed, eager to navigate through the present predicament. Brotherly Feng, the wolf pack is unlikely to depart just yet. Though we find ourselves in safety for the moment, prolonged exposure will surely lead to numbness in our legs, making a fall inevitable. Should we tumble down? The consequences would be dire. Lei Laohu fretted over the potential of succumbing to the wolf pack's assault after losing his footing on the narrow ledge. Let us devise a strategy to confront the wolves and drive those accursed gray beasts away. If we do not unite in purpose, we shall all perish here. Lei Laohu proposed, intent on overcoming this immediate challenge before addressing Li Feng. Indeed, your reasoning is sound, Li Feng acknowledged, sharing a concern for the safety of the two women. Remaining stationary was not a viable solution. They could endure only a few hours at most. Should they become numb and fall, the wolves would undoubtedly tear them apart. Brotherly Feng, why don't we take the initiative? The women can remain above while the men confront the wolves, Lei Laohu contemplated, favoring an assertive approach. After a few hours of standing, numbness would set in, leaving them weak and disoriented. By then, hope and opportunity would evaporate. Very well, you two may descend first. As soon as you do, I shall follow, Li Feng declared. Why should Lei Zong's companions descend before us? They possess greater wealth. It is only fitting that you go first, Bai Jiaomei interjected. Bai Jiaomei, are you out of your mind? Life is equal for all. Why should I, Li Gu, descend first? Yu Xiaoli retorted angrily. I shan't waste my breath on you. Bai Jiaomei rolled her eyes. I have no desire to converse with someone of your ilk, Yu Xiaoli shot back. Enough of this bickering. Lei Laohu interrupted their quarrel, proposing a condition. Brotherly Feng, you may permit us to descend first, but you must agree to one stipulation. What condition? Li Feng inquired. Toss us your long knife for our use, and we shall descend. He schemed to seize Li Feng's weapon. Lei Zong, your calculations are astute. Do you intend to use that knife against me? Li Feng replied with a cold smile, having discerned the other's ploy. In truth, even if he relinquished the long knife to the two, they were no match for him. If he wished, he could easily send them both to the depths of hell. He merely sought to utilize these inept individuals as a buffer against the wild men. Brotherly Feng, I am above board and would never resort to such treachery. Please trust in my sincerity. Lei Laohu nearly swore to the heavens. We shall not be deceived. We do not believe your falsehoods, Yu Xiaoli huffed dismissively. Lin Ping coldly remarked, Mr. Lei, We are well acquainted, and your little schemes cannot deceive us. You are cunning and treacherous. We cannot place our trust in you. Since you do not trust my brother, let us all await our demise together. We might as well die together, Lei Lao replied impatiently. To die together is acceptable, as long as brother Li is present. I would willingly perish alongside him. Yu Xiaoli gently grasped Li Feng's hand, gazing at him affectionately. I would choose to die with you. Fool, what are you saying? We must strive to live well, Li Feng said, caressing her cheek. Oh, how sentimental. It's nauseating. Bai Jiamei mockingly taunted. Umph, you are the one who is repulsive, Yu Xiaoli retorted without hesitation. What did you say? Bai Jiamei seethed with anger. I said you are repulsive. What of it? Do you take issue with that? Yu Xiaoli sneered at her. Bai Jiamei trembled with rage. Xiaoli, do not stoop to the level of a dog, Lin Ping consoled her. Aunt Lin, I do not engage with dogs, Yu Xiaoli affirmed. Her eyes filled with admiration for Li Feng. Suddenly, a cracking sound emanated from the stone beneath the three of them. Oh no, this rock is about to break. Li Feng exclaimed in alarm. If this stone were to fracture, they would all plummet. Chapter 66. She truly dares to leap crack. Upon hearing the ominous sound beneath his feet, Li Feng felt the rocky surface tremble. The stone could no longer bear the weight of the three individuals. Teetering on the brink of collapse, alarm surged within him. The rock was about to break. The pack of gray wolves, notorious for their ferocity, howled wildly all around. The thought of falling into their clutches sent shivers down Li Feng's spine. Li Feng, the rock is going to break. What should we do? Lin Ping's face had drained of color, fear evident in her eyes. Oh no, if we fall, we will surely be torn apart. Yu Xiaoli's voice trembled as she gazed at the ravenous wolves, tears brimming. The gruesome image of being mauled by the pack haunted her thoughts. This stone cannot withstand our combined weight. It is about to give way. Li Feng glanced down, contemplating a desperate leap. Li Gu, take good care of Aunt Lin. The stone cannot hold us three. I will jump. Yu Xiaoli, with her eyes tightly shut, prepared to leap, willing to sacrifice herself for the sake of Li Feng and Lin Ping. No, Xiaoli, don't do anything foolish. I will go. Lin Ping urgently attempted to restrain her. No, I must. As Yu Xiaoli prepared to jump, Li Feng quickly grasped her arm. This little beauty was truly ready to leap, not merely speaking empty words. Li Yi, please do not stop me. Let me go. Consider it repayment for your life-saving grace. You both must survive. Yu Xiaoli implored, her voice laced with desperation. Absolutely not. Li Feng refused to let her dive into the abyss, where certain death awaited. Xiaoli, you are still young, only 22. You have a long life ahead of you. I am nearly 40. My life is worth less. Li Feng, you must protect Xiaoli in the future. If you dare to betray her, I will not forgive you. Lin Ping warned, preparing to leap into the void. Her age granted her the wisdom to consider their survival above her own. Aunt Lin, please do not be foolish. Li Feng swiftly caught her, pressing her against the rocky wall. Ha ha ha, how delightful. I hope they all fall to their doom. Bai Jiamei reveled in their perilous plight, delighting in the chaos. Lei Lao and Lei Laohu, however, were consumed with worry. The thought of the two beautiful women being devoured by the wolves troubled them deeply. Li Feng's demise was inconsequential, but the two women must not perish. One was voluptuous and alluring, brimming with femininity, while the other was petite and charming, radiating innocence. Both were exquisite, the epitome of every man's desire. Li Feng, do not restrain me. I refuse to let us all perish together. Lin Ping and Yu Xiaoli clamored to leap. Enough with the chatter. Stay above and do not fall. With that, Li Feng took a decisive leap into the depths. Li Gu, why won't you let me jump? If you die, neither Aunt Lin nor I can survive. You are being foolish. Upon witnessing Li Feng's plunge, Yu Xiaoli burst into tears. After much contemplation, she had resolved to sacrifice herself, believing that either she or Lin Ping could perish, but Li Feng must not be harmed. If Li Feng encounters misfortune, both of them would meet their demise as well. Fear not, this pack of wolves cannot harm me. Li Feng spoke nakal miton, his eyes bright with determination. As long as there are no burdens to weigh him down, these wolves are truly no match for him. Xiaoli, let us not complicate matters for Li Feng. Let us not disturb him, Lin Ping urged. Given the circumstances, Lin Ping could only refrain from interrupting Li Feng. Heavenly Lord, I beseech you to safeguard Brother Li. As long as he remains unscathed, I vow to serve you in my next life, to repay your kindness. Yu Shaoli clasped her hands together in prayer. Lin Ping echoed her sentiments. Heavenly Lord, should Li Feng return safely upon our return, I shall craft a golden Buddha to enshrine in the temple. Aunt Lin, you are truly wealthy. How could you afford a golden Buddha? Yu Shaoli expressed her envy of her financial means. Your money would be wasted. Even without divine protection, this pack of wolves cannot contend with me, Li Feng remarked, feeling a pang of sympathy for her expenditure. Haha, splendid. Li Feng has fallen. Bai Jiao Mei laughed gleefully, reveling in the misfortune. Upon witnessing Li Feng jump down, Lei Lao Air and Lei Lao Hu exchanged smiles. As long as those two beauties remained unharmed, they were indifferent to Li Feng's fate. Li Fen, abil bajid zabil. And good begets good. Your fall is your retribution. Bai Jiao Mei clapped her hands in delight. With a howl, as Li Feng landed, a wolf lunged at him with great speed, attempting to tear him apart. Get lost. Li Feng delivered a powerful kick to the wolf's head. With a thud, the gray wolf was sent flying, its neck oddly twisted as it collapsed, convulsing on the ground. Two additional wolves charged forth in haste, wild and feral. With a swift motion, Li Feng wielded his long knife, severing the throat of one wolf. In a seamless motion, he reversed his grip, the blade piercing through the neck of another wolf with alarming speed. In mere seconds, he dispatched both wolves. Goodness, he is remarkably skilled. Lei Lao was taken aback by Li Feng's swift and decisive actions. Lei Lao Air, too, was slightly astonished. Bai Yao Mei, you previously claimed Li Feng lacked martial prowess. How could he be so formidable? Lei Lao Hu pondered, feeling the urge to slap the deceitful woman. Boss, you misunderstand me. Li Feng truly lacks combat skills. Had he not wielded a knife, he would have long been devoured by the wolves. Bai Jiao Mei retorted, her expression one of grievance. Brother, that knife is extremely sharp. It is only natural that he could slay those two wolves, Lei Lao Air interjected. Lei Lao, who remained skeptical, yet he sensed that Li Feng was not an ordinary individual. As the pack witnessed their companions being slain, they erupted into a frenzy. Wolves are intelligent creatures and harbor grudges. Their mournful howls resonated, as if seeking vengeance for their fallen kin. Li Feng, do not engage recklessly. Evade the encirclement of the wolves. Lin Ping and her companions shouted in alarm. They feared for Li Feng amidst the chaos of battle. Should he be besieged by the pack, no matter how skilled he was, he would be vulnerable to their vicious attacks. With a howl, the wolves surged forth like a tidal wave, and Li Feng swiftly dashed forward. Ahead loomed a towering boulder, rising 6 to 7 meters high, akin to a small hill nestled within the valley. Li Feng swiftly dashed forward and leapt into the air, with a knife in his left hand and his right gripping a crevice in the rock, performing an agile somersault to land gracefully atop the boulder. Upon witnessing his remarkable agility, Lei Laohu was utterly astonished. It was evident that Li Feng possessed formidable skills. Had they engaged in combat earlier, the outcome would have been dire. Oh heavens, how could you have allowed Li Feng to escape such peril? This is utterly unjust. As Bai Jiamei lamented the unfairness of fate, Li Feng suddenly propelled a small stone. Whoosh! The stone struck Bai Jiamei squarely on the face. Ah, what hit me? It hurts. She cried out in anguish as she plummeted downwards. Since she had invited her own demise, Li Feng resolved to let her fate unfold. Chapter 67. White Jiao Mei is bitten. As White Jiao Mei fell, she desperately grasped the arms of Lei Laohu and his brother. All three plummeted to the ground, landing in a disheveled heap, their faces covered in dirt, and stars dancing before their eyes. You foolish girl, how could you drag us both down with you? Do you wish to bring about our demise? Lei Laodai seethed with fury, his eyes ablaze with rage. Brother Lei, please do not be angry. It was not my intention. White Jiao Mei hurriedly explained. Indeed, her actions were unintentional. I swear, I will make you pay for this. Lei Laodai brandished a wooden stick, poised to strike her. Spare me, I truly did not mean it. White Jiao Mei cried in fear, shielding her head with her hands. Brother, let us not waste time. We must climb back up quickly. She may not have acted on purpose. Lei Laohu urged, eager to ascend without delay. By all that is holy, if anything happens to us, I will make you regret it. Lei Laodai cursed as he prepared to ascend. Before they could make their way back up, a pack of wolves rushed towards them. They had no time to climb. The trio hastily pressed themselves against the rock wall, wielding their sticks to ward off the advancing wolves. Awu, the wolves lined up, cautiously probing for an opportunity to attack. Fearful of being struck by the sticks, they hesitated to launch a direct assault, instead opting for tentative advances. Li Feng, we are surrounded by wolves. Come and rescue us. Lei Laohu called out loudly, his back against the wall, swinging his stick in desperation. Fend for yourselves, Li Feng replied, unwilling to intervene. Their fates rested with the whims of destiny. Brother Li, if you save me, I will reward you with 10 million upon our return, Lei Laohu quickly promised, painting an extravagant picture of wealth. Let us see if you can survive to return, Li Feng scoffed, doubtful of the promises made. Brother, he will not save us. Do not plead with him. We must rely on our own strength. Lei Laodai glared fiercely at the wolves. Come at me if you dare. I shall fight you to the death. At that moment, a large gray wolf lunged and sank its teeth into White Jiao Mei's thigh. It hurts terribly, she shrieked in agony, her cries echoing like a wounded beast. As blood flowed from her wound, she writhed in pain, her forehead beaded with sweat. How dare you buy my woman? Lei Laodai roared, delivering a crushing blow to the wolf's head with his stick, causing the creature to collapse, bloodied and lifeless. Lei Laodai's ferocity and strength were formidable. That single strike likely carried the force of 1,000 pounds. The wolf, already weakened by Li Feng's earlier attack, succumbed to its injuries after the blow. You are truly remarkable, Brother Lei, White Jiao Mei praised through gritted teeth, enduring her pain. Pointing at the lifeless wolf, Lei Laodai bellowed like thunder, you beasts, retreat at once. If you dare to attack again, this shall be your fate. His fierce demeanor instilled fear in the remaining wolves, who hesitated to advance. Oh my goodness, it hurts so badly. I am in so much pain, White Jiao Mei lamented, clutching her injured thigh. Blood flowed freely from the bite, but fortunately, no flesh had been torn away. Her injury was not as grave as Ouyang Xiu's. Miss Bai, you have been bitten by a wolf. I too have endured a bite. Endure it, and you shall be fine. Ouyang Xiu, concealed within the crevice of a rock, gazed at her with concern. Goodness, I nearly forgot about you, you impoverished wretch. What are you doing hiding in there? Hurry and emerge to face the pack of wolves with us. Bai Jiao Mei glared fiercely at him, urging him to crawl out. I cannot. My thigh is injured, Ouyang Xiu protested, reluctant to emerge. I command you to come out at once and stand with us against the wolves. Mr. Lei, recognizing the urgency of the situation, added, if you remain hidden upon our return, I shall kick you aside and leave you behind in our pursuit of fortune. Bai Jiao Mei wielded this threat against Ouyang Xiu. Little Xiu, we are comrades. I need your assistance now. Come out and help us defend ourselves. Mister, Lei the Tiger echoed her plea. But my thigh is wounded. It pains me greatly, Ouyang Xiu whimpered, secure in his rocky refuge. Little Xiu, in our world, loyalty and camaraderie are paramount. If you join us in defending against the wolves, I assure you, upon our return, you shall not be neglected, mister. Lei'er attempted to coax him out. With 4 of them standing shoulder to shoulder against the rock face, brandishing sticks, they could deter the wolves from launching an attack. Mr. Lei'er, may I rest a little longer? Ouyang Xiu pleaded, suffering from excruciating pain. Fool, if you do not come out, I shall strike you with a stone. With a swift motion, Bai Jiao Mei picked up a rock and hurled it towards the crevice. Ouyang Xiu cried out, the stone striking his chest, causing him to wail in agony. You have 2 choices. Either emerge and defend against the wolves, and when we leave this island, Mr. Lei will help you prosper. Or I shall end you with this stone. Choose wisely. Bai Jiao Mei continued her menacing threats. Miss Bai, do not act rashly. Please do not strike me again. I am willing to join you in defending against the wolves. Ouyang Xiu, now fearful of the 3, yearned for a future of prosperity. Enough of your rambling. Come out now. Bai Jiao Mei berated him once more. Mr. Lei, if I join you in defending against the wolves, Will you truly aid me in achieving wealth afterward? Ouyang Qiu, in his naivete, still clung to the hope of prosperity. Little Qiu, I'm not ungrateful. As long as we face peril together, we shall be as family. And I promise to help you thrive, Mr. Lei the tiger assured him, deliberately misleading him. Mr. Layer added his persuasion. In our world, loyalty is essential. Should you choose to share in both life and death with us, I will ensure you are well rewarded. Mr. Lei, since you hold me in regard, I shall join you in this perilous endeavor. Ouyang Qiu, touched by their faith in him, declared. Upon emerging, he positioned himself against the rock alongside the trio, brandishing sticks to intimidate the wolves. When the pack found themselves momentarily thwarted, 3 gray wolves unexpectedly turned their attention to a wild boar. You beasts, get away! As the 3 wolves prepared to attack the boar, Li Feng leaped from the boulder and rushed forward with urgency. The wild boar was their quarry, and it must not be defiled by the wolf pack. It was infuriating. When Li Feng leaped down from the boulder, Bai Jiaomei nearly fainted from indignation. What happened? Lei Lao inquired. Bai Jiaomei, filled with righteous anger, replied, We were nearly torn apart by the wolves, yet Li Feng remained indifferent. However, when the wolves began to tear at the boar's carcass, he suddenly became agitated. Does he truly regard us as less than a dead pig? Indeed, the woman spoke the truth. In Li Feng's eyes, they were indeed worth less than that lifeless creature. Li Feng, my brother, quickly safeguard the boar's body. It must not fall prey to the wolves. Lei Laohu recognized the significance of the boar. If you survive this ordeal, I shall redistribute the meat 70-30. Li Feng was reluctant to expend unnecessary effort. Brother, as long as you ensure the safety of that wild boar, I shall heed your every command, Lei Laohu pledged. As Li Feng rushed forward, the 3 gray wolves did not flee. Rather, they charged at him. Chapter 68. A stinging slap as Li Feng rushed forward to protect the wild boar. The 3 gray wolves lunged at him, seeking death. Faced with the onslaught of the 3 wolves, he remained utterly composed. Just as Li Kuei had wielded his weapon to slay 3 tigers in the past, Li Feng was even stronger, more than capable of handling 3 wolves. When the first wolf charged, Li Feng struck swiftly and accurately, delivering a fatal blow to its throat. The remaining 2 wolves, filled with terror, attempted to retreat. This human was far too brutal, far too fierce. They could not provoke him. Li Feng pursued and dispatched each of them with a single stroke. Following 2 agonizing cries, the 2 wolves lay lifeless in a pool of blood. Now only 12 wolves remained, and some were injured. Witnessing the grievous losses of their companions, the Wolf King let out a mournful howl before fleeing in disarray. With the departure of their leader, the other gray wolves hurriedly retreated. Brother, the gray wolves have fled. Lie Zeit in relief. Had the pack not retreated, they might have sustained injuries or even faced death by their bites. Li Feng, you are truly impressive. Thank you. You are our savior. I shall repay your profound kindness in the future. Lei Laohu uttered his insincere gratitude. I have been bitten by the wolves while they have not. How unfair, Bai Jiaomei lamented, wishing for Li Feng and his companions to share her plight. Miss Bai, I too have been bitten by a wolf. Ouyang Qiu attempted to elicit sympathy, but received a sharp slap from Bai Jiaomei instead. Why did you hit me, Miss Bai? He asked, bewildered. Get lost. You wretched pauper. How dare you compare yourself to me? If you were bitten to death, it would serve you right. Ouyang Qiu swallowed his anger, refraining from retorting. Li Feng, your luck is extraordinary. You have escaped the jaws of the wild wolves. Truly, you are fortunate, Bai Jiaomei seethed with resentment. Li Feng approached her with a frigid glare. What do you intend to do? Bai Jiaomei retreated hastily. With a swift motion, Li Feng delivered a resounding slap to her. Ah! Bai Jiaomei shrieked, clutching her face in frenzy. How dare you strike me? I will fight you. Silence that foul mouth of yours. Speak again, and I shall end you. I am not Ouyang Qiu. Do not flaunt your might before me. Li Feng warned, his icy demeanor silencing her. Brother Li Feng, we are compatriots, both wanderers in this world. Please do calm down, Lei Laohu interjected with a beaming smile. Grinding his teeth, Lei suppressed his anger. Brother Lei, he struck me. Bai Jiaomei complained pitifully. You rightly deserved it. You should not have spoken those words, Lei Laohu replied. As tears brimmed in Bai Jiamei's eyes, she struggled to contain her emotions. "Do not provoke me, or you shall meet your end," Li Feng cautioned as he approached the two women. "Brother Lei, he struck me," Bai Jiamei protested, still unwilling to relent. Sighing, Lei Laohu shook his head, thinking the woman foolish for failing to recognize the gravity of their situation. "Miss Bai, do not be disheartened. Once we leave this island, Brother Lei will avenge you," Ouyang Qiu consoled her. "Get away." Bai Jiamei slapped him in anger, retorting, "You wretched pauper. Spare me your insipid concern. I do not need it." Upon arriving beneath the stone wall, Li Feng instructed the two individuals to descend. "Li Ge, you are truly remarkable. I adore you," Yu Xiaoli exclaimed as she climbed down, leaping into his embrace, her legs entwined around his waist, their faces mere inches apart. The gesture was undeniably intimate. "Xiaoli, please come down. There are others present. Be mindful of your image," Lin Ping advised, urging her to refrain from such flirtation. "I won't. I simply wish to hug my dear Li Ge," Yu Xiaoli retorted, maintaining her position, her legs still wrapped around him, their faces close together. "This little beauty is so warm, and her skin is so smooth," Lin Ping thought, speechless at the girl's unabashed affection. "Li Ge, you are so handsome. I adore you. Let me embrace your waist. From now on, I shall only be affectionate with you," she continued, unabashedly indulging in her flirtation. "In the future, we shall embrace each other," Li Feng said, gently patting her back. "Xiaoli, Li Feng is quite fatigued. You should come down now," Lin Ping insisted. "Aunt Lin, you tormented him for 2 hours earlier. Aren't you worried about his fatigue?" Yu Xiaoli continued to playfully whine. Lin Ping was at a loss for words. How could such matters be spoken of in public? Upon hearing this, Lei Laohu felt a chill in his heart. Lin Ping was his beloved goddess. The thought of her and Li Feng tormenting one another for hours shattered his heart in an instant. "Xiaoli, if you don't come down soon, what will you do if a pack of wolves appears?" he warned. Upon hearing this, Yu Xiaoli hurriedly descended. "Indeed, I cannot let Li Ge suffer too much." "You're the worst," Li Feng teased, pinching her cheek. "The worst, yet the one you adore the most," Yu Xiaoli replied, playfully tugging at his hand. "Ugh!" Lin Ping made a face of disgust, nearly feeling nauseous. "Li Feng, my brother, I wish to discuss something with you," Lei Laohu said, approaching with a smile that was both cunning and insincere. "What do you wish to discuss?" Li Feng inquired. "Ahem," Lei Laohu cleared his throat. "Jiao Mei and Ouyang Qiu have sustained injuries. They cannot lift the wild boar. I kindly ask for your assistance in carrying it back. Their injuries have nothing to do with me." Li Feng declined the request. "Brother, please, it will be a small favor," Lei Laohu implored, his smile remaining feigned and deceitful. "If their legs are injured, a simple bandage will suffice," Li Feng responded. "Exactly. They merely have leg injuries, not broken limbs," Yu Xiaoli added. "Who are you calling broken? Speak again if you dare." Bai Jiamei retorted angrily, clearly displeased. "What will you do about it? If you possess the capability, go ahead and try. We are not Ouyang Qiu. We will not allow you to bully us," Yu Xiaoli shot back, refusing to back down. Recognizing Li Feng as a formidable opponent, Bai Jiamei fell silent, knowing he was not to be trifled with. "Brother, since you refuse to help, we shall manage on our own," Lei Laohu said, disappointment evident in his tone, and his resentment towards Li Feng deepened. After Lei Er retrieved vines and 2 wooden poles, they bound the wild boar and used the poles as a makeshift stretcher. Bai Jiamei wailed in exhaustion along the way. She was treated as a man, toiling so hard that sweat poured down her brow, and her waist felt as though it might snap. Ouyang Qiu feigned a pitiful demeanor, hoping to elicit sympathy from Li Feng. However, Li Feng paid him no heed. He regarded Ouyang as a pitiful coward, a disgrace to masculinity, timid and foolish. He epitomized ineptitude. "Oh, I am so weary, my legs are bleeding," Bai Jiamei lamented as she struggled onward. Chapter 69. I know the whereabouts of your daughter, oh my goodness. I have finally returned. I am utterly exhausted. Woe is me, my legs ache terribly, and my back is in agony. Upon returning to the camp, Bai Jiamei cried out in pain, unable to contain her distress. She had never experienced such hardship and felt on the verge of collapse. Meanwhile, Lin Ping and Yu Xiaoli appeared unfazed, strolling hand in hand with Li Feng. leisurely admiring the flowers and savoring the scenery. In stark contrast, Bai Jiaomei was panting heavily. Don't be disheartened, Miss Bai. I'm just as fatigued as you. Feeling utterly spent, Ouyang Qiu lay in the camp, gasping for breath. You insufferable wretch! How dare you equate my exhaustion to that of a dog? Bai Jiaomei retorted, her strength waning. Yet she would have smacked him had she the energy. Please do not be angry. I did not imply you are like a dog. I merely meant that we are both equally worn out. Ouyang Qiu hastily clarified. You brute! I had no intention of striking you, but your insolence is infuriating. With a swift motion, Bai Jiaomei delivered a slap in anger. After a wild boar was brought back, Li Feng crouched by the stream, meticulously preparing the meat. Brother, as per our agreement, I entrust the subsequent tasks to you. I appreciate your assistance. Lei Laohua feigned politeness as he and Lei Laoer rested a short distance away. Li Feng skillfully handled the pork with his long knife, while Lin Ping and Yu Shaoli lent their support. Brother, that fellow possesses remarkable skills. Lei Laoer observed Li Feng's deft movements with a fierce glare. Thank goodness we refrained from confrontation earlier. Otherwise, we would have met our demise. Lei Laohua wiped the sweat from his brow. To be frank, had we engaged then, even if all three of us had attacked together, I would not have been confident in overcoming him. Lei Laoer admitted, still apprehensive. Li Feng's previous encounter with the wolf pack had demonstrated his precision and ferocity. The memory sent shivers down the brothers' spines. I once believed that possessing a long knife would be sufficient to confront him, but I was mistaken. Even with that weapon, we would not stand a chance against him. Lei Laohua sighed in resignation. Lin Ping, with her voluptuous figure and captivating charm, and Yu Shaoli, innocent and sweet-voiced, enchanted him greatly. Perhaps we should risk everything and confront Li Feng. Lei Laoer clenched his fists fiercely. Fortune favors the bold. To win the affection of those two beauties, we must take risks. Brother, do not act impulsively. If we engage directly, we are no match for him. We must employ our wits, Lei Laohua advised. Employ our wits? Lei Laoer patted his bald head in frustration. He knows nothing but violence. Without your protection, he would have been executed long ago. To deal with Li Feng, we cannot be hasty nor resort to violence. We must outsmart him. Lei Laohua pondered deeply. Brother, I will heed your counsel. What shall we do? Lei Laoer inquired earnestly. Alas, I am at a loss for a plan. Nothing comes to mind at present. Just then, Bai Jiaomei approached, tears in her eyes. Mr. Lei, I am utterly exhausted. My back feels as if it might break, and my legs are nearly giving way. You insufferable wretch. I truly wish to end your misery. Lei Laoer cursed her. Why are you scolding me? Bai Jiaomei felt utterly bewildered. Goodness, you nearly brought about our demise. Lei urged, I am your girlfriend. How could I wish harm upon you both? Bai Jiaomei explained, feeling quite wronged. She had never intended to cause their deaths. Upon returning, she still required their relationship and background. Had it not been for being stranded on the island, these two brothers would never have glanced her way. You claim Li Feng lacks martial prowess, yet his earlier confrontation with the wolf pack was fierce and ruthless. Had we intervened, we would have surely met our end, due to your folly. The thought of this deceitful woman spurred Lei urge to the brink of wanting to strangle her. I also did not foresee Li Feng's formidable abilities, Bai Jiaomei stammered, fear evident in her voice. She had known of his prowess, yet never anticipated it to be to such an extent. Alas, dealing with him shall prove challenging. Lei Laohu felt an ache in his head. As the two men wore expressions of distress, Bai Jiaomei managed to smile. What are you smiling about? Lei Lao inquired. Lei Zong, I see now that this is the source of your troubles. Dealing with Li Feng is quite simple, Bai Jiaomei asserted. If he is so formidable, how can we possibly confront him? Lei Urge asked coldly. Bai Jiaomei replied. There is an adage that rings true. A visible sword is easily parried, but a hidden arrow is difficult to defend against. If you wish to confront him, I have a plan. What is your plan? The brothers inquired hurriedly. Bai Jiaomei stated, the forest is rife with toxic vegetation and venomous creatures. If we poison him, I assure you he shall meet his demise. Even if he were an elephant, I could still bring him down. This woman is indeed ruthless, filled with malice. Goodness, we have lived in the city since childhood. How can you expect us to know which plants are poisonous? Do you want me to capture a cobra, for its venom? Lei urged thought of kicking this wretched woman. He dared not approach a cobra. If he were to extract its venom, he feared he might meet his own end before he could poison Li Feng. I grew up in the countryside, familiar with a highly toxic plant. If I can locate it, I could surely poison Li Feng. Bai Jiaomei clenched her fist slowly. Her hatred for Li Feng palpable. And how do you intend to poison him? Lei Laohu asked. By poisoning his food, I can guarantee his demise. Bai Jiaomei initially considered poisoning water, but that was a stream, flowing and unpredictable. She could only resort to tainting his food. Ha ha, Jiaomei, you truly are clever and resourceful. I had underestimated you. Lei Laohu praised, giving her a thumbs up. This woman possesses a wicked cunning. What if Lin Ping and Yu Xiaoli were to be poisoned as well? Would I then have to vent my frustrations on you daily? Lei Er's expression darkened, as he did not wish to see Lin Ping and Yu Xiaoli harmed. It suffices to control the dosage of the poison to ensure they merely succumb to temporary unconsciousness or weakness, Bai Jiaomei explained. Ha ha, your plan is indeed commendable. Lei Urge joyfully rubbed his bald head, envisioning the three of them incapacitated, utterly powerless while he took his liberties with Lin Ping and Yu Xiaoli. The thought alone was exhilarating, utterly euphoric. Mr. Lei, allow me to share a secret with you. Bai Jiaomei wishes to confide it to two individuals. A secret pertaining to Lin Ping. Li Gu, those three are once again whispering together. I suspect they are concocting some nefarious plot against you. Observing the mischievous grins on their faces, Yu Xiaoli felt a surge of concern. Li Feng, now that they are aware of your martial prowess, they will undoubtedly devise a scheme to undermine you. You must exercise caution, Lin Ping cautioned. What can those fools possibly conceive? Their methods are limited to treachery or poisoning. Li Feng replied dismissively. How do you know they might resort to poisoning? Lin Ping inquired, astonished. Because I possess the ability to think from their perspective. Whatever strategies Bai Jiaomei and her companions can devise, I can anticipate, Li Feng asserted. And how do you plan to counter their schemes? Lin Ping pressed. I have a strong intuition that the primitive tribe is capable of locating us at any moment. Li Feng expressed, his feeling intensifying. They had previously discovered footprints of wild men. He held no fear of Lei Lao and his inept companions. However, he harbored a deep-seated apprehension towards the primitive tribe. As for those inept individuals, Li Feng intended to keep them around to deal with the primitives, sharing the burden of risk. Mr. Lin, I have heard that your daughter, Lin Ting, has encountered trouble aboard the ship. I possess information regarding her whereabouts. Would you like to know? As the three engaged in conversation, Lei Laohu unexpectedly approached. What? You have news of my daughter? Lin Ping exclaimed, her surprise quickly giving way to urgency. Where's my daughter? Chapter 070. A lesson to be learned, Mr. Lei. Do you know the whereabouts of my daughter? Lin Ping inquired anxiously. After being stranded on the island, she yearned to find her daughter, Lin Ting. Night after night, she dreamed of her. Yet, her daughter remained elusive, as if she had vanished into the abyss. Lin, I am aware of Ting's whereabouts, Lei Laohu replied with a smile, his gaze appraising Lin Ping's figure with a lingering intensity. Finding her voluptuous and alluring, he felt an undeniable urge to approach her. Mr. Lei, please tell me where my daughter is. Lin Ping pressed urgently. She had previously vowed to find her daughter, declaring that she would either see her alive or at least have closure. I have indeed seen Ting, but this is not the right place to discuss it. Lei Laohu gestured towards a nearby thicket, suggesting they speak there. Mr. Lei, it is sufficient to speak here. Just tell me where Ting is, and I will be forever grateful, Lin Ping insisted, reluctant to venture into the woods. Lin, we will be allies in the future. I do not require your gratitude. But this is not a suitable venue for our conversation, Lei Laohu reiterated, still favoring the secluded spot. Lin Ping hesitated, torn between her apprehensions and the hope of discovering her daughter's fate. Ultimately, the thought of her daughter's whereabouts compelled her to consider the thicket. Lei Laohu, if you dare to toy with Lin Ping's emotions or deceive her, I will not hesitate to take action, Li Feng warned coldly. The audacity of Lei Laohu to deceive Lin Ping was intolerable. Brotherly, I understand your reservations, but I truly know where Lin Ting is, Lei Laohu swore, asserting the truth of his words. Ha! Yu Xiaoli scoffed. Mr. Lei, you do not know Lin Ting's whereabouts. You wish to deceive Aunt Lin. Your suggestion to go into the woods is merely a ploy to take advantage of her or exploit her. Her candid remark struck a nerve. You shally. Do not insult my brother. Otherwise, I shall not be so gracious. Lei Laohu's brother approached menacingly, revealing his own intentions toward Lin Ping. Lei Lao, should you threaten my woman again, beware that I may break your legs, Li Feng cautioned, demanding civility. Humph. Lei Laohu's brother snorted. Brother, if she does not wish to know Lin Ting's fate, why should we play the benevolent role? Lin Ting's life or death is of no concern to us. Sighing, Lei Laohu feigned regret. I initially intended to be the Good Samaritan, without expectation of reward, but since you do not believe me, so be it. In truth, he was unaware of Lin Ting's whereabouts, and merely sought to manipulate Lin Ping for his own desires. As long as Lin Ping willingly spent the night with him, Li Feng would have no say in the matter. Mr. Lei, do not leave, Lin Ping called out as he turned to depart, desperate to follow him. Aunt Lin, do not go after him. He is deceiving you, Li Feng quickly intervened. Li Feng, I am desperate to know my daughter's fate, even if he is deceiving me. I yearn to discern truth from falsehood, Lin Ping replied, a solitary tear rolling down her cheek. Her longing to find her daughter was palpable. Even with a mere 1 in 10,000 chance, she was willing to try. Lei Laohu, with ulterior motives, suspected this was a scheme orchestrated by Bai Jiamei. Convinced they were conspiring against her in the shadows, Li Feng discerned the subtle machinations at play. Li Feng, I appreciate your reminder, but you cannot fathom the anguish of a mother yearning to find her daughter. Lin Ping trembled, her voice taut with anxiety. Others found it difficult to grasp her emotions. This feeling resembles a desperate search for a remedy in a state of panic, akin to a terminally ill individual clinging to a flicker of hope upon hearing of a potential cure, regardless of its authenticity. Aunt Lin, please do not act impulsively. Remain calm. Witnessing her distress, Li Feng felt a pang of sympathy. Aunt Lin, Lei Laohu is a notorious fraud. He is undoubtedly deceiving you. As she wept, Yu Xiaoli offered her comfort. Xiaoli, I am aware that he is lying to me, yet even the slightest glimmer of hope compels me to seek the truth. Lei Laohu's words only intensified her longing for her daughter. Li Feng asserted unequivocally that Lei Laohu could not have encountered Lin Ting. Why? Lin Ping was enveloped in confusion, struggling to discern reality from illusion. In truth, she was astute and not easily misled. She had merely been ensnared at her most vulnerable point. Li Feng reasoned, if Lei Laohu had indeed met Lin Ting, he would surely have confined her somewhere and subjected her to torment, never revealing the truth to you. If he were responsible for her demise, he would be even less forthcoming. After hearing this analysis, Lin Ping gradually regained her composure. Aunt Lin, what Li Gu says is quite reasonable. It is improbable that Lei Laohu and his associates have encountered Lin Ting. Do not fall prey to their deceit. Yu Xiaoli grasped her hand, offering reassurance. Lin Ping took deep breaths to regain control of her emotions, her chest heaving and her body trembling, her face contorting slightly. Aunt Lin, rest assured, I will search for Lin Ting alongside you. As long as you do not give up, neither will I. Li Feng embraced her, caressing and kissing her gently. Aunt Lin, I feel the same. As long as you persist, I will join you in the search for Lin Ting. Yu Xiaoli echoed the promise. Li Feng, Xiaoli, I am grateful for your comfort. Having you both by my side is a blessing. Lin Ping sobbed uncontrollably, her heart shattered. Tinger is my life. She is everything to me, and I am filled with worry and fear. Aunt Lin, please do not cry. Seeing you in tears pains me deeply. Yu Xiaoli lamented. Thank you for your kindness. I am fine. I just need a moment of quiet. Thank you. After expressing her gratitude, Lin Ping sank beside a stone, her long hair cascading down her back. In her solitude, she appeared vulnerable and desolate. As a gentle breeze swept through, her silent tears seemed to drift away with the wind. Witnessing Lin Ping's sorrow, Li Feng resolved to confront Lei Laohu and his ilk. How dare these scoundrels cause Lin Ping such distress? They shall pay dearly for their actions. After preparing the wild boar meat, Li Feng offered them only a few scraps of bones. Li, we had previously agreed upon a distribution ratio. Are you intending to take all the wild boar for yourself? What is your intention? Bai Jiamei glared at the meager bones with displeasure. The atmosphere grew tense as Lei Lao, with a shadowy expression, confronted Li Feng. What'd you just call me? Li Feng's anger flared in response to the insult. I said, don't push your luck. Lei Lao reiterated with emphasis, prompting Li Feng to stride purposefully toward him. What do you intend to do, Li? Do you dare to lay a hand on Brother Lei? Bai Jiamei inquired anxiously, observing the escalating confrontation. Chapter 071. A vicious beating of the two brothers. Li, I fear you not. Do not think you can intimidate me. As Li Feng approached, Lei tightly gripped his wooden club, poised for action. With a swift motion, Li Feng struck him with an open palm. Laevas momentarily stunt. Unable to comprehend that Li Feng would dare to lay hands on him. His reputation as Lei, a name resonating throughout the land, was well established. Countless individuals had sought to curry favor with him, and numerous women had willingly climbed into his bed to forge connections. He held the power to determine the fate of others with a mere word. Yet, Li Feng had the audacity to strike him. The atmosphere thickened with tension. No one anticipated Li Feng's boldness. You dare raise your hand against me? I will end you. Lei bellowed, raising his club in fury. He had never been struck before, nor had he endured such humiliation. You wretched beast, who grants you the audacity to insult me? Speak another word, and I shall take your life. With fury coursing through him, Lei charged forward, but Li Feng delivered another swift slap. Ouyang Qiu was taken aback. He never imagined Li Feng would dare to confront Lei. To him, Lei was akin to a deity, untouchable. Do not act rashly, brother. As Lei prepared to retaliate, Lei Hu urgently intervened. Eldest brother, he struck me. Lei seethed, unable to swallow his anger. Let's speak calmly, Lei Hu urged. Brother Li Feng, you should not resort to violence, especially not. As Lei Hu attempted to approach, Li Feng suddenly pressed a knife against his throat. Brother, do not act rashly. Be cautious of your movements. Lei Hu exclaimed, his hands raised in surrender. The blade was dangerously sharp. A single misstep could cost him his life. Li Feng, you possess audacity beyond measure, daring to confront the Lei brothers. Do you wish to end your days? Bai Jiamei shouted, only to be silenced by Li Feng's piercing gaze. With a single look, he rendered her breathless. Brother Li, please remain calm, Ouyang Qiu implored, hastening to defuse the situation. Get lost. Li Feng commanded him to leave, dismissing the coward who had no right to speak. Lin Ping and Yu Shaoli approached, wielding wooden clubs, ready to assist Li Feng. Brother, do not act impulsively. Be wary of the knife's edge. Lei Hu quivered at the sight of the weapon. I have a question for you. Answer honestly, or I shall end you with a single stroke. Li Feng glared at him with menacing intent. Brother, let us speak amicably. Ask what you will, and I shall respond truthfully. The intensity of Li Feng's aura had frightened Lei Hu. Have you seen Lin Ting? Do you know her whereabouts? Answer me immediately without hesitation, or I will slay you. Li Feng's gaze remained cold and unyielding. Brother, I have not seen Lin Ting, nor do I know where she is. Lei Hu confessed sincerely. Then why do you deceive Lin Ping? Li Feng Kidat. Brother, it was Bai Jiamei who informed me that Lin Ping longed to find her daughter. I feared for her well-being regarding her diet and sleep, so I sought to comfort her. Lei Hu deflected the blame onto Bai Jiamei. In truth, he sought to deceive Lin Ping for his own gain. Aunt Lin, you must have heard that he is utterly clueless about Lin Ting's whereabouts. In an effort to unveil the truth to Lin Ping, Li Feng resorted to coercing Lei Lao. How despicable. You made Aunt Lin weep bitterly just now. Yu Shaoli was tempted to slap him. Mr. Lin, I apologize. Upon learning from Bai Jiamei that you were searching for your daughter, I resorted to this benevolent deception to lift your spirits. After having a knife pressed against his throat, Lei Lao hastily offered his apologies. You beast! With a swift motion, Lin Ping delivered a resounding slap to his face. Lei Lao gritted his teeth in fury, vowing that once he found the opportunity to eliminate Li Feng, he would make this woman beg for mercy beneath him. Do not lay a hand on my elder brother. When Lei Lao attempted to act, a mere glance from Li Feng sent him retreating. You vile creature, to deceive me with such matters. I could just as easily end your life. With another furious slap, Lin Ping struck him again. How dare you strike my brother? I will fight you to the death. As Lei Lao prepared for battle, Lei Lao quickly interjected, Brother, do not act rashly. This is my fault. It has nothing to do with them. Clenching his fists and grinding his teeth, Lei Lauer swore to find an opportunity for revenge. Bai Jiaomei and Ouyang Qiu were at a loss, hesitant to intervene or assist. Li Feng, my brother, I must apologize for my earlier misstep. Please forgive me. There are savages on the island, and we must unite, or we shall all perish. Lei Laohu invoked the threat of the savages to intimidate Li Feng. Do not even think of laying a hand on them again, or I shall end you. Li Feng sheathed his blade, having no desire to spill more blood. These individuals still held some utility. Rest assured, my brother, I promise not to covet them again. As Lei Laohu beamed with a smile, a murderous intent simmered within him. Aunt Lin, Xiaoli, let us depart. Li Feng and the two women carried the wild boar meat back to the cave, leaving behind only a few bones. Infuriated by the sight of the bones, Bai Jiamei lashed out, Brother, why do you choose to endure this humiliation? Lei Lauer was unwilling to swallow his pride. Brother, we cannot match Li Feng in a fair fight. We must resort to cunning tactics, Lei Laohu whispered. Yet this was utterly vexing. Lei Lauer seethed in frustration. Even Han Xian endured humiliation, and before ascending the throne, Zhu Yuanzhang once humbled himself before Chen Yuliang. We must bide our time, Lei Laohu asserted, advocating for patience. Brother, you only know how to endure. We will be suffocated by this oppression. With a furious punch, Lei Lauer struck the stone wall. Jiamei, tomorrow we shall seek the vegetation you mentioned and poison Li Feng. Lei Laohu could no longer contain his anger. Mr. Lei, rest assured, I will ensure Li Feng meets his demise, Bai Jiamei swore. Mr. Lei, Miss Bai, I too desire Li Feng's end. In a bid to ingratiate himself with them, Ouyang Qiu sought to align their interests. A furious slap from Bai Jiamei silenced him. Miss Bai, why are you hitting me? Ouyang Qiu was bewildered. This woman incessantly struck him, treating him with utter disdain. You beast, why are you still dawdling? Hurry up and prepare the barbecue. Do you wish to starve us? Bai Jiamei commanded him as if he were her servant. Miss Bai, please do not be angry. I will fetch you something to eat. After receiving a slap, Ouyang Qiu obediently went to grill the meat. Jiamei, Xiao Qiu is a good brother. Please refrain from striking him in the future, Lei Laohu feigned compliment. Lei Zong, one must treat individuals like him as one would a dog. Obedience is often instilled through discipline. After Bai Jiamei flaunted her authority, she rushed to the fire to await the barbecue. Brother, if we eliminate Li Feng and seize Lin Ping and Yu Xiaoli, how shall we deal with Ouyang Qiu and Bai Jiamei? After the two departed, Lei Lauer quietly inquired of his brother. Lei Laohu chuckled ominously. Brother, poisoning Li Feng is a grave offense, and assaulting Lin Ping and Yu Xiaoli constitutes a crime as well. When the rescue team arrives, we shall. He made a gesture across his throat. Brother, you truly possess a ruthless disposition. Lei Lauer admired his brother's cunning. When the rescue team arrives, they intend to eliminate Bai Jiamei and Ouyang Qiu. The two brothers were merciless, unwilling to leave any evidence of their crimes. Chapter 072. Pitiful plea as the sun descended. Li Feng and his companions enjoyed a sumptuous lunch. The meal was abundant, featuring rice steamed in an iron pot, wild boar meat stir-fried with mushrooms, and a hearty pork and wild vegetable soup. The two women relished their meal, while Li Feng savored every bite, his mouth glistening with oil. Nearby, Lei Lauer and his companions consumed roasted meat with pitiful expressions. Just as Ouyang Qiu reached for the roasted meat, Bai Jiamei swiftly smacked his hand away. Why did you hit me? Ouyang Qiu protested, bewildered, as he had committed no offense nor uttered any inappropriate words. You foolish glutton, all you think about is food. Bai Jiamei shot back, glaring at him. I am starving. I simply wish to eat, Ouyang Qiu replied, salivating at the sight of the tantalizing roasted meat. Will you perish if you skip a meal? Our provisions are already scarce. If you consume everything, what will Lei and the others eat? What about me? Bai Jiamei forbade him from partaking in the roasted meat. I haven't had a full meal in days. Please share some of your food with me, Ouyang Qiu pleaded, extending his hands in a beggar-like manner. You're accustomed to hunger. A few missed meals won't harm you, Bai Jiamei belittled him. Jiamei, little Qiu is hungry. Let him have a bit, Lei Laohu feigned kindness. Lei, we must conserve our food. There isn't much to go around, Bai Jiamei proclaimed. Though she herself indulged in the wild boar meat, her mouth smeared with grease. Oh, little Chiu, Jiamei is correct. We must be frugal. Once we find more food tomorrow, I promise you will eat your fill, Lei Laohu sighed, pretending to shake his head in dismay. It's all Li Feng's fault for taking the majority of the wild boar meat and leaving us with so little, Bai Jiamei lamented, her face twisted in resentment. But I'm truly famished, Ouyang Chiu said, rubbing his stomach. He felt his hunger gnawing at him, his belly pressing against his back. Brothers, we must endure together. The environment is harsh, and we must face these challenges united, Lei Lao declared, devouring his food ravenously while preaching solidarity. I'm really hungry. Just a little would suffice. Ouyang Chiu continued his pitiful entreaty. He had believed that caring for the three of them on the island would lead to shared prosperity upon their return. Little did he realize that if Lei Laohu and his brother plotted against Li Feng, they would also eliminate him and Bai Jiamei afterward. Look at you. Pitiful and beggarly. You are hardly a man, Bai Jiamei scoffed, tossing a pork bone to the ground. Ouyang Chiu picked up the bone, gnawing and licking it, determined to savor every last bit of fat. Witnessing his humiliation, Bai Jiamei looked on with disdain. With such little ambition, you dream of leaving the island and prospering alongside Lei Lao, What a fantasy. Lei, although our food is limited, we must not let hardship befall you two brothers. Eat your fill, Bai Jiamei sweetly flattered them. Feeling increasingly starved, Ouyang Chiu approached the trio, who were feasting at the cave entrance. Captain Li, Manager Lin, Xiaoli. You have so much food. Could you spare me some? He gazed longingly at the three individuals, yearning for their sympathy. We feed the dog, but not you. You Xiaoli retorted, casting him a disdainful glance. A well-fed dog poses no threat, yet a satiated human might. Lin Ping chose to ignore him as well. If he were to be fed, he would undoubtedly conspire with Lei Lao to confront Li Feng. Captain Li, considering I was once under your command, please spare me some food. I am utterly famished, Ouyang Chiu pleaded pitifully. I have already given you a chance. You chose your own path. So do not disrupt our meal. Li Feng dismissed him curtly. Upon noticing the food nearby, Ouyang Chiu reached out, attempting to seize it. Dare to take my belongings, and I'll sever your hand, Li Feng warned coldly, causing Ouyang Chiu to retract his hand in fright. Realizing that the trio would not show him compassion, he turned away in disappointment. What a fool he is. Even a 3-year-old possesses greater intelligence. How can he trust outsiders when children doubt their own parents? Yu Xiaoli disdainfully regarded Ouyang Chiu. This man was utterly foolish. Forget him. Let us continue our meal, Li Feng said, nestled between two beautiful women, indulging in his feast. Life was blissfully carefree. Upon returning home with an empty stomach, Ouyang Chiu was ridiculed by Bai Jiamei. I thought you would go and beg for food like a sycophant, but it seems they ignored you entirely. Miss Bai, I never intended to betray you. I was simply overwhelmed by hunger and sought something to eat, Ouyang Chiu hastily clarified, fearful of being misunderstood. You lowered yourself to beg for food. You've utterly embarrassed me, Bai Jiamei scorned his actions. I apologize. I shall never do so again. Ouyang Chiu resolved to endure for a few more days, knowing that ample food awaited him tomorrow, and he could soon indulge. He envisioned a future of luxury, driving splendid cars, residing in villas and courting models. He decided to persevere. Heaven bestows great responsibilities upon those it tests. One must first endure hardship, labor the body, and suffer hunger. This was indeed a trial from the heavens. Jiamei, do not blame Xiao Qiu. He is genuinely starving. I shall eat less and let him have my portion, Lei Laohu declared, standing after a hearty meal and offering his unfinished food to Ouyang Chiu. He could no longer consume any more. Rather than waste it, he chose to perform a kindness and win favor. Mr. Lei, you are too kind. Thank you. Ouyang Chiu expressed his gratitude upon receiving the food. Mr. Lei is concerned for your well-being, offering you the most precious sustenance. You must be grateful, Bai Jiamei remarked. Indeed, Mr. Lei is extraordinarily kind to me. Ouyang Chiu felt tears welling in his eyes. Psychological studies indicate that those who suffer long-term abuse often feel immense gratitude when they receive a small kindness. Ouyang Xiao was precisely such a person. Brother Li Feng, we are well fed now, but I have a matter to discuss with you, and I hope you will agree. Thank you, Lei Laohu approached, feigning politeness while belching. Speak plainly if you have something to say. Do not be disingenuous with pleasantries. Li Feng is intolerant of his hypocritical demeanor. Chapter 073. The crisis approaches. They have arrived, Brother Li Feng. We wish to construct a thatched hut and would like to borrow your long knife. Lei Laohu requested politely, bowing and gesturing with various formalities. Ah, you wish to borrow our knife? Are you planning to use it against Brother Li? Yu Xiaoli exclaimed in surprise, leaping up. The little beauty's reaction was indeed comical. Her expression, quite amusing. Xiaoli, do not be so agitated. I have no such intentions. Lei Laohu hastily waved his hands. If you have no such intentions, then what do you mean? Yu Xiaoli pressed on. I merely wish to build a hut and need to borrow the long knife, Lei Laohu quickly explained. You harbor ill intentions, aiming to follow Liu Bei to Jingzhou, borrowing without the intention of returning. Once you possess the long knife, you will undoubtedly use it against us. Yu Xiaoli boldly exposed his true thoughts. Seeing that this little beauty had laid bare his intentions, Lei Laohu felt a surge of irritation. He vowed that if given the chance in the future, he would be the first to torment this little beauty, making her lie on the ground crying in pain. Brother Lei, we are all intelligent individuals. Why must you resort to schemes before us? Lin Ping also discerned his ulterior motive. This Lei, with his dubious character, was not to be trusted. In this place, neither beauty nor long knife would be lent out. Li Feng similarly rejected his request. Alas, hierbo no maliciosinten. If you choose not to lend it, so be it. I apologize for the disturbance. Lei Laohu turned away in disappointment. Brother, do not plead with him. I refuse to believe we cannot build a hut without a long knife, Lei Laohu declared, his face filled with defiance. Brother Lei, we possess something far more effective than a long knife. With it, we need not lift a finger, Bai Jiaomei said with a mischievous grin. What is it? Lei Laohu inquired. Bai Jiaomei pointed towards Ouyang Xiao, prompting a laugh from Lei Laohu. Ah, free labor indeed. With cattle and horses at our disposal, there is no need for us to act personally. Ouyang Xiao, come here, Bai Jiaomei beckoned with a flick of her finger. Miss Bai, may I inquire what you need from me? Ouyang Xiao approached with a cheerful demeanor. We have no place to rest, and need to construct a hut. This matter falls to you, Bai Jiaomei stated. Ah, this, Ouyang Xiao stammered in surprise, lacking experience. Building a hut also required physical strength. You hesitate at the prospect of doing a little work, yet you dream of leaving the island and profiting alongside Brother Lei? Bai Jiaomei asked impatiently. Think. Ouyang Xiao nodded fervently, his dreams of wealth dancing in his mind. If you cannot manage this small task, how can you expect to join them in future ventures? Bai Jiaomei questioned. Lei Laohu patted his shoulder. Brother, this is a test for you. We hope not to be disappointed. Xiao Qiao, if you cannot accomplish this simple task, how can I trust you with engineering projects in the future? Lei Laohu feigned seriousness, adopting a solemn demeanor. Bai Jiaomei found this reasoning sound. If he could not handle such a trivial matter, how could he ever manage engineering or amass wealth? This was a trial set by both of them, and he must seize the opportunity. Rest assured, Mr. Lei, I assure you that I will accomplish the task, Ouyang Xiao proclaimed with fervor, thumping his chest enthusiastically. He hummed a tune about enduring hardships today for the rewards of tomorrow, advancing with unyielding spirit and unwavering diligence. This sturdy beast is truly reliable. It consumes little and does not resist. Bai Jiaomei sat upon a stone, her laughter uncontrollable, while the Lei brothers also chuckled. Ouyang Xiao was indeed exceedingly obedient, devoid of temper, and readily complied with their commands. This fellow was easily swayed. Since this dependable creature was so compliant, let it remain a beast forever. As dusk approached, Ouyang Xiao finally completed the thatched hut. Although it was not particularly sturdy or visually appealing, it was certainly better than having nothing at all. Mr. Lei, Miss Bai, I have finished the hut, he announced, perspiration glistening on his forehead after several hours of labor. He yearned for praise from the three of them. "Well, you have been quite diligent. Your performance has been satisfactory," Bai Jiaomei remarked, nodding with pride as she placed her hands behind her back. "Xiao Qiu, you have worked hard. The three of us shall rest inside the hut tonight, while you can sleep outside," Lei Er said. "Ah, I am to sleep outside tonight?" Ouyang Xiu was taken aback. He had toiled to construct the hut, only to find he had no right to dwell within it. If you were to enter the hut, how would the three of us rest?" Bai Jiaomei interjected, hands on her hips, her expression fierce. Understanding her point, Ouyang Qiu smiled, deciding it was best not to disturb them and wish them a good rest. At least you were sensible," Bai Jiaomei remarked disdainfully before she and the Lei brothers entered the hut to rest. The hut, already fragile, nearly collapsed under their movements. Night fell, and the island was enveloped in a profound silence. The dark sky, resembling a vast shroud of clouds, swallowed the entire island. The campfire still flickered. Upon returning to their cave, Li Feng and the others secured the stone door, propping it up with wooden sticks. The stone door could only be opened from within. It was impenetrable from the outside without brute force. The cave was dry and warm. "That fellow is utterly useless. The hut he built does not even afford him the right to reside in it," Yu Xiaoli scoffed upon seeing Ouyang Qiu squatting outside. "If he does not respect himself, how can he expect others to respect him?" Lin Ping articulated succinctly. "A person who does not understand self-worth could never command respect from others." The wind howled fiercely outside. As gusts swept through, Ouyang Qiu sought refuge in the camp to shield himself from the cold. The thought of the Lei brothers and Bai Jiaomei resting comfortably within the hut brought him a sense of joy. At last, he had made some contribution. "This sycophant is utterly useless. His existence is a waste of air," someone remarked. "Do not mind that waste. It is dark now. Let us rest," Li Feng suggested, wrapping his arms around the waists of the two girls, wishing to retire together. "Liga love you, oh sweetie." Yu Xiaoli pouted and playfully nibbled at his cheek. This little beauty was indeed charming and mischievous. As night enveloped them, the three embraced one another and lay down on the grass to sleep. Time passes swiftly, and before one realizes, dawn breaks in the east. The three of them enjoyed a restful night. After the sun rose, Li Feng and the two ladies ventured into the campsite to prepare breakfast. With Lei Laohu and his companions present, he felt uneasy about the two women. "Ha! Brother Li Feng, you must have had a splendid night. With the dawn here, what plans do we have for today?" Upon seeing the trio emerge from the cave, Li Lao voida broges mayo. He and his second brother had plotted to venture into the forest today in search of poisonous vegetation to eliminate Li Feng. "Lei, I have no particular plans today. I have heard that you intend to use poison against me. I advise you to reconsider your intentions. For harboring such thoughts may lead to your demise." Li Feng discerned their intentions. Logically speaking, since these individuals could not confront him openly, they would resort to underhanded tactics. Startled by Li Feng's words, Lei Laohu quickly shook his head. "Brother Li Feng, you misunderstand us. I am not that kind of person." He was baffled as to how Li Feng had uncovered their secret. Bai Jiaomei shot a glare at Ouyang Qiu, suspecting this fool had leaked the information. Ouyang Qiu appeared aggrieved, maintaining that he had no part in this matter and had not disclosed anything to Li Feng. Noticing the peculiar expressions on their faces, Li Feng deduced that these imbeciles indeed harbored such intentions. "Brother Li Feng, we're not those kinds of people. Just as Lei Laohu was hypocritically explaining, Li Feng suddenly sensed danger. "Be careful," he shouted, swiftly bringing the two women down to the ground. Whoosh! Several rudimentary arrows shot forth. "Ah, where did these arrows come from?" The two ladies gasped in surprise at the sight of the arrows. "Oh no, they're here!" Li Feng exclaimed in alarm, realizing that wild men had indeed appeared. Chapter 074. Crisis approaches. The savages arrive. What is happening? How can there be bows and arrows? Bai Jiaomei screamed in terror. Her mind was a blank, her thoughts momentarily short-circuited. She could not fathom how such weaponry could exist on the island. This is disastrous. The savages have indeed appeared. "Damn! I never expected to encounter savages on this island," Lei Laohu exclaimed, startled and cursing. Previously, when Li Feng spoke of savages, he had harbored doubts, teetering between belief and skepticism. Yet, Here they were, undeniably real. Li Gu, have the savages truly appeared? Yu Xiaoli, lying on the ground, asked anxiously. The thought of those ferocious savages filled her with dread. Lin Ping also felt a wave of fear and anxiety. They could not communicate with the savages, making normal interactions impossible. The savages were brutal and savage. Falling into their hands could lead to dire consequences. Xiaoli, Aunt Lin, the savages are here. Be cautious and stay safe, Li Feng shouted in haste. He understood that the savages would inevitably find this place, but he never anticipated their arrival would be so swift. It had been merely 2 or 3 days since they had killed one of them, and already those beasts had come seeking vengeance. Li Feng, we must flee, Lin Ping urged desperately. But the pot, the rice, and the pork, what a waste to leave them behind. We should take these things with us. Yu Xiaoli protested, unwilling to abandon their supplies. Survival is paramount. We can discuss the rest later, Li Feng insisted, prioritizing their lives over possessions. Carrying those items would undoubtedly hinder their escape. Li Feng, the savages are here. We must unite and face this challenge together, Lei Laohu shouted in terror. He had initially schemed to poison Li Feng and seize the 2 beautiful women for himself, but he had not expected the savages to be a real threat. Ignoring the panic around him, Li Feng gripped his long knife, tense and scanning the surroundings. He dared not flee recklessly without first determining their direction. The situation was unclear, and he was uncertain of the number of savages they faced. A hasty escape could easily lead them into the enemy's encirclement. Amidst their confusion and fear, a horde of savages burst forth from the forest ahead and to the left. The number was staggering, perhaps 20 or 30, armed with spears and wooden clubs, their heads adorned with vines, clad in animal skins, charging like beasts. Oyalu Oo, the throng of savages, barefoot, emitted wild, ecstatic cries as they surged toward the camp. Their enthusiasm formidable. Where did all these savages come from? Seeing the approaching throng, Lei Laohu was rendered speechless with fear. Damn it, this cursed place actually has savages. He tightened his grip on the wooden club, cursing vehemently. Lei Zong, I'm scared, protect me. Bai Jiaomei limped toward him, her leg injured from a wolf bite the previous day. Lei Zong, there's so many savages. What should we do? Ouyang Xiao, also panicked and nursing a wolf bite on his thigh, struggled to move quickly. Indeed, there are real savages. This is terrifying. As the savage horde charged like wild beasts. Even Li Feng felt a twinge of fear at the sight. Even in the absence of Lin Ping and the burdensome companions, he found it exceedingly challenging to contend with the throngs of savages. These 20 to 30 ferocious wild men were not only ruthless, but also remarkably cohesive, making them formidable adversaries. Oh, those wild men. Woe is us, Li Gu. Let us flee at once. Yu Xiaoli trembled in fear, her complexion pale. Lin Ping's visage also reflected her alarm. If captured by these savages, the men would face immediate execution or be enslaved, while the women would suffer humiliation and degradation, reduced to mere playthings. Xiaoli, Aunt Lin, do not panic. Let us first ascertain our escape route, Li Feng urged, though his heart raced. He managed to maintain his composure. A tumult of emotions would not resolve the peril at hand. He refrained from reckless flight, wary of potential ambushes. For these savages were cunning and surely had set traps in advance. Li Gu, please grant me one request, Yu Xiaoli stammered, trembling with fear. What request? Li Feng Yingqidat. If you cannot overcome these savages, and I am about to be captured, I implore you to end my life with a single stroke. I would rather perish by your hand than fall into their clutches. She confessed earnestly, preferring death over the fate that awaited her at the hands of the wild men. Li Feng, like Xiaoli, I too beseech you to grant me the same mercy at a critical moment. I would rather die than be taken by them. Lin Ping echoed her sentiments, unwilling to face capture. Rest assured, I shall fight with all my might to ensure your safety, Li Feng promised, surveying the surroundings before deciding to flee to the right. Both the front and left were infested with wild men, and the rear was blocked by rocky cliffs. The right side likely held its own traps, leaving them with no choice but to charge forth recklessly. Brothers, the savages have appeared. We must unite our efforts against them. Lei Laohu attempted to manipulate Li Feng, hoping for mutual destruction. Lei, Wild men flank us on both the front and left. Let us escape to the right. Li Feng directed, gesturing for everyone to follow that path. Li Ge, they will not cooperate with us. Why direct our escape? Yu Xiaoli questioned, puzzled. The savages posed a significant threat, as did Lei Laohu and his crew. Xiaoli, my considerations are more thorough than yours, Li Feng asserted. Not merely seeking to be the hero. The right side would certainly harbor ambushes, and fleeing together would allow Lei Laohu to lead them into danger. Xiaoli, trust Li Feng and do not question his judgment, Lin Ping urged, placing her unwavering faith in him. Thank you for your guidance, Brother Li Feng. Indeed, there seem to be no savages on the right. Let us flee in that direction. Lei Laohu feigned gratitude, yet in his heart, he plotted to eliminate Li Feng once the danger had passed, even if he were to perish on the island. He intended to savor tormenting Lin Ping and the others beforehand. Lei, I have injured my thigh and cannot run swiftly. Will you carry me? Bai Jiamei pleaded in distress. Jiamei, if I carry you, our escape will be hindered. You must fend for yourself. Lei Laohu dismissed her request. Lei Erge, will you carry me? She implored Lei Er. In times of great peril, each must fend for themselves. Who can afford to look after you now? Lei Laohu vehemently refused, his expression fierce. He would not allow himself to be ensnared by the plight of this deceased woman. Oh, you two brothers. Just last night, you called me darling and professed your willingness to die for me. You are nothing but liars. Bai Jiamei cried in desperation. These two brothers had sweet-talked her with endearments, promising to sacrifice themselves for her. Yet, they were deceitful, their words devoid of sincerity. What transpired last night was mere flirtation, and she took it to heart. After leaving those words behind, the brothers prepared to flee. Li Feng also shielded the two women, ready to escape to the right. Wait a moment. I have suddenly thought of a way to transform our conflict with the wild men into peace, allowing everyone to coexist harmoniously. Just as they were about to flee, Bai Jiamei suddenly shouted, having conceived a solution to their predicament. Chapter 075. Let him go to his doom, Sister Jiao. Do you have any solutions? The brothers Lei Laohu inquired anxiously. If Bai Jiamei had indeed devised a strategy, they might avert disaster. Lei, let us send someone to negotiate, to extend a hand in peace and coexist harmoniously. Bai Jiamei proposed this rather dubious idea. She actually suggested negotiating with the savages. Good heavens, that is a splendid notion, but we face a barrier of language. Lei Laohu mused, recognizing the merit yet acknowledging the communication gap. Lei, you're not short on funds. Why not send someone to negotiate? Express your willingness to invest on the island, enabling them to lead better lives. Once they realize you're an investor, they are unlikely to turn against us. Bai Jiamei suddenly conceive this brilliant idea. An investor commands respect anywhere. If those savages discern that Lei is a wealthy benefactor, they would surely refrain from hostility. But they are unaware of my affluence, and we lack a means to communicate. Lei Laohu expressed his dilemma. He, along with his brother and Lin Ping, were not lacking in wealth, yet communicating with these savages proved impossible. Lei, if verbal communication fails, we can resort to gestures, Bai Jiamei suggested. Gestures? The brothers were taken aback. Bai Jiamei elaborated. Body language constitutes a form of communication. We can convey our intentions through gestures. Perhaps this will defuse the crisis. If we do not negotiate, escape may become futile. Witnessing the 2 or 3 dozen savages drawing nearer, Bai Jiamei realized that fleeing was no longer an option. Even if they managed a temporary escape, a life of fear and evasion awaited them, fraught with the risk of being hunted down. Brother, I think Jiamei's reasoning holds merit. We should indeed attempt to negotiate using body language and gestures. Lei Laohu deemed it a viable approach and encouraged its trial. Very well, let us take this risk. Who shall negotiate? Lei Laohu queried. Slap. Ouyang Xiao, startled out of his stupor, received a sharp blow from Bai Jiamei. Ah, Miss Bai, why did you strike me? He emerged from his fright after the unexpected hit. You useless fool, hurry and negotiate with those savages. Just tell them Lei is not short on money and intends to invest here. Bai Jiamei commanded him to engage with the savages. Miss Bai, I do not understand their language. I cannot communicate with them. Ouyang Xiao trembled at the sight of the fierce and imposing figures approaching. Are you a fool? You cannot converse with them, yet you can employ body language. Bai Jiao Mei rebuked him. You are like a limping dog. If you do not negotiate, you are certain to meet your demise. Bai Jiao Mei's fierce words instilled a sense of dread in Ouyang Qiu. He understood well that without negotiation, his fate was sealed. Miss Bai, I am still quite terrified, he confessed, shaking at the sight of the menacing figures. Xiao Qiu, I am a wanderer of the world. One must possess courage in this life. If you lack even this minimal bravery, how will you continue to accompany me? Lei Laohu urged him to take the risk. Xiao Qiu, as an engineer, there's a saying in our industry, the bold may thrive or perish, while the timid shall either starve or remain in poverty. You must perform admirably and not let us down. Lei Laohu also urged him to take risks. Should misfortune befall him, it would be Ouyang Qiu who suffers, not them. With a resolute heart, Ouyang Qiu decided to venture into negotiations. If successful, he would become the savior of the Lei brothers, and upon departing the island, they would undoubtedly bring him along to prosper and amass wealth. If the negotiations failed, then they would escape together. Li Gu, Ouyang Qiu has gone to negotiate. Do you think he will succeed? Yu Xiaoli inquired as she watched him stride forward. Success? Not a chance. He is doomed, Li Feng grimly acknowledged. Fully aware that Ouyang Qiu would not return, then we should flee quickly, Lin Ping exclaimed, anxious for their survival. There must be an ambush to the right. Let them run first, Li Feng cautioned, unwilling to be the first to escape for fear of falling into the trap set by the savages. He intended for a few to fall into the ambush first. Olilu, a throng of 20 or 30 savages brandished their wooden clubs and harpoons, ferociously charging forth. They resembled hunters intent on surrounding their prey. Brothers, we harbor no grievances, and there is no reason for us to engage in battle. We should coexist harmoniously and communicate amicably. My benefactors, the Lei brothers behind me, are quite wealthy, and if we live in peace, they shall invest here, ensuring you a prosperous life, Ouyang Qiu called out as he limped forward. However, the savages could not comprehend his words and continued their ferocious advance. Frightened by their relentless charge, he contemplated fleeing. Damn it, you fool. Are you a pig? They cannot understand your words. Use gestures. Communicate through body language. Bai Jiaomei forbade him from retreating. Xiao Qiu, we entrust our lives to you. If you succeed in negotiations, once we leave this island, I guarantee you will earn 1 billion a year. Lei Laohu painted an extravagant picture of wealth. Fool, continue communicating. Lei is offering you the chance to earn billions. Do you not wish to prosper? Do you not aspire to rise above? Bai Jiaomei scolded from behind. Upon hearing the prospect of earning 1 billion annually, Ouyang Qiu felt a surge of excitement. The adage holds true. Fortune favors the bold. To achieve wealth, one must embrace risks. Rest assured, Bai Jie and Lei, I shall do my utmost in negotiations, Ouyang Qiu declared, steeling his resolve as he began to gesture, employing body language to communicate. Brothers, Lei has wealth. He intends to invest here. He demonstrated counting money with 3 fingers, gesturing towards the ground to signify investment, hoping they would understand. Even if they did not grasp his words, he believed they would respond through gestures. Yet, to his astonishment, one savage lunged at him, thrusting a harpoon towards his abdomen. No, please. We aim to invest here, Ouyang Qiu shouted in terror as the harpoon approached, instinctively attempting to dodge the impending strike. He could not fathom why these savages did not respond with body language. Why did they seek to take his life? Chapter 076. The tragic demise of Ouyang Qiu. As the savage charged forth, the harpoon lunged towards Ouyang Qiu's abdomen. Brother, do not act rashly. Lei is a wealthy man who plans to invest and develop here. Ouyang Qiu, quick-witted and agile, hastily grasped the harpoon, just as he attempted to reason with his assailant. Another savage's harpoon swiftly pierced towards his chest. Ouyang Qiu found himself unable to evade or defend. His chest was struck instantly. He cried out in agony, blood gushing forth profusely like a fountain. He gazed in terror at those around him, unable to fathom the reality of his demise, refusing to believe he was meeting such a grim end. Witnessing the bloodshed, Bai Jiaomei screamed in sheer horror. The scene was grotesque and merciless. Lei Er and his brother stood paralyzed with shock, unable to grasp the brutality of these savages, who acted without a word, directly resorting to murder. Though Lei Er was known for his ruthlessness, these wild men surpassed him in ferocity. In his past killings, he had been cautious, ensuring no loose ends remained, often explaining his motives before striking. But these men were merciless and savage. Oh, Ouyang Xiao is dead. His death is so tragic. Bai Jiaomei wept uncontrollably. But her tears were not for Ouyang Xiao. She was overwhelmed with fear. Lei, help me. Ouyang Xiao's voice faltered as he collapsed to the ground, feeling not the pain, but an overwhelming dread. The specter of death loomed over him like a dark cloud. He felt a chilling sensation enveloping him, his vision blurring, and his hearing fading. It was as if the world had suddenly fallen silent. Bai Jiaomei, in utter despair, cried out, "These people are too brutal. They will not negotiate with us. Run. Damn it, run." Lei Laohu shouted, sprinting to the right alongside Lei Er. Lei Er, I've been bitten by a wolf. I can't run. Take me with you. Bai Jiaomei pleaded, clutching their hands, desperate not to be abandoned. You useless burden, get away. If I take you along, we'll all perish. Lei Er was unwilling to carry this encumbrance. Do not leave me behind. I cannot run. I am terrified. Bai Jiaomei fell to the ground, grasping Lei Er's leg in panic. He nearly stumbled. Turning fiercely, he glared with murderous intent. Let go, you wretched woman. Lei Er, I beg you, do not abandon me. You called me your darling last night and treated me well. I want to be your treasure forever. Just don't leave me behind, and I will care for you. She clung tightly to his leg, refusing to release her grip. Let go of my leg, you insufferable woman. Lei Er shouted in frustration upon seeing the savages approaching. He did not wish to be ensnared by this troublesome woman. No, if you abandon me, we shall all die together. Bai Jiaomei insisted, refusing to relinquish her hold. You wretched woman, I will beat you. With a swift kick, Lei Er struck her, urging her to let go. You have abandoned me, struck me, and insulted me. All men are deceivers. How wretched. Reflecting on the efforts I exerted last night to care for this man, now, in the face of peril, I find myself forsaken. My heart, heavy with despair and resentment, cries out, Release me, you scoundrel. In a fit of rage, Lei Er unleashed a flurry of blows upon her. Since you have toyed with my emotions and deliberately deceived me, let us perish together. Bai Jiaomei laughed maniacally, for her greatest loathing lay in betrayal and abandonment. If death is to be our fate, let be shared. In a fit of fury, she exclaimed, You vile wretch, if you wish to drag me down with you, I shall strike you down first. Lei Er continued his relentless assault, showing no mercy as he battered her mercilessly. Observing Bai Jiaomei's battered form, Lin Ping felt a pang of sorrow. As a woman herself, she too had shared her body with Li Feng, her partner. She pondered, should Li Feng ever treat her in such a manner, what would she do? Surely, she would not cling to him as Bai Jiaomei had. Instead, she would preserve her dignity and meet her end with grace. Yu Shaoli was likewise paralyzed by fear, haunted by the thought that one day, Li Feng might act similarly towards her. As Lei Er continued his frenzied attack on Bai Jiaomei, Ouyang Xiao lay on the cold ground, slowly closing his eyes. Witnessing the scene before him, a sudden clarity struck him. Regret washed over him. How foolish he had been to believe in the deceitful words of others. In that moment of realization, he regretted his servile devotion, lamenting that he had humiliated himself to curry favor with Lei Laohu. Ultimately, it had proven to be a fleeting illusion, a mere dream, now lost. Alas, his regret came too late. After enduring a brutal beating, Bai Jiaomei lay weak and defeated on the ground, her grip finally slackening. Previously, she had derided Ouyang Xiao, deeming him worthless and pathetic. She had looked down upon him, believing he had sacrificed his dignity to flatter the Lei brothers. Yet now, in reflection, she recognized that she was no different. She too was merely a pawn, toyed with by others. Curse you, you treacherous wretch. You seek to drag me into death with you? You, a woman who has been with countless men. Do you think you deserve to die alongside me? When I called you darling last night, It was merely a ruse to deceive you into surrendering your body. Love? How foolish of you to believe in such a thing. You repugnant creature, it is impossible for me to harbor any affection for you. With a swift kick, Laer sent her sprawling, cursing vehemently. You and your brother will face retribution. I finally comprehend that Li Feng is the true, clever one. After being thrust aside, Bai Jiaomei suddenly grasped the truth. She understood now why Li Feng had refrained from harming them. It was all a strategy to navigate the crisis. Just as she was cast away, a wild man charged forth, brandishing a harpoon aimed at Laer's abdomen. How dare you attempt to kill me? Come fort. I fear no one. With a resounding thud, Laer, quick-witted and agile, dodged the opponent's harpoon and struck the wild man on the head with his club. A pained cry escaped the wild man's lips as his skull shattered, leading to his immediate demise. Ha ha! I have slain one, and two would be a tremendous gain. After dispatching the wild man, Laer erupted in wild laughter, revealing his ruthless nature in critical moments. However, no sooner had he claimed his first victim than another wild man lunged at him, pinning him to the ground and gripping his neck with a vice-like hold. Laer's vision began to blur as he struggled for breath, on the brink of suffocation. In a frantic rush, Laer charged forward and delivered a powerful blow to the head of the assailant. Blood spattered as the wild man staggered from the impact. Yet, two more wild men surged forward, striking Laer brutally across the back. A pain scream escaped him as he was toppled to the ground. Brother. Witnessing his elder sibling being beaten down, Laer fought valiantly, throwing himself onto another wild man. Ha ha! You wish to end the lives of us brothers? Let us fight with ferocity. Who fears whom? With the wild man pinned beneath him, Laer exerted all his strength to strangle the beast, determined to extinguish its life. The wild man's tongue protruded grotesquely as he struggled for air, as several other wild men, armed with sharp harpoons, swiftly encircled them with murderous intent. The sight of their fallen comrade drove them into a frenzy. If death awaits us, let's embrace it together. Let's fight to the bitter end. With the harpoons thrusting toward them, Laer prepared to resist with all his might, knowing that today might be their last. Chapter 77. The capture of Bai Jiaomei. Damn it, I will fight you to the end. Laer pressed a wild man to the ground, fiercely gripping his throat. Laer was entangled with another savage, but he lacked the strength to overpower him. These wild men, having spent years hunting in the deep mountains, had honed their speed and strength. Modern individuals stood no chance against them. As two wild men charged forward with harpoons, Laer shouted in desperation, Li Feng, brother, kill them now. Just as the brothers were on the brink of being slaughtered by the savages, Li Feng sprang into action. With a swift motion, he dashed forward and severed the throat of one wild man. When the other raised his harpoon to strike, Li Feng skillfully countered and dispatched him in a heartbeat. The remaining two, witnessing Li Feng's ferocity, fled in terror. Thank you for saving us, brother Li Feng, Laer gasped, drenched in sweat after narrowly escaping death. Why did you save them? Yu Xiaoli pondered, unable to comprehend Li Feng's choice to rescue the two brothers, who were known for their ruthless intentions. Quickly run to the right. I will cover your retreat, Li Feng instructed. His decision to save the two was strategic, intending to use them as pawns to navigate the perilous terrain. The right side appeared tranquil, likely concealing an ambush set by the wild men. He aimed to exploit the brothers for their maximum utility. Brother, you are truly a good man. Thank you. Laer expressed his gratitude, yet inwardly cursed Li Feng for his foolishness. Brother Li Feng, from now on, we are bound by life and death, sharing both joys and sorrows. Never to betray one another, Laer vowed, all the while plotting how to deal with Li Feng. If they could escape the wild men's pursuit, they would soon turn against him, eager to possess Lin Ping and the others. Laer contemplated all possible outcomes. If they survived this calamity, there were two potential scenarios. Either a rescue team would arrive in time, preventing the brothers from having their way with Lin Ping, or they would perish at the hands of the wild men before any help could come. If they met their demise prematurely, they would still not gain Lin Ping and her companions. Lei Laodi swore that if they survived, he would swiftly eliminate Li Feng and claim the two women, determined to indulge in life's pleasures before facing death. In this island, human nature proved to be selfish. The brothers were treacherous and self-serving. Enough with the thanks. Let us move. Li Feng urged them to flee swiftly, secretly signaling Lin Ping and Xiaoli to avoid rushing ahead. Understood, the two women nodded anxiously. As the wild men continued their pursuit, the sisters trembled in fear, struggling to breathe. Do not be afraid. Stay calm and run. Li Feng reassured them. Brother, you have a knife. You must guard our rear, Lei Laohu insisted. Lin, Xiaoli, we must escape now. He urged the women to flee, secretly hoping that Li Feng would perish alongside the wild men. If Li Feng were to die, the two beauties would be theirs for the taking. In times of danger, unity should prevail, yet human nature remains selfish. Some individuals, even when faced with imminent death, will eliminate their adversaries in a desperate bid to secure their own interests. As the two brothers fled forward, Lin Ping and her companion pursued closely behind. The two women, mindful of Li Feng's instructions, dared not sprint ahead, striving to position the men as shields before them. Li Feng, in a state of panic, trailed the two women, simultaneously guarding against the wild men pursuing from behind and surveying the impending dangers ahead. Don't run. Help me. Upon witnessing their escape, Bai Jiaomei scrambled to her feet in terror. Having just endured a brutal beating from Lei Laoyu, she was battered and bruised, struggling to rise, limping as she attempted to flee. Lei Laohu, you and your brother are truly despicable. I despise you both. She cried out in anger. Lei Laoyu, you scoundrel. You deceived me physically and emotionally, and now, in this moment of peril, you still choose to assault me. As the two brothers hastily retreated, Bai Jiaomei's resentment boiled over. She suddenly loathed them both. With a cacophony of bizarre cries, 2 to 3 dozen wild men charged in from the sides, their frenzy resembling a grotesque hunt. Oh my God, I'm terrified. Bai Jiaomei, dragging her injured body, desperately attempted to flee. Lin, Xiaoli, don't leave me behind. Save me, she sobbed in supplication. The two women, however, were unable to heed her plea. Bai Jiaomei, overwhelmed with fear, began to weep profusely. Li Feng, you are the best. You have a kind heart. You and Ti hold my past against me. You will not abandon me. I implore you to save me. If you do not forsake me, I shall bestow all my possessions upon you upon my return. She audaciously painted a picture of false promises to Li Feng. Unlike Ouyang Qiu, Li Feng was not one to be swayed by her grand illusions. As the distance between them widened and hope dwindled, Bai Jiaomei, in a fit of venomous rage, cursed. You have abandoned me. I wish for your misfortune. Lei Laohu, Lei Laoyu, you will face retribution. Her vitriolic words echoed from behind as she lashed out with curses. Suddenly, a wild man lunged at her. Upon realizing she was a woman, he became animated with excitement. You filthy creature, get away from me. Bai Jiaomei swung a wooden stick in defense, repulsed by the stench of these unwashed individuals. The man seized her stick and pinned her to the ground. Help, please. Bai Jiaomei writhed desperately on the ground, clutching her neckline to prevent the wild man from disrobing her. As Bai Jiaomei found herself in peril, Lin Ping and Yu Xiaoli turned back to witness the unfolding scene. Fearing for their own fates, they urged each other, don't look back, just run. In their moment of terror, Li Feng urged them to hasten their escape. The Lei brothers also observed Bai Jiaomei's grim predicament. Damn that wretched woman. She deserves this fate. Lei Laoyu spot. She was, after all, your temporary girlfriend. A day as husband and wife fosters a bond of 100 days. You are truly a scoundrel. Your heart is so cruel. Though Lin Ping felt no sympathy for Bai Jiaomei, she harbored disdain for Lei Laoyu's heartlessness. Humph, she is unworthy of being our girlfriend. My heart belongs solely to you, declared Lei Laohu. Please spare me your nauseating words. They truly repulse me. Lin Ping retorted, harboring disdain for the two. As they hastily fled, a group of wild men surged forth behind them, casting their spears with lethal intent. These brutes sought to eliminate Li Feng and his companions through their deadly projectiles. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The wild men possessed great strength, launching their spears like arrows, slicing through the air with a menacing whistle. Ah, Li Feng, be careful! Lin Ping shouted in alarm upon witnessing the spears hurtling towards them. The sharpness of those spears posed a grave threat. Should they strike, injury was inevitable, if not death. Damn it! You beasts intend to take my life. Li Feng exclaimed, gripping his long knife tightly, prepared to defend against the onslaught of spears. Chapter 078. The tragic demise of Lei Lao Air as the wild men pursued him. They hurled their spears with brute force. Whoosh, 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 the projectiles soared through the air like arrows. When one spear aimed at him, Li Feng swiftly countered with a slash of his blade. Bang! He deflected the spear with his long knife, while the others missed their mark and fell into the underbrush. Just as he had warded off the spear, another savage lunged at him, brandishing a harpoon with a menacing glare. Li Feng positioned his long knife horizontally, catching the shaft of the harpoon. The wild man gripped the weapon tightly, pushing forward with all his might, attempting to pierce Li Feng's chest. The brute force of his opponent was overwhelming, forcing Li Feng to retreat several steps. Seeing the fierce expression etched on the wild man's face, radiating a primal ferocity, Li Feng's companions, two young women, rushed forward with wooden sticks, eager to assist. Don't worry about me, just go, Li Feng urged as he continued to retreat, urging them to escape. The brothers, Lei Laohu and Lei Lao Air, had no intention of aiding him. Rather, they secretly wished for his injury or demise. As the wild man pressed forward, straining every muscle to pierce Li Feng's heart, he held his long knife defensively across his chest, blocking the sharp harpoon. Yet, before he could eliminate this adversary, another wild man charged in, brandishing a similarly menacing harpoon that glimmered ominously. The new assailant aimed for Li Feng's head. Lei Lao, Li Feng is in danger. You two must help him. Lin Ping shouted in a panic. Mr. Lin, we trust that brother Li Feng will be fine. We should flee. Lei Laohu replied without turning back, disinterested in saving Li Feng. Li Feng, too, did not require their assistance. Indeed, Mr. Lin, brother Li Feng possesses the skills to handle these savages, added Lei Lao Air with a malicious grin. You to save your lives. You two are truly ungrateful. Yu Xiaoli retorted, her teeth clenched in anger. However, Li Feng's earlier intervention was not born from genuine concern for the two. He merely sought to leverage their presence. Had they possessed sincere intentions and unity, he would have reciprocated with true kindness. Xiaoli, do not fear. Even if something were to happen to Li Feng, we brothers are capable of ensuring your safety, Lei Laohu proclaimed with a foolish grin. Huh, you two can barely protect yourselves. How could you possibly safeguard us? Yu Xiaoli spat contemptuously. I would rather perish than rely on your protection. Having witnessed the fate of Bai Jiamei, Lin Ping harbored no trust in these two brutes. As the wild man lunged the harpoon toward Li Feng's head, he deftly tilted his head aside, evading the weapon. The savage, propelled by his momentum, drew closer, and Li Feng seized the opportunity to deliver a powerful kick to the wild man's chest. Bang! The wild man was sent sprawling backward. Li Feng, utilizing the force of the moment, propelled himself backward, soaring 2 meters through the air. Once the previous wild man was within range, he struck down decisively with his blade. Oh! The wild man's anguished cry echoed as he fell victim to Li Feng's lethal strike. Meanwhile, another wild man sought to injure Li Feng's thigh with his harpoon. However, the harpoon was pressed to the ground by his foot. As the savage attempted to wrench it free with all his might, Li Feng swiftly severed his throat, ending his wretched life. Ah, brother Li, you truly are formidable, Yu Xiaoli exclaimed, her heart brimming with joy upon witnessing Li Feng effortlessly slay 2 adversaries. Lin Ping, in her desperate flight, fervently prayed to the heavens, beseeching divine intervention for their safety and a reversal of their misfortunes. Li Feng had dispatched 4 savages, while Lei Lao Air had previously taken down 1. The sight of their fallen comrades incited the remaining savages into a frenzy, their furious roars echoing as they sought vengeance for their slain kin. Brother Li, you are indeed impressive. You have slain 4 savages, and I am in awe. Lei Laohu's feelings were tumultuous as he witnessed the crisis being deftly averted. He simultaneously hoped for Li Feng to eliminate the two remaining savages while harboring a wish for Li Feng to meet his end at their hands. As they fled for their lives, the relentless pursuit of the savages grew ever closer. Suddenly, while charging forth, Lei Laohu stumbled over an object and fell. Realizing too late that two savages had lain in ambush within the thicket, ensnaring him with a vine. Upon his fall, the two savages rushed towards him from either side, intent on subduing him. Ah, damn it, this was indeed a trap, Lei Laohu exclaimed as he attempted to rise, but the savages held him firmly to the ground. Brother, Lei Lao shouted in anger as he rushed forward. Let go of my brother, or I swear I will obliterate you. Once I escape this island, I shall procure heavy weaponry and raze you to the ground. Following his fierce threat, he charged at the two savages wielding a wooden club. Just then, several arrows whizzed through the trees, striking Lei Lao in the chest simultaneously. Ah! He cried out in terror as the arrows pierced him. Though the arrows lacked the strength to penetrate deeply, they still left him grievously wounded, blood gushing forth. Upon witnessing this, Lin Ping screamed in fright. That was too close. Thankfully, Lei Lao was in front to shield me. Had he not been there, those arrows would surely have struck me. Oh no, there are savages ahead. Yu Xiaoli also screamed in alarm. The two women finally comprehended why Li Feng had earlier saved the two brothers and advised them not to run at the forefront. It dawned upon them that Li Feng had anticipated the ambush on the right, hence directing the brothers to lead the way and shield them from harm. Second brother, Lei Laohu cried out in anguish upon seeing Lei Lao struck by several arrows, their tips embedded in his chest. He fought valiantly against the savages, roaring, "You beasts dare to harm my second brother? I will acquire a warplane and level this island. I will eradicate your entire lineage, ensuring your line is extinguished." Brother, Lei Lao enduring his pain, swung his club and struck one of the savages on the head. The savage's skull shattered under the force, blood spilling forth. Seizing the opportunity, Lei Laohu hastily scrambled to his feet. Second brother, are you all right? Do not frighten me, he shouted anxiously. Brother, am I destined to perish on this island, to fall victim to those savages? I refuse to accept this fate. Blood streamed from Lei's mouth, his unwillingness palpable. He had once envisioned a final embrace with Lin Ping and Yu Xiaoli, yet that dream now lay shattered. As Lei cried out in despair, a savage suddenly emerged from the ground, thrusting a spear mercilessly towards his midsection. Lei, caught unawares, had no time to evade. The spear pierced his body, and he crumpled to the ground, lifeless. Second brother, no, you cannot leave us. Lei Lao, whose heart wrenched as he rushed to hold him. You have always been the hunter, never the prey. You must not succumb. In that agonizing moment, as his brother fell, he could scarcely believe the reality of it all. There had been whispers that his brother was a harbinger of death, a force of nature that none could vanquish. Brother, I'm unwilling to accept this. Laya guspit, blood spilling from his lips. Two savages, upon spotting Yu Xiaoli and her companion, surged forward with fervor, eager to overpower the two women. Help, please. The girls, gripped by terror, prepared to fight against their assailants with all their might. Chapter 079. The escape is futile. I will eliminate you beasts. Lin Ping and her companion raised their wooden clubs, determined to confront the two savage men. They were unwilling to meet the same grim fate as by Jiaomei. As the two wild men lunged at them, Li Feng swiftly charged forward. With a single stroke, he dispatched one of them, inciting the other to retaliate furiously, thrusting a harpoon with deadly intent. In a moment of quick thinking, Li Feng seized the fallen savage and used him as a shield. As the harpoon pierced his companion, Li Feng, like a swift autumn breeze, struck him down as well. The two wild men were easily vanquished by him. From the beginning to this moment, he had slain 6 foes. Li Feng, thank you. Lin Ping breathed heavily, her chest rising and falling with relief. Had it not been for his timely intervention, both she and Xiao Li would have faced certain death. Are you both unharmed? Li Fengning Kidat. We are fine, the two women replied nervously, shaking their heads in affirmation. Ah, dear brother, you cannot perish like this. Lei Laohu wept for his younger sibling, his sorrow palpable. We had vowed to dominate Yunhai City together. As long as we wielded the sword, none could vanquish us. Holding his brother close, he felt immense anguish as he witnessed him slipping away. All his accomplishments were due to the support of his younger brother. During his time in Yunhai City, if anyone dared to challenge him for a project, his brother would discreetly eliminate their entire family. They had been partners in crime, a perfect duo, amassing considerable wealth through unscrupulous means. They had planned to escape abroad to indulge in a lavish vacation and seek the company of foreign women, but fate had led them to this island. Confronting these ruthless savages, "Brother, you must flee. Do not concern yourself with me. Just run." Lei Lanner's voice faltered, blood trickling from his lips. "I cannot bear to abandon you," Lei Laohu replied. Though known for his ruthlessness, the bond between the brothers was genuine and profound. Leaning closer, Lei Lanner whispered urgently, "Brother, we have fallen into Li Feng's trap. He must have known of the ambush and deliberately came to our aid. If the opportunity arises, you must eliminate him and claim Lin Ping and her friend for yourself. When the rescue team arrives, burn the two beauties, sending them to hell for my amusement." Even in his dying moments, his thoughts were consumed by vengeance. Yet, he harbored deep resentment towards Li Feng, feeling an urge for retribution. "Do not worry, brother. I promise you," Lei Laohu replied fiercely, his resolve solidified. Regret washed over him. He wished he had heeded his brother's counsel and dealt with Li Feng sooner. Had he done so, even if they were to perish, they would at least have enjoyed the company of Lin Ping and her friend before their end. In the outside world, they would have regarded women with indifference, but on this island, the allure was undeniable. Suddenly, the wild men, having witnessed the fall of their comrades, surged forward relentlessly. They were now only a few hundred meters away, closing in with astonishing speed, akin to leopards springing forth from the underbrush. "Li Feng, they are upon us." Lin Ping trembled, her heart racing as she surveyed the perilous situation, wild men behind them and an ambush ahead. "Brother Li, the wild men are closing in on us. What should we do?" Yu Xiaoli's voice trembled with fear, tears welling in her eyes. They were desperate to avoid the fate that had befallen Bai Jiaomei. "Li Feng, I implore you, if our survival seems hopeless, please take my life and Xiaoli's before you flee alone." Lin Ping gazed anxiously at Li Feng, resolute in her desire to avoid capture by those brutal men. "Brother Li, I echo her plea," Yu Xiaoli added, equally unwilling to fall into the hands of their pursuers. "If escape is futile, let Li Feng end our lives without our burdens. He might stand a chance to survive. Enough of this nonsense. I would never abandon you. If it comes to it, we shall face death together," Li Feng declared earnestly, his loyalty unwavering. Unlike Lei Laohu, who callously disregarded his girlfriend's fate while brutally assaulting her, Li Feng was a man of honor, incapable of such betrayal. "Second brother, you cannot die," Lei Laohu pleaded. "Brother Li, I beseech you to save my brother. If you do, I promise to reward you with 50 million upon our return." He raised 5 fingers, offering a substantial bounty, yet it was merely a ploy. The brothers had always harbored intentions to eliminate Li Feng. "Lei, your brother's injuries are grave. He cannot survive. The wild men are upon us. Flee," Li Feng urged, seizing Lei Laohu and propelling him forward, using him as a shield in their desperate escape. "I cannot forsake my brother. Please, save him, and I will offer you anything you desire upon our return." Lei Laohu glanced back at his sibling, their bond forged in countless misdeeds. "Lei, it is not a matter of wealth. We must escape before it is too late," Li Feng insisted, pushing him onward. "Brother, do not worry about me. You must escape. Remember your promise." As his elder brother fled, Lei Laohu lay on the cold ground, blood spilling from his lips, teetering on the brink of death. The chilling winds swept over him. In his final moments, he reflected on the wrongs he had committed throughout his life, destroying families, coercing women, and tarnishing countless lives. He had once envisioned a life of power and indulgence, yet he found himself facing an untimely demise. The wild men, enraged by the loss of their comrades, charged forward, brandishing their spears with fury. The first wave of 7 or 8 assailants descended upon Lei Laohu. their weapons piercing his body in a frenzied assault. They sought to turn him into a grotesque display, a vessel for their pent-up rage. Second brother, Lei Loa, witnessing the horrific scene, felt his heart shatter with anguish and rage. He had never anticipated the profound pain of losing a loved one. In moments of orchestrating his brother's violence against rivals, he had felt a sense of accomplishment. However, witnessing his brother's tragic end filled him with unbearable sorrow. Lei, death is irrevocable. If we escape, we shall have our chance for vengeance, he muttered, grappling with the stark reality of their predicament. Li Feng continued to propel him forward, transforming him into a living shield. I swear, if I escape this place, I shall undoubtedly hire mercenaries to eliminate these brutes. Lei Laohu made a fierce vow. He would not rest until he avenged his deceased younger brother. As the wild men pursued from behind, Lin Ping anxiously inquired, Li Feng, there are ambushes ahead and pursuers behind. It appears we may not escape. Indeed, it seems our fate is sealed. We are doomed. The thought of such a tragic destiny filled Yu Xiaoli with dread. You must trust me. We will surely find a way out, Li Feng declared, intending to use Lei Laohu as a human shield to absorb the ambush's onslaught, seizing the opportunity to eliminate the wild men ahead. This was their sole chance for escape. Chapter 080. The tragic demise of Thunder Tiger Brother. If I survive this calamity, I shall return to escort you back for a grand burial. I will ensure that these savages accompany you in death, exterminating them all, men, women, and children alike. As a few individuals fled ahead, Thunder Tiger swore a solemn oath, driven by a desire for vengeance. In the underbrush before them, a stirring betrayed the presence of 3 wild men, armed with bows and arrows, poised to strike. These 3 savages sought retribution for their fallen comrade. Anyone who dared to slay their kin would face a brutal and merciless retribution. Li Feng, there are wild men ahead. Lin Ping gasped upon spotting the trio. Yu Xiaoli silently resolved that if Li Feng were in peril, she would shield him with her own body, willing to sacrifice herself rather than allow him harm. Lin Ping shared a similar sentiment, determined to provide cover for Li Feng in a critical moment. Brother, there are savages ahead, armed with bows and arrows. Seeing the 3 wild men, Thunder Tiger contemplated retreating to the rear, where it would be safer from the arrows. Thunder, fear not. I am behind you, ready to shield you from their arrows, Li Feng urged, pushing him forward with urgency. Brothers, these wild men are ferocious, and they possess bows and arrows. We must find a place to hide. Thunder Tiger's legs weakened at the sight of the arrows. His younger brother had already endured several strikes, nearly turning into a porcupine. Thunder, there is no time. Hurry and charge forward, Li Feng insisted, refusing to allow him to retreat or crouch down. This is far too dangerous. Thunder Tiger shouted in terror as the 3 wild men swiftly released their arrows. Quick, take cover behind me, Li Feng called out, and the 2 women sprinted behind him, with Thunder Tiger leading the way. Whoosh, whoosh. Whoosh, sounds of arrows slicing through the air echoed as 3 feathered shafts struck Thunder Tiger's chest. The accuracy of the wild men's aim was astonishing. Thunder Tiger emitted a wretched scream as the arrows found their mark. Oh, I have been struck. I am wounded. I am dying, he cried out in agony. Fortunately, the arrows lacked sufficient power to penetrate deeply. The wild men were primitive, lacking the knowledge of refining iron ore. The arrowheads were merely sharpened bamboo or fish bones. Such rudimentary weaponry had limited effectiveness. Creating bows and arrows of the caliber seen in the age of cold weaponry necessitated advanced industrial capabilities. The finely crafted bows of ancient dynasties underwent numerous intricate processes, while even the smaller ancient states could not produce such superior weaponry. Thunder, do not fear. These arrows are weak and cannot kill you. We must push forward, or we are doomed, Li Feng urged, emphasizing the urgency of their escape. Ha, you scoundrel, Li Feng. You dare use me as a shield. No wonder I was curious why you saved us earlier at the cave entrance. It was merely to exploit us. Thunder Tiger seethed with anger, realizing he had been deceived and manipulated. Thunder, you and your brother sought to end my life. We were merely playing our respective games. Li Fem Raturta. As both parties have severed their ties and laid bare their grievances, Li Feng sheds all pretense. After all, Lei Laohu has lost his value. Regret washes over him. He reflects on how his younger brother had sought to end Lei's life multiple times, and he wishes he had acquiesced sooner. Had he known this would unfold, he would have indeed eliminated Lei and taken Lin Ping and used Xiaoli by force. Even death would have seemed worthwhile. Lei Laohu laughs maniacally, lamenting that he did not heed his brother's counsel. You are indeed depraved. You are utterly revolting. Upon hearing this vile truth, Lin Ping feels a wave of nausea. This beast is exceedingly cruel. Ha ha! Since I've been struck by an arrow and am wounded, unable to escape, let us all perish together. Lei Laohu contemplates turning to embrace Li Feng, hoping to have him caught by the pursuing savages behind or slaughtered by the three ahead. If Li Feng were to fall, Lin Ping and Yu Xiaoli would surely meet the same fate. Li Feng, desperate and cornered, prepares to fight back. As Lei Laohu attempts to turn, Lin Ping cries out in alarm. As the three savages charge forward with their harpoons, Li Feng delivers a powerful kick to Lei Laohu's back, propelling him forward. Thud! After being struck, Lei Laohu loses control and stumbles ahead, where one savage's harpoon pierces his abdomen. Lei Laohu screams, blood gushing forth like a fountain, crimson liquid streaming down his body. Seizing the opportunity, Li Feng rushes forward and dispatches the savage who wounded Lei. The other two savages, realizing the shift in momentum, thrust their harpoons toward him. With a surge of strength, Li Feng leaps 2 meters into the air as their harpoons pass beneath him. As he descends, his blade plunges into one savage's crown. The savage's skull is pierced, and he dies with a cry of agony. The last savage, intent on attacking Li Feng, is met with Lin Ping and Yu Xiaoli rushing in, brandishing sticks and striking fiercely. Initially hesitant to harm the two women, the savage's restraint dissolves into rage after they strike him. Beast, as long as I am here, you should not harm them. Li Feng lunges forward, delivering a precise cut to the savage's throat. His movements are swift, accurate, and decisive, effectively eliminating the threat. Are you both unharmed? He inquires with concern after dispatching the savage. We are fine, the two reply, shaking their heads in fear and disbelief at their own courage in that moment. In times of despair and fury, one can summon formidable bravery. It is good that you are unscathed. Do not act recklessly, lest you be injured. Seeing that they are safe, Li Feng feels a sense of relief. After eliminating the ambushers, he leads the two women onward in their escape. The savages behind them have gone wild, witnessing their comrades fall one after another. They charge forward like frenzied lions, reckless and relentless. Li Feng, brother, I am not dead yet. Do not abandon me. Lei Laohu cries out in agony from the ground. Though he has been struck by several arrows and his abdomen pierced, he still clings to life. Your fate is of no concern to me. Seek your own salvation. Li Feng dismisses him coldly. Brother, it was my fault in the past. I should not have plotted against you. If you could find it in your heart to overlook my transgressions and spare my life, I promise to bestow upon you my entire fortune of 1 billion. Lei Laohu pleaded in anguish, desperate to evade death. There is no greater torment in this world than the thought of dying with unspent wealth. The mere idea of his vast assets being squandered by others after his demise filled him with resentment. Let that money be wasted in hell, he thought. Li Feng, however, was solely focused on escaping and had no interest in wealth. Mr. Lin, would you like to know the whereabouts of Lin Ting? Seeing that Li Feng was resolute in his refusal to save him, Lei Laohu resorted to his familiar tactic, bringing up Lin Ting once more. Do you truly know where my daughter is? Lin Ping, upon hearing her daughter's name, turned around in haste. Yes, I know where Lin Ting is, Lei Laohu replied, lying on the ground with a sinister smile. Where's my daughter? Lin Ping was aware that the other party might be deceitful, yet her yearning to find her daughter was overwhelming. Even knowing the possibility of falsehoods, she clung to the faintest glimmer of hope. Hith. If you wish to discover Lin Ting's location, then let Li Feng take me with him. If you save me, I assure you I will reveal Lin Ting's whereabouts. Lei Laohu proposed this condition. Chapter 81. Li Feng, you may as well kill us. President Lin, If you wish to know the whereabouts of Lin Ting, allow Li Feng to take me along. I assure you, should I be rescued, I will guarantee you find Lin Ting. Lao Hulei lay on the ground, enduring his agony as he attempted to deceive Lin Ping. Do not believe him. This beast is merely trying to save his own skin. Li Feng warned loudly as Lin Ping became distracted. Aunt Lin, do not let him trick you. Yu Xiaoli expressed her concern. Ha ha, President Lin, I truly know where Lin Ting is. If you dare to gamble, I will not disappoint you. I promise you will be reunited if you dare to take the chance. Lao Hulei cast a sinister gaze at Lin Ping, unwilling to accept his fate here. Even in death, he desired to drag Li Feng and the others with him. You wretched creature, do not think to deceive me. Lin Ping snapped back, regaining her focus. She understood that he was lying. President Lin, I swear to the heavens, I am not deceiving you. If you dare to gamble, I will not let you down. Lao Hulei, in his pain, raised his hand to the heavens, making his vow. Bah! Lin Ping retorted fiercely. Even if you truly know where Ting is, I will not allow Li Feng to take that risk. Searching for Ting is a personal matter. I do not wish to implicate Li Feng and Xiaoli. You should abandon this hope. Tears streamed down Lin Ping's face as she gritted her teeth. Even if Lao Hulei knew Ting location, she would not engage in such a transaction. She was willing to sacrifice her own life, but refused to endanger the two of them. The wild man is closing in. We must flee. Li Feng Murja Xiaoli, pulling her forward with all his strength. Lin Ping, with her long legs, ran swiftly, but Yu Xiaoli, petite in stature, struggled to keep pace. Ha ha ha! Seeing the three abandon him, Lao Hulei erupted in mad laughter. President Lin, do you not desire to find Lin Ting? Yet you lack the courage to take a risk. You are truly selfish. You forsake the chance to find your daughter and shall thereafter live in anguish and regret. As Lin Ping fled, the echo of Lao Hulei's voice trailed behind her, a haunting spell tormenting her soul. Upon hearing his words, Lin Ping broke down in tears. She could not contain her despair. Indeed, if she failed to find her daughter, her remaining days would be consumed by torment and self-reproach. President Lin, when you reflect upon me in the future, you will undoubtedly regret today's choices. Your life shall be marked by remorse. Repentance and suffering shall accompany you for all eternity. Lao Hulei's bitter words continued to resonate. They pierced her heart deeply. Lin Ping could no longer hold back her sobs. Aunt Lin, he seeks to torment your spirit with psychological manipulation. Do not fall for it, Yu Xiaoli said, her heart aching for Lin Ping. Aunt Lin, do not trust his deceitful words. Strive for what you can, and do not leave any regrets. Li Feng reassured her as they ran. Thank you for your comfort. I am strong. Please do not worry about me, Lin Ping wept. After Lin Ping shed tears of sorrow, she wiped her eyes and continued to run through the forest. As long as you are safe, Li Feng and Xiaoli, every day is a sunny day. I assure you, I am fine truly. Yet, her words belied the depth of her grief. Ha ha, Lin, you are so selfish, so afraid of death. To save your own life, you have abandoned the search for your daughter. You will come to regret this. Li Feng, too, was a selfish man, merely desiring to toy with Lin Ping's affections. If you truly loved her, you would have taken me along to escape and reveal Lin Ting's whereabouts. Lei Laohu, that wretched creature, proved himself a cunning leader. His rise to power was not solely due to his brother's assistance. He possessed a heavy heart and a sharp mind. As Lei Laohu roared in anger and despair, a band of wild men closed in on him, their eyes blazing with fury. They were as ferocious as rampaging bulls. Brothers, spare me. I beseech you, grant me mercy. I possess wealth beyond measure. If you let me live and tend to my wounds, I vow to invest in your island. While Lei Laohu desperately pleaded, the wild men exchanged words in a language he could not comprehend. After a brief discussion, their harpoons lunged towards him simultaneously. They intended to turn him into a pincushion, to make him a hedgehog. No, please, spare me. As the wild men raised their harpoons to strike, Lei Laohu was engulfed in terror. He wished to avoid a fate akin to his brother S, riddled with wounds and meeting a tragic end. Ah! He cried out as a harpoon pierced his chest. 2 more harpoons aimed for his abdomen. As he writhed in agony and screamed in fear, the final harpoon struck his throat. He realized his demise was inevitable. Li Feng, you treacherous scoundrel, you have plotted against us brothers. I regret not ending your life sooner. Even as a ghost, I shall not forgive you. Li Feng, I curse you to an ill fate. With that venomous oath, a harpoon pierced his throat, and he breathed his last, meeting a grim end. Once a titan of business, notorious for his ruthless deeds, he finally faced retribution. After the wild men savagely dispatched Lei Laohu, they resumed their pursuit of Li Feng and the two women. With furious howls echoing through the woods, they surged forward. Li Feng, alongside the two women, ran with all their might, desperate to escape. They could not fall into the hands of those wild men. Otherwise, they would meet a fate worse than death. Lei Laohu has fallen silent. He is dead. Yu Xiaoli, drenched in sweat and weary, felt her legs weaken. She was exhausted and longed to rest. Yet fear compelled her to continue. Don't speak, just run. With the wild men closing in behind them, Li Feng's heart raced with urgency. At least 30 of them pursued, and if they were surrounded, he would struggle to stand against such overwhelming odds. Li Feng, our stamina and speed cannot match that of the wild men. This escape is futile. We will inevitably be caught. As the wild men drew ever closer, Lin Ping sensed their impending capture. Aunt Lin speaks the truth. Our endurance and speed pale in comparison to that of the wild men, and they will undoubtedly catch up to us. Yu Xiaoli, drenched in sweat, struggled to catch her breath, finding it increasingly arduous to continue running. Do not speak, conserve your strength, and run swiftly, Li Feng urged, admonishing them to remain silent while fleeing, as the frigid air would only invade their lungs and deplete their energy further. Li Feng, you might as well end our lives. I can no longer run. After you have killed us, escape on your own, Lin Ping lamented, her strength utterly spent. These wild men, when pursuing their prey, possess the capability to exhaust even a bison. Even contemporary athletes cannot match their stamina, let alone the likes of them. Aunt Lin is right. Take our lives, and then flee alone, for I truly cannot run any longer. Yu Xiaoli gasped, the icy air filling her lungs, leaving her gasping for breath. They were unable to run any further. Chapter 082. Despair and Desperation. Mr. Li, ever since I found myself stranded on this desolate island, I have been profoundly grateful for your kindness and care. Thank you for granting me a glimpse of love. All gatherings must eventually come to an end. Let's part ways here and hope to meet again in a future life. Tears streaming down her face, Lin Ping uttered these heartfelt words. It was the first time she addressed Li Feng as Mr. Li. In her heart, he was the man she cherished most. Do not speak such foolishness. I wish to care for you a few more years, Li Feng replied, unwilling to entertain her sentiments. He longed to nurture Lin Ping for several more years. As for whether they might be together in the years to come, that rested in the hands of fate. Mr. Li, I love you dearly, and I wish to be by your side for a lifetime. If only I could accompany you for another decade, but fate has played its hand, and I can no longer be with you. Surprisingly, Lin Ping smiled as she spoke these words, her smile genuine and filled with warmth. Aunt Lin, in 10 years, you will be past menopause. How can you possibly accompany him then? Yu Xiaoli chimed in, her humor brightening the somber atmosphere. I was born before you. Yet by the time you arrive, I will already be old. Lin Ping reflected on the disparity in their ages. She was over 10 years Li Feng's senior. Although she had bestowed upon him her utmost tenderness and the finest aspects of her being since their encounter, the age difference loomed large. Aunt Lin, now is not the time for sweet nothings, Li Feng interjected. I am not heartless. I would never abandon you. He cherished their love deeply. Even if their time together was limited to just 2 or 3 years, he would treasure every moment. My love, let us part ways here. I truly cannot run anymore. Please, just end my suffering. Lin Ping called him my love one final time, knowing there would be no further opportunities to do so. Brotherly, I can no longer run either. Please, in my life, I implore you to take care of yourself, and let us meet again in our next life. Yu Xiaoli too ceased her escape. Lin Ping leaned heavily on her knees, gasping for breath. If they continued to run, the exhaustion would surely claim their lives. Li Feng let out a melancholy laugh. It was so amusing. Lin Ping inquired. Perhaps this is simply the will of fate, he replied, raising his gaze toward the heavens in despair. He had intended to protect and care for both women, yet today he found himself cornered. I'm sorry for having burdened you, Mr. Li. Thank you for the love you have given me. I have one question to ask, and I hope you'll answer truthfully. Lin Ping leaned heavily on her knees, fatigue threatening to overwhelm her. Yu Xiaoli, too, was panting, her breath labored. Aunt Lin, what do you wish to ask? Please feel free. Li Feng's heart was heavy with sorrow. Do you love me? Do you truly love me? Lin Ping suddenly posed this question. Yes, Li Feng answered sincerely. Although a future with Lin Ping seemed unattainable, after enduring so many trials, he took this affection seriously. Some connections do not require eternity. Having once experienced them is enough. Thank you for your love. I love you too. If you truly care for me, please end my life. I do not wish for my body to be sullied or to endure inhumane torment. Tears glistened in Lin Ping's eyes as she gazed at Li Feng. He pleaded for him to take his own life. No, I cannot bring myself to do it. Li Feng truly could not. When Xiang Yu faced the overwhelming cries of his enemies at Gaixia, he could not bear the thought of his beloved being defiled, and thus he took it upon himself to end Yu Ji's life. Please do not hesitate. End my suffering swiftly, as the wild men drew ever closer. Lin Ping cried out in panic. She could not bear to fall into their hands. All she sought was death. Brotherly, Aunt Lin is right. I implore you to end our lives. After you do, escape alone, and we shall forever be grateful to you from the depths of the underworld. After uttering these words, Yu Xiaoli hurled herself towards Li Feng's blade. The wild men behind them surged forward like an unstoppable tide, closing in to within 100 meters. Witnessing Yu Xiaoli's reckless act, Li Feng swiftly withdrew his sword. Brother Li, be resolute and take our lives, otherwise it will be too late. Yu Xiaoli cried out in despair. With a firm grip on the long blade, Li Feng raised his gaze to the heavens, feeling a profound connection to the emotions of Xiang Yu in his moment of despair. He recalled the poignant lines of that poem, strength that could topple mountains. Yet fate was unkind. The steed did not depart, and what could be done? What could be done? This was the lament of the Western Chu He Jemin, who, in a moment of helplessness, penned these verses as he ended the life of his beloved to prevent her from falling into the hands of the traitors. As despair washed over him, the wild men, akin to beasts, continued their frenzied advance. Aunt Lin, Xiaoli, if death is our fate, let's embrace it together. Li Feng's grip on his sword tightened, his eyes glinting with murderous intent. What do you intend to do? Lin Ping asked, alarmed by the ferocity in his gaze. I intend to fight those creatures with all my might. I shall slay as many as I can. If I can vanquish them all, we may survive this ordeal. But if I fall, you must end your own lives. Li Feng prepared to plunge into the fray, ready to unleash a torrent of violence against those who threatened them. Should he perish in battle, Lin Ping and Yu Xiaoli could follow suit. Yet, if he fought valiantly and vanquished the 20-odd savages, they might live to see another day. No, Lin Ping shook her head upon hearing Li Feng's resolution. You cannot rush into them. They are numerous and frenzied. Even if you fought valiantly, you would be gravely injured and likely perish. Brotherly, Aunt Lin is right. These savages are too wild. You stand little chance alone. Regardless, should you kill us, you must flee. With a thud, Yu Xiaoli knelt before him, pleading for his hand. The two women hoped for his escape. I shall not be a coward, nor will I cling to a life unworthy of living. Today, I shall unleash a massacre and see how many I can slay. Li Feng stood firm, sword drawn, facing the oncoming wild men with a hearty laugh. Come at me, beasts. I shall wreak havoc and leave you without heirs. His murderous spirit surged forth, resolved to fight to the death. Aunt Lin, Xiaoli, if there's a next life, let us meet again. After leaving these words, Li Feng gripped the hilt of his sword, ready to charge forward and slay the group of savages. Even in death, he vowed to perish with unparalleled valor. Chapter 083. If you perish, I shall not survive alone. As the wild men surged forth, a palpable aura of lethal intent enveloped Li Feng. He yearned to vanquish several foes, determined that if he were to meet his demise, it would be with purpose. Observing his resolute figure, the two women felt a surge of emotion mingled with guilt. Had it not been for their presence, Li Feng, with his formidable prowess, could have easily escaped. Just as he was about to charge ahead, he suddenly noticed a narrow, winding path along the right-hand stone wall that ascended directly to the mountain's peak. The rugged mountain range loomed like a dragon, stretching into the horizon with no end in sight. Yet there was a serpentine trail emerging from the ground and leading upward, a fracture in the sheer cliff. This narrow passage twisted upward, ultimately reaching the summit. The heavens do not forsake those in need. Li Feng chuckled upon discovering this hidden route. If the two women could scale the path, the wild men would be unable to pursue them. This cliff towered over 100 meters, and the path was scarcely wide enough for a single person to ascend. Li Feng resolved to hold the wild men at bay, while the women made their way halfway up the mountain, planning to escape thereafter. Shaoli, Aunt Lin, there's a narrow path here that leads directly to the summit. You must ascend along the cliff, he urged, having identified their escape route. Thank heavens. Oh, thank you. Dear God, for your kindness, Lin Ping exclaimed, gratitude spilling forth as they recognized the path's potential. It was well concealed, nearly imperceptible unless one looked closely. Brother Li, we are leaving. What will you do? Yu Shaoli inquired, concern etched on her face. Do not concern yourselves with me. You must go first. No, we shall leave together, she insisted, unwilling to abandon him. Enough chatter. Do not be a burden. Hurry. Li Feng insisted, urging them to act swiftly. Take care, Brother Li. Yu Shaoli called out as she sprinted toward the narrow path. Li Feng, I will wait for you. If you dare abandon us, I shall not live another moment. I will seek you in the depths of hell, Lin Ping declared, a solitary tear escaping her eye as she followed Yu Shaoli into the winding trail. The entrance to the path was over a meter high, and the surface of the stone wall was smooth. Yu Shaoli struggled initially to climb it. Hurry, step on my shoulders to ascend. Lin Ping crouched down, offering her support. Once Yu Shaoli reached the top, she pulled Lin Ping up beside her. Li Feng, we are leaving now. I will wait for you. Lin Ping's voice echoed back down the cliff. Be cautious, Li Feng admonished, reminding them to take care as they ascended. The cliff was perilously high, approximately 40 stories tall. A fall from midway would undoubtedly spell disaster. Mr. Li, we will need your care in our remaining days. Please do not abandon us, Lin Ping implored, her eyes filled with earnest longing as she climbed swiftly. Brother Li, I love you. I will wait for you. Do not forsake us. Yu Shaoli ascended carefully, using both hands and feet to scale the stone wall with utmost caution. Suddenly, two wild men charged forth, intent on obstructing the two women. Are you two here to meet your demise? As two figures charged towards him, Li Feng proactively engaged in battle. The savage brandished a wooden staff, swinging it menacingly towards his head. The brute possessed immense strength, yet Li Feng deftly evaded the strike, the staff narrowly missing him before crashing violently into the ground. A thunderous sound reverberated, shaking the earth and sending dry leaves swirling in the air. After the savage's swing missed its mark, he attempted to retract the staff for another assault. However, Li Feng denied him the opportunity, swiftly slashing towards his throat. With a piercing scream, the savage met his demise at the edge of Li Feng's blade. Having trained under his grandfather since the tender age of 3, Li Feng had honed his skills over the past 2 decades, mastering karate, swordsmanship, and boxing. While he might have struggled against these savages in hand-to-hand combat, wielding a sharp blade rendered his efforts as effortless as slaughtering fowl. When another savage charged at him, Li Feng quickly retreated. The savage, filled with murderous intent, relentlessly pursued him. Upon reaching a tree, Li Feng utilized his momentum, propelling himself upward, his legs pressing against the trunk, his body parallel to the ground as he ascended 6 or 7 steps, a feat unattainable by an ordinary person. As the savage lunged with a harpoon, it struck the tree with a resounding thud. In that moment, while the savage attempted to dislodge the harpoon, Li Feng propelled himself off the tree, executing a deft roll and appearing behind his foe. The savage, taken aback, turned in shock only to be met with Li Feng's blade plunging into him from behind. Lin Ping and her companion, looking down from their perch, caught sight of this harrowing scene and gasped in astonishment, nearly losing their footing. Do not look down. Keep your gaze fixed ahead, press your body against the stone wall, and lower your center of gravity. Avoid the dead vines and leaves. Prioritize your safety, Li Feng urged, aware that looking down might induce dizziness. Responding to his admonition, the two women complied, their brows slick with anxiety. Suddenly, a savage approached the entrance, intent on scaling the narrow path in pursuit of the two women. Li Feng swiftly closed the distance, swinging his blade in a decisive arc. Just as the savage attempted to ascend, Li Feng's strike claimed his life. After a pitiful cry, the savage tumbled from the stone platform. Just as Li Feng dispatched this foe, three more savages emerged. One of them swung a wooden club, striking Li Feng upon the shoulder. With a cry of pain, he sank to one knee. The brute's strength had been overwhelming. Hearing his cry, the two women anxiously peered over the edge. Listen to me. Keep climbing upwards. Do not look down, and do not hinder me. Your cooperation is my greatest aid, Li Feng bellowed, rising despite the agony coursing through him. The force of that blow had nearly fractured his shoulder. No sooner had he regained his footing than a harpoon lunged towards him. With remarkable agility, Li Feng positioned his blade within the gap of the harpoon's trajectory. The savage, driven by malice, pressed the handle, aiming to pierce him. With a resounding impact, Li Feng's back collided against the stone wall. The savage persisted in his relentless assault with the harpoon. Meanwhile, the other two savages, sensing his momentary vulnerability, surged towards him like ravenous wolves. The two savages sought the opportunity to eliminate him. With a sinister grin, Li Feng chuckled as he observed the menacing approach of the two assailants, resolved to make them question their very existence today. He intended to draw his long blade to confront them. However, a harpoon was pressed against the blade's edge. The moment he attempted to unsheath his sword, the savage's harpoon would pierce through his chest. As Li Feng's situation grew dire, the two savages, reveling in their anticipation, simultaneously launched their harpoons and wooden clubs in a relentless assault. They were determined to slay this outsider, seeking vengeance for their fallen comrades. Chapter 084. A counterattack from the brink. As the two wild men charged at him with ferocity, Li Feng delivered a powerful kick to the spear's wooden shaft. The spear glided along the blade of his knife, sparking as if ignited by collision. Simultaneously, the two assailants launched their assaults upon him. With a firm push against the stone wall, Li Feng propelled himself forward with remarkable swiftness, akin to a great rock taking flight. Caught unawares, the first wild man's face was met with Li Feng's knee, resulting in a pained cry as he fell backward, his head striking the ground. Li Feng then raised his long knife, plunging it into the wild man's neck, ending his life. As the remaining two swung their weapons, Li Feng performed a roll to evade their strikes, his long knife sweeping low and then upward. A wild man's thigh was grievously wounded, causing him to clutch his bleeding leg and writhe on the ground. The last wild man, overcome with fear, fled rather than confront Li Feng, a considerable distance away. Their main force had yet to catch up. Li Feng, unwilling to linger in battle, hastened toward a narrow path. Lin Ping and Yu Xiaoli had already ascended to a height of several dozen meters. This winding path meandered upward from the ground, and as long as the two women did not encounter any misfortune, the wild men would be unable to pursue them. Upon reaching the path, Li Feng swiftly leaped onto a stone platform over a meter high. Just as he intended to continue climbing the narrow trail, a wild man suddenly charged at him, aiming to pierce his thigh with a spear. Startled, Li Feng quickly lifted his right foot to stomp down on the spear. "You dare obstruct my path? I shall slay you," the wild man growled. From his advantageous position, Li Feng cleaved the wild man's head with a swift strike. The brute was left bleeding, grievously injured, if not mortally wounded. As he attempted to ascend further, a barrage of stones rained down upon him from several wild men, accompanied by an onslaught of javelins and arrows. Li Feng's heart raced at the sight of such a multitude of projectiles hurtling towards him. A moment's carelessness could transform him into a pincushion. Grasping a crevice in the stone wall with one hand, he wielded his long knife with the other, deflecting the incoming threats. Stones, javelins, and arrows were all repelled. After successfully warding off this wave of assault, Li Feng climbed higher with the agility of a nimble monkey. As the wild men reached the base of the stone wall, They simultaneously looked up. Lin Ping and Yu Xiaoli were nearing the summit. The two beauties had not disappointed him. They had not faltered, nor encountered any mishaps along the way. Both women were drenched in sweat from their exertions. "Aunt Lin, I'm almost there," Yu Xiaoli exclaimed. But as she glanced down, a wave of dizziness washed over her, nearly causing her to fall. The height was over 100 meters, equivalent to 30 or 40 stories. Those with acrophobia could easily succumb to panic. "Xiaoli, do not look down. Hurry and climb," Lin Ping urged her anxiously. After taking a deep breath, Yu Xiaoli summoned her last reserves of strength and ultimately reached the summit. She collapsed at the top, gasping for breath. Lin Ping soon followed, and the two women lay on the ground, panting heavily. Their chests heaved as they experienced a mix of exhilaration and trepidation. Both individuals held a deep admiration for themselves, astonished by their audacity to scale the heights, and even more so by their triumph. Perhaps this is the essence of the will to survive. "Oh, how splendid it is! We have finally reached the summit." Yu Xiaoli felt a wave of trepidation wash over her, almost moved to tears. "Thank heavens, we have narrowly escaped disaster." "Xiaoli, do not weep," Lin Ping reassured her. "What if Li Ge has yet to ascend?" Yu Xiaoli expressed her concern upon realizing that Li Feng had not followed. "If we manage to climb up, he will surely be fine," Lin Ping responded. The two of them silently prayed for Li Feng's safety. As they offered their quiet supplications, a cacophony of noise erupted from below the cliff. It was the raucous celebration of the wild men. Peering over the edge, they feared that something terrible had befallen Li Feng, igniting the revelry among the wild men. Upon looking down, they spotted Li Feng scaling the sheer cliff, while the wild men, after a brief consultation, resolved to pursue him up the rock face. These wild men were determined to hunt them down, relentless in their pursuit. The mountain range extended for miles, and the wild men could only follow the narrow path along the cliff, unable to take a detour. "Aunt Lin, those brutes are about to ascend the cliff. We must hurl stones to crush them," Yu Xiaoli suggested, eager to push rocks down upon them. "No," Lin Ping firmly shook her head. "If we inadvertently strike Li Feng, our guilt would be insurmountable." Lin Ping hastily intervened, fearing for Li Feng's safety. "Let us proceed with caution," Yu Xiaoli insisted, wanting to eliminate the wild men. "No," Lin Ping reiterated. "Even if we were exceedingly careful, the falling stones could distract him." Yu Xiaoli recognized the validity of this concern. "Aunt Lin, what shall we do then?" Yu Xiaoli asked anxiously. "Xiaoli, we must remain vigilant and adapt as the situation unfolds," Lin Ping replied, fervently hoping for Li Feng's well-being. "All right, I shall heed your words," Yu Xiaoli said, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, also praying for Li Feng's safe return. After a brief discussion, the wild men began their ascent like ants scaling a hill. They were relentless, determined to achieve their goal without respite. Observing the wild men climbing the cliff, Li Feng's expression hardened. "By heavens, you audacious brutes dare to pursue me up this rock face? When it comes to climbing, I am your forebear." Li Feng was confident in his abilities, possessing skills in agility and wall scaling. However, this so-called agility was not akin to the fantastical feats portrayed in films. The wild men climbed with surprising speed, resembling monkeys as they swiftly scaled the rocky path in pursuit. "Goodness, I have underestimated you," Li Feng marveled at their pace. "Li Ye, we want to hurl stones down to crush those wild men," Yu Xiaoli shouted from above. "No, do not be foolish. Just ensure your own safety," Li Feng quickly countered, doubting the capabilities of these two young women. "Li, we have ascended. Both Aunt Lin and I are well and safe, waiting for you up here." Yu Xiaoli lay on the edge of the precipice, gazing down below. During their perilous escape moments ago, she felt no fear of heights. Yet now, having reached the summit, a sense of vertigo overwhelmed her. "Xiaoli, remain cautious while you wait for me. Observe how I will deal with these brutes," Li Feng declared. No sooner had he spoken than a wild man crawled up from below, attempting to thrust a spear at him. With one hand gripping the rocky wall and the other wielding a 2-meter-long spear, the savage lunged upwards. "Damn it, I will annihilate you." Li Feng seethed with fury upon witnessing the creature's assault. Chapter 085. Lin Ping's desperate thoughts as Li Feng cast his gaze downward. He discerned a total of 5 wild men scaling the rocky cliff. A throng of these savage beings stood below, howling upward with fervor. When one of the wild men thrust a spear toward him, he urgently scrambled upward. After the spear missed its mark, the creature continued its ascent, its visage a mask of fury, relentless in its pursuit. The 4 wild men behind quickly followed suit. In a moment of exasperation, Li Feng thought, by heavens, I long to cleave you in twain with my blade. After deftly dodging the spear with his thigh, he yearned to strike down the beast. Yet, his sword measured a mere 1.2 meters, while the wild man's spear extended at least 2 meters. The inadequacy of his weapon's length was palpable. Like an agile monkey, the wild man drew closer, continuing to jab with the spear. As Li Feng attempted to parry with his sword, his center of gravity shifted outward, nearly sending him tumbling down the precipice. The sheer drop of 60 to 70 meters loomed ominously, with jagged rocks below promising a gruesome fate should he fall. What a precarious situation, he thought, pressing against the stone wall, grateful to have avoided a fatal plunge. As the creature readied another thrust, Li Feng employed his formidable eagle claw technique to grasp a fragment of the rocky surface, forcibly dislodging a chunk. This particular stone was relatively soft, yet had it been composed of harder materials like steel or granite, even his practiced grip would have proven futile. Curse you, he seethed, if you wish to skewer me. Then be gone. With a forceful motion, he hurled the stone at the wild man's head. The impact elicited a ghastly scream, blood erupting as the creature lost its balance and plummeted from the heights. As it tumbled, the body struck the rocky ledge with a resounding thud. The sight of their fallen comrade sent the wild men below into a frenzy, scattering in alarm. The resounding crash echoed as the body met the ground, resulting in a grotesque end, blood splattering across the terrain. With horror etched on their faces, the remaining wild men rushed forward to assess the situation. Witnessing the gruesome demise of their companion, they erupted in primal roars. A few attempted to hurl their javelins upward, but the height was insurmountable. Their crude bows, poorly constructed, lacked the strength to reach even 30 meters, rendering them ineffective at this distance. Frustration mounted among the wild men, who paced restlessly below, powerless to alter their fate. After a brief interlude of howls, several wild men endeavored to scale the cliff, but were halted by a small leader who recognized the futility of such a venture at this juncture. Above them, for more comrades awaited. Upon hearing their leader's command, the 4 wild men accelerated their ascent with reckless abandon, undeterred by the specter of death. The sight of their fervor instilled a sense of dread in Li Feng, as he realized provoking these individuals was akin to disturbing a hornet's nest. Meanwhile, Lin Ping and her companion lay flat against the rocky summit, helpless yet anxious, their eyes fixated on Li Feng. Both women were drenched in sweat, apprehensive at the thought of his potential fall. Alas, it is entirely our fault. If it were not for our entanglement, Li Feng would have long since escaped, undoubtedly avoiding this perilous situation. Yu Xiaoli felt a surge of anxiety and guilt. Indeed, he risked everything for our sake. Consider the 2 brothers, Lei Lauer. They abandoned by Jiaomei in their desperation to flee, even resorting to kicking her. Sigh. In comparison to those 2, Li Feng is profoundly loyal and honorable. Reflecting upon Li Feng's unwavering commitment, Lin Ping felt an insatiable desire to repay him in this lifetime. Those 2 brutes are unworthy of being compared to Li Feng. Do not draw parallels between them, though the 2 have met their demise. Yu Xiaoli still harbors a deep-seated disdain for them. Xiaoli, you are correct. Those 2 beasts do not deserve to be mentioned alongside Li Feng. Lin Ping concurred, believing that those wretches lack any qualification to be compared with Li Feng. As the 2 women were engulfed in their worries, the 4 wild men on the sheer cliff continued their relentless pursuit. These men moved with the agility of geckos, their climbing speed rivaling that of Li Feng. Ascending to a height of 70 or 80 meters, Li Feng glanced back to see the wild men trailing him like a line of grasshoppers. My goodness, your speed is commendable, he thought, contemplating the use of his powerful eagle claw technique to crush a rock and strike them down. However, He soon realized that the stones here were composed of an exceptionally hard green stone, making it impossible to break them. As the wild men closed in, they emitted strange sounds, likely shouting commands to capture him and seize the two beautiful women, including Lin Ping. The wild men, having climbed closer, attempted to thrust their harpoons at him. Just as Li Feng reached the narrowest point of his ascent, movement became nearly impossible. Below him lay an abyss, plunging 80 to 90 meters down, a height that could easily deform even the strongest of bodies upon impact. If he could ascend another 30 or 40 meters, he would reach the mountain's summit, where he could hurl stones at these brutes. The wild men below gazed upward, waving their arms and making various noises, presumably calling for their companions to swiftly dispatch Li Feng. In a moment of desperation, Li Feng suddenly grasped a handful of dry soil and devised a clever plan. He scattered the dirt, which swirled like a dust cloud into the eyes of the wild men. One of the men, blinded by the dirt, instinctively rubbed his eyes and lost his grip, plummeting from the sheer cliff. The sickening thud echoed as he landed, his body mangled and unrecognizable. The remaining wild men erupted in fury, vowing to capture Li Feng, for this outsider had slain many of their kin, and they were determined to exact revenge. Witnessing another comrade fall, the wild man climbing behind, in a fit of madness, leaped into the air, thrusting his harpoon towards Li Feng. Although he was sure to meet the same fate, his desperation outweighed his fear of death. He sought to drag Li Feng down with him. As the harpoon lunged toward his head, Li Feng was struck with a profound shock, taken aback by the audacity of this beast to leap forward. Such an act was tantamount to suicide. In a moment of desperation, Li Feng hastily raised his long knife to block the attack. Upon successfully deflecting the harpoon, the wild man plunged off the cliff, emitting terrified cries as he fell. A resounding crash echoed from below, undoubtedly signifying his grim fate. After Li Feng's defensive maneuver, he was pulled by the harpoon's force and rolled outward. With a startled exclamation, he tumbled down the precipice. Li Feng, Li Feng! Lin Ping cried out in anguish. Her heart shattered as she pounded frantically on the rocky ledge. At the moment of his fall, it felt as though the heavens had collapsed around her. My beloved Mr. Li, thank you for your love. I shall join you now. In her despair, Lin Ping prepared to leap into the abyss, having lost the will to live. No, Aunt Lin, you cannot jump, Yu Xiaoli exclaimed, desperately grasping her to prevent the act. Li Feng is gone. My heart is extinguished. I must follow him. May you seek your own fortune. With those words, Lin Ping resolutely sought to leap, yearning to accompany Li Feng in death. Aunt Lin, please do not act rashly. If you choose to die, I shall die with you. What is life without you both? I too do not wish to continue. Yu Xiaoli wept inconsolably, sharing in the despair that enveloped them. Chapter 086 The Weeping of Two Women. Li Feng. The sound of frantic clapping echoed as Lin Ping lay prostrate on the cliff's edge, her hands wildly striking the stone wall. Witnessing Li Feng's fall, her heart twisted in anguish. In that moment, it felt as though the sky had collapsed. She harbored no desire to continue living, overwhelmed by despair. Xiaoli, do not pull me back. I have vowed that if anything happens to him, I shall not endure another moment. You must take care of yourself. Lin Ping pushed away Xiao Li's hand, fearful of dragging her over the edge. Aunt Lin, please listen to me. Yu Xiaoli, tears streaming down her face, exclaimed, if Li Feng truly dies, we will find a way to retrieve his body. After burying him, I will die alongside you. Lin Ping broke down, sobbing uncontrollably. Yu Xiaoli continued, he has saved us numerous times. If he perishes, we must ensure he is laid to rest properly, and then we can depart together. Xiaoli, you are right. Lin Ping wept helplessly. We must find a way to bury Li Feng and then leave this world together. Suddenly, a thought struck Lin Ping amidst her sorrow. Wait, something feels off. What is it? Lin Ping asked through her tears. It has been so long since Li Feng fell. Yet there seems to be no sound from the bottom of the cliff, Yu Xiaoli observed. I do not know, Lin Ping stammered, her heart racing as she realized she had overlooked this detail. Previously, when the two wild men had fallen, Their landing had produced a loud thud. However, after Li Feng's descent, there was an eerie silence. Recalling Yu Shaoli's words, Lin Ping pondered carefully. Xiaoli, are you suggesting that Li Feng did not actually fall? She asked excitedly. Li Feng is quite capable. I refuse to believe he has met his end. He must have found a way, she exclaimed. Look, he has indeed survived. He is climbing back up. Yu Shaoli pointed downwards, her voice brimming with excitement. There! Li Feng, with a blade clenched in his mouth and hands like eagle talons, was laboriously ascending the stone wall. After his fall, he had managed to grasp the crevices of the cliff and was now scaling upwards. Ha! Thank you, heavens! Thank you for your protection. Lin Ping knelt on the ground, her forehead pressed against the earth, weeping tears of joy. Thank you, heavens. Yu Shaoli also cried, her heart filled with emotion. Xiaoli, thank you for saving my life. Lin Ping expressed her gratitude for Xiao Li's timely intervention that had prevented her from jumping down moments earlier. As Li Feng struggled to climb up, the wild men below were thrown into chaos, their shouts echoing in the air. They had anticipated his fall, yet were astounded by his ascent. Li Feng dared not glance down, focusing instead on his arduous climb until he reached a narrow path. Panting heavily, he sat on the precipice, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. It had been a near brush with death. He could have easily been shattered to pieces. The three wild men, witnessing his miraculous return from the depths, stared in disbelief, perceiving him as a figure of divine prowess. Ha! You wish to kill me? If you seek to perish together, come forth. I welcome it. After a resounding shout, Li Feng feigned the act of hurling a long knife towards a wild man. The sheer force of his presence instilled fear in the man, who genuinely believed Li Feng would cast the knife. In a moment of terror, the fellow stumbled off the precipice. Following a thunderous crash below, the wild man met a grisly fate, reduced to a mere pulp. The perilous cliff posed a grave danger. Startled individuals were prone to plummet. Ha! Yet another has perished. I have once again resolved a problem, Li Feng boasted with exuberance, observing another companion plummet. The group of wild men at the cliff's base erupted in frantic howls. The two wild men, trembling with fear, stood petrified on the narrow path. Once I ascend, I shall crush you two beasts. After a brief respite of 2 minutes, Li Feng summoned all his strength to climb upwards. The two wild men, paralyzed by indecision, dared not pursue, nor could they retrace their steps. Gazing down from a height of 100 meters, they were overwhelmed, trembling uncontrollably. Utilizing both hands and feet, Li Feng ascended to the summit, where Lin Ping and another companion approached joyfully. Li Feng, you terrified me. I thought you had fallen to your doom. Lin Ping exclaimed, tears streaming down her face. Do not weep. Excessive crying affects your beauty. Li Feng smiled, offering comfort. If anything happened to you, what would beauty matter? A woman beautifies herself for the one she loves. Without you, I could be stunning and alluring, yet it would serve no purpose. Lin Ping whimpered playfully. Aunt Lin, your words are misguided. As long as you are beautiful and charming, you will always be valued. Even if Li Feng does not require it, others certainly will. Yu Shaoli chimed in mischievously. Shut your mouth, lest you provoke me further, Lin Ping retorted sternly before returning to snuggle against Li Feng, whispering tenderly, in this life, I love only you, and I shall allow no one else. Silly girl, Li Feng affectionately patted her head. It is often said that women in love resemble children who seek affection, and this proved undeniably true. Even a strong woman like Lin Ping could exhibit such tenderness. Regardless of how formidable a woman may be, once she wholeheartedly loves a man, she becomes gentle and knows how to be endearing. Women who do not act coy merely have yet to encounter a man worthy of their trust. Brotherly, Aunt Lin scolded me. I too wish for a hug. Thank heavens you're finally back with us. Yu Shaoli, who had previously been playful, now broke down in tears. Clinging to Li Feng, she wept sorrowfully. Do you know? Just moments ago, Aunt Lin and I almost leaped down to join you. Witnessing her distress, Li Feng gently stroked her head, smiling. It is fortunate you both did not jump. Otherwise, I would have followed suit in despair. Oh, let us never part again. We must remain inseparable. The two beauties nestled in his embrace, weeping heartily. Very well, We shall never part again, Li Feng declared, kissing their foreheads. After surviving a perilous ordeal, they reveled in their newfound appreciation for one another. This affection is to be cherished. As long as I live, I shall love you each day. Lin Ping uttered these heartfelt words, emerging from the depths of her soul. Only through the trials of life and death can love be forged into something as enduring as gold. It is this resilience that allows us to thrive. Yu Xiaoli clung tightly to Li Feng, reluctant to let go, wishing for nothing more than to remain together. It is truly wonderful to have you both by my side. As Li Feng offered solace to the two, a cacophony erupted from below. The sounds of commotion echoed ominously, a veritable uproar from the wild men in the canyon. Li Feng, what is happening down there? It seems those wild men have become unruly. Lin Ping expressed her anxiety, her heart racing in fear. Yu Xiaoli mirrored her trepidation, equally alarmed. Fear not. I shall ascertain the situation, Li Feng resolved, eager to gain a vantage point to observe the unfolding events below. Chapter 087. A desperate flight. As the three gazed downward, they beheld a group of wild men anxiously staring up from the precipice below. It appeared that two of their number sought to retrace their steps. One of them nearly lost his grip and plummeted, clutching the roots of a tree growing from the cliff, his body swinging precariously as his feet flailed in the air. The other wild man pressed his back against the stone wall, trembling in fear, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead. This sheer cliffside path was treacherous. Ascending was manageable, yet retreating proved exceedingly difficult. The wild men at the base of the cliff looked up in desperation at their companions, terrified of their imminent fall. If you are destined to fall, allow me to assist you in your demise, Li Feng declared, lifting a massive boulder to hurl it downwards. With a resounding crash, the boulder rolled from the summit, striking a wild man suspended in midair. A chilling scream escaped his lips before he plummeted to the valley floor. His body shattered upon impact. Lin Ping and her companion shut their eyes, unable to bear the gruesome sight. The wild men below seethed with rage, their fury boiling over as they longed to ascend and exact a brutal revenge upon Li Feng and his companions. You should join him, Li Feng continued, lifting another stone to cast down. Another anguished cry echoed as the last wild man met the same fate, his skull crushed before he fell 100 meters to his death. The remaining wild men, now fearful of the rolling stones, hastily retreated. Come up here if you dare. Li Feng glared at the group below, who had nearly taken their lives. The wild men howled in impotent rage, frustrated and anxious yet utterly powerless. Li Feng, our enmity with these wild men has deepened. It is clear that we are now locked in a deadly feud, Lin Ping remarked, aware that the animosity had escalated following the demise of the two wild men. Even had those men survived, the hatred would have remained profound. This enmity is one of life and death, irreconcilable, Li Feng asserted, acknowledging the reality of their situation. Brotherly, these people harbor a deep-seated hatred for us. If the rescue team does not arrive soon, we will inevitably perish at their hands. Yu Xiaoli fretted over their grim prospects. As long as they remained on this island, they could not escape the relentless pursuit of the wild men. Alas, unless the rescue team arrives promptly or we encounter more allies, we are doomed, Lin Ping lamented, her heart heavy with anxiety. Yet, the arrival of the rescue team seemed increasingly unlikely, and the prospect of finding additional companions appeared even more remote. Brother Li, why not teach us martial arts? If we become as formidable as you, we shall not fear those wild men, Yu Xiaoli proposed, hoping that mastery of combat would enable them to defend themselves. Foolishness. Mastery of martial arts requires time. Without a solid foundation, techniques become mere embellishments, Li Feng retorted, his thoughts unyielding against the notion of teaching them. It would be futile. Without decades of training, any learned moves would be ineffectual and could lead to faster demise. We can only strive to remain hidden and hope not to fall into their clutches. Lin Ping prayed fervently to the heavens, beseeching divine protection for their safety. Li Ge, the wild men have made their move. Yu Xiaoli pointed towards the base of the cliff, where the group of wild men advanced along the mountain range. They intend to circle around the mountains to seek revenge on us, Li Feng remarked. This place is not safe. We must leave quickly. Lin Ping expressed her fear of the wild men finding them. At their speed, they could reach us in 2 or 3 hours at most. Li Feng concurred, eager to evacuate. Where shall we go? Yu Xiaoli's eyes reflected confusion, uncertain of their destination. They stood in the primordial forest, surrounded by dense foliage with no camps or caves in sight, making wandering through the woods perilous. Li Feng, too, was at a loss for direction. He gazed down from the mountaintop, where a vast forest sprawled below. The expansive wilderness resembled a verdant sea, stretching endlessly before them. As gusts of wind swept through, the trees swayed in unison, creating waves akin to the tumultuous tides of the ocean, both beautiful and awe-inspiring, yet imbued with an overwhelming sense of isolation and fear. With no shelter or place to reside, despair crept into Lin Ping's heart as she surveyed the boundless forest, feeling utterly helpless. They needed to find a new place to stay, but which way to go? Do not cry, do not be afraid. I am here and the sky will not fall. Li Feng reassured them, gripping his long knife with unwavering resolve. No matter how arduous their plight, they must remain resilient. The previous cave was no longer a safe haven. Once the wild men discovered their former camp, it would surely become a hot spot for their lurking presence. We will not cry. Lin Ping and Yu Xiaoli clasped hands, sharing their mutual worries about their survival. They began their descent along the mountains, determined to evade the pursuit of the wild men. Li Feng planned to leave the area first. What about our salt and pots? Yu Xiaoli lamented over their lost supplies. The crisis had struck suddenly, leaving them no time to gather their necessities. Without those items, survival on the island would be exceedingly difficult. Let us first find a place to stay. Li Feng decided to return to the cave for the supplies, though he knew it was not the right moment. His priority was to ensure the safety of the 2 women. Li Gu, the wild men are closing in. We must hurry, urged Yu Xiaoli as Li Feng continued to survey their surroundings. Yet, in this untamed jungle, every vista appeared identical, with the scenery monotonously repeating itself. We shall continue to the right, away from the wild men, he directed, safeguarding the 2 women as they descended the mountain. The 2 ladies wielded sticks, holding onto each other as they trudged forward with great difficulty. The forest was thick with towering ancient trees, and as they cautiously navigated through, they frequently glanced back, alert to any signs of movement. Li Feng was meticulous and cautious, knowing the dangers extended beyond the threat of wild men. The primordial forest itself harbored its own perils. Upon entering the dense thicket, they encountered thorns and various ferns underfoot, while the ground was tangled with gnarled roots and foliage. The 2 women, unaccustomed to hardship, found the journey exhausting, gasping for breath as they pressed on. You all seem fatigued. Perhaps you should take a brief respite, suggested Li Feng, who himself yearned for a moment of rest. We cannot afford to pause. We are still in peril, Lin Ping replied, wiping the sweat from her brow. This area remained within the search range of the wild men, and they dared not let their guard down. But you are weary. Li Feng expressed his concern for the 2 women, fearing that they might reach their limits and collapse under exhaustion. It is nothing. I am not so delicate, Lin Ping insisted, gritting her teeth to persevere, unwilling to hinder Li Feng. Brotherly, I too am not so fragile. You need not worry about us. Let us continue on our journey, urged Yu Xiaoli, eager to depart from this treacherous place. Very well. Let's press onward, stay close behind me, remain vigilant, and refrain from speaking. Li Feng cautioned the 2, advising them not to stray from his side or engage in idle chatter, as conversation could distract him and obscure the lurking dangers. He needed to remain fully alert, attuned to every sound and movement around them, for any distraction could hinder his ability to anticipate potential threats. The 2 women nodded obediently, assuring him they would not disturb his focus. As Li Feng navigated through the dense jungle with the 2 women, the sounds of birds chirping and insects buzzing filled the air. This cursed place always seemed fraught with danger. He scanned their surroundings, silently praying that no calamity would befall them. What is that? Lin Ping suddenly exclaimed, pointing to an object suspended from a tree branch. Wow, how could such a thing exist on this island? Yu Xiaoli gasped in astonishment upon recognizing the object. Li Feng, too, was taken aback, pondering how such a thing could possibly be found on this island. Chapter 088, A Silk Scarf. This is, surprisingly, a white silk scarf, the kind that drapes gracefully over the shoulder. Measuring over a meter in length, it is adorned with a lotus flower motif. The scarf appears to be crafted from silk, its texture soft and of exquisite quality, suggesting a considerable value. How peculiar it is that such a scarf could be found on this island. Lin Ping gently retrieves the scarf from a branch, her brow furrowed in confusion. Could there be other survivors? Might this be a remnant left by another? Yu Xiaoli speculates. Perhaps there are indeed other living souls here, and notably, they could be female. Besides us, there may be other compatriots on this island. Li Feng examines the scarf and concludes that its owner must undoubtedly be a woman of refined taste. If we were to locate this sister, our companionship would be further enriched. Yu Xiaoli expresses her desire to find the owner of the scarf, yet she worries. What if she turns out to be a scheming beauty? Lin Ping fears encountering yet another cunning woman. If we were to meet someone like that, it would be better not to meet at all. However, this sister must possess a kind heart. She cannot possibly be the type of woman who is merely a superficial beauty. The scarf, pure white and embellished with lotus flowers, crafted from silk, speaks of a person of discernment, suggesting that she is indeed kind-hearted. Yu Xiaoli firmly believes that the owner of this scarf is not a calculating woman, nor a superficial beauty. Yet, even if her intentions are noble, this island harbors dangers. Wild men, venomous snakes, and ferocious beasts. She may have already faced misfortune. Though they have never met this woman, Lin Ping feels a pang of concern for her. She hopes that this stranger remains safe and sound. Alas, you make a valid point. This island is perilous, and it is possible that this sister has met her demise. The thought of the scarf's owner possibly being deceased weighs heavily on Yu Xiaoli's heart. I suspect she is not alone. As the two contemplate their sorrow, Li Feng interjects. Why do you say that? Yu Xiaoli inquires. Li Feng ponders for a moment before responding. Based on this scarf, it is evident that its owner is a woman. Likely delicate, a solitary woman would not venture deep into the woods. A frail woman would indeed find it improbable to traverse the primal forest. That makes sense. Lin Ping acknowledges this analysis. What if this sister encountered danger and had no choice but to flee into the forest? Yu Xiaoli poses a question. Xiaoli, if you had not encountered us, would you have dared to venture into the depths of the primordial jungle after facing danger on the beach? Li Feng queries. Certainly not. Yu Xiaoli shakes her head, responding, if I were alone, even facing peril on the beach, I would only have the courage to retreat to the forest's edge before seeking a chance to return to the shore. Women tend to be more timid. They would not venture alone into the heart of the wilderness. Even in the face of danger, they would only linger between the beach and the forest periphery. Better to perish on the sands than to face the unknown depths of the jungle. Brotherly, I see your point now. If this sister were truly alone, she would not dare to enter the heart of the forest. She must have a team, Yu Xiaoli realizes. Indeed, Li Feng nods. Could it be that there are other teams on this island? The thought of other possible groups fills Lin Ping with both joy and trepidation. Should they encounter a team akin to the Thunder Tiger, the atmosphere would be fraught with treachery, with each member scheming against the other, rendering them even more perilous. Undoubtedly, other teams inhabit this island, yet I cannot ascertain whether they still draw breath. Li Feng cast a worried gaze around him, seeking any semblance of a clue. Regrettably, the dense thicket offered no traces. Not even footprints upon the earth had remained. Only a solitary scarf fluttered in the breeze, as if whispering that someone had once traversed this path. Li Feng, do you wish to locate this team? Lin Ping inquired. Finding them will prove difficult. They may very well be deceased, their ranks decimated, Li Feng replied. The island harbors savages and myriad beasts. This team might have perished long ago. Even if they still exist, should there be any with nefarious intent among them, our search could lead to even greater peril. Let us not indulge in futile speculation. We shall take each step as it comes and let nature take its course, Lin Ping suggested. Indeed, you speak wisely. We shall proceed cautiously and allow events to unfold. Let us secure this scarf and continue our journey. Li Feng expressed a desire to distance himself from this location, deferring the decision to seek the team until they were safely away from danger. With this scarf, washing our faces shall be more convenient, Lin Ping remarked, envisioning its use as a face cloth. With this scarf, it would also be convenient should we find ourselves in dire straits, Yu Xiaoli chimed in. Could you refrain from such morbid talk? There is no need to contemplate demise when we are alive and well, Lin Ping retorted, rolling her eyes. If we encounter savages once more and find ourselves without options, we need not seek vines for our end. We could use this scarf instead. Yu Xiaoli's imagination ran wild. Your reasoning seems plausible. I shall treat this scarf with care. Lin Ping hastily tucked it away. We must not only cherish this scarf, but also keep it clean, so that our departure may be dignified, Yu Xiaoli quipped, her humor lightening the mood. You speak with wisdom. When the opportunity arises, I shall certainly ensure this scarf is spotless. Upon overhearing the exchange between the two women, Li Feng sighed and shook his head. Alas, these two are beyond salvation, irretrievable. He lamented, Brother Li, please refrain from such sighs. When you sigh, it unsettles our hearts, Yu Xiaoli and Lin Ping urged, hastening to catch up with him. Both of you should speak less. Let's refrain from discussing such morbid topics in the future. Li Feng felt a strong urge to pinch their cheeks and give them a good scolding for their dark humor. Brother Li, I apologize. I was wrong. I will no longer speak of such things, for I wish to live long and bear you a charming child, Yu Xiaoli said with a playful smile. Given your understanding, I shall forgive you this time. Li Feng playfully pinched her cheek. Ouch, that hurts. Yu Xiaoli feigned distress, adding a touch of playfulness to their banter. As the trio continued forward, Li Feng remained vigilant, keenly observing their surroundings in search of further clues. After advancing several minutes, he came to a halt, because he suddenly beheld Chapter 089, The Isolated Grave in the Deep Mountains. Li Go, is there danger ahead? Upon noticing Li Feng's sudden halt, Yu Xiaoli anxiously scanned the surroundings. Lin Ping also quickly surveyed the area. Since being with him, their awareness of safety had significantly heightened. There's no need for concern. There is no danger nearby, Li Feng reassured them. Then why did you stop so abruptly? Yu Xiaoli inquired. Li Feng gestured towards the front. There is nothing ahead. The two women scrutinized their surroundings for quite some time, but discerned no signs of peril. The landscape remained a mere expanse of forest and underbrush. They observed no visible threats. The broken branches scattered about, and the surrounding weeds and thorns were also noticeably severed. Li Feng meticulously examined the foliage. Just broken branches. What is there to see? Yu Xiaoli expressed her annoyance, feeling that they had unnecessarily alarmed themselves, believing they had encountered danger. Li Feng picked up a branch. This has been severed by a sharp instrument, and there are signs of a struggle nearby. The clean breaks of these branches and the surrounding thorns indicated that they had been cut with precision, as if severed by a blade or sword. Indeed, the breaks are remarkably clean, resembling the work of a sword. Both women remarked in surprise and confusion as they collected the fallen branches. Could it be that wild men hunted here? Lin Ping speculated, pondering the possibility of wild men having engaged in a hunt in this area. Impossible. Li Feng shook his head, offering clarification. Wild men do not possess sharp weapons. Are you suggesting that survivors from the cruise ship fought fiercely here? Lin Ping furrowed her brow. If that is the case, those individuals are exceedingly dangerous. Sometimes, one's own people can be more perilous than the enemy. It could have been a group of survivors clashing over resources, or perhaps they encountered wild beasts or wild men and battled fiercely. Li Feng continued to gather the broken branches from ground. Which scenario do you think is more plausible? Lin Ping asked. I cannot say for certain, Li Feng admitted. It was challenging to assess and analyze the situation. However, at his hesitance, Lin Ping pressed, what? Judging by the clean breaks of these branches, the individual responsible was likely a skilled fighter. Li Feng gently caressed the severed ends of the foliage, noting their precision, whether at an angle, straight on, or with a reverse grip. Each cut was definitive. Li Go, even if you handed me a knife, I could sever these two. Therefore, the opponent need not be a master, Yu Xiaoli contended. She believed that with a knife in hand, she could easily cut through the branches, as they were not particularly thick and could be easily broken. Li Feng's expression turned grave. An ordinary person, due to an unstable center of gravity and lack of control over their strength, would find it difficult to sever these branches with a single stroke, often leaving scratches instead. Some branches are rather pliable. When an ordinary person swings a blade, the rebound from the foliage would leave marks on the branch. Thus, I am confident that this individual is indeed a skilled fighter. Li Feng is astute. His analysis is undoubtedly accurate, Lin Ping affirmed. Yes, I trust Li Gu as well, Yu Xiaoli replied, acknowledging her lack of expertise in swordsmanship, having merely raised a question earlier. Li Feng, is this person's martial prowess superior to yours? Lin Ping was quite concerned about this issue. If the opponent were to resemble Lei Laohu with nefarious intentions, an encounter could spell danger. Those beasts under Lei Laohu, even when faced with peril, would seek an opportunity to eliminate Li Feng. Lin Ping worried about encountering unscrupulous individuals who were also unparalleled masters. Their safety was at stake. The wild men posed a threat, as did the enemies, and even their own could be perilous. First, one must master punches, then kicks, followed by grappling, and finally weaponry, as weapons are merely extensions of one's limbs. What do you mean by that? The two were perplexed, unable to comprehend. They had not trained in martial arts and were not privy to such terminology. Practitioners typically begin with punches, then advance to kicks, followed by grappling and free fighting, ultimately culminating in weapon training, for weapons are extensions of the body. If this person has honed their swordsmanship to such an extent, their control of force must be extraordinary, indicating formidable strength. Li Feng elucidated in plain terms for the two. From the severed branches, it was evident that this individual possessed exceptional skill with weapons. Should they encounter danger in combat, their ability to control force with such precision surely indicated they were not a second-rate master. Alas, if only he could join us in our fight against the wild men, we would be far safer, sighed Yu Xiaoli. Xiaoli, apart from Li Feng, we cannot trust anyone else on this island. After the ordeal with Bai Jiaomei and Lei Laohu, Lin Ping only placed her trust in Li Feng. I, too, only trust Brother Li. Beyond him, I have faith in no one else, Yu Xiaoli nodded earnestly. We should continue searching nearby. There must be other clues around. Li Feng was eager to uncover more leads. Brother Li, are you so certain that there are more clues in the vicinity? Yu Xiaoli feared they might be wasting time. This individual's weapon skills are exquisite. After enduring a battle here, there will surely be traces left behind. Li Feng was confident that more clues awaited them. Li Feng, the owner of this scarf, may be a member of their team. Lin Ping recalled the scarf from earlier. Indeed, if my estimation is correct, they must have encountered danger here, and in the ensuing chaos, the scarf was inadvertently carried away by the wind. After analyzing the situation, Li Feng and the two women resumed their search for further clues. Wow, Brother Li, there are bloodstains here. Yu Xiaoli discovered blood on a clearing. A pool of crimson stained the grass and soil. Is this human blood? Li Feng sniffed and furrowed his brow. Is there a possibility it could be animal blood? Lin Ping inquired. Impossible, Li Feng replied with certainty, shaking his head. Human blood has a much stronger and more pungent odor. This is not animal blood. Judging by the dryness and color of the blood, it likely occurred about a week ago. Brother Li, you are truly remarkable. It is a pity you're not a forensic expert. Yu Xiaoli admired his intellect. Stop flattering and let us continue searching for clues, Li Feng urged, intent on further investigation. A week prior, a brutal massacre had occurred here, resulting in loss of life. He sought to uncover further clues that might illuminate the nature of this group. Oh, Li Feng, there is a grave over there. Lin Ping suddenly pointed ahead. Beneath a solitary tree stood a newly erected tomb. As the fierce wind howled, the leaves danced like ethereal offerings, fluttering around the grave and cascading to the ground. The atmosphere was chilling and ominous. Yu Xiaoli gazed at the isolated grave, too frightened to approach. Let's go take a look, Li Feng urged, swiftly making his way towards the tomb. Chapter 090. How did she die as the fierce wind howled? Leaves cascaded from the aged trees. These fallen leaves, after settling upon the grave, were swiftly whisked away by the gusts. When the leaves lightly brushed against her shoulder, Yu Xiaoli felt a surge of fear. The sudden appearance of a grave in this secluded forest was ominous and deeply unsettling. Upon approaching the grave, the trio discovered it to be a newly dug one, simple and unadorned. A few stones were haphazardly piled around it, with some earth hastily filled in, indicating that those who buried the deceased were in a great rush, lacking both time and energy for a proper interment. The wind howled again, causing the surrounding flora to sway, as if whispering the tales of events that had transpired here. It felt as though they were recounting a massacre, where lives had been lost, and the owner of this grave was one such victim. Li Feng, I am so frightened and anxious. I fear the one in the grave is Lin Ping thought to herself, her mind racing to her daughter, Lin Ting. Do not let your imagination run wild. It cannot be Lin Ting, Li Feng reassured her. Aunt Lin, I also do not believe it to be Lin Ting, Yu Xiaoli echoed. Suddenly, Lin Ping felt a wave of panic wash over her, her heart racing uncontrollably. She felt dizzy as tension surged through her veins. Before the grave stood a stone tablet, which should bear a name. Li Feng approached the gravestone, where a line of text was inscribed. This gravestone was a rugged rock, etched with a shallow inscription by someone wielding a sharp blade. The carving was not deep, clearly lacking professional tools. Tonglan S. grave. The inscription read, So, the deceased was named Tonglan. Aunt Lin, the deceased is not Lin Ting, Yu Xiaoli said upon reading the inscription. Thank heavens, Lin Ping breathed, her earlier fears dissipating. She had been too anxious to examine the words on the gravestone. When one is consumed by anxiety, their mind is prone to wander into dark realms of thought, often fearing that the misfortunes of others might somehow relate to themselves. Brotherly, how did this sister meet her end? Yu Xiaoli inquired. I do not know, Li Feng replied, shaking his head. To unravel this mystery, we would need to encounter those responsible. My meaning is, was she slain by savages or by a wild beast? Yu Xiaoli pressed. Curiously enough, Li Feng mused, pondering her question. What is it? The two women asked in unison. Li Feng articulated that individual possessed formidable skills, particularly with weapons. If it were a beast with such a master as protection, this lady should not have perished. Is it possible she was suddenly attacked by a beast, and that master was unable to intervene in time? Lin Ping asked. The likelihood of that is minimal, Li Feng replied. Could she have been killed by savages? Yu Xiaoli queried. If she were slain by savages, there would likely be signs of a struggle at the scene. Given that master's prowess, they should have been able to vanquish any adversary, resulting in more bloodshed. Yet, here, there's only the blood of this lady. Li Feng found himself in a quandary, unable to comprehend the situation. Brotherly, if you cannot make sense of it, then let us not dwell on it any longer. We should leave this place swiftly. Thunder rumbled ominously overhead as Yu Xiaoli glanced anxiously at the sky. The heavens were shrouded in dark clouds, heralding an impending deluge. Just moments ago, the sun shone brightly, yet now ominous clouds loomed overhead, casting a heavy pall. Li Feng, it appears rain is imminent, Lin Ping remarked, her concern deepening as she observed the gathering storm clouds. Should a tempest arise, they would have nowhere to seek refuge and would be drenched to the skin. The torrents of rain, coupled with the absence of shelter, could render them vulnerable to dire consequences. The island's weather was notoriously unpredictable, and it seemed they were on the cusp of a downpour. Li Feng extended his hand, feeling the chill of the breeze and the rising humidity. We must find shelter from the rain. It could be perilous otherwise, he urged. Yu Xiaoli was anxious about getting soaked. Being completely drenched would leave us exhausted and susceptible to illness, she lamented. Let us depart swiftly in search of a place to shield ourselves from the elements. Li Feng bowed before the grave, murmuring, Dear compatriot, may your journey be peaceful. Do not look back on the road to the underworld, and may you soon cross the Naiha Bridge to be reborn. He bowed solemnly 3 times. Ms. Tong, we implore you to watch over us, Lin Ping said, as she too bowed before the grave. Aunt Lin, if she could not protect herself in life, how could she safeguard us? Yu Xiaoli remarked, nodding in agreement as she offered a respectful bow to the grave. Li Feng, do you think the scarf could belong to her? Lin Ping inquired, longing to return it to its rightful owner. I cannot say for certain. It may be hers, or it may not, Li Feng replied, contemplating the possibility that the group was larger than just 1 or 2 individuals. The thunder continued to rumble as the two conversed, and the clouds thickened ominously, descending ever lower. The forest was dimly lit, and the heavy humidity hung in the air, creating a sense of unease. The two women, feeling the weight of the thunder, were gripped by fear. As they looked up, they beheld the dark clouds racing overhead like a battalion of warriors. This vast sea of clouds, akin to the depths of the ocean, was stifling and rendered humanity insignificantly small in the face of nature's might. "We must hasten and seek shelter from the storm," Li Feng urged, sharing their trepidation. While he was not averse to getting wet, he worried for the two women, whose frail bodies could not withstand a torrential downpour. "Sister Tong, this may be our final farewell. If we manage to escape the island alive, I promise to burn paper money in your honor," Yu Xiaoli said, bowing once more before turning to leave. "Ms. Tong, we bid you farewell. The island is lonesome, and I wish you a swift rebirth," Lin Ping added as she bowed again upon her departure. Sighing, Li Feng gazed at the solitary grave with a heavy heart. As the three departed, the fierce wind swept up the fallen leaves surrounding the grave, swirling them about in a delicate dance. These leaves seemed to bid farewell to the trio, while the solitary grave remained, steadfast and silent. "The one resting in the grave shall never awaken again. She will slumber for eternity until the end of time." Li Feng traversed the forest with two women, anxiously hurrying along. "Li Feng, if possible, I wish to locate that group and inquire about Tinger's whereabouts." Lin Ping expressed her desire to find the team, her concern for her daughter evident. "I too wish to seek out that group. Yet this is a primeval forest. Finding them is akin to searching for a needle in a haystack," Li Feng remarked as he swiftly maneuvered through the woods. "If those individuals harbor ill intentions, discovering their whereabouts could lead to dire consequences." Yu Xiaoli voiced her apprehension about being betrayed by her own kind. The people in that team were willing to erect a monument for the lady, inscribe her name, and lay her to rest, proving they are not deceitful, Li Feng stated. "Indeed, that is a valid point, but how can we find them?" Lin Ping inquired. "Alas, it remains uncertain. We can only rely on chance," he replied. As the three pressed onward through the forest, the clouds grew increasingly ominous. Thunder rumbled and lightning crackled. Rain was imminent. They scurried through the dense woods like tiny ants, distancing themselves further and further from the grave they had just left behind. Ever farther. Chapter 91. Fear of irrevocable departure. As the trio sprinted through the forest, a resounding thunder rolled overhead. The low rumble of thunder was disconcerting, stirring a sense of unease. As they raced forward, branches and leaves struck their faces, causing a sting. "Li Go, based on your earlier analysis, the members of that team are not malevolent individuals. How shall we locate them?" Yu Xiaoli inquired while running. She too was eager to find that group. If they could coexist harmoniously and jointly defend against wild men, having a skilled ally to assist Li Feng would enhance their safety. This would also mitigate Li Feng's risks. However, if they could not coexist peacefully, they would have to part ways. Searching for them in the primeval forest would rely solely on fortune. Li Feng was equally uncertain about how to find that group. Lin Ping prayed for her daughter to be among them, hoping for her safe return and a transformation of misfortune into fortune. Tick-tock, tick-tock, as the three continued their dash. The sound of droplets echoed from the leaves around them. Li Feng glanced upward at the sky, where dark clouds loomed, sporadic raindrops cascading down. These droplets, resembling the size of soybeans, produced a rhythmic sound as they landed on the leaves. The forest was lush, with many broad leaves that shielded the majority of the falling rain. As Li Feng stood beneath a tree and extended his hand, a crystalline droplet fell delicately onto his fingertip. The droplet was refreshingly cool, and a gentle breeze carried a chill. As the two women gazed around in bewilderment, the wind tousled their hair. The dark clouds, the forest, their disheveled hair, and their puzzled expressions seemed to meld with nature, creating a sensation that defied description. "Li, if we cannot find shelter from the rain, let us take refuge beneath this tree," Yu Xiaoli urged anxiously. They were unfamiliar with this primeval forest and, in their haste, were at a loss for where to seek cover. Hiding beneath a tree could be perilous. Li Feng felt a pang of worry. Sheltering under a tree could expose them to lightning strikes and predatory beasts. This was a wild forest, rife with snakes and wild animals. Heavenly Father, I beseech you to delay the torrential rain until we find a place to seek refuge. Yu Xiaoli prayed, her hands clasped together. Relying on divine intervention is futile. It would be advantageous for us if it poured. Let us proceed. Li Feng continued onward. What benefits could a downpour possibly bring us? Queried Yu Xiaoli. After a torrential rain, the wild men are unlikely to pursue us, as they too would seek shelter from the storm, Li Feng explained. Ha! Thus calamity may be a source of fortune, and fortune may conceal calamity. They are intertwined, Lin Ping remarked, her smile exuding warmth and charm. I did not expect you to still find joy amidst adversity. Seeing her smile uplifted Li Feng's spirits. Since we are here, we must find peace. The strong never lament their circumstances. By following you, we shall learn to become strong. Lin Ping gradually acclimated to their environment. Indeed, we must survive amidst adversity, Yu Xiaoli declared, clenching her small fist with resolute determination. Ha ha ha, my lovely companions, are you afraid of the tempest? Li Feng inquired with a smile. Not at all, they both replied in unison, shaking their heads. Very well, since fear is not a concern, let us continue our journey. The three of them encouraged one another as they advanced. The sky grew increasingly burdened with thick clouds. The layers of cloud descended, casting an ever-deepening gloom upon the forest. The oppressive clouds loomed ominously above them, merging with the vast expanse of the forest. This natural scene was suffocating, instilling a sense of dread. Li Gu, if we fail to find shelter today, and if the rain descends overnight, we may find ourselves in peril, Yu Xiaoli expressed her anxiety as she hurried forward, fearing the absence of a refuge. The thought of being drenched by torrential rain overnight was daunting. Without a place to seek shelter in the primeval forest, they would have to guard against wild beasts while also braving the downpour. The mere contemplation of such consequences was terrifying. Solutions are conceived by mankind. If we exert ourselves, we shall surely devise a way. Li Feng continued to inspire the two, maintaining a glimmer of hope amidst the oppressive atmosphere and preventing any descent into negativity. Once negativity takes hold, despair follows. The frequency of raindrops began to increase, heralding the imminent arrival of a torrential downpour. Countless ants scurried across the forest floor, frantically seeking refuge. The air grew heavier and more stifling. After traversing a vast expanse of woodland, they spotted a hill ahead. This hill was not particularly grand. It resembled a toad lying low against the earth, stretching its neck to gaze skyward. Li Feng noticed a dark opening at the base of the hill. Although the entrance was modest, it sparked a flicker of hope within him. Splendid. It appears there is a cave ahead, he exclaimed, pointing at the shadowy entrance with delight. At last, we have found a place to shelter from the rain. Lin Ping and the others expressed their gratitude to the heavens. You two stay here. I will go and investigate. Li Feng instructed them to remain cautious before he grasped his long knife tightly and approached the cave. The hill stood 100 meters high, with sheer cliffs and a verdant summit. As the two women waited anxiously, they wiped the rain from their faces. In about 10 minutes, the real storm will hit. They anticipated. Upon reaching the cave, Li Feng discovered that it was rather cramped. It could hardly be considered a cave, merely a narrow crevice in the rock, measuring 2 or 3 meters deep and 1 or 2 meters wide. Xiaoli, come quickly. This place can shield us from the wind and rain, he beckoned, and the two hurried over. Though small, it offered them protection from the elements, a blessing from the heavens. With reverence for nature and gratitude towards the divine, Lin Ping offered her sincere thanks. You two, hurry inside, Li Feng urged. Once they were within, he piled stones at the entrance, sealing it off entirely except for a small vent. Li Feng, you've sealed the entrance. How will you get back in? The two women inquired anxiously. The heavy rain is on its way. This place is very safe. You should remain here while I return to the camp to retrieve the supplies. Li Feng replied with a gentle smile. Those supplies were of utmost importance. Without those supplies, survival on the island becomes exceedingly arduous. A prolonged diet of barbecued food is unsustainable for the body. Are you out of your mind? Do you value your life so little? If something were to happen to you, what would we do? Lin Ping was filled with anxiety, insisting that Li Feng not return. Brotherly, you cannot go back. We could devise a plan if we run out of resources, but if something happens to you, What shall we do? Yu Xiaoli was on the verge of tears. In this vast and untamed forest, danger lurked at every turn. Without Li Feng's protection, they would be engulfed by fear. Without your burdens, they won't be able to capture me. A torrential downpour is imminent. This is our best opportunity. If we miss it, retrieving the supplies later will be exceedingly difficult. Li Feng offered a faint smile to the two women before resolutely turning away. This place is quite secure. Even if the savages come, they would be unable to discern the existence of the cave, as he had sealed it off. Li Feng, please return. I fear losing you more than I fear losing those supplies. Lin Ping called out in terror through the vent. Yet, Li Feng's silhouette grew increasingly distant. As she watched him fade away, an overwhelming dread enveloped Lin Ping, an emotion marked by anxiety, suffocation, and helplessness. A stifling sense of despair gripped her heart, and she feared that Li Feng might never return. Chapter 092. The corpses of Lei Laohu and his companions, a torrential downpour, is imminent. Following the arrival of the deluge, the wild men will cease their pursuits. After the recent chase, it is likely that only a few remain to guard the camp. Li Feng intends to seize this opportunity to return and reclaim their supplies. Without those provisions, survival on the island will prove exceedingly difficult. As Li Feng retraces his steps, the sky rumbles ominously with thunder. The resonant booms seem to sweep past him. Suddenly, from the darkened clouds, a cascade of raindrops descends, resembling pearls that fall upon the leaves before plummeting to the ground. The rain intensifies. After wiping the droplets from his face, Li Feng clutches his long knife and dashes forward. I must retrieve the supplies. I must return safely. As he swiftly navigates through the forest, he murmurs to himself, his pace relentless. The rain pours down even more heavily, drenching his clothes. The chill envelopes him, a shiver coursing through his body. Let pour. Let the storm rage even fiercer. Li Feng, buffeted by the tempest and soaked by the rain, presses onward with fervor. After an hour or two, he spots the familiar mountain range. These mountains, resembling a serpent slithering across the earth, harbor the cave where they previously camped. Upon sighting the undulating peaks, Li Feng halts, wary of approaching too recklessly. Although the wild men are expected to halt their movements in the downpour, one can never be too cautious. A chance encounter with the wild men could lead to unforeseen peril. As the howling winds and torrential rains sweep through the jungle, the trees sway, and the rain collects like pearls upon the ground, forming streams. Li Feng, thoroughly soaked and uncomfortable, resembles a hunter in the rain, cautiously advancing towards the cave. He treads carefully, fearful of the lurking dangers. The area is strewn with jagged stones and various debris. Like a skilled hunter, he utilizes the underbrush and rocks for concealment, proceeding with deliberate slowness, his gaze scanning the surroundings. The timing of this storm is fortuitous. As the rain cascades through his hair and trickles down his face, he endures the suffocating discomfort, inching closer to the cave. This cave would have been a suitable refuge had it not been discovered by the wild man, forcing him to seek other options. As Li Feng cautiously approaches the cave, he is suddenly startled. To his horror, he sees 3 corpses hanging from a tree. These are the remains of Lei Laohu, Lei Laoer, and Bai Jiaomei. The brothers, Lei Laohu and Lei Laoer, have been gruesomely pierced, their bodies riddled with wounds, blood streaming from their lifeless forms as they sway in the breeze. Beneath the tree lies a pool of crimson, the blood gradually diluted by the relentless rain. Bai Jiaomei, stripped bare and suspended from the tree, bears the marks of a violent end. Her pallid visage reflects the horror she endured before her demise. Witnessing these 3 mangled bodies, Li Feng is struck by the brutality of the wild men. However, he cannot fathom how Bai Jiaomei met such a fate. By all logical reasoning, upon falling into the wild men's hands, she should have been spared, treated merely as a plaything. She must have fought fiercely against the assailants, the wild men, and thus met with a cruel demise. Upon seeing the 3 bodies hanging from the trees, Li Feng felt a surge of conflicting emotions. Had they united in purpose and refrained from scheming against one another, perhaps Lei Laohu and his companions would not have perished. As Li Feng pondered this, the corpse of Bai Jiaomei swung gently in the breeze, her vacant gaze fixed upon him. Even Li Feng, bold as he was, found himself startled by this sudden sight. Alas, Miss Bai, your deaths have granted you a form of liberation. May you find peace in your journey beyond. After expressing this sentiment, Li Feng spoke to himself. The three lifeless forms seemed to reproach him for his inaction. Braving the chill that enveloped him, Li Feng cautiously approached the cave, hoping that the supplies within remained untouched. The wild men likely had no interest in moving the provisions, as their sole focus was on hunting down the three of them. Pressing against a rocky wall, Li Feng found himself just a few meters from the cave entrance, yet he dared not enter without caution. Should there be wild men inside, his presence would be perilous. The confined space of the cave would not favor a desperate struggle for survival. After listening intently, he was suddenly aware of voices emanating from within. Indeed, there were wild men in the cave. This brutish band had split into two groups. One was in pursuit of them, while the other remained stationed at the entrance. They were not foolish. They understood the value of waiting for their prey. Li Feng was uncertain of the situation inside the cave and wished to discern how many were present. Knowledge of both friend and foe would ensure victory. Attuning his ears to the sounds, he noted that each individual had a unique voice. If he could differentiate the voices, he could ascertain their numbers. The wild men conversed in their guttural tongue, which Li Feng could not comprehend. They appeared to be enraged, likely fueled by the loss of their comrades. After several minutes of attentive listening, he estimated that there were 5 individuals within. He could not afford to act recklessly, as sustaining injuries would complicate matters significantly. In the camp, there lay a wolf pelt, something he had hung on a rock during a previous hunt. The sight of this pelt sparked an idea in Li Feng's mind. He resolved to lure the wild men out of the cave, eliminating them one by one. Confronting all 5 simultaneously posed a risk of injury. With his clothes dampened by the rain, his movements were hindered. He would have to rely on cunning rather than brute strength. Moving with utmost caution, Li Feng retrieved the wolf pelt and stuffed it with licorice and stones. He fashioned it to resemble a wolf lying in the underbrush. Howling softly, he concealed himself among the bushes, emitting a series of realistic wolf cries. The wild men, hearing the howls, emerged from the cave, their expressions fierce and vigilant as they scanned the surroundings. From his hiding place, Li Feng observed the scene unfold. Indeed, there were 5 wild men, robust and sinewy, armed with harpoons, wooden clubs, and bows, 2 in total. When they spotted the faux wolf in the brush, they shouted loudly, attempting to scare it away. Li Feng remained hidden among the foliage, continuing to produce his convincing wolf howls. Howl, he truly admired himself, for his imitation of the wolf's howl was remarkably accurate. The wild men emitted furious roars, and, after several attempts to drive away the gray wolf, they became increasingly enraged upon realizing that the creature showed no intention of departing. Such audacity was utterly intolerable. After a brief exchange among themselves, 2 of the wild men armed themselves with a bow and arrow and a spear, respectively, and advanced menacingly towards the gray wolf. Upon their approach, Li Feng braced himself for the impending confrontation. He had to catch the 2 by surprise, eliminating them swiftly before turning his attention to the remaining 3. Engaging all 5 simultaneously would be perilous, especially with his clothes soaked, severely hindering his mobility. As the 2 wild men drew closer, one notched an arrow to his bow while the other gripped his spear tightly. With a swift whoosh, the archer released his arrow, striking the wolf squarely in the head, yet the creature remained motionless. The 2 men, taken aback and curious, moved in to inspect the situation. As they drew nearer, Li Feng focused his energy, preparing for a decisive strike. He knew he had to eliminate them at the highest speed. Success was imperative, failure was not an option. Chapter 093. The kill amidst the storm. As the 2 approached, one of them shot an arrow at the gray wolf. However, it was merely a lifeless gray wolf, stuffed with dry grass and stones. No amount of arrows would be effective. Upon getting closer, the man raised his spear and prodded the gray wolf. After a few jabs, he realized it was a decoy and understood he had been deceived. As he turned to inform his companion behind him, Li Feng sprang forth from the thicket like a startled rabbit. Startled, the man hastily thrust his spear towards Li Feng, intent on ending his life. With swift precision, Li Feng drew his blade and struck, severing the man's throat in a single, lethal blow. A scream escaped the man's lips as he was instantaneously dispatched. The unfortunate soul was caught entirely off guard, meeting an unjust demise. Witnessing the swift execution of his companion, the wild man behind gasped in horror. Upon recognizing Li Feng, his pupils dilated, and his face contorted with rage. Having encountered Li Feng previously, they were aware of his formidable prowess. The wild man let out a series of frantic cries and knocked an arrow, aiming to slay Li Feng. The distance between them was a mere 7 to 8 meters. While the bow lacked significant power, the proximity was perilous. Should he be struck, Li Feng would undoubtedly sustain severe injuries or worse. As the wild man prepared to shoot, Li Feng seized the collapsing body of his fallen comrade, using it as a shield against the impending arrow. The projectile struck the corpse's back. Alarmed at the sight of his comrade's lifeless form, the wild man hesitated, but Li Feng was relentless. He would not allow a second arrow to be loosed. Pushing aside the body, he charged towards the wild man. With only 7 or 8 meters separating them, and accounting for the reach of his long knife and extended arm, Li Feng could close the gap by an additional 2 meters. Within 2 seconds, he would be upon his adversary. The brief duration proved insufficient for the wild man to release a second arrow. Indeed, before the wild man could fire again, Li Feng's blade was already aimed at his chest. Panicking, the wild man pressed the bowstring downward. As the bowstring met the blade, Li Feng's knife descended, piercing his thigh. Blood gushed from the wound as the wild man howled in agony and drew a sharp wooden stake, aiming for Li Feng's neck. In a fit of fury, his eyes bloodshot and his visage twisted, he lunged forward. The closeness of their encounter left Li Feng no time to retract his weapon. Instead, he raised his left hand to deflect the attack, striking the wild man's wrist. Employing the powerful eagle claw technique, he swiftly grasped the assailant's throat. With a decisive twist, he crushed the windpipe. The wild man screamed in torment, his tongue protruding grotesquely. The 3